Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the 2015 Worlds Quarterfinals. As you see, Shox making some high fives with the crowds. Earlier, we asked you to show us how you, Worlds, and one fan writes in, can't watch, but listening and driving is not against the law. A little audio only, Bluetoothing into the car. That's a dedicated fan right there.
Yeah, it certainly is. I hope he pulled over to take that photo, though, because very, very dangerous to tweet and drive at the same time.
Exactly. Obey the law, please, everybody. Well, now it's time to turn our attention towards the game. You would have expected this game to go a hell of a lot quicker, given the fact that Origen started off with a 4-1 kill lead and about 2K gold within the first few minutes of the game. So what's going on there?
For sure, for sure. Flash Fools had a very sloppy start where they didn't burn flashes to kind of survive, and Origen got this big lead, and they have to do a better job transitioning this into victories, because 2K at 5 minutes, that has to be a victory.
Yeah, and it was weird because, you know, the runner came out and they hit the boxer a couple of times really early, but then they went back to their game plan after about 30 minutes when I guess it would pay back, and they were able to set up that really nice Baron play. And that's something that Flash Wolves are going to have to watch out for. They don't play the map as well as what Origen are, but if Origen give them another team comp like that, like Flash Wolves had everything, like that was like a no-ban comp.
I do think that the comps were every team got what they wanted, but the Flash Wolves composition was not played as quickly as it should have. When you have the Rex side with the LeBlanc, you need to be all over the map, just hunting down for kills. There was a lot of opportunities where people were just on their own, easy to pick them off, too slow. And then what happened was the composition from Origen, eventually, 5-man deathball, you're not going to be able to get into that just with a Black Shield. When you're LeBlanc, who is basically melee range for his spells, and Jinx is going to be kept at bay with the wall with the Anivia ultimate. So either Flash Wolves play faster or resort to a more 5-man deathball composition similar to Origen. I like what both teams did with the draft. Step it up, guys, a little faster.
I think they wanted to play faster. Like, I completely understand with what you're saying, but I actually don't blame Maple for this because Karsa had to go bottom lane because he's bottom lane fed, and then he goes bottom lane. They get double TP'd on, so Maple's like, I can't even kill my mid laner. He's not in the lane. What am I going to do? I'll just kill Amazing. So he actually executed well. It was just Karsa wasn't able to help him out and go to the same lane.
I think the first step is to make sure the bottom lane does not die in 2v2s for no reason. Make sure Karsa doesn't
use your
die
flashes.
Yeah, use your summoner spells, because I feel like there was too much nerves. Because if you are going to give away an advantage like this, you're not going to be able to play to your composition strength, which was in the mid lane, as you highlighted.
Now, let's keep in mind that the teams are switching sides. So, of course, we have the blue-red side conundrum, where we expected blue to have a pretty large advantage. Well, Origen wins their first game on red, so that's already a great start for them. What kind of changes do we expect them to make having that first pick?
I think Origen's composition can draft very similar regardless of side and then still be changed a lot. So, for example, the Darius, Gragas really don't change how the comp is going to go. Then with the last two picks, the Anivia and the Sivir are really the things that can vastly change the composition. So you can really switch it up with things like a Twisted Fate and a Vayne as your last two picks, because the carries are really the highlight of Origen with xPeke and Niels. So I think that Origen really has a nice, I guess, blue side advantage this time around because there's only two carries. They're not really worried about SoAZ.
Yeah, they also get to ban the Morgana, which came up huge in a couple of team fights. Didn't win in the end, but there were some team fights that he went nuts in that game, sort of.
Well, game one is in the books. It's time to step inside the arena as Origen and the Flash Wolves load up for game two. As we hand it off to the caster, Sword Art says that as we saw in game one, the Flash Wolves will have to look out for Origen's late game if they want to win.
我觉得我们队伍的特点就是我们在前期是一支比较激进的队伍，所以我们常常可以在前期拿到一些蛮好的优势。然后 OG 这个队伍，他们最厉害的地方就是在他们一些中后期的团队的扣上面，还有他们有带双 TP 这个战术，所以他们在后期的转线上面会有更好的去调配。所以我们要在如果游戏进行到后期的时候，我们要去克服。
He was half right. Yeah. They have really good double teleport and the adaptive rotations, but I wouldn't call Flash Wolves an aggressive early game team.
Yeah, I mean, even in the LMS, they had the second longest average game time and the second longest average game time here at Worlds. If you're really aggressive early game, typically your games are a little bit faster. In their mind, they might be trying to be aggressive, but it hasn't actually actualized itself on the Rift.
Yeah, so we'll see if that style ever changes or if the stats kind of continue to rebuff themselves, or buff is the wrong word, build on themselves actually in this one. Speaking of a stat that actually did rebuff, I actually want to talk about SKT briefly because coming to this match, Stake against his average top lane opponent was minus 12.7 CS at 10 minutes. SoAZ against his average was plus 6.7. So you run the numbers and you're like, oh, this match should be probably like plus 20 CS for SoAZ. Instead, they were exactly equal, which is actually the best laning performance Stake has ever put into the first 10 minutes of the laning phase here. So even the matches we thought would have gone Origen's way, aside from the Baron Pinnacle, obviously, but there wasn't all that much coming out of SoAZ, especially early.
I just think it was a very bold composition from Origen that should have probably got punished a lot harder. You pick a losing top lane, you pick what in my opinion is a losing bot lane, especially in terms of just shove. And the only window an Alistar lane has to beat you is Pulverize level 2 with Flash. This time they even got caught without Flash, so that was just a big mistake from from NL there, and then the teleports just started rolling in. But if you play this matchup out the same game multiple times in a row, Flashwolves actually should pull ahead significantly in the early game, combined with a poor scaling build on Nivea. This game could have been over at 20 minutes.
Yeah, and as we're moving into this pick and ban phase, we've talked about how they swapped over to the blue side. And I really wonder at what point will the red side team not ban Mordekaiser and Gangplank? Because you can trade those picks. Maybe give one team Gangplank, you take Mordekaiser, and another powerful thing that you don't ban. Or you can force the blue side into banning either Mordekaiser or Gangplank with their final ban if they don't want to do the trade. But no one so far is forcing the blue side team into being flexible.
You know, this actually happened once. It was Flashwolves versus Coup Tigers. Coup Tigers actually left up Gangplank for the first pick. The goal being that they would take all the junglers away with Elisa in ban and a Rek'Sai pick, and then take Lulu as well. Turns out they forgot that, like, Karsa could also play Nidalee, and the whole thing collapsed, and that was the Flashwolves poke comp when they won in week 1. We see occasionally teams go for that play, but you're right, Chad, I really do want to see teams learn these sort of counter picks to the Mordekaiser and the Gangplank strategies and try to break those apart. Right now, though, Flashwolves are going to keep the Twisted Fate ban they kept from game 1, add the 2 ubiquitous ones. Meanwhile, Origen actually bringing their first Darius ban of the tournament. The Varus poke goes away, and now Maples LeBlanc is gone.
I mean, a couple big questions are raised already. Where does the Lulu go, and where does the Jinx go?
I'll answer your first question. Origen first picks Lulu. Flashwolves will probably play Jinx again.
SoAZ answered that for me, man. But, I mean, especially if they're going to be playing against a Jinx, why ban the Varus? Because they could have opened up another ban very easily right here.
Well, this is the thing is, it's what
basically they're forcing them into picking Jinx in first or two.
Right.
Otherwise, they can threaten the Jinx pick later.
Well, it's what a bunch of teams did against AHQ in the last week as well when they went on a good tear with the Jinx. It was these teams were banning away the support staff and saying, but we can kill the Jinx herself. Now, that, of course, didn't pan out, and AHQ qualified for the top 8. But that's the goal. Steal the Lulu away, remove the mid lane, or at least the top lane sort of hyper speed to make the comp work.
And you see the Flashwolves doubt themselves here. Are we going to pick up Elise? Because they have not shown a tendency to play that early Elise, so Origen might get both really strong picks here, Lulu and Elise, because Flashwolves just can't play the champion well enough.
Also, the Kalista is up for Niels as well. In terms of finding a good bot lane matchup, there is the first Elise of the tournament for Karsa. The Jinx, of course, still comes through for NL. And now Origen get to size up their opponents.
Yeah, really forced, in my opinion, to picking the Jinx early there. A lot of times teams don't like picking their AD carry with their first 2 picks on the red side. And they also end up kind of picking away Amazing's Elise. It's actually something that Flashwolves had banned on blue side a couple of times during group stage, which makes you think Karsa doesn't want to play it, but he's such a mechanically gifted jungler, I imagine he'll be able to.
I would like to see a Morgana steal here from Miffy, because I feel a lot of what NL relies on for staying alive is that Black Shield. It's actually strong into at least 2. You can block cocoons, and the Black Shield doesn't even get touched because cocoons deal 0 damage.
Kalista.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually the first time Origen hasn't first picked Kalista when it was up for them. So realizing that the Lulu was more important, that Kalista wasn't going to go over to NL anytime soon. The Rek'Sai comes through anyway, so Origen still actually hiding a lot of their important roles here. Lulu, of course, can go top or mid and maybe even support, so hiding that one for now, hoping Flashwolves show one of these lanes that Lulu can go into a good matchup.
Yeah, and I think Crepo's right about the Morgana at least. You could have done Morgana Kalista, that actually is a pretty decent lane, but this would make the most sense for Flashwolves. Not only do they need it to protect NL, who, by the way, had nearly 1,000 damage per minute last game as well, so sticking to his average of doing substantially more than every other Jinx. A lot of that is because they pick compositions that can peel and protect him, and with the Elise, it's a really old school composition. One binding into a cocoon, it's 5 seconds of immobility for the person who gets hit by that if they don't build Mercury Treads, and it's usually certain.
Absolutely so. couple of engaged tools coming in for Flash Wolves, and to follow up on your Elise point, someone told me Karsa is 1-1 on the split for Elise. So 2 Elise games for the entire summer split. Not exactly a veteran.
Flash Wolves are drafting another clear identity composition. There's only one thing you want to do, is group up and siege with this composition, or group up and teamfight and protect that Jinx over and over.
And on the analyst desk at the start of the day, Crumb said Stake had been the rock for Flash was in the top lane, and Crumb and I kind of looked at each other and like, he's been down like 12 CS to 10, is that really? Then I pointed the fact that he played Malphite once. And
Nice
now
pun.
he's truly a rock in the top lane. Thanks, Crumb.
Nice pun.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, you're welcome. This is good. Chat's coming to the dark side.
Nice pun.
Thanks. And here we go, guys. The Anivia hover in for xPeke. Interesting.
Origen need wave clear right now against this composition that really wants to group up, especially in the mid lane. We talked about how Origen plays a spread out style, and Flash will center themselves a lot in that mid lane, looking for both sieges and kills. They want wave clear. If Anivia is the answer, I'm not quite sure. Apparently to Origen it is.
And they unbench the Kench.
This is truly going to answer. It's an AD carry and support who can save each other.
Oh man.
It's so hard for someone to get caught out in this fight. I love the Tahm Kench specifically into Flash Wolves. The solution to a person getting caught out for 5 seconds of immobility is you just eat them in the middle of it and throw them to safety.
So if Mythy eats the egg from xPeke and then gets pulled in by Fate's call, transferable?
What happened?
Transfer the egg away.
Well, really, I want to do more testing on this matchup, because what happens if your Fate's, there's just too many things. You can eat while like a Fate's call is casting. Can Kalista throw herself? Like, I want to know all these questions.
I think it's done. I don't know if you can, because I think
It locks you out of spells, but I'm wondering if you can use them both
I don't
at
think
the
you can
same
devour
time.
Fate's call. Maybe you can. Someone will tell me I'm wrong on Twitter, but I'm going to bet that you can't do it. And we're going to see what the last pick is in for Flash Wolves now, what their mid lane pick is going to be into this Anivia.
I actually like Anivia into Victor. If Maple ends up playing that, I think that's a fine matchup for Anivia overall.
Okay, so a team fight mid laner for Maple. This is his first non-assassin of the World Championship. Victor coming through here, and of course 0-1, they could really use some victory.
Yeah, he had played 3 LeBlanc games, Gangplank, Yasuo, Ahri, and Echo up until this point.
I mean, victory usually gives you good wave clear, which leads you to...
Yeah, once you evolve it. Nice pun.
Thank you.
I mean, you really just used my pun, but it's okay. You get credit. And we
Used to
are
stealing your puns.
Yeah, it's normal. We do it back and forth. Either way, guys, we are done with picks and bans. You can see Origen looking at that same double TP strategy, and also their second Anivia game in a row. This will be an interesting one to watch for there, as they don't have that same late game AD carry power. They don't have a crit AD carry for Niels, who would put out some decent damage as Sivir. So now they're up against that same difficult Jinx team fight, and now even stronger Victor team fight without that same kind of DPS themselves.
Peke needs to keep his ulti up a lot of time in these fights. So Kalista and Anivia in fights as your two like hyper carries, so to say, can get your low damage composition overall. And the difference is Flash Wolves now actually have the tools to close the gap. They can get to Kalista, they can get to the Anivia. Sure, you may be able to wild growth them, but just Malphite ulti in, they need to flash those ultis. Those carries will need to even get distortion boots to get out of those ultis.
Yeah, and you talk about long duration Nivea ults, but both Victor ult and Malphite ult can stop that, so it might be a tough road ahead for Origen, but if you believe that they can do it, they're on the blue side this time around. Tweet hashtag OG went at lolsports, or if you think Flash Wolves can make that comeback and bring it at least to a game 4, hashtag FW win. Guys, you at home are always part of this series, and you here in London are amazing, and we here on the desk are ready to cast it. Game 2 of the quarterfinals is coming up. Origen looking to make it 2-0.
And I love how variant the team compositions are from game 1 to game 2. I want to see how these teams constantly adapt to each other throughout this series. I also did receive confirmation as far as the Kalista Tahm Kench interactions. Tahm Kench can eat someone, then gets fake called, and throw both. It even works on enemies. So if Tahm Kench can somehow eat NL, he can throw himself backwards and
This
really
is the new
displace him.
Ballista composition here.
Yeah.
I'd
No.
even easier to
That's Blitz Callista.
Yeah, that was Ballista, but this is the new iteration of it.
It's like a trebuchet?
You become the bullet.
Now it's artillery. Like, I don't even remember what they upgrade to in Civilization, but either way, we are getting ourselves into this one. 1 minute into the game. Standard laning assignments so far from pretty much everybody. He hides in the fog, and Niels just chilling at the tri-brush.
This is an incredibly annoying lane to lane against, though. Tahm Kench combined with Kalista. Kench can walk up slow you. That doesn't really get punished. If you're focusing, then Niels gets the time to attack. If Tahm Kench is allowed to get close enough, though, then in addition to his own passive like procs that he makes. He sets up the W proc from Kalista too. So a lot of damage coming out. So NL and Sword Art at all costs have to keep people away from them. If they close the gap, an aggressive flash from Miffy could spell demise for either NL or Sword Art.
Yeah, and they had such a disastrous early laning phase in game 1 against the Alistar. I'd expect them to actually be playing the early laning phase quite passive.
Well, we'll see how the lanes pan out as we start ourselves into the game. We will have mirror duo lanes. Both of them going to start with a jungle camp. Niels and Mithy starting the Krugs. Crepo?
No comment.
Right?
No comment.
No comment?
The efficiency.
I think it's actually the smart way to do it though. Pulling the big one denies an auto attack, spread out the passives. Don't steal it on support, even though you want level 2. Look at how low Morgana gets though from doing these Grom start. You can actually out-pressure them right now and win the race to level 2.
Hey, you got Targon stacks. The first 2 minions are free, so as soon as the wave comes in, you can knock those down. SoAZ and Amazing going to be taking down the Krugs, and SoAZ is given the blue buff, by the way. So in his one-on-one, he's got the buff lead.
That's what most top lane jungle pairing should do if your top lane uses mana and you have a Rek'Sai in the game. Rek'Sai has very minimal benefits off the blue buff early on in the game. So I like that call. We'll see if he can out-pressure Stake. Also, a lot of times you would see the Malphite get a blue buff if he's going to be in a lane swap scenario. But 2 games in a row, no lane swaps.
I just want to see where these junglers meet up because they both started on the top side of the map, pathing downwards for either a gank in mid from the right side or a potential bot lane gank because we've seen a lot of explosions, but again, this time double teleport on the side of Origen, whereas Flash Rules are running Ghost on their mid laner.
So once again, Maple picking for the matchup one-on-one, even though he wasn't getting that much done in it. Peke can make some good TP plays. Mithy taking some poke doesn't care too much about. Of course, Dark Bindings are never going to affect Niels, but Mithy can just eat the guy, so this matchup going to be hard to win.
You have a safety blanket to if Niels gets hit. It's already incredibly hard to hit that guy. Phenomenal AD carry player. And then Miffy can move up and just soak the bindings every time. Because if you don't use it on him and he suddenly sidesteps it, well then you're in a whole lot of danger there because you can get eaten and then Niels can simply kill you.
And look at SoAZ already making a lot of moves here. Now both players do have Summoner Teleport. So as far as getting back to base and healing back up, that's not a problem. Also both junglers currently on the bottom side of the map, so no dives either, but Peke finding those pushes.
The mark of a good Anivia player. I see Jad smile.
His E with his Q in the air. Crepo, it's the seal of approval for his Anivia. You'd hope if he's played it 3 games at Worlds, he knows how to play Anivia.
Doesn't deactivate R. He's freak some of the minor mechanic points. Now, but honestly, yeah, it's been a great...
He's stacking his tier. That's what he was doing. 1 tick at a time.
I mean, you also get a stack for deactivating.
Which he gets more stacks if he leaves it on. It's true.
I know. Well, I mean, it depends on the cooldown. Well, more trades, though. This is actually going pretty well for Maple. Of course, Peke, again, does have teleport. He can leave, get back in.
Cheeky little move there from Maple. Hides in Fog of War on the side is what we actually saw a lot in Season 1 and 2. Morganas will always hide in that brush and throw their skill shot out. Cancels xPeke's base, so...
Yeah, this is actually
base from
a poor
xPeke.
place in the lane for xPeke to be, and it leaves him vulnerable. It would leave Amazing vulnerable to counter jungling. It also makes his bottom lane dangerous because Amazing has no presence in that lane, and that means Karsa can sneak in behind. That's one of the reasons Maple is playing so aggressive.
And he can't teleport into the bot lane
because he's too low.
Cocoon lands is going to be the run away as the bind didn't hit Miffy.
Hey, it cost them the flash at least, so it is not a victimless gank. But still, nice little save there by Miffy and Niels. The binding going wide is the biggest thing there.
xPeke really hates missing CS. In a previous game, we've seen him base back the lane with teleport on 40% mana. This time, he bases back with teleport on 80% HP. He doesn't even wait to regen up. He just instantly wants to get back to that lane. Unless he got hit by a laser. Could have been hit by a laser.
We've seen a lot of times though, Peke with teleport can be losing the lane or dying, but keeping his CS up. He values it so highly in the early game, often to the detriment of Origen because he loses a lot of pressure within the mid lane because of that. One unfortunate thing for him this game is even though he's been going the Rod of Ages build, he didn't have enough gold to back and get the Rod of Ages, so he's actually gone for a tier. Meanwhile, Maple got a very ideal back timing. Victor wants to go back after he's reached 1,000 gold, and then a little bit more to even pick up a pink ward.
Karsa snuck in, no Q.
Oh, that's going to be a Cocoon landing. The gravity well underneath Peke just gets a quarter of a second to flash away.
And even if he doesn't die here, because of that tier build, this is what we very often see in Anivia matchups. Maple on level 6 can flash on top of Peke, dodge the Q, and then just goes together with his ultimate and simply 1v1 Peke later on. So this is big. Karsa landing that Cocoon from Bush is absolutely massive if they can follow up on this.
Of course, the bot lane is winning pretty handily for Origen right now. No level 6 just yet, so no easy Fates call plays, but big CS lead down there.
And the top lane is as well. So the side lanes for Origen are playing very, very aggressively, which is what we'd expect from Origen. And this is more of the lane performance from SoAZ that we wanted to see in Game 1 from him. Stake on Malphite, it's a bad matchup for the Malphite, especially when Lulu got to start with the blue buff. So he needs to actually punish that hard. And unless Karsa comes up, SoAZ is going to get that top turret. He's already got it about 3/4 down.
And might just keep going this way. They've already both burned their first teleports for some items. You can see the double Doran's Ring start for SoAZ really itemizing for the laning phase itself for early pressure, and it's working.
Look at how Maple shifts his playstyle. Instead of just pushing the lane over and over, he is now switching to a more zoning-oriented style. He wants Peke to walk up for CS. If he has to use any spells, Maple can sidestep and really win that trade over and over. And Peke is slowly being whittled down, and he's still a ways off that catalyst.
Well, if Stake can find a gank, he can always land the ulti onto SoAZ. Lulu, of course, does have flash, but Stake will be forced back before his teleport is back up. Amazing scouts out the map, but SoAZ's already playing for the early lane swap. They got the BF sword and immediately run top lane to get out of that matchup.
The timing of this lane swap from Flash Wolves is actually very good because they will now effectively save this turret for a long period of time and stop a potential turret snowball right in its tracks. Now they're actually hoping for a turret trade, which is advantageous for Jinx. Flash Wolves has done this quite well in the past where they realize they have a losing lane and then swap to equalize that lane. It does sacrifice a dragon most of the time, but it's a trade that Flash Wolves has been surprisingly willing to take.
And of course, with Origen keeping the lanes as they are, you expect NL and Sword Art to actually probably kill this top lane turret before too long. BF Sword, Jinx level 6, pretty good at destruction here. So even though Peke will hold the mid lane and Niels can push down bottom, it'll be a trade probably.
I just want to see Stake go mid. Go flash on Nivea. Malphite ulti combined with the spells from Victor on just a single tier. Nivea is enough to one-shot at any position under the tower. And then you can even maybe get the egg afterwards. So could definitely be a play that the Flash Wolves are looking for.
Karsa hanging around right now. Mythy actually joining SoAZ there, so Kalista was alone and is actually fighting Stake by themselves. You see a lot of red stacks though. Stake, of course, did itemize towards armor. Notice the fact that he wanted to be in this matchup, didn't go Cowl first, knew he was going to be fighting the AD carry and bought cloth armor on the second back.
Yeah, and also note that Karsa has already completed Sightstone at about 7 minutes and 45 seconds and gotten 2 deep wards in the blue jungle during the lane swap. Flash Wolves initiated the lane swap early, got deep wards, and if trends hold, Amazing won't get that Sightstone until about 15 minutes for the same level of ward coverage. So even though Origen is stronger in full-on fights, we'll see if Flash Wolves can use some of this vision advantage they get from the earlier warding upgrades to pull something out.
And again, we're approaching 10 minutes, 0-0 on the board, and this is a style Flash Wolves are incredibly comfortable playing. They really want these slow 0 to 15 games, these okay 15 to 30 minutes, but then these explosive post-30 games where just NL can AoE crit people to death with his rockets.
Pretty much Jinx the team.
A Jinx and Ma composition?
Yeah.
Except literally it's just a Jinx. Like, and you get a black shield, all right. It's more about the play style around him than necessarily the team composition.
For the steal, not gonna do it. Successful blue buff goes over, but SoAZ actually, because of all the help he was getting from Mythy, and with Karsa running down to the bottom side, this pressure was gained, and SoAZ, high level on Lulu, gets the turret anyway.
Huge swing in the game, really. SoAZ with the 2-level advantage over NL, even though he was up against an AD carry. That's a situation where the support swapping with the top laner was really bad for the AD carry. So Flash Wolves actually has to abandon that lane swap because they realized even when they swapped, they were losing both sides. Really big credit to Origen for finding the creative solution to that lane swap. And instead of swapping Niels up to match, they just kept SoAZ there because they were able to complete the work SoAZ did earlier on the turn.
A lot of teams are afraid to leave Kalista solo in the lane because you lose the ability to proc that W passive, in addition that she can get run down. But because Stake was so far behind and Niels is comfortable just dodging the ulti with Flash, worst case, he was comfortable in that 1v1, just farming.
They go back into this matchup with the top lane turret already gone, and it's a 30 CS lead for the Origen AD carry.
Peke's Flash is back available right now too, so he did not get punished at all for using that early summoner. He picks up a little bit of health too with that Ruby Crystal, but he's switching his build. Looks like he's going to go for an early Athenes instead. An early Seraphs instead.
No, actually, because that builds into Niels' Rod now. This is only the Blood of Ages.
You're right.
Yeah, I got changed.
I
It threw
yield.
me for a loop too.
I yield.
Hey, we know these guys play 40-plus minute games, so a late Rod of Ages, we were over this last
Still
game.
sucks.
It's generally okay, but it will delay the power spike for sure. Although it will increase the timing of him completing both the Seraphs and the Rod of Ages together. Just weaker for longer and then stronger, faster.
See if they can get through that lull. Meanwhile, Origen pushing amazing towards the top side. I don't know if Deep Ward's going to mean much. Baron's not up, and 2-3 turrets almost definitely not going to be killed, so a bit strange to use the time there. The double teleport of Origen has not yet been used. There hasn't been that over-aggression of the Flash duo lane. Little kills come in earlier.
Origen's played both of these early games quite well. Game 1, they were able to make aggressive moves early in the lane and utilize their teleport advantage to create gank advantages. This game, they're just playing their lanes very aggressively, and Flash Wolves isn't countering that, maybe because they got burned a little bit by teleports in the last game. It's just leading to a pretty substantial, even lane, like standard laning phase, but giving them a big lead.
Flash Wolves have yet to take a first tower in this entire tournament. They're playing so passive overall, and Peke right now, he can continuously use his teleport on cooldown to get back to lane to keep the wave killer up. So it's impossible to kill SoAZ's tower. It's impossible to kill Peke's tower. It's maybe possible to kill Carson in a jungle though.
They're going to eat him up. Spiders for lunch, and here we go. A bunch of burst comes in, forced to flash. Black Shield is on, and they're going to turn back onto Amazing. First blood comes through, the rocket misses, but here comes Anivia, and another kill comes back 1-for-1, and Origen leave the jungle.
Yeah, considering the investment Origen put into that one, trading kills amongst mid laners is actually not that huge of an edge.
Especially when Flash Wolves gets first blood.
Yeah, a little bonus right there. Does assert some vision control within that side of the jungle though, which now we'll see if Origen can put that pressure into the bottom side.
SoAZ even having a harder time dealing with Stake anymore. Okay, he's plus 20 CS, he kind of drew that back up there, but you just saw the last sort of remnants of a trade recently, and it wasn't exactly great for SoAZ. The team's done now, maybe we'll make that matchup a bit better. You look back at the bottom lane, and this one's actually still pretty incredible. Plus 24, and that turret is not taking too much damage because Origen are afraid of getting died. Or counter gank, rather.
Played the Ruined King being completed. I don't know why Mithy would do that.
It gives you move speed when you eat an ally, so if you're trying to get back in the lane from like warding or something, there's a possibility that it matters. And they expect you not to get ganked. But it saves you like a quarter second. It's barely worth it.
Just testing that Devour mechanic.
Yeah, testing. Can I eat you? Yeah, okay.
I can.
Awesome. This
Does it still work?
Yeah.
Okay, it does. Good. Good to know for later on.
Meanwhile, he's sitting at less than half mana. Probably not the best test.
Not exactly efficient. But YOLO. Win at Worlds, test abilities. It's not an important game or anything.
You have a buffer, they're already up 1-0.
Oh, that's true. You know what? Or they're going to throw this game.
They just got to win 2 of the next 4.
50%. Flip coins. You'll do better than Spawn.
This Anivia pick though, it makes so much sense against a team that is so slow. Flash Wolves, it's a little risky into LeBlanc, but Peke is comfortable playing it. Into the Victor, it's fine. It just becomes a wave clear matchup. You press E, I press R, we both start with the wave, it disappears.
It's
Game goes on.
Yeah, it's totally a farm matchup. Often it also punishes the person who gets aggressive because both Victor and Anivia are stronger when the opponent's running at them than running at their opponent. So really, very little will happen in that mid lane.
And they both got kills on people in the enemy jungle, and we look, even though we are tied by most metrics, it's a 2,000 gold lead for Origen, mostly from farm.
Interesting that Mithy went for a non-mobi boot approach in the supports. He actually usually likes those mobility boots to get wards in, but because he's playing such a front line, and he just wants to soak up cooldowns, and then eat up his allies anyways, just to save them, he goes for it.
Yeah. Knowing that the CC chain is what kills you on Flash Wolves, it's actually a really smart purchase by Mithy. I've seen far too many players go Ninja Tabi against the team with
good
more
wall
gun
here by
abilities.
xPeke.
Great zone.
Gonna block the movement away from the team so no one can stop Origen from knocking this turret down. Beautiful play. Makes the turret score 2-0.
Can't wait for there if you're not there. Really good wall, just blocking Maple right here after you picked up that blue buff. And very often, that's a mistake we still see too often. Why do you need that blue buff? So you can wave there more. Why do you need a wave there? To save that tower. Well, if you go to the blue buff and you lose your tower in the process, it doesn't make sense at all.
That was cute.
That's interesting.
Gives the Targon stack over to Niels. That was awesome.
Mithy's played
League
top
of
bench
Legends.
before.
Yeah, he knows his mechanics better than Peke's Anivia.
Nice little play. Peke knows his mechanics on Anivia Freak. We've already been over. He was stacking his Tia.
Yeah, okay.
Please,
Nice.
harping on this one little point. Give the
nice
guy a
beat.
break. He's played for like 5 years. This is fifth. This is he was Season 1 World Champion Freak.
Yeah.
That's
Where
when
were,
Anivia
where
was
were
huge.
you in Season 1?
Casting the World Championship, where were you?
Were you talking about the Anivia mechanic then? Peke probably knew
No
how
one
to
played
do
the
it.
champion.
I actually subbed
He
for
was huge
Fnatic.
back in Season 1
that
Worlds.
mechanic wasn't in Anivia back in Season 1. It got added this
All
year,
right.
so I don't want to hear your crap, chat.
Alright, mate. Calm down.
All right, nice banter.
Some,
Cheeky?
some witty bats.
Cheeky.
Well, 3,000 gold is nearly the lead here. That mid lane turret going down.
We do have the time to talk about these mechanics.
Yeah, you're right.
It's slow.
I was trying to get us back on track
Well,
with the scoreline.
yeah.
You just threw it right back off.
A lot of it has to do with just item threshold. So SoAZ has hit a pretty large amount of CDR, going at themes, which is a little bit slower than the Morellonomicon build you see out of many Lulus, but will allow him to push harder against Stake, whose only way of fighting back is with magic damage. Peke finishes Rod of Ages, Abyssal Scepter is completed onto Maple. So really, teams just hitting the power spikes, but at relatively the same time. So it's kind of tough for the teams to punish.
Starting to regret that the Fisio's not here because he always loves harping about Victor builds, and we see Abyssal first picked up by Maple here on that Victor. That's something we're not quite used to seeing. You are running it into double AP, but it's just it stalls your damage. Usually Victors go for a heavy AP build with CDR boost just to blow you up, blow you out of the water immediately. He's going for a very defensive Victor build overall.
I think Flash will just have more damage as a team, though, if you look at the roster there. So surviving the initial run of it, I guess up for debate. Crepo shook his head and said, I don't think so. So
It'll really depend on the fight, because we know how much late game damage
Sage
Dukes
before.
can do. Still, Maple's just having to walk through those places.
uh-oh, the whole team's going around. An amazing tank sub binding to the face. A stun comes back through to Karsa, flashing away, but it doesn't matter because the Chaos Storm. Maple gets the kill. A great flank by the Flash Wolves.
Yeah, punishing Origen for trying to move up. They were pushed to that turret, but they didn't have the ward control to track where Flash Wolves would be rotating. However, in doing so, they exposed the bottom turret. Really smart of Niels to immediately push that minion ward.
Yeah, kill for tower, generally okay trade. Keep the map under control. Flash was looking to capitalize with a dragon here. But this is something we'll see more from xPeke in this matchup. Hang on, teleport coming in. And SoAZ flanking.
And Mythy bought some time as well, so Flash will actually give up on this one. Peke has TP. And of course, amazing when he popped an ulti. So the team's still drawing battle lines back and forth. Maple shields the Q, doesn't take too much damage there. Rek'Sai pokes in from the side. Stake is back to the top lane, has teleport up, and can use that to join this fight though. And it looks like he just might. Here comes the re-engage on a one hit point ward. Karsa comes back in, Stake to buy some time, and the dragon goes to Flash, but the fight is not done yet. Stake comes up with the rest of the team, walks towards the left. They do not yet look for Peke here. Cocoon misses, and they will not land the stun on Karsa, who repels up. So it's gonna look for the Glitter Lance, does land it. Karsa very low, has to flash out.
Such a weird fight right there as Peke teleported into the mid lane, which allowed Flash Wolves to sneak into the middle of that a little bit. And then a missed rend by Niels allows the Smite to consume it for Karsa. Flash Wolves gets a dragon in a tricky situation, but how much pressure will they lose?
Yeah, mediocre wall there by xPeke. Needs to work on his Gandalf impersonation. Did let them pass, in fact, but he had some really nice stunts to follow that up overall. Really good predict on NL. He walked straight into the stun, chunked him, forced the Black Shield. So Flash Wolves after that moment couldn't fight anymore. So they were very happy that they got that dragon, and then some good prediction, forcing Karsa eventually to flash out.
Yeah, Niels didn't want a Malphite to be right next to him at the start of this, so he does honor it with the zone. And he saw Karsa that was going to come in for the bite smite, which is roughly 1,000 damage execute, so I can see why Niels would miss that. He still probably should have waited a little bit longer because he basically just gave the dragon.
Well, Flash Wolves do get on the board as far as dragons. They had already knocked down a turret as well. That was down to the bottom lane earlier.
We
They
see
bring this to a 2,000 gold game.
We see just how hard it is to make any semblance of a siege into Anivia. Peke can even wall you off if you're threatening his zone, so you really want a Baron to really beat that Anivia. Once you get those minions almost immune to magic damage, just very little damage taken, then you can start sieging on the Anivia. Or you need to really split push, but that's not going to happen into SoAZ's wave clear, so we could see a very heavy emphasis from Flash Wolves on this Baron. In addition that their comp just punishes you walking in. If you're walking into the dark, into Binding, Cocoon, and Stake with Malphite ulti, that is really hard to do, so Origen will need to keep their vision control up.
Right now, looking at their vision, they've got really just wards around the river. There's one slightly deep in the mid lane. You're seeing that here to watch some of the movements. But Flash Wolves actually kind of own this entire southern jungle quadrant right now. Karsa got some wards down. He's got some Spiderlings looking at what's going on around here. And Flash Wolves have the chance of making a play around this side of the map. Now, we once again see the matchups pan out. Stake is matching up against Niels and Maple hitting the bot lane up against SoAZ.
And look what Miffy's doing. If for whatever reason xPeke can't get in range to safely put his ulti, well, he can put it unsafely. Miffy can simply just eat him whenever he gets bound and just drag him back to the tower. So almost impossible to do anything in mid lane, which is Flash Wolves' favorite lane. They play a very centric style, and they're just not working against this Anivia pick.
Yeah, and so far Flash Wolves has had trouble keeping up with Origen since Origen has been winning and pushing the lanes consistently. Karsa has been ineffective on this Elise pick, and now they're going a little bit under the turret, but Stake is a bit of a rock.
Get that great help though from Miffy.
Oh, that binding hits though? So he eats him.
Ta-da!
That was actually a spot for Malphite to ult Mithy though. He had actually had turret dagger, that's why his health got so low. You can't shield during a stun, so if Stake ults him, he probably... Well, I guess the
Kalista Fates call them out.
Yeah,
so
I forgot. This lane is impossible to
It's
kill.
so hard to play against. It's like a Thresh Kalista where they can both save themselves and each other. It gets even harder because of just the hard CCs.
Cocoon lands, Mithy doesn't care. Niels presses R.
Yeah. Like Thresh Kalista, except you can save them through hard CC.
Yeah,
That's true.
you can remove them from the map. They're
Shorter
gone.
ranged, at least. All right, so the recalls with... Oh, no, we're going to go back to the lane here. So Origen putting actually a lot of effort in making this top lane happen, but a defensive pink ward by Karsa gets rid of some of the vision, and there's really not a lot of resources around there. Amazing is no tunnels on this side of the map. He can't show up either.
And Maple, he's looking for a very different approach here on Victor, going for that Abyssal into Lich Bane, saying he wants to repetitively cast a lot of spells and he wants to make these fights long with repetitive spell usage as opposed to being like a one bomb of a Victor, just blow somebody up immediately.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of different approaches to Victor. I think Lich Bane is one of the most underutilized, but it does make the Victor a riskier pick.
Yeah.
So I think that's one of the big
closer.
reasons. If he's going to be bringing Ghost as a summoner spell, it's more apt to the Lich Bane style because he's getting in range for the auto attacks to proc the Lich Bane. And it's a very kite-based style, maybe trying to just kill the front line. It's also very, very good at killing the front line on Victor. We'll see how that ends up playing out because it takes a long time to activate. It really won't be that powerful until not only after Lich Bane, but then his big ability power item. And it really makes the build not come fully together until you're pretty much item capped, especially with the Abyssal Scepter in there. He's got to go Lich Bane, third upgrade on his Hex Core, Death Cap. Then you're still not talking about Void Staff.
Yeah.
It actually makes it so you can't build that Zhonya's Hourglass if you want to hit your max ability power. So it's a very convoluted build, but can still be effective.
I think it's the wrong build in this approach though. Really against Origen with, again, double carry, you just want to wait for a misposition from Mithy, flash in, blow him up.
Specifically against Nivea Lulu as well, because
especially with
those are
kiters.
two that are very good kiters, and the Lich Bane is actually a build that wants to kite itself. It's interesting choice for Maple. It's more assassin-based, which is kind of his playstyle.
It does at least give him movement speed. He got the distortion upgrade for his boots as well, so a lot of move speed for the champion. But we'll see how it pans out in teamfights. The top lane pressure finally works out, and Origen knocked down turret number 4.
I mean, look at who's in the mid lane. Jungle support and mid laner, 5 against 3, can hold that tower. That should never happen usually, but because of the mechanics of a Tahm Kench and the easy wave clip from Anivia, Origen taking easy tower top. If he takes the bind, he has to flash too.
Surprised amazing even a flash with Mithy having his W up right there could save anyone.
Yeah.
That seems weird.
There is an exposure in the mid lane right here, though, because there's a lot of split push pressure going on for Origen. We've been talking so much about these Victor builds. We haven't really talked about how Flash Wolves is getting crushed.
And look at all those damage coming across, though. And Niels predicts the flash, but burns Rend, but only to get rid of some minions. So he's got the Rend
Where
back
are
up for
you going?
Stake. Stake ults over the wall, and there's the flash, another Rend, but Niels no longer has any CC. This Q could allow Stake to run the hops. Still landing. Long range snipe actually gets the kill.
That's a flank.
And here comes Mithy, gets stunned, gets pretty deaded. Maybe not the greatest. SoAZ forced to flash away. Rocket not gonna land, but Niels still on the chase. Groundwell buys some time in a beautiful wall, but Karsa just jumps to the minions. A 1-for-1 overall.
So sequence of events. First of all, Origen overextend a little bit when they get too comfortable. They have to blow 2 flashes. They react really well with some fantastic mechanical plays to even that out on Niels. But overall, you see that little greed again on Origen. Amazing and Miffy shouldn't be up that far in the mid lane initially. But because they always find these good plays, they do stay ahead.
Yeah.
1,000 gold.
I think that was a series of myth plays, actually, by the people who were dead. Flash uses his flash, or Stake uses his flash and Unstoppable Force escaping. But with the distance he covered, he could have been in his own base with that escape instead of dying towards the Baron buff. And then secondly, Mythy comes in by himself, no other threat to spit out, is instantly killed before anyone can arrive. Those are just mistakes, and it ends up for a kill on both sides. And this happens so much for Flash Wolves. They're only 2,000 gold down 26 minutes in, but it feels like they've been getting destroyed for the first 26 minutes.
The thing is, they're tied in turrets, they're up a kill, they're tied in dragons. It's just the farm. It's just standard Origin gameplay where they greed for farm. There's a 40 CS lead for the AD carry, a 50 CS lead in the mid lane, 30 up in the top lane. They're just killing more little robotic, helpless minions.
We actually tracked this. In the period from 15 to 30 minutes, on an average game, Origen farmed 75 minions more than the Flash Wolves in the average game. So that's exactly the goal differential that we're probably seeing here.
But also, between 15 minutes and 30 minutes, Origen is the least bloody team at Worlds. That's total kills and deaths in that period of the game.
And most of the blood is them dying. They're just getting caught clear
because they're literally just farming at this point in the game. But just wait till later in the game. Obviously, it won't happen exactly at 30 minutes like it did last game.
I mean, if a European team is going to do well at Worlds, it is with a very late game, a Nivea-centric style, always very supreme.
That's how Moscow 5 did so well.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
An
Okay,
aggressive
got it.
counter jungler, a really unique mid laner, and one of the best supports in Europe. Moscow 5. Sword Art running away though. Chomper is trying to bit a bit of time. Has a flash away from the binding. Now Karsa, whoa, didn't want to be there. Mythy takes a bind, but you know he's got. Yeah, there you go. You get a teammate.
Stake is right there though.
Gets knocked up. Mythy's got to be a bit careful. Has some gray health though. Stake doesn't really want to be in this fight. Hazuldy, there we go. A massive knockup, and here comes the chain CC and the damage. There come the resets, and Jinx is excited to start knocking people down. Peke has to flash. Zap will hit. Oh no, Peke. The wall buys some time, but the binding lands, and here comes the re-engage cocoon on a Chomper's on the dead, and Flash Wolves kill everybody.
It's unbelievable the way Flash Wolves consistently finds these team fights, but it's not quite over yet. Rek'Sai on the way, Niels sealed up. These are some very low Flash Wolves, but they pack a lot of damage.
And he comes in amazing. He cannot be allowed to steal this. And Sword Art does die. It's a 1-for-1. Baron still goes over. Niels has to run. Dodge the zap.
Oh, that's the Victor speed though.
And he's a pretty quick one. Maple says goodbye. 8-3 Flash Wolves with a delayed ace for 1 kill.
But Origen, with the disrespect, they had multiple exits out of that fight and they chose to fight. Just keep an eye on Stake. He goes in at any given moment. Right here, they can disengage, they can leave Stake alone. They still decide to fight with a Nivea Q, Wall and R down. And then it's the easiest ulti from Stake's life. Maple flashes over and wombo combo.
Origen groups up in far too small of an area. Malphite ultimate should not be able to hit 3 when Origen has been split pushing down 4 to 5 turrets here. And then Flash Wolves just out-executes the instant Origen makes a mistake.
Yeah, they wait for the egg to almost be overchained, bind the cocoon, then Peke drops. And we saw it last game too. How do you win with a Nivea composition? You kite. You don't run into them because they can turn the fight on you. If you let them walk to you, you can use those spells so easily. Combine it with a Lulu who does exactly the same. How long will it take this game for Origen to learn their mistake again?
Well, Karsa right now on the wrong side of this fight, takes turret aggro, gets a shield, all as well. Niels, though, chunked down to under 1,000. Yep, thanks to the Jinx damage.
NL's at that late game point already. Full, like the highest possible damage, 3-item Jinx build. Infinity Edge, Phantom Dancer, Last Whisper. Low on the lifesteal, high on the damage. And it's a huge threat for Origen, who's trying to split push with the Lulu right now. This is really dangerous.
Peke gets saved by Mythy. The front line is safe, and down goes the tier 2 turret at the top lane. 1,600 gold lead for the Flash Wolves. The push towards Peke. The flash cocoon lands. It's not quite enough to kill him, though, as Peke gets a shield and a summoner heal as well. And here comes another chance for the fight. Mythy gets saved, runs himself back. Origen get away.
Origen having to use every single one of their kiting and staying alive tools, and they barely stop that from turning into a disaster. If Peke goes down, they probably lose an inhibitor cleanly. They're still in danger, though.
Well,
nice
so
ball.
is Maple. Takes a bunch of damage.
Gotta
Now
eat
the
him.
Chaser coming through many stuns, but NL is overextended, but Niels can't do the damage through the summoner heal. More poke comes by, no stun. Ghost used by Maple, trying to get away fast. 50 seconds on the next Dragon. It's only one apiece. That won't be a exactly game-turning Dragon. But we'll see which team gets it.
Yeah, Niels needs to be able to find really aggressive positioning in these fights, I feel like, for Origen to win, because they have, like, we were talking about this earlier, the perfect trinity of protection on your team. You have your AD carry and your Lulu, but then if either of those guys get focused because they can kind of protect each other, you also have Mithy to eat him and keep him safe. It's worked amazingly with Jinx, which is a higher damage AD carry.
Yeah.
Kallista's going to have to play very aggressively to make it work, though.
But that's the problem, is Tahm Kench works when your team is winning. Tahm Kench works when you're saving from very specific long cooldowns. Like, he's good against Assassins, good against Zed, good against LeBlanc, things like this. But Maple has low cooldowns, and he's Lich Bane focused. Anytime Niels is in range of anyone important, Maple Q autos him. And Maple's better at that than Niels is.
See a different build here from Sword Art. Good flash here by SoAZ, dodging Stake Ultimate. Collapse on the top from Maple though. Sidestep Cocoon.
Wow, SoAZ dodged that. Well slowed by Stake's Q. Do have to note Stake isn't maxing Q with his last spell. Origen trying to cross mid.
But they're afraid. Even though Malphite ulti is down and the whole team is mid lane, they're not even attacking this turret right now. The minions all die off.
Maple's very far off though.
That's huge wall.
Wrong side of the wall. That is a big one. He eats him as well. Tahm Kench will get the first one. Mithy gets the kill credit. The knockup goes only onto the support, and they push in, and they caught NL. Goodbye. 3 kills for Origen.
And these are 40-second death timers with a minion wave in tow. How much can Origen get out of this, especially if SoAZ can stop the recalls?
Flash moves completely lost in rotation here. Their base is getting smashed.
Oh my god. SoAZ, he stopped both recalls. Origen's gonna get a lot.
No one's in the base at all for another 25 seconds when the respawns come through. The inhibitor is a formality. Meanwhile, Mithy joins for the fight on Stake, so they're taking a finger, an arm, and maybe the whole body. Inhibitor will drop. The minion wave is gone in mid. There's no comeback there.
Maple's gonna go for a kill here, though.
SoAZ is out of mana. He puts a shield onto himself. The flash in. There's the Chaos Storm. There's the kill. Maple is scary. Mithy's shield's going to end. There's another attempt, but a great wall comes in. The double stun in, but still a double kill for Maple.
Respectable play on both sides there as xPeke teleported at the end of that fight.
Yeah, and both of these very big losing fights have come due to just a massive amount of disrespect for the core elements of a champion. Origen lose when they don't respect the Malphite ulti. Flash Rules, they lose when they don't respect the Nivea's kit. She can alter the pathing in these very clutch fights here, because look at this wall coming down from xPeke right here. Zones of Sword Heart, and then Karsa goes in afterwards. There's still so much zone right here, and then SoAZ starts annoying Stake in the back. By the way, Stake did not have ultimate. He used it earlier, so...
Yeah, there's no way they can punish within that corridor, so the instant that Flash Wolves re-engaged, it was a big mistake. Unless Maple was in that fight to begin with and could land large amounts of AoE, but he was very easily zoned away by SoAZ on the bottom side of that fight with now a death cap on Luke.
And Abyssal Scepter coming in next, really making sure that these guys can survive this high uptime damage Victor build, who just wants to be a team fight machine at short range, the persistent damage of a Lich Bane. Niels really wants it. He feels so safe.
Yeah, this is the aggression right here from him, but the Malphite teleport is in. Where's the fight?
Oh, they're going to go back on towards Sword Art. Mithy tosses himself backwards. Niels runs away, dodges the rocket. Sword Art Black Shield on himself, lock it as well on him. But a few more attacks will do it. There's the red, there's the kill for Niels. And Amazing finds the knockup on a Karsa. Gravity will buy some time, jumps over the wall to the Wolves. The Karsa's flashless. He's got nowhere to go.
And this was actually just a fantastic teamfight realization from Mithy. Instead of tunnel visioning and throwing himself forward, he went backwards and killed the threat of a zoning Sword Art. Sword Art was about to move in the back of the Origen lineup, press ulti on 4 people. This would allow Stake to get a 4-man ulti off. But they realized if you get flanked, what you do is you engage on the weakest part of the flank, take that out, and you make that your escape route. Exactly what Origen did, and they win the fight convincingly.
We're going to greed for the bot lane. 2-2 should be easy with 2 members dead. And we take a quick look at the scoreboard. It's only 3,000 gold apart, and Flashes are actually still ahead in kills as a team. This is still a neck-and-neck battle, and with Baron down for these respawns, both teams can contest that objective.
Yeah, so Tahm Kench comes in on one side to begin this one, which is actually what split up Flash Wolves to begin with. Obviously good play by Mithy, but then Niels is playing confidently on the other side.
I lied. I completely lied. They brought Sword Art in. I saw him flank right there, but he was just pulled to the side.
Yeah, that was the Kalista Tahm Kench combo that you dream of when you see the champion kits, and they pull it off at Worlds here. So
makes my
pretty
entire
awesome.
point invalid.
You know what's great is, even though we don't see much Skarner anymore at Worlds, We just
Skarner like,
Skarner
build your
version.
own Skarner.
I mean, is this like the better Skarner though, or is it the worst one? I guess it requires more setup, but the fact that it happened at all is pretty great.
Yeah, and I do have to point out that Niels has leapfrogged NL as far as power spiking goes right now. NL's still waiting on Bloodthirster, which he needs to be super relevant, but double lifesteal as well as Last Whisper on Niels and heavy amounts of protection, almost overly so. They used the Comp Genji when he wasn't actually under much threat. Oh, there's the Anivia wall.
Carson has to jump away, and Amazing is already there for the knockup, but maybe he didn't want to go this way. Could have been a misclick, has to run and hide. Gets eaten by Mythy, who takes a fair bit of damage. Pushes himself back out. Amazing pops out of the stomach, and now
Where's the turn?
We're going to see Stake go in. Two-man knockup, Peke and Niels. Rocket on the side, Mythy gets the shield. Stake going to get dropped dangerously low. He does not go down, though, and NL tries to run. Flashes the wall, stays alive. Binding on the Niels' face. QSS on the chase, gets the kill on a rampage. Stake recalling dangerously, and Maple is crushing faces. A double kill. Now the battle versus Niels. Gravity Well will get dodged away from. One more attack will do it. He's trying to hide. A stun from Karsa. Maple survives. It's a 2-for-1 overall advantage to Flash Wolves. Amazing on the chase. Smites in. Niels gets one kill. Maple gets a shield, but it's not enough. Two more in the cleanup for Origen. They win the fight.
Origen is just outlasting Flash Wolves in these team fights. So many ways for Origen to block and defy death. Flash Wolves just can't spread out their damage enough. Maple did a hell of a job on the outside of that fight to get the double kill, but you could see he could not do much more than that, and Niels was running amok.
Yeah, incredible tenacious composition here from Origen, and really just good use of the Devour, Fate Skull to reposition, and then just turning the fight at critical points. These shields repetitively coming in from SoAZ, keeping people alive, and now Origen setting up for an easy Baron. There's no way Karsa can steal this due to the amount of spears that will be in it.
And Karsa was even revealed on wards going back into his base, realizing there was no chance at all for the steal in the first place. So no contest is what's said here by the Flash Wolves. Easy rend, easy pickup. 5,000 gold lead plus Dragon, Baron.
Really not a good wall here. It forces them to go on the defensive and leaves all the options open for Origen. I think this is a bit of a mistake for Amazing following suit, but again, you see the tenacity of this composition. If you can just eat him, peel, and get pulled back here, and then they turn on Stake. Yeah. Even if the knockup misses, they still win that fight.
And you can see all the opportunity Origen creates with those plays, but now we don't have time for that. The fight was so long, time for the next one.
And we're gonna look for the steal, and yes, it's an early smite. Actually, a non-smite from Karsa, now a knockup by Amazing. Blue team does get Dragon number 2. And now Flash will forced to run a great stun on a Stake. Another one on a Maple as well. He goes in, but the ult hits basically nothing. Nothing gets done. Maple survives though. The first kill comes through to Peke, but Niels wreaking havoc in the back line. Double lifesteal, tanking up a lot. Stuns don't mean enough, and the kills keep coming through. This could be a whitewash in the favor of Origen. A double for SoAZ. Flash Wolves lose 3.
Flash Wolves, once NL drops, they're just running out of damage. Karsa is cornered in right now. Sword Art saying, see you later, I'm just gonna go to base, and you can just see Origen, all they have to do is commit to kill one of the carries, and Flash Wolves, they just run out of damage.
Yeah, Origen really taking over in these team fights. Also, what is NL doing with these Super Mega Death Rockets? Using them at the start of fights when the burst just isn't there. And Origen has really, really long death timers. They might end the game.
They've got a Baron buff, they've got a full health AD carry, and they've got about 30 seconds to work with. They're going for the 2-0 right now. Nexus turret number 1 is in their eyes. Sword Art does not deal any damage. There is no hope anymore for the Flash Wolves. So in front of the home crowd, Origen start their quarterfinals 2-0.
You can't ask for a better start in a best-of-5 than a 2-0 for Origen, but they have won 2 incredibly close and competitive games where both teams have held gold leads late into the match. You wonder how this will play on the mentality of Flash Wolves and Origen, because they have been capable of playing Origen close, but they are down 2-0, and now they're faced with having to reverse sweep to stay alive.
I mean, this almost exact thing happened in the actual group stage for the Flash Wolves. They started their series 1 and 2, and then they 3-0'd. They reverse swept their group, essentially. So the ability to dig deep and then come back for the last 3 very important games is certainly a possibility, though, of course, it is a difficult one. Origen are showing that they are good competitors here.
They need to start adapting to this Anivia pick, though. Punish it early. They blew xPeke's Flash early game, didn't come back to punish them, even though they have a point-and-click knock-up from Stake's Malphite right there to really break that game up. In addition to that, they don't respect the way Anivia alters team fights. mostly due to the wall mechanic and then putting the ulti down. The amount of zone control in jungle fights, you don't fight Anivia in the jungle. You will lose those fights. And that impacted the rotations for Flash Wolves, and they kept losing these towers in the mid lane for what seemed like no reason at all, and that's the way Origen kind of clawed themselves back into the game.
Well, Flash Wolves, they do get blue side next game, so they can spend one of those 3 sort of free bans on the Anivia. We'll see if they can get rid of some of the strategies here of Origen. But as we've talked about the game, we're going to throw it over to talk about that 2-0 at the analyst desk.
Thank you, gentlemen. Crepo hit on it right there. The Anivia pick, throwing Flash Wolves kind of for a loop here, 2 games in a row. Let's talk about that a little bit, Yamato.
I feel like my first initial thought was that on paper, it doesn't seem like Anivia would be a good pick into this Malphite composition that kind of just explodes. But it's working out simply because Flash Wolves keeps getting walled off in positions that they're not supposed to be in. But even then, like, I'm kind of expecting that Anivia ban because Flash Wolves has shown no signs of knowing how to play against an Anivia.
Yeah, I completely agree. And the thing that it is dictating the pace on is when the Flash Wolves are trying to help their side lanes, because they have such a strong mid laner in Maple, and Kasa does stay around that part of the map. But then they cannot get to the side lanes quick enough because Anivia is walling them off, taking turrets as soon as they move to that. She's able to pressure blue buff. It's just throwing Maple through this loop, and I think that he's the one that's starting to really get affected by it because he never seems to know which way to go around the wall.
And that's really how Origen's taking this win, and we criticize them for being a little too slow, but in the end, they're doing the right things. They're out-rotating Flash Wolves. They're getting a lot of free objectives, and sure, it could have been done faster, but they're not losing a lot in exchange. They slipped up a couple times here, giving up the tier 2 middle and some towers in the side lanes, but for the most part, they're moving across the map correctly. And with the Anivia pick, as you mentioned, they can really stall a lot of time. And I think it also has a bit of a psychological aspect in the sense that when you're the Malphite, do you go for the Anivia? Because you're not going to be able to one-shot her in that exact same burst with the Victor and get her out of the fight immediately. With the Lulu shields and all that, it becomes a whole conundrum, and it's something that, since Anivia is so weird of a pick, I don't think the Flash Wolves are reacting well.
There's Flash Wolves just now, probably discussing what they need to do to turn things around in Game 3. Now, I want to get into the game a little bit. As you mentioned, these games have been going long, but the side lanes for Origen this time around had huge advantages pretty early in the game, whereas before we had to see 4 kills to net a 2K advantage. It was a 2K advantage based solely off of farm and a turret. And I feel as though Flash Wolves is benefiting from the fact that Origen is not closing it out for so long that they're able to win a few fights late game, but still making too many mistakes to really turn anything
It's
around.
like,
Sorry. Let's give credit where credit's due. Like, LPL is a region that has always been known for great AD carries. Niels' Kalista is like, I think you called it like watching like a dancer move around the map. This guy was 106 CS at like 11 minutes in the game. I think he dropped like 7 CS during a laning phase. He is like amazing to watch play this champion, and his damage output, like the amount he ekes out of it, is just, it's phenomenal.
it's like something that I wanted to touch on is I want Flash Wolves to come into the game with the approach to lane swap because it will isolate the mid lane, make sure it's 1v1, and it will, like, this lane will not get affected by the other matchups, and that's what I think Flash Wolves will have the strength because on their sides, I feel like they are weaker and losing a lot of pressure.
Though I think the problem with going that, although the approach is correct, the way that we've seen these two teams play out is very passive, and they have a very weird idea as to how to get these objectives and which priorities to go for. So there's been very late dragons. So for example, that one game that we just had, Origen had a very commanding lead in the composition that wants you to come into them with huge objective pressure with the Anivia changes, that she can kill Baron and Dragon very quickly, but there was a lot of poor setup around the Dragon, around the Baron, and you need to accelerate the game to take those early dragons faster, secure them on the dot so that you can build up that 5th dragon advantage with an AoE damage composition that has so much multiple threats with the Anivia and the Hurricane. 5th dragon is a huge win.
Spawn, I want to take a look at some of the hesitation that we've seen, particularly on the side of Flash Wolves. We have Stake on Malphite, who can set up any fight he wants, literally at the push of a button, and yet there was so much hesitation playing into the Anivia and the Kalista, there were many missed opportunities.
Yeah, there certainly was. And the one that jumped out was the last team fight where they were at the front, but there were also some team fights where he got it right. So let's look at what this team comp was supposed to do. So you can see right now, Origen are warding up Baron. They're trying to control that side. They've just had a bad trade in the mid lane. And Stake is teleporting in because he's behind the team and he thinks they can catch him out. And he just walks into the middle of them. And because of the walls, because of everything, you can see no one really knows where to go. Origen make one mistake there. They don't respect a flash out of Victor, and they get completely crushed for it. And this is why you don't fight over terrain when Victor has flash, because he's able to transverse it, and he's so quick outside of the team fight once it gets rolling. They pick up so many kills off the back of this, but Origen, to their credit, only let it happen once the whole game.
I feel though, it's like, even though Origen didn't let it happen, I feel Flash Wolves had so many opportunities. And that's why, on paper, I thought Flash Wolves had the better draft. Because, like, I was screaming my lungs out because I saw those opportunities when people were clumped up, and I was like, Stake, please. Just ult, you know? Boom.
And you only have to kill the Anivia in that team comp because you still have a Malphite, and Kalista has to put so many spears in the Malphite to take him out. As soon as you kill the Anivia, you can siege, you can pressure, you can poke, you have a Victor. They just could not pull the trigger on Peke for some reason. Niels too much of a priority.
Well, one thing's for sure, start for Origen in this series. The Flash Wolves are going to have to bounce back if they want to stay alive in this best-of series. We'll be back with a look at Game 3 in just a few minutes.
Just chill, dude. Just chill.
Why can't you chill?
Why don't we sit here and chill, dude? Why don't we just sit here and chill? Yeah. Why not? Play some League and chill? Yeah.
They're gonna eat him up. Spiders for lunch, and here we go. A bunch of burst comes in, forced to flash. Black Shield is on, and they're gonna turn back onto Amazing. There we go. A massive knockup, and here comes the chain CC and the damage. There come the resets, and Jinx is excited.
Welcome, I'm here.
Yeah, fight.
No flash. Take care of the Victor.
Elise after, Elise. Victor on me.
Jinx.
Victor is slow. You can fight.
Double lifesteal taking up a lot. Stuns don't mean enough, and the kills keep coming through. This could be a whitewash in the favor of Origen. Origen start their quarterfinals 2-0.
Welcome back to the League of Legends World Championship live from London, where Origen has brought this quarterfinal to match point versus the Flash Wolves. It was messy. Let's start by picks and bans. We talked a lot about what Origen would end up picking if they ended up on the blue side. How do you think they handled picks and bans?
I mean, we talked about how they could now take away some of the comfort picks. LeBlanc is the main one when you face Flash Wolves because Maple is so good at roaming around the map. He couldn't do that on Victor. He doesn't run teleport. Still, I feel like Flash Wolves got some good picks coming in, but the last rotation with the Tom Kench really sealed the deal for Origen. It was so key in this match.
Yeah, the Malphite pick was just completely shut down, and they also let Kalista through the abandoned pick phase, which Niels was incredible on. They kept on pulling back the support. They could throw him back out. There's no way to kill him.
Well, there was no way to kill him. We saw especially in the later stages of the game, but the Flash Wolves built up a considerable advantage in the early game due to OG getting caught a couple of times in there. So what went wrong from there? Because they did have some tools to engage and to play those fights with the Malphite.
The thing about Origen as a team, and this doesn't really imply for any other team in the world, they have these very crazy calls they can make and these very crazy fights they can play that a lot of teams don't really follow. Like if you look at SoAZ when he plays Lulu, you normally look at a guy sitting next to his AD carry just protecting him. No, he's all over the place. He's running around, he's trying to whimsy the AD carry, he's trying to kill people. And these fights, I think maybe Stake got a little bit confused on the Malphite. He didn't always know when to pull the trigger. We saw one great ulti on like 3-4 guys.
Yeah, well, OG also completely grouped up.
They decided to group as well. But it was very difficult for Stake then to be that frontline engage, and therefore they couldn't find the right targets to take down. And Origen could kind of run them around, and this Anivia pick as well is buying so much time. Because whenever someone gets caught out, wall comes in, a stun lands from xPeke, and he's just so good at sitting so far back and always buy more time for his team in fights.
Yeah, and especially protecting Niels on the AD carry, who really came to shine in the later phases of the game on that Kalista. Clement, you know the Flash Wolves very well. What is this, what are they showing right now to you? Is this unable to adapt in the game when they have to fight versus that Niels or versus that pick that they've been caught out by?
Well, I've heard the Flash Wolves say that TF is a pick that they're very afraid of from Origen. Like, xPeke played it exceptionally well in their games against KT. But I have to say right now that I think Flash Wolves is in familiar territory. If you think back at when this Flash Wolves teams became a real threat, it was at IEM in Taipei, where they beat the TPA from 2 down, and then they went on to win 3 straight back. So this is the experience they know. They know how this story goes. And I just hope that they keep the faith in themselves and pull it out.
Well, keeping the faith in themselves and putting more resources in Maple. Actually, no, Maple takes the resources because even through all of this, Maple has been fantastic in the series. How much more can they build on that?
I think if you look at the Flash Wolves team, Maple is the staple, as people would say here. I just wish that they could maybe play more of a pushing bot lane so they could roam their support like Sword Art to the mid. They haven't been able to get kills with just Karsa and Maple, but if they throw Sword Art in there, maybe they could do something like Peekaboo did and they could collapse OG from the mid lane and win from there.
Or if they want to keep playing control mages, because we expect LeBlanc to be banned again, I think at least leave Lulu open if you're Origin on red side. Ban away the LeBlanc. You can give Lulu over to Stake if it is. But if he wants to play the control mage and mid from Maple's side, you gotta run teleport. Because even if you get that advantage, he did well against Peke in the lane. He could never transition it to the other lanes. That's what teleport brings. You get ahead in your lane, you go down to the bottom lane, you go to the top lane, and you snowball the rest of the map. He's not able to do it. Or we just need to see him play some assassins, because he had the last pick in the last game here, and he still went for Victor into the Anivia, and while he was fantastic in team fights, he's not able to carry Flash Wolves through that early to mid game where they really need him.
Yeah, the map rotations, go ahead.
Yeah, we really want to see Maple on more of his assassins. He was the first original Fizz player, the original Zed player from the LMS region, and we just want to see more exciting plays from him.
Well, and very central, those teleports, as you mentioned it. You mentioned Peekaboo KT, the way they beat OG so impressively was by the map movements with the global ultimates and the teleports. Is that something that the Flash Wolves could adapt to and say, okay, all right, we're just gonna try and play like this and get those global champions in there?
Well, I think Flash Wolves play in a very specific way. They're mainly more of a two-lane team because they don't have a lot of pushing pressure from their top lane Stake. And I think that was a big thing from SoAZ coming into this matchup. On paper, it didn't look that good for Flash Wolves, from my perspective. But watching the Week 2 games fold out, I still feel like the core thing of Flash Wolves is just to penetrate mid and let Maple do his thing.
Well, yeah, I think that sums it up. We'll see if the Flash Wolves are able to pull it back. We're going to head over to our casters and find out.
Thank you very much, Shocks. Now, guys, we're getting ready for this third game, and Origen hopes the final game here of this series, up 2-0 already. One more win, and Origen go from forming as a new team at the beginning of the year to top 4 at Worlds.
Yeah, and the last European team to make it to top 4 at Worlds was Fnatic with Peke and SoAZ back in 2013, so it would be a nice way for them to return to that stage.
We'll see if they can do that here. Of course, we get ourselves ready to go into the game. Let's see what happens in Champion Select. We expect Origen to have to ban the Mordekaiser and the Gangplank, so the third one to come through is going to be a question. Is it the LeBlanc, as Deficio said? Will it be the Lulu, as they had banned away in Game 1 and first picked in Game 2?
Could even be the Elise, now that Flash Wolves have revealed that they actually played a champion. Although Karsa, he found one opening, but then really returned. Didn't really look impressive on that champion at all.
Yeah,
Flash was actually saying, nope, we're done. At least experiment.
Yeah, I literally think that was it. I think they were scared of Amazing's Elise, and that was the main contributing factor to them trying to pick it away. And they kind of proved to themselves that Karsa is not as good on that champion as he is on something like Rek'Sai.
So, Gragas, the hover, though, it's weird that they are going to first pick this Rek'Sai since Amazing is happy to play that champion, but this looks like the exact same champion select as Game 1. In fact, I think even the bans are the same. We'll see if Amazing is going to go for the Gragas to the Lee Sin or something else entirely.
Where do they go for the Lee Sin here or the Gragas? Still, they have to be worried about the amount of peel that Sword Art and Karsa can produce. Because again, Jinx is open, Black Shield on Morgana if Sword Art goes for it. Later in these fights, we have a lot of these what they call blockers. If Flash Wolves do snowball their lead a little bit better, they can actually come into a very compromised position on the side of Origen right here. Because let's not forget, Origen, they did get that pentakill on that Baron, but that could have played out a lot differently if Flash Wolves just played a little more respect to the speed with which Baron was taken by Origen.
Yeah, I do have to say though, like, the burden of adapting should fall on Flash Wolves here. Game 1 was so close though, and Flash Wolves may feel like they kind of threw it away. We could see exactly the same team compositions.
And it wouldn't be all that bad for Flash Wolves, because remember, they had a winning bot lane in which they misplayed twice. They had a winning top lane that they couldn't snowball the advantage of because everybody else on the map was going down. But they still kept the game even for a tremendous amount of time while being down 3,000 gold due to the nature of those matchups. So if they don't make that mistake where they get double teleported to the palm, they could actually lead in the early to mid game.
I think Flash Wolves may be setting up for their poke competition. They ran something similar against the Ku Tigers here. Normally they would have picked Jinx on this spot right there. They've shown the Morgana already.
Yeah.
NL's favorite champion, Varus, is available here. There's a chance they go for this different style. Down 0-2, maybe you change things up.
Yeah, especially with the pick order changing, it would signal that that would be the case for Flash Wolves.
Or they're at least considering based on the rest of the picks coming through.
And honestly, Niels picking Jinx here is very much like Karsa picking Elise in the last game. It's more of a denial pick than picking towards their strengths. However, Jinx is very good with Darius as far as chaining resets together and getting snowballed fights.
And in terms of how they can round out the composition, Jinx, Tahm Kench is a fantastic synergetic lane overall. You have double front line here with Darius and Gragas that can peel. If they get through Tahm Kench, Darius, and Gragas, then Tahm Kench can simply just eat the Jinx anyways. And if you look at the combos they can do, you know, these stacks into stun, into traps, with Zap, there's so much outplay potential right here. And we've seen Mithy and Niels outperform Sword Art and NL, at least in the laning phase.
But is this enough engage if Flash Wolves does go for a poke team?
No, probably not. Unless we see the Abyssal Voyage flying, putting Darius in the background, say, hey,
yeah,
I'm here.
What up? But really, it's the Gragas as the sole initiator against a Black Shield team.
Yeah.
As far as immediate initiation goes, so that's not the most.
Here's the Victor. Works both ways, and
Caitlyn!
up goes Caitlyn!
That's 70 unique champions here at Worlds. We were talking about Caitlyn before this match, but that
Freak
was
is
actually
very fond of this champion.
for a different team matchup. But Freak, what are you fond about for Caitlyn here?
Caitlyn is a great AD carry, honestly. I think she just like fell under the radar for far too long, and just the fact that she is super consistent in lane. Honestly, her DPS is quite good in team fights because her farm is so damn good. High range means high auto attack uptime. She will be a damage source.
And this bot lane actually drastically outranges Tahm Kench and Jinx altogether, so they never even get into the position where this chain combo of, you know, eating somebody, putting him in the traps can even happen, because even if you close the gap on the Caitlyn, she's just 90 calibers nets out. They whittle away at you, and more importantly, like Clement pointed out on the Shock's interview station, desk, whatever we're gonna call it, they actually have a pushing bot lane right now if they so choose to, so they can finally channel that pressure from the bot lane into the mid lane and perhaps collapse on xPeke.
I also feel like if he locks in this Orianna pick, last picking an Orianna I think gives very low amounts of value. It's typically a mid laner you can pick early in the draft and get your counter pick elsewhere, but because Origen power picked Darius early and then saw the Victor, like there's not many surprises Origen pulled in this draft phase.
I mean, Origen, their composition, it's so clear what they want to do. They just want a long fight in which they just have so much zone from their front line, and an Orianna ball in which Niels is the primary carry. He is just going to go untouched in this fight. And Flash Wolves, while we talk about Origen's engage being low, Flash Wolves don't have any hard engage either. Gnar is generally a secondary engage where he collapses on an already rooted target, so we need to see Binding land, knock up from Karsa, then stay going in, but Niels can definitely kite his way out of that. Worst case, Devour.
Yeah, and something we saw last game was Origen winning the lanes very substantially with beneficial matchups. This time, Flash Wolves has picked much better towards lanes.
Yeah, Ultra
Caitlyn,
good.
Great laner. Gnar, counter matchup to the Darius, and Victor versus Orianna is a wave clear matchup, but Victor clears it faster. So every single situation for Flash Wolves is an advantage lane.
So we should see a lane swap. That's what
you'd expect.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if the lane swap does come through. You can see Stake on your screen there. His second Gnar game of this best of. In fact, his exact matchup was the best laning phase he's ever had at the World Championship so far, going equal to SoAZ. We'll see if that trend continues. You guys know what time it is. Vote for who you think's gonna win this one. Hashtag OG win for the red side. Hashtag FW win for the Flash Wolves here. These guys are down 0-2 after making the top 8 here at the World Championship. The Flash Wolves, to stay alive, they must win this game.
The one risk you run with playing pushing lanes is that you're very prone to getting teleported from behind. And again, Origen right here running double teleport, whereas Maple, again, with that Ghost Victor, had a lot of people tweet at me, he's like, you're wrong, the Abyssal build is very common. So apparently, has we played more?
Abyssal's just common for mid laners who don't want to die in a heads-up matchup. I think pretty much every champion can buy that one as like a first major purchase.
I mean, yeah, the Abyssal build is very common in the sense of like, Victors do it sometimes. There are so many variations to the Victor build, whether you're Sorcerer Shoes, cooldown boots, Morellonomicon early, rush to Death Cap, rush your upgrade on the Hex Core. Just many options. So I got your back, Crep.
Something we, thank you, Jen. Something we really need to track, is the icon synergy. We haven't really seen the Penta icon come out either of these teams.
True. That's just bad discipline.
Yeah. I mean, you need a BM at the end. That's how you break their mental.
Beating them twice in the best-of-5 in close games is enough to break their mental.
The icons
Spamming
that are
5
over the
icons
edge.
is, would have been over.
Then they actually just leave the venue and they, you know, 2 games is enough.
Walk away.
We don't need the third one anymore.
Well, if we're talking about quarterfinals in 2013, Flash Wolves was down 2-0, and then they had to leave the venue because it was
True.
just a best-of-3 back then against SK Telecom. Now they get a chance to turn it around.
Alrighty. Well, you heard Clement say they did that recently against Taipei Assassins and IEM not too long ago. Maybe the reverse sweep does happen here for Flash Wolves.
All right, we have the makings of a lane swap right here. Mitty and Niels, they went to the top side. They're going to do their Krugs. Karsa take double jungling right here. Complete mirror lane swap. Initially, Caitlyn and Morgana are just very good at taking towers, but they're actually not that great at taking towers in the lane swap because Jinx actually does it better.
Yeah.
Just in a normal laning sieging situation, Flash Wolves would have gotten a lot more out of those picks. So a lot of their advantages have been nullified by this lane swap.
I think it is one of the many reasons that Caitlyn has fallen off. While Caitlyn can still be great in pretty much every matchup, teams are so apt at just dodging the matchups now, and there are multiple AD carries who, like Tristana or Jinx, are better turret killers than Caitlyn.
And she has a bit of a lull in the mid game. Granted, these teams play past that lull anyways. Caitlyn is incredibly good, the first item, and then after 3 or 4 items, she starts racking up the damage. But in the mid game, she actually struggles in a lot of the fights. Mostly because she brings almost no utility. Whereas if you look at Nielsen at Jinx, he can zap, trap, and have an AoE rocket.
Oh, early roam though. SoAZ doesn't stay in the laning phase thanks to the lane swap. Gets to go in and force the flash away from xPeke.
Yeah, I like that roam in this lane swap because no one's really threatening a dive. A lot of the times, you're trading that mid lane pressure for a better or worse prep dive or protection, but both these teams are very clearly on the same page of double jungle, and it's a very low investment actually to get that flash out of Peke. The question will be this time whether or not they can actually punish it, because they got the flash out very early for Peke last game, and he was fine.
Amazing right now, setting up the Scuttle Crab. Stake gonna make sure that nothing is incorrect there, and SoAZ gets 15 gold for attacking the turret, and Flash Wolves are gonna be knocking this one down as fast as they can. Of course, the exact same thing is happening on the other side of the map with the Origen champions, so looks like the standard turret trade of the lane swap game.
Yeah, pretty standard trade here. Wave will eventually get bounced to the top laner. SoAZ is a little low though, so sometimes you've seen top laner just soak up this lane immediately. It looks like he'll bounce it and then base anyways. If he gets matched in the lane, he'll just get zoned off the wave.
Yeah, now the real choice will be who they leave for the turret gold.
Probably shared on Niels, because if you do it this quickly, he needs the share for the pickaxe. But it's actually...
Yeah, he'll have enough, he'll have enough.
Yep.
Stake, this will be tenuous. I believe it will freeze because that 1 minion standing is actually the right way to do it. It builds the wave up so that reinforcements come from that side of the wave. So both these teams doing that play. Amazing comes into the mid lane to help Peke push the wave as Peke was He needs the help to make sure his first recall goes down all right. He's like right on Chalice money right now.
Yeah, and NL didn't get that privilege from getting either enough CS or sharing the turret gold. He's down gold there, so he couldn't get his pickaxe early. Picked up an early Avarice right here.
Interestingly enough, it's something NL did in game 1 as well. He picked up a very early Avarice. That was a game where Niels was BF sword up until him. He obviously picked it up because he died in game 1.
We see this a lot from the Korean players too. They just really like that early Avarice, and they feel they can play in a pickaxe disadvantage, at least to wrap up more gold and get a more beneficial build. It also speeds up your third item. Jinxes generally don't want to go Status Shift if you can afford to go Phantom Dancer, because it just brings you so much damage in teamfights. Whereas Caitlyn with the Siege Wave Clear type of style actually likes to shift because it speeds up your third item, makes you more relevant once you get the Lost Whisper.
And thinking from a gold perspective, Avarice Blade giving you 2 CS every 10, or 2 gold every time you get an extra CS. Every 10 CS is like 11 CS from a total gold perspective. He's pushed up real far.
The mid lane. Can Maple outplay Pops Ghost early? Peke doesn't have mana. He actually didn't go for the TP play to get items and mana in, so chunked out low. Now he probably will leave the lane. Maple trades Ghost for not much.
Maple's been playing really well. That was just another example of having a lot of experience with Flash and Ghost. That's why he's not bringing Teleport. Victor with the Ghost gains a lot of advantages right there, the least of which being able to completely outrun a gank if it comes from that type of play.
Look at the kind of plays made here, though. Flash Wolves dedicate all the members of the top lane to knock a turret down, whereas Origen had went for the mid lane gank, and now SoAZ not in a good spot. He's only level 3. The knockups come through. He has Flash. He'll use it if he needs to. Gets the heal enough and pulls into the turret. The Flash auto gets his first blood, and now SoAZ flashes to the brush to trade one back. Bottom turret did go down, so that will be a trade of structures.
That was a really big outplay by SoAZ right there. You're thinking, why would he not just burn the flash? It's a typical SoAZ greed play. So many times, But this time it worked. So many times we'll see him in a lane swap with poor vision because Origen actually doesn't place that many wards in the first 15 minutes, and he'll just kind of like walk up farther than he should because he really, really wants the CS, and then he'll die. But this time, he's doing exactly the same play, and Flash was like, yeah, we got him. But because he's greedy with his Flash,
because he gets caught so often, he's actually gotten really proficient at turning it around, you know, using it in his favor. Because good play there by SoAZ, exhausting just enough to potentially force SoAZ's Flash, but SoAZ doesn't want to use it, and then he baits them in. They just forgot about the heal, and then he pulls in Karsa there, so fantastic outplay by SoAZ.
Looks like they forgot about a lot of things. Forgot about the heal, forgot about the apprehend, forgot about the turret.
See if Flash Wolves forgot about Drake.
No one forgets about Dre. Eminem has made sure that's never going to be the case. Stake, though, forgot about Mithy, and this couldn't be any worse for the Flash Wolves. Origen get the second kill.
Already down 2-0 in this series, and when the top laners do their trade back and Stake is trying to pick up experience, he falls. Luckily, he still does have his teleport, so when the wave does hit his turret, he'll be able to catch up, and now SoAZ without Flash has to be able to defend himself as well. That's a 4-man dive, teleport as well.
Oh my gosh, here comes the team. SoAZ, easy knock up, Sword Art pulls aggro.
Where's Tom,
He's
though?
Gonna keep
Want
it up,
this?
and now there's the pullback. Mithy's in for now, Stake on the backside. SoAZ pushed pretty far, apprehends in, and here comes Gragas. SoAZ still losing health, does not get the heal, and Karsa gets the kill. Now Mithy has to pop the shield, but exactly how far away can he really get? Couple more autos to do it, the flash keeps him alive. NL has ulti, but not the mana to cast it, actually.
And again, this is the greed we're talking about. You were safe. Just walk away, SoAZ. Enter the base. Just walk away.
Yeah, he was trying to turn that around for more kills. Mithy did save him from that turret, but one thing that happens here is the big minion wave that Stake was going to absorb on his second tier turret. He then goes for a play, doesn't pick up much for himself, still 0-1-1, and it's going to be a second turret trade, but importantly for Niels, huge gold income.
And remember what we talked about in Champs League. This entire composition is centered around Niels being the prime carry. Not only is he getting solo XP, he's getting solo gold in his turrets, he's getting comfortable position. Origen will now have to back out because they keep overextending on the weak side of the map. They want too much.
Origen getting punished for the greed here. Blue buff goes over to NL, and now Amazing has to be a bit careful. His flash is already down, but Body Slam is back up. Nice dodge by Mithy. We sit at a basically...
Niels is playing PvE this game. Yeah, I don't think you've seen a single champion in the last like 5 minutes of this game.
I mean, sometimes you, as an AD carry, you look at your teammates and you hover around. You don't just block camera killing CS.
Now he's pulling blue buff for Peke. Good guy Niels.
He should have taken that. He deserved it. Did all the work. Screw you, mid laners. The only last hit, it's like they feel so good about themselves.
AD carries do more than this.
Will we see some Abyssal Dunkage though, once SoAZ hits level 6? Once the Tam Kench ultimate is available from Mithy, drop the Darius in the backline, dunk some people, hit some resets. Double resets as well in these fights, so if one kill goes down, things can get bloody here.
I feel like that's going to be super dangerous to do against Maple, who's going with a different Victor build this time. Looks like he's going the Morellonomicon route.
Yeah. Well, here we go. 300 gold difference. Mithy and Amazing trying to set up for the Dragon. Stake is top lane without teleport. He cannot join this battle. There's going to be no one defending this.
Yeah, you just see the difference in this Darius Star matchup too. Stake stuck on a welfare build here. Carrying his mineral correction, 2 rubies, couple Dorans, but it's not that Frozen Mallet that we're used to seeing coming early in this game to really swing this 6-11 part of the matchup here.
And it's really important to note that even though Origen is up 2-0 in this series, both of those games were incredibly competitive, with Flash Wolves holding a gold advantage at some point very, very late into the game, and it just turned around on Origen having better late game shot calling and a few really big swingy moments in those games. So Flash Wolves very capable of still winning these games in this matchup, and this early game is, despite a couple 2 kills on each side, still a pretty low bloodiness game, as we are expecting from these teams.
Well, yeah, you can't get blood from a stone, so these turret kills not counting for that score.
Yes.
Very
Nice pun.
factual statement.
Yeah.
No factual. But you see the difference here in approach too. SoAZ pulling in Stake here, hang on.
Ooh, good flash to follow. This is a bit greedy. I guess it trades flashes though.
Stake brings a ward. Maple brings a ward to the mid lane, but this is, we see very few side wards placed here by Origen. Very often it's just the trinkets. at this point in the game. That's when they, even when they play a very stretched style, 1-3-1 split push all the time, they do have a tendency to get caught. Flash Wolves farm a little safer, so they get less CS, but they're less prone to getting caught out. So this could repeat itself, and the gold right now is even.
At the 15-minute mark, Origen has the fewest site wards placed of teams at Worlds at only 14, but the most yellow trinkets placed. So they're kind of trying to make up for it. You can see very late sweeper changes, especially from Amazing. And Amazing is also, as you mentioned in a previous game, the second slowest user to Sightstone. So it is a bit of a perpetuating problem since Origen wants to put so much pressure on these side lanes early on in the game, but really just don't have the ward coverage to do so, which makes them vulnerable to counterattacks. The question is whether or not Flash Wolves can actually counterattack them without vision.
And whether they have done their research preparing this, because very often when you see teams split push, you assume at least a basis of wards. You think there's no way these guys are split pushing blind.
They do have 2 wards, at least in this split push. The question is how long will they be able to stay up and how adequately can they apply pressure?
It's interesting watching this bottom lane matchup because NL spent 1,000 gold on Berserker's Greaves, whereas Niels, who was a bit up in gold, you mentioned the solo farm, got the full BF sword here. So the movement speed disparity actually allows NL to pick fights a lot better, and you actually saw Niels getting chunked out by a couple of headshots.
Helps with the passive too overall.
Yeah. So watching how those fights can go, Niels has to be pretty afraid. Sword Art does have Moby boots looking for the play.
Especially Niels is in trouble. Whenever Mithy leaves the lane, NL can just use his ultimate to poke. Because of the low amount of lifesteal that Niels has right now, only Doran's probably not running any runes. He's just not going to be able to regen up overall. So just getting that poke out from NL just kind of nullifies one side of the split push. Then you have, again, that winning matchup, MaRin to Darius, kind of delayed right now due to the lane swap from both sides, but it's still winning in terms of poke. That's nullified. So then you go to the mid lane, Wave Clear versus Wave Clear. Suddenly we have a slow game where not much is happening.
Definitely not a lot happening. 200 gold difference. Flash Wolves are actually the team with more gold. We talked about the solo farm that Jinx is getting. It's matched up now, of course, by NL.
I mean, both these teams generally behind, but can't both be behind in 20 minutes.
It's a paradox. They're both averaging in gold deficit. That will change.
Like ships passing in the night, a pair of docks.
Nice one.
Thanks. Now you too can enjoy my puns, Britain. Enjoy. Did you really want it after all? Mithy trades wards with Maple. All is well here. Just simply not a lot going on between these two teams. A lot of turrets went down, which of course really affects how the map is played out. You've got a lot of long, wide open lanes. There's nowhere to run to if you get caught out. SoAZ, if he was somehow flanked, just wouldn't have anywhere to go. But of course, Amazing will have to bring in a stake. Oh, misses the flash, but will still land the explosive cast into a perfect Decimate into the dunk, into Amazing getting the kill.
Why is stake right? Because you just got dunked on. Probably don't know that reference. Nope.
No.
Just carry on.
Sorry.
Nice reference.
Someone will understand the reference, so congratulations. But as far as that gank goes, that was just Stake being up in a lane where his second turret was already dead, and it was that was kind of what Origen has been making mistakes doing for most of this world.
Yeah. Lands the damage. Niels got to be careful. The flash ulti and Mithy's consume is down right now. Sword Art will land the stun into Mithy. The binding hits Niels. There's the Q. There's the kill. Mithy tried to flash consume, couldn't get it in time, and now Mithy has got nowhere to go. Eats some Morgana, but to kill him in time before he digests.
And it's exactly what you were talking about, Chad. This is something Origen sometimes do. Especially once they have a kill made at one side of the map, they assume they're safe on the other side. They don't respect cross-mapping very often.
Yep. And Karsa comes in at the very end of that one, but mainly it was just a good play by Sword Art and NL. They landed a couple nice headshots and ended up getting the edge. The binding into the finisher there as Mithy tried to flash for the eat. Really minute outplay, but it ends up costing basically 2 kills.
And more so just the confidence. NL and Sword Art still have the synergy. If you make the play only when you really trust your support to line that skill shot, else you have both glowing flash there and you will just lose the all-in. So a lot of faith there from NL. He still had heal available just in case.
I guess we can see who all the CLG fans are rooting for now. A lot of faith. Come on, nice pun.
You get a nice chuckle there.
Mithy with a ward over the wall. Dragon comes up in only 20 seconds now. Origen did get the first. Game 1 was won largely, I think, off the back of the fact that they had so much Dragon control it forced Flash Wolves into some awkward moves.
Turns out that Flash Wolves did in fact forget about Drake.
No, I got it the first time. Repeating jokes is the son of a bad caster.
The dragon's alive.
Let's talk about this dragon.
Yeah, honestly, it's because Origen's in position for this Dragon right now, and SKT just lost. Is he going to flash for the dunk attempt? It would have definitely pushed him back. Either way, Flash was very much on the defensive here, going down at least 2 Dragons. This is eerily similar to Game 1, where even though Flash Wolves could come back with a few nice plays later, the Dragon counter really was something that Origen could play around extremely well in Game 1.
They get the bonus stats from Dragon 1. They killed turrets faster from Dragon 2. Otherwise, the gold is the same between these two teams.
Origen just setting up for a fantastic late game here. Not only do they scale incredibly well on their mid laner, 6 items, fantastic Orianna, Jinx, probably one of the better like 6-item carries with a Darius. Even if they get slightly behind in the late game, they have a 5-dragon win condition that they can always go through. They've shown the mastery of doing incredibly quick Barons under pressure. So Origen, they like these kind of close games where they can just outmaneuver you and out-shotcall you in the late game.
Yeah, as long as they don't make those big disastrous errors. But it's what we saw in the LGD versus KT matchup. Sometimes when one thing goes wrong for Origen, they're so quick to make a very aggressive play on the other side of the map that it can actually snowball against them because they miss both of the plays, and before you know it, they're down 5,000 gold. But as of now, they're still up 2-0 with the very well-scaling team composition.
Yeah, patience is important. If you get picked off somewhere on the map, you got to go in recovery mode. And a lot of teams actually try to chase the loss, and then you very often end up getting teleported upon and getting outnumbered anyways. That's something we saw from Origen in some of their games. This time, though, a little more patience here. Makes for a bit of a slower game. Leaves us with more time to talk about puns and the like.
Well, speaking of,
Like
both
we have
these
enough
teams
time talking about puns thus far.
Both these teams are cosplaying cosmetic surgeons in Los Angeles. A lot of patience.
Nice pass.
SKT
going in. Talk about something else.
What? Ooh, apprehend misses.
Yeah, I mean, SKT's Frozen Mallet is so delayed this game that SoAZ still has a lot of presence on him on the side lane. When the Frozen Mallet completes, he should start losing some of that advantage. But because of how far he was put behind early, he's sitting on 1,400 gold as well as the Giant Spell and Health Crystal, so it should be pretty soon that he gets Frozen Mallet completed.
But it just puts him behind in relative power to the other roles in the game too, right? SKT usually, once he gets ahead on that Gnar, he has a buffer. He has an amount of time that he can use to get in position for a Mega Gnar ulti. But right now, if he's this far behind in terms of build, he will just get blown up before he even gets there. That is the problem with playing in Gnar into the lane. So compared to SoAZ, he can't soak as much damage, but he's still a threat in terms of finishing people off, getting a double Q off, and then just resetting the axe swing there. So something you do have to be careful about.
A couple of plays happening at once here for Origen. They're pushing mid. It's mainly because NL is bottom, so the top lane and mid lane pressure happen at the same time.
Wow, SKT really getting pushed around here. Black Cleaver done on SoAZ means the movement speed buff and the armor shred is going to be pretty important. Nice mechanical play, the Black Shield in time off the Shockwave. A couple of dodges on Dark Bindings, but Origen is getting very few attacks done on that turret, trying to break it down. Amazing will maybe get through this ward. Karsa's coming.
Gotta play a little safe.
The one difference between the first matchup and probably the reason why this gold is so even is that we haven't seen any proactive teleport plays come out of Origen at all. They haven't really used it at all. Flash Wolves not leaving any opening. Very reactive team. They don't really make the move first, and then Origen can't find an opening anywhere. Picking gets bound here, but third shot denied.
And Siege. This is actually really great for Mithy to be in the mid lane soaking up this experience right now, because you get a large bonus in experience when you're heavily behind the average level of the game. So Mithy being here as this extended push, even though he's been roaming a whole bunch, he was level 7, he was 2 levels behind Sword Art. The longer he stays in mid lane, picking up shares of these waves, the faster he's actually going to equalize the experience with really no full cost to it.
NL has been freezing it though, because every time we pan to the bot lane, the wave has been in the exact same location here, so Flash Wolves taking a different approach. They don't want any kills, but they're not really dying anywhere, so they're saying, well, we can just deny one wave of farm, or one lane of farm to Origen and actually out-CS them in this period.
Yeah. That's actually a really long freeze for NL. It's
been there a while.
A couple of minutes right here. Just now he's getting the CS back over Niels, but that's huge because we know Caitlyn needs to hit about 4 items before the full relevance kicks in.
And more importantly, it works because on the top lane, SKT isn't threatened at all because his towers are down anyway. There's nothing for him to lose there. Just lane control. And then Victor has been wave clearing significantly well with the backup from the Black Shield. Origen's only way to really break that open is a double prong dive in the mid lane where they go one left side, one right side, dive Maple, get him out of the equation, and then finish him off. They don't have the vision to really support that. Good pink wards on the sides here from Flash Wolves.
I also don't even know if they have the tankiness to do that yet. They don't actually have any armor itemization built up yet, so diving in between those two mid lane turrets would have been really dangerous. I have to commend Flash Wolves for that extended freeze in the bottom lane. They also ended the freeze right as the Dragon's about to respawn.
Well, that's going to be the play then for Origen. They are trying to push the mid wave down, but it doesn't really seem to be happening. So if you can't peel off the base, bring the fight to you. The Dragon doesn't really go anywhere. Doesn't really want to fly free, so they can just simply kill him where he lives.
They have to face check right now. The sacrifice you make of that play is that you obviously don't have any vision preemptively set up in the area that you want to contest, so you go for a bit of a crude face check, and that's exactly where Origen need to capitalize on the investment that Flash Wolves just made. You punish them right there. If you don't, then you just gave him a single lane farm for free.
Well, all the single lanes. Origen farming as much as they can, putting a ring on their farm.
That was better.
Thanks.
How do you put a ring on a farm?
Slight improvement.
It's called a fence, so the cows can't leave.
Okay. Yeah. Jeez, Crepo.
Ever been to a farm? Come on.
I live on a farm. Horses, though. No cows.
They don't need fences?
They do, actually. A lot of fences.
How do you not know this? Meanwhile, the Dragon is alive, and maybe not for too much longer, though. Origen, though, losing a bit of control, and actually they're now down over 1,000 gold. Just 1,000 gold appeared out of nowhere from Flash, just slowly and surely gaining farm.
It's a minion power play.
Minions are worth a lot of gold. And if you're not taking any objectives while the other team is literally starving you of a full wave of minions, that's 1/3 of Origen's gold income as long as that was frozen. And Origen actually specializes in farming all 3 waves towards the mid game, so it's actually a great move by Flash Wolves.
Look at Snake.
Not to mention the frozen mallet. He has it right now.
Qs so far.
SoAZ, he's going to have to flash to get away.
That one lands. Hyper's on again. Has the movement speed. There's the pull in. SoAZ will enrage. Doesn't land the Q though. Flash Wolves Stake nearly gets him.
Great play there by Stake.
It was actually, the moment he realized he wasn't getting ganked, but SoAZ was there alone, he guided him into the minion waves, let the minions help him, and just really good spacing. You want to stay out of apprehend, but in all attack range consistently. The one hop was slightly too far from Stake, but other than that, almost immaculate Gnar play here.
Yeah, the only improvement I feel like from Flash Wolves is they should have been doing the Dragon while that Gnar play was happening. Snake was only going to draw pressure up towards that top lane, and it was a perfect window for Flash Wolves to actually secure the Dragon, even if Origen decided to counter.
NL.
Oh, he's got him.
He's dead.
He's dead.
He's dead. There we go. NL gets the headshots, gets the kill.
And they can force Origen to rotate mid, then move into the Dragon area safely. NL going for the duel here.
Well, no ulti means Niels can feel a little bit more safe. The Q will not land, so it's gonna be okay. NL getting some turret shots in though. This wave is not cleared all that fast. Amazing force back, and Peke's still dead for 20 seconds.
Such a nice fog play there by NL, standing right around the corner, and the long range of Caitlyn means Peke would have basically had to flash right away if he's anticipating the crits from NL. Obviously, you get a little bit lucky rolling those crits at this stage in the game. Surprised that they actually haven't gone straight for the Dragon. They're trying to get even more power out of this play.
2 seconds left on Oriana. She does have teleport. SoAZ gets pulled back, and actually a flash by Mithy. Very afraid of that fight in the first place. Maple still buying some time. Eats a Chomper, though. This could be a bit of a risk. Oh my god! Niels nearly goes down, and a Mega Gnar from Stake kills off SoAZ.
There's no teleport from xPeke to get behind the team, so that was just a bold defensive move by Origen and didn't work out there.
Yeah, and we know that Origen actually has pretty weak initiation. Flash Wolves keeping them basically at Caitlyn range the whole time, so they're not trading the damage, and it's allowing Flash Wolves to win these fights really substantially.
Yeah, look at that again, and this is what Flash Wolves do. They wait for a mistake. Oh,
just such a nice play. Q into a crit static shiv into a null. Peke couldn't have even flashed away from that.
And we may need to see that combo actually come out where Mithy uses Abyssal Voice to deliver his Beyblade SoAZ to come into the back end of the fight to then keep them busy long enough for Origen to close the gap.
The thing is, unless Amazing is also closing at the same time, I don't see that play working very well because the Victor and Caitlyn could so effectively kite both of those guys when they come in. This is surprising though, the third Dragon is going over so many times.
Oh, amazing!
It is surprising indeed that the third Dragon is going to Flash Wolves. The Prophet Jet returns.
So surprising.
The crystal ball.
That happened. Not your typical contest from Flash Wolves, but that is massive for this game because pretty much the only thing that Origen had going for them was the fact that they were going to be able to maneuver Flash Wolves around the map because of Dragon pressure. Now it's kind of gone.
The turret's already gone. Look at that.
And third Dragon means a lot, especially in these compositions where you want to close the gap. 6% move speed matters a lot. Dodging some of that Caitlyn damage, getting out of stakes, auto attack range, potentially maybe even getting somewhere in the fight.
But here we are in London where Flash Wolves are clearly minding the gap and keeping the range exactly as they need.
Yeah. All right, I like that one.
And Niels trying to contest his own red buff here. Karsa does not have smite. But NL gets the kill anyway.
Once again, Maple's going to be going for the Lichbane build, which only makes it more punishing when Origen can't cleanly initiate. Watching this one more time, Amazing has Smite.
I mean, why?
He blows up the barrel early and smites early.
Yep.
Oh, meanwhile, Pekka looks for the play. Rocket lands. Has to get eaten up by Mithy to keep him alive. NL had to run away. Easy eat. Easy stop on this one.
I think that was a misclick from Karsa going into that portal.
Happens sometimes.
And SoAZ in the bot lane though. No punish.
Not completely sure what happened at the very start of that play, but the NL's flash was burned during that. He's becoming a pretty big threat. He's hit 3 of his major items.
And somehow NL ended up in melee range of xPeke, who was self-casting the ultimate.
Without using flash.
Without using flash. So something happened.
It wasn't a Gragas ultimate that sent him back in either. Truly outrageous.
Whoa. All right, he pops the shield. He should be okay with this one.
SoAZ,
who finds Maple on the side. Decimate ring hits as well. This is not a great sign for anyone as the health bars are dropping quickly. Stake buys a lot of time with a couple of stuns, but SoAZ walks away. Maple runs for his life with a pull back in. Stake, he might be for dinner. No, walks away.
Maple just walks right out of that one. He gets to the inner ring of the Decimate from Darius, gets the move speed from his Q, and then just wanders away. He was dead to rights with that face check on SoAZ, but miraculously escaped.
Yeah, really solid gravity field. Just right before they had just the last bits of damage to take him down, and he walks out.
Yeah, Abyssal Void.
Ah, here we go.
That's how you get into melee range of Peke. Nicely done. That's the Abyssal Voyage we may end up seeing from Origen. It could have been a Darius, but the Peke honestly worked decently well in that situation.
Quick reaction though, you saw Karsa immediately teleport to one of those Rek'Sai tunnels on the mid lane. Everyone roamed down as fast as they could. Both these teams pretty quick on the draw.
Yeah, if there's any lane that you're going to try and attack Flash Wolves in, mid lane is probably the one least favorable to do it because they're just so mid lane centric in their approach.
True. Well, we'll see what happens as Flash Wolves are trying to branch out towards this Baron area. They've already got a pink ward inside the Baron pit. They're trying to control top jungle as well.
Look at the timing on this siege. Look at bot lane right now. Origen is pinging already. They know that's a massive bot wave. So Origen might actually do what they call like a bit of a panic engage here to force a fight and then be able to go back and clean it out. Because if Flash Wolves play patiently here, they can force a really big siege and just wait for that bot lane to hit. But very often teams make the mistake of overextending here. Origen going in.
That was the panic engage, but it didn't land. And now SoAZ would almost have to recall right now and then threaten with the teleport.
Mithy tried to use Abyssal Voyage, but ended up canceling it right there. But that's exactly what they're looking for because they're under so much pressure. And look at NL, split pushing in the mid lane right now. They're not committing on the top lane siege until that wave is hitting in the bottom.
Peke's got nowhere to go. He does have flash, gets into the belly. Mithy's trying to run him out, but here comes Megador! Pulls 3 of them back in, and they've already killed off the Catfish. There's a second one as well.
Yep, right as SoAZ was sucked away to the bottom lane. So really smart knowledge of wave control by the Flash Wolves. Origen knew exactly what was up as well, but they just could not execute the defense. Now, they're going to desperately try and stop this Baron.
Here's the teleport in from SoAZ, Peke.
Oh, Stake is super low.
Stake's dead.
And he's dead, oh my god, and now Karsa's got to be careful. Baron naturally plenty of damage. Niels maybe won't take this for himself. He goes in with SoAZ. They got to be careful what they go for. Oh my god! NL getting more headshots than Scream, killing everybody.
Oh my lord, and you could see the hesitation on SoAZ. He walked away from the Baron, then tried to get back again, but
Niels and NL had one thing on their mind, and it was killing the Baron right now. Completely game-defining moment right there. Origen had a desperation Baron in game 1. This wasn't a desperation Baron, it was just a smart Baron by Flash Wolves, but chaos ensued and Flash Wolves get a little lucky at Baron. Now they push into the base.
And amidst a storm of chaos, the Victor pushing into the mid lane. They're going to knock an inhibitor down at the very least and walk away.
But they forced that play with some fantastic textbook split push. Set up a 6-man way, like a 6-player worth of minions in the bot lane, slow pushing. before you really commit to the top lane tower. We'll get to that later. Let's watch that fight again. Look exactly how SoAZ is kind of confused at what's going on after Stake drops.
Pretty big miscommunication once he drops because FlashWolves gets so low, Karsa says, screw the Baron, I'm going out. But NL keeps hitting it, which makes the Baron a contested move. Niels tries to buffer the auto with the zap to make it a burst, but it sits at 60 health, which is easy pickings for NL. That's 2 times now Origen has tried to execute an objective and left it at sub 100 health, and then it's been taken by the FlashWolves.
And we said this series was incredibly close. Either team could have won these first 2 games. Now we're seeing maybe the shoe on the other foot here. FlashWolves with a sizable advantage. An inhibitor down, a Baron buff, and now Dragon number 2.
Base isn't open yet, and if FlashWolves commit to a 5-man siege, we could still see Abyssal Voyage be used here offensively to just get somebody behind.
1 minute left on Baron.
But they can just storm the front right now.
Yeah, and
Caitlyn is approaching maximum velocity. 3 items done already, 4th one coming in.
Yeah, the damage out of NL right now, and honestly the damage out of Maple. With the Lich Bane, fully upgraded Hex Core, and a needlessly large Rod already completed. Not to mention the 40% CDR build that comes out of Maple, so it's very easy for him to kite, and it's very easy for him to consistently proc his Lich Bane on the backside.
And I really like what FlashWolves are doing with Karsa right now. Going towards Titanic Hydra on Rek'Sai, being a split push threat. Again, it's a global champion, can jump to the tunnels. I really, really, really like this.
They're using what Origen is somewhat known for and using it against them. Origen had a heavy teamfight composition, actually weak at split pushing, and they're just split pushing against it. They're tearing them apart. Because that top lane tower, tier 2, it's gonna fall, and if SoAZ commits, Maple can push in the mid lane and they can threaten the flank on the tier 3 here in the bot lane, because it's really hard for Beckett to clear that.
And you can see top lane going down, Karsa tearing Origen apart like they're Tommy Wiseau. Turret number 7 goes down.
I think FlashWolves, they're okay with this. They're just gathering gold and they're just going to keep up the pressure in the deep vision and then default back to that dragon. Pick up their 3rd one? Yeah, 3rd one of the game.
Currently sitting on 2 because of this deal. So the dragon snowball is not a very good win condition for FlashWolves right now because it stretches the game really, really late and then makes the variation if they get caught in an Orianna Shockwave like really high, considering they're at an 8,000 gold advantage right now. I think the main thing FlashWolves are going to try and do is just prep the waves and play the split push really well. They have the team composition to do so, and they've already done it a few times properly this game.
Yeah, generally the only 2 times you get punished when split pushing is in the initial setup. If you're not in position to cross map while you're still setting up some of these side waves, that's when an Origen can go aggressive. And at the very end, when you're actually sieging and you just overstep your bounds, you just gotta still play with respect. But if you can get that 1-3-1 done with all lanes pushing, it's so incredibly hard to fight against it because every counter move by Origen is incredibly telegraphed. If they randomly go show 5 people, well, they will engage on you or else they'll lose half of their base.
NL also completed Bloodthirster, which is kind of the point of maximum power here for Caitlyn. One thing about Caitlyn as well is the 5th item can also be extremely offensive because she keeps so much range on the opponent. It's one of the big reasons late game Caitlyn can't be that effective.
Exactly why I like her so much. You can also do the Last Whisper, which is a bit greedy because it's risky, but it's much more damage than BT for the gold.
That's exactly what NL did this game.
Yep. She's ahead of the curve in the game and she has a smile gold lead. She's good. The problem with her very often is if she falls behind and still has to go into that 3rd Last Whisper, then she starts struggling. But FlashWolves did a fantastic job controlling that mid game, and yeah, that freeze, it paid off way back in around 20 minutes.
Being able to freeze the bottom lane for several minutes and not lose a single objective during, aside from all the other things that have happened, was kind of the defining strategic moment in this game.
Here we go.
Look at the damage.
Split from his team, chunking this turret down with the Dragon 2 buff, but he's got to be a bit careful. Black Shield gets broken. Amazing will not look for the explosive cast.
Look at how much faith he has in Sword Art. He just stands there. He knows he's going to get a Black Shield anyways. Worst case has Flash after it gets broken and takes that tower down on 1 single push.
Amazing could have guaranteed the kill though by either flashing or explosive cast, like flashing far enough behind that you couldn't flash that barrel away. Doesn't go for the play though, and NL stays safe because Black Shield got broken.
Yeah.
Pulls him over the wall.
Now he throws him.
Whoa.
NL just keeping so much distance. Stake working on the other side as well. They're desperation.
Finds a bit of an engage. Amazing at a half HP. Pulled right back over the wall by Mithy.
And when you see, when you're FlashWolves right now, you're loving this because they're playing exactly into your hand. They're panic engaging because they know their inevitable doom will be upon them once this 1-3-1 is in phase 3 of the execution, when you start whacking away at these inhibitors.
Look at this fight. Oh! Whoa! 2 crits!
Oh, that's deep.
Gets a little bit over aggressive, but it should be fine as they teleport in with the Mega Gnar.
Not a chance at all. Inhibitor goes down. That's inhib number 2. Mythy forced to flash away the Dark Binding into the Gravity Well. They're going to retake the middle inhibitor. Flash Wolves are so incredibly far ahead.
I just really love watching this style. Somebody take inhibitor, yeah, just systematic destruction with no counterplay possible if you execute it right. Unless you start face checking here like Stakes, you'll have to flash over.
You will.
What?
Rocket comes out. Whoop. Body blocked by Sword Art. Good play there by the Morgana. Binding hits amazing. Will land a slowing barrel. His ulti is down anyway.
Abyssal Voyage.
Right onto a trap. Nice play by NL to set that one up.
Yeah, obviously aside from that misplay by Stake there where he's not punished, taking 2 inhibitors down, like, it's such a classic move. And both these teams are very experienced. Flash Wolves was in the quarterfinals, 4 out of 5 of their members as the Gamania Bears.
And I mean, SoAZ and xPeke, they should know the strategy because this is what they used to get to the World Finals or the World Championship in Season 3. This is a style of play that emerged in reaction to the very teamfight heavy, long games that actually were common in Season 2. Split push and tearing people apart without actually forcing a fight and just systematically destroying the base, mostly with split push assassins back then, was their forte. Right now it's being used against them.
Well, honestly, as you were saying, one of the main ways you stop the split push is by hitting them during the setup. And that's kind of what Origen has tried to do. As they're pushing near the inhibitors, Origen's trying to engage on them before they make it to that point. They just haven't been executing, and it's a nice thing to see by Flash Wolves that they're playing so cleanly. Death Cap completed as well on a Maple. This one may be over because now they're at the point of power that even a grouped up team fight, they can win handily.
Difficult situation then for Origen. They need some kind of miracle. 9,000 gold down. Down 7 kills, down 4 turrets, down 2 inhibitors. And here we'll see both Dragon and Baron up at the same time. We're going to have Maple soloing the Dragon down towards the bottom of the map. There's the kill credit right there. Easy pickings for him. There's just too much control for the blue team. And at the same time, they're now starting up on Baron Nash. A Rek'Sai comes across the map. SoAZ will have to summon her TP to join, but he TP's out towards the backside. And it's a much longer cooldown than Rek'Sai's ult.
I feel that's a very early TP from SoAZ here. Maple walking in right now.
That's a big bind.
Mythy is still fairly tanky. Gets a shield from Oriana, walking away. Gray health on. Karsa is a legitimate damage threat, is going for Black Cleaver next.
It still works in Flash Wolves' favor if you look at this entire play as a 2-phase play. Phase 1 is you burn the teleport.
Yep.
Phase 2 is you actually set up the split push, then go for the Baron. Just skipping that though, they're actually making this to somewhat of a 50-50.
They kill the Baron so fast.
And they've got it already. Even though Snake is back to Mininar, he just jumps over the wall. All is well, no contest.
Yeah.
Baron to Flash Wolves.
Stake Mega Gnar amazing away from the pit, so he couldn't make it over the wall. And they know that a 4-item Caitlyn and a Lich Bane Victor at this point of the game can burst it down incredibly quickly. Just a smart play.
Keep jungle out of there, screw phase 2. Just take the Baron.
Only good things ahead then for Flash Wolves. 10,000 gold up, 2 inhibs down on a Baron. It's almost a formality now.
And yeah, out of all compositions, split push compositions get the most value out of a Baron and lose the hardest against the Baron. It is very binary in that regard because it just works so well both with and against of what they're doing. Right now they can 1-3-1. And Origen will need to start hitting them with an Abyssal Voyage, potentially even at this point of the game, if they're this high in the lanes. That's what probably can't do, because here's Karsa.
Look how aggressive they are. Amazing, just takes far too much damage. The bruiser pain train of Stake and Karsa.
And that's about the worst thing that can have happen. You already have 2 waves of super minions, so your only way here is to force a fight on the 3rd inhibitor. Now it's 4v5 and the main initiation is out. Flash Wolf's gonna push strong.
Easy turret kill, and now on to the 3rd and final inhibitor. Flash Wolves backs against the wall. A big shockwave, but NL stays alive, gets away from the rocket. They didn't come out in time from Niels. That wasn't a call that came out. And Flash Wolves stay in the base. NL back to full health already.
Yeah, now Shockwave's down as well, plus a Baron-empowered super minion wave pushing in. This should be the final push.
And it's so frustrating to lose the game this way because you're not even entering a fight. Your base is just melting around you and there's nothing you can do to stop it.
And here comes the final pushes. Turret still losing health. Shockwave down for another 30 seconds. Waves getting bigger and bigger. They're crashing against the shores of Origen's base. The Nexus now open. Amazing respawns. The fight to win the game. And again, it's no kills. It's just Flash Wolves taking game 3.
Absolutely, when they needed to, they came out with the cleanest game yet. They actually had a small deficit in the early game, but through strong strategic play and just waiting for the Caitlyn and Victor to get strong, they outplayed Origen and came off with a very clean 41-minute victory.
All three squishies went deathless that game. Everyone who was ranged stayed out of the fire well enough. Despite a few cute plays by Origen, you had some flank abyssal voyages, you had some good shockwave damage, but the three big carries and the protector to keep those carries alive just got out of the fire every time.
Origen, you have to just critic them on what they did in the mid game right there. Allowing a team at this level of League of Legends to play 4v5 and not punishing them in any regard is a massive mistake. It's really hard to see the opening, but they even allowed Flashwolves to maintain double pink ward around that mid lane to let the Victor aggressively move up and just wave clear after wave clear after wave clear, and it looks like they just forgot about NL farming in the bot lane.
Yeah, constant problem for Origen is their ability to make aggressive plays between 15 and 30 minutes, and that was the biggest hole we've seen so far in this series. Ends up in a Flashwolves win.
And Origen trying to steal the Jinx away as though it was going to be a good strategy for them. Not a great one, not a great performance out of Niels either. 1, 2, and 1, not a lot of damage on him. So Flashwolves finally take a game. Maybe they can get 2 more and win this series. But for some more insight on that match, going to send it over to the guys at the analyst desk.
Thank you, gentlemen. They mentioned in the pregame that it's generally the onus of the team that's on the losing end of a series to make changes coming into the third game. However, we saw very few changes by either team coming into this pick and ban.
Well, I was really disappointed with Origen because they had a working formula. The Anivia and with the carries that Niels is very comfortable with were working wonders. It was putting a lot of hesitation in the Flashwolves side. For some reason, they decided to switch it up and just say, look, we can play other things too. And they lost to it. And the Jinx denial pick, I feel like benefited Flashwolves even more than it benefited Origen themselves, because the Caitlyn was actually the playstyle that NL has during this series is more beneficial towards the Caitlyn than the Jinx. For example, on the Jinx, he was throwing a lot of ults preemptively, try to soften them up. That doesn't do a lot of damage. On Caitlyn, on the other hand, you start off with the ult in the team fight, you start off with the Peacemaker. It's a lot of damage to really soften them up, and it really speaks to the champions that he plays, such as Avaris, that really just want to get some poke damage in before the fight begins.
Yeah, and the stat on Caitlyn is he's 3-0 before this, but hadn't played it in the summer split. So, you know, another win, 4-0, never lose, once again coming up massive for his team. And I just think that the Caitlyn was great because if these games are going to go to 40 minutes, you said something. You said you either pick early and try and beat them at that, or you just completely resign the fact that no one is going to win. You pick Nasus, Viger, Caitlyn, and you just take it to super late game and you beat them at that.
My difficulty with just, I feel like in the draft, I feel like Flashwolves has won 3 games in a row. Simply because the trend has been for Origen to always pick these matchups that they're weaker in. With the Darius against the Gnar is something we've seen. And of course, they had the Kalista in the second game. But also the bottom lane matchup in this game is a weaker matchup. And then they are weaker 5v5 as well. What is the win condition? That is like outplaying them in decision-making in the late game. And if they don't reach that point where Flashwolves hasn't done any mistakes in the early game, it's going to be very, very difficult to win.
And let's just build on that, because the thing that they've been doing well is the bottom lane was always a winning lane, so they were able to 2v2 and put a lot of pressure on. What that meant is that SoAZ was never really in a position to get heavily punished. This time they pick a losing bottom lane, it goes into this lane swap situation, and then they're never able to use the double teleport, they're never able to use Niels at what he's strong at. So overall, the fundamental part of this game was that they're not going to take risks in the mid game, we know that, but they didn't pick a winning lane to be able to bully. All of a sudden, Kasa, who is out jungling amazing by a very long way this series, is just able to roam around the map. He had a very early sightstone, and he just kept everyone super safe. Like, there was nothing they were doing in that.
For me, Amazing used to be the guy that's dictating the tempo of Origen throughout the group stages, and right now he's kind of lost. He's really not
dictating the tempo.
Yeah, he's not really finding his way. You know, he has a lot of opportunities to create a lot of tower dives and just brute force his way. Because with a pick like Gragas, you can really do that. Like, you could have abused the side lanes, go for picks, blow a lot of summoner spells, but that just never happened. And then the fights, it's very difficult to get engages into a Morgana linear. Like, you need to go for angles.
Late game it is. One thing I will say about Gragas, just before we move on, is that he's one of the best turret divers against Morgana, because he technically should be able to pop the level 1 Black Shield. He can actually turret dive, one of the few people that can turret dive Morgana's mid lane and get away with it.
Well, that's what I want to talk about, is not only in the early game, but even through the mid game. Jat was talking about the 15 to 30 minute for Origen, and essentially their inability to do anything on the aggressive side. Part of that is because of what they've drafted themselves into. The question is, can they draft the other style and play the other style?
They don't have to. They could have won. They could have 3-0'd if they picked the same thing if they picked the Nivea and Sivir, I would not have a doubt that they would have 3-0'd this series.
All right.
I feel
Do you
like
disagree?
Like, even though I agree completely. It would have been easier with these picks. I feel like it would have been just way easier if just wait a bit, don't blind pick the Darius, pick the stronger matchups and play on that.
Yeah, but the other thing is that if someone's freezing bottom lane and you have Gragas Orianna, that's not like a team that can't go aggressive. You throw your Gragas in there with a Orianna ball on him, there is no way you defend that turret anymore. Jinx goes through it in 1 minion win.
Yeah, well, the last thing I want to take a look at is the heartbreaking Baron play that occurred. And if nothing else than to say that there was a moment in this game in which had this gone the other way, it may have been Origen's ticket back into it.
So it's like, I think this, as you said, Spawn, earlier when we were discussing it, this kind of highlights what this game has been about, just chaos. But in this moment, I was shouting like aloud, SoAZ, what are you doing? Just tank the Baron so Niels doesn't get the debuff, you know? The debuff that makes him do less damage, and then just this happens. Just walk in there and hit it a bit, please.
One Q from Darius would have been all that's needed.
Yes.
He just did anything.
But to be fair, these moments rarely happen.
Yeah,
Like,
well,
You don't trade for that.
This is
well,
not
and
what
also,
happened
you know,
in
the
training.
rocket could have crit. And it would have been a kill. You know, so there's definitely elements of this could have gone either way just by, you know, yeah, exactly, just based on RNG. But, you know, those are the moments, and as you mentioned, that highlight the chaos so far of this series. And we mentioned this is the cleanest win so far on the side of Flash Wolves, but I wouldn't necessarily declare that any of the 3 wins were clean.
But one thing I will say is that the teams that have tried to go a little bit forward, like the Anivia Walls, this time the Caitlyn picks storming down lanes, it goes in your favor. You get the perfect wall. You get double crit headshot on the Jinx and burn double summoner spells when you're taking an inhib. Sometimes just playing proactive League of Legends will win you games, and that time it took a while to get there, but Flash Wolves eventually did get to proactive League.
Well, that is, yeah, that's the point to take away here, that the Flash Wolves did come away with a victory, and right now they're retooling towards Game 4. Shifting gears for just a minute, though, earlier we asked you how you're enjoying Worlds, and for Amp Alex 3, he has taken a break from the school books and says, this is what happens when your English teacher plays League and wants to watch Worlds. God, what I would have given.
Yeah.
I would have, you know, I would have, oh my goodness. In my high school years, in my college years, at any point in my life, for one of my teachers to play the same video game that I did.
I think it's horrible. This teacher, you need to focus on the education. Come on.
He says.
The coach. Says that.
The coach over here. All right, well, we're going to take a quick break. When we return, we'll see if the Flash Wolves can keep the momentum on their side in Game 4. Don't touch that browser.
Keep up the focus that we had in the past 2 games.
Mid is in there for now. Stake on the backside. SoAZ pushed pretty far, apprehends in, and here comes Gragas. SoAZ still losing health.
Even if Origen decided to
Whoa!
counter.
Oh, good. He's got him. He's
Nice.
Flash gets into the belly. Mithy's trying to run him out, but here comes Megadar. Pulls 3 of them back in, and they've already killed off the Catfish. There's a second one as well. Baron naturally plenty of damage. Niels maybe won't take it for himself. He goes in with SoAZ. They gotta be careful what they go for. Oh my God! And again, it's no kills. It's just Flash Wolves taking Game 3.
Welcome back to day 1 of the World's Quarterfinals, where Origen is just a win away from advancing to the semis in Brussels. But Flash Wolves has shown renewed life. But gentlemen, the theme of this series is slow, 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 and then chaos.
Yeah.
And see who comes out at the end of that.
These games are being methodical, slow pace, and they're like, oh, chaos style, and then they have no idea what is going on. And the reason why that is because they don't get a chance to feel each other out in terms of how the opponents react to a certain mechanical play. So an example, that last game we saw Amazing try to go for a flash body slam on Gragas, and it didn't work. Maple reacted quickly enough and just flashed away. And that's something that if he had put more pressure in the mid lane, had interacted more with Maple throughout the entire series, he would have known, okay, this is a player that's going to flash away preemptively. He's not going to wait for it. And we're not getting a lot of that, and that's why chaos happens, and we see the play in which there's a mixed call of Baron trying to finish it off or whatnot, just because they don't really understand how each player is playing in the specific roles, and it just creates to a lot of mess, and it was at least a refreshing change to see the Flash Wolves take a more, I guess, calm approach to the game.
It's like a bomb that has like a fuse that is like 40 minutes long, and then you know?
And you just watch it, watch it until. All right. Well, given this play style that we've discussed, you know, where or how do we expect teams to react as they've learned this? You know, they are picking up some tendencies now because we're in Game 4. So hopefully they've learned a few things through the 120 minutes of gameplay that we've seen. But you know, in both the champions that they pick and the way they decide to play out this fourth game, what do we expect to see?
I feel like from Origin's side, it starts off in the draft. They need to start picking lane matchups that are good for them. I feel like from Blue side, instead of prioritizing the Lulu, they should prioritize the Elise, because Lulu on the other side, I feel like putting stake on Lulu is like a good thing. They don't have a tank from that side, and I don't imagine Maple is going to play Lulu because I think he deserves a lot more responsibility. So just put Elise on amazing, bam, there you go.
Yeah, and we talked about it earlier. The easiest way to get a winning lane matchup is pick Elise. She makes all your laners win straight away. But the two people I do want to look at, because Peke and Niels, to me, are playing very good League of Legends. Peke less so that game, but Niels still okay League of Legends. But Mithy and Amazing, Mithy is like good game one and then kind of iffy throughout the rest. And Amazing hasn't shown up yet. And the big thing to me is that Karsa is playing good League of Legends right now, but he hasn't had a Karsa game. This guy is known to go off and just completely carry. Like, think of his Lee Sin games, think of his Nidalee game, where he's just dishing out the damage. If he goes off in this game, we can completely see a game 5. So I completely agree. Like, priority pick your slumping jungler, his best champion, which is Elise. Get some easier turret dives, be able to dictate the tempo of the mid game, and try and make something happen.
Well, once again, it's do or die for the Flash Wolves, so let's head inside the venue for game 4.
Thank you very much, Dash. Yep, he's got it right. We're getting ourselves into game 4 very, very shortly, guys. It's going to be an important match here. Flash Wolves, of course, still backs against the wall, but of course they have the chance to tie it up at 2-2 and bring it to that 5th and final game for the spot in the semis. Origen just got to sort out all those issues that were losing them a lot of these mid games.
Yeah, and I think this is Origen's best opportunity to close the series, because as the lower seeded team, they only get side choice in games 2 and 4. So they would be the favored team in this matchup, even if the teams are just 50-50, which I think it's a very close matchup. It'll be real dangerous for Origen if they lose this game, because then they'd go back onto the red side for that final one. So it's really important if Origen wants to move on to semifinals. I think that they win this game right now.
And I think as far as we get ourselves into picking bans, I don't want to see Origen go for the, oh, we'll take the Jinx away. It's just, I don't think it's a good champion for Niels. I don't think it fits his play style. I don't think he's very good at the champion as an overall situation. So Origen getting rid of the important picks and picking things they actually want to play for themselves. At least SoAZ won the lane on them.
I think there's a case to be made to just get rid of the Morgana and Sword Art. Either by taking it away on Miffy, who can play a fantastic Lord, or just simply banning it out. Now you have the freedom on the blue side. You could also just simply see a Jinx ban, but again, no Jinx ban. That Varus, they rated higher, so they must be operating with some information from scrims back in the day. We don't know what these teams know about each other, but
again.
It really feels like Origen prepared a blue side and a red side ban strategy. And unless something very, very rash happened in the games, which they've been able to control these games pretty decently on both sides, they're just sticking exactly with the same bans as they did the last time, which was game 2.
It is a mentality you see, especially on older players and just veterans, where instead of looking at the draft, you keep looking at the game and you get a lot of these what they call what ifs. You know, if we didn't make this mistake, our draft was fine. We just overextended here. If we didn't make this small mistake, but you don't take into account the mistakes the opposing team made, you never go like, oh, if they play this a little worse or a little better, the game could have been entirely different. So in that regard, Origen could have maybe been wiser to change their ban strategy, but they could the same thing.
Linger on the first pick. Lulu also just interesting that they're banning away the Varus, even though Flash Wolves haven't shown a propensity to play the champion at all.
And Karsa taking away the Rek'Sai here, or picking the Rek'Sai instead of trying to take away the Elise, I think is better for Flash Wolves. We also see continuous pressure being kept up by Karsa on that Rek'Sai. No downtime on that champion. She can always just ulti back into wherever position she wants with the tunnels. And then late game becomes the split pusher to really open up the map. So Flash Wolves have been doing a great job utilizing the Rek'Sai pick.
These games have been going so late, and there's such a small amount of action until people are hitting like major item breakpoints. I think instead of a team drafting this incredibly strong early game, rush the game down, win it fast, like these teams made it to the quarterfinals by playing to their strengths, not by compensating for their weaknesses. So I'd actually expect both of these guys to just pick late game, good map pressure, team compositions and champions. And Origen does steal away the Morgana here, which is the first major variation we see in the draft.
Still, it's the Jinx for Niels, though, and maybe it'll get a little bit better. NL's already grabbed the Caitlyn, insta-locks it, and thing is, NL topped the damage charts of the game on Caitlyn last time around. It's not like this is going to make him not do much damage.
But he used two things to his advantage. One, the initial range advantage to get the first hit. That can get nullified by speeding up Niels himself, just trading first autos. And secondly, he used Black Shield to be able to stay alive in these aggressive positioning fights. Right now, the Black Shield's on Niels. And if we go back to some of the games Niels has played over in Europe, he's shown to be a fantastic player when people run a Jugger X composition, Jugger Kalista, Jugger Mao. If you have both the defensive support and a Lulu pick, he just plays at the front line, sidestep skill shots, and he tears the team apart just 1v5. So he can definitely fill that role.
There's also a chance they could throw that Morgana into a solo lane and still pick up Tahm Kench, which would be the absolute absurd protection composition, probably too far on that side, but it's still possible.
Yeah, it'd be hard playing Morgana into Victor and just actually trying to navigate the mid-range team fights there. Just he belts out so much damage. I do think Morgana has decent mid-lane damage, to be fair to the champion, but yeah, I think it's still very unlikely. Bottom lane and mid lane matchups shown. Means Origen will have to choose where this Lulu goes and pick their full lineup.
And now NL will likely not have the potential to freeze a wave that long, because if Amazing picks up the Elise he was looking for earlier to go for that massive chain CC combo, it's incredibly hard for mid laners like Maple to keep clearing that wave and avoid getting dove, because Elise can reset. Worst case, Gragas goes in and gets a wild growth anyways. So if Origen get ahead, they should have learned from their mistake last game and can open up the map more.
Well, I don't think we're going to see Kalista and Jinx in the same team comp, but maybe back to the Anivia here. She actually does a good job of belting out team fight damage just as a champion, high AP builds. And
I mean, look at the peel. Again,
tremendous peel. Even without the Tahm Kench, it's probably enough to keep Niels alive for a very, very long time. Also, both of Origen's wins came with Peke on Anivia. These games are going 40 minutes plus. Anivia and Peke can get away with these slow laning phases, and then when the Chaos button hits post 30 minutes and fights are in the jungle, he's been able to crush and control.
One thing that's weird though is Origen do not have a true tank here though. Amazing on Elise, not the tankiest of junglers, even if she does go Cinderhulk here. But with the breaking through that front line, Flash Wolves can do it, I would say, fairly easily.
Yeah, I would agree with that, especially a late game Caitlyn against a bunch of squishies is just...
It's a field day.
Perfect. Would they go with an Aurelia though? It's something that Stake has played in the past. It just feels so weird in the context of this world.
It's too clunky. He gets nullified by too many of the abilities on Origen's side.
Look at it, like there's so many things that can stun him, and he's not a true tank if he jumps in. It looks like I don't see them changing in last minute though.
Nope, locked in. So more importantly, just the Black Shield negates the stun.
Wow.
If Aurelia can't stun the target she's sticking on, and then Wild Growth kind of counters that, Flash Wolves are going for a completely different approach in these mid-game fights where they just want to overrun you. Like, you're looking at one threat, trying to peel well to another threat, and they just pile in. But if the initial opening engage doesn't work, they're done for.
Something to watch for then. You know, they had some initial engage in their previous red side game with Malphite top coming in for the Flash Wolves, but here they're going to try to go forward once again. Caitlyn, though, still in the back line, could put out some good damage from NL, but Origen with a bunch of ranged champions, a bunch of mages.
And again, another game where Origen, if they successfully lane swap, they nullify a lot of the advantages that potentially Flash Wolves have in terms of lane matchups and in team fights. Like, Aurelia in a lane swap is ludicrously bad. Aurelia out of the lane swap coming into mid-game team fights just sucks against this lineup. So by all means, Flash Wolves want normal standard lanes.
Stake needs to hit Trinity Force very early on in the game, and then Mercury Treads very early on as well, and then does not let Origen scale up. Otherwise, he's this hybrid damage dealer that doesn't fit against all the CC that Origen is bringing, even though, yes, Aurelia does have some of the highest tenacity in the game thanks to the passive, but like, you're just gonna die.
Well, we'll see what happens then, and if you think he's gonna survive and make the team fights work anyway, then you can say Flash will win this one by tweeting #FWWin. But if Origen will close out the series in Game 4 and move on to the top 4, it's #OGWin.
And finally, both supports learning that this matchup is incredibly passive in the early game, and are finally both bringing Exhaust to the table. If you're getting games that are not bloody at all, you want Exhaust, because the late game value from that Summoner spell compared to an Ignite is just, it is a whole world difference.
Interestingly enough, I would say the exhaust value is higher for Mithy in this matchup because he can exhaust Aurelia when he engages, but Origen doesn't have like true exhaust target. Maybe if he's like, yeah, that's pretty much it, right? He lands his hook, flies into the middle of the team and throws an exhaust and blocks down. I'm still a little flabbergasted by the Aurelia pick. I don't think it fits. Like it needs to snowball really, really hard, which hasn't been Flashwolf's strength.
Gonna find Stake. Look for the bind. It will land, and the chompers will go in, so Stake will flash. But it means chompers.
Level 1.
Yep. So Niels picks a suboptimal level 1 skill. Now, Minigun is only 30% attack speed at rank 1, and you will hit level 2 before you reach the turret. So in terms of pushing in a lane swap, Niels shouldn't be held down too.
Yeah, lane swap even more valuable right now for Origen. Stake kind of avoids playing with no flash in that sense, though. If it is a lane swap, that is the one good thing for Flash Wolves here. Because going into an Elise Woohoo matchup there with no flash, you will get Dove level 3.
Minions has spawned.
So this kind of solidifies the lane swap here for Origen. They could actually give level 2 experience on Krugs here to Mithy and let Amazing Soul take a camp.
So Niels recalling.
I think he's buffering the recall. See if somebody shows.
Yeah. It'd be a very peculiar recall, but then he walks through a ward, so lane's completely given away.
He saw it fade though, so they know that they know, you know.
Well, I feel like if this happens a lot.
They saw him put it down too.
This happens a lot where someone walks over a ward that dies, and then because they weren't looking at their screen, they didn't see it. The fact that they didn't ping, maybe, but honestly, it doesn't matter in the context of this game.
Just to annoy a lot of people out there, suboptimal Krugs right there.
Yeah, he doesn't sit in the brush while attacking his Caitlyn.
And he doesn't use the AoE twice on a small one. If you have a double play Q AoE, man, just spread that out. Spread the love. Spread the damage.
All right, so already misplays from Flash Wolves.
Game losing.
A worrying trend for them coming into game 4 here. They need to win this one to stay alive. Sword Art. Oh, cute play, steals 1 bit of the red buff to get level 2.
And then nearly kills himself.
Watch xPeke flash.
But a 4-man
watch
dive.
xPeke flash QE and get the kill.
Stake's already low though. He has a guaranteed stun as Aurelia here. Maple doesn't care about how much damage he's taking in the trade. He's trying to make xPeke walk up to him.
He was successful.
And there's a flash play into exhaust. Karsa.
Dead. Flash
knockup. Peke turns into an egg. Maple survives it. Easy first blood, and it goes to Maple.
Total choice and freedom on who they give that to. Stake flies in for the assist goal at the end of the day. That's the second time Flash Wolves has done a very early rotation mid lane for that gank. Peke was not respecting it. Really great bait by Maple, I would have to say. Peke completely bought it, and it cost him his life.
You gotta compare what happens in the side lanes though, because Flash Wolves spent all of their spare resources on the mid lane gank. Top lane turret is going to die here.
Peke's like, gang?
turret not getting hit at all.
I never died. I'm back in the lane 10 seconds later. I don't know what happened.
Where did all this gold come from my lane opponent, though? Yeah. That's strange.
Okay, Niels shares gold. SoAZ. Oh, he didn't block the minions well enough, and Niels
couldn't get them all.
Loses 10 seconds on his recall. Peke, yeah, he's okay in this matchup with TP, can recoup a lot of his losses. Bot lane will go down after all.
Maple's running cleanse. I don't think it's that great running cleanse in this matchup because xPeke can get the frost on you anyways. Post level 6 again. Teleport could help here.
I think he's really worried about Cocoon, Binding, and Anivia Q. There's so many types of stuns that can land.
Nah, probably rather.
Yeah, it's not a pick for the matchup.
In an isolated lane matchup, perhaps it's not the best, but later in the game, cleanse does actually bring a lot of value, especially if Maple goes for a similar build where he wants to get Abyssal up front, which he ran into double AP earlier today with an AP jungler. Actually makes more sense if he goes for that build again.
One of the Karsa has 1 CS up until now. He hit level 2 on Rek'Sai.
Just double the CS.
Whoa! At 4 minutes.
Volleying.
More levels than he has CS right now.
Most supports are like that. Look at Morgana.
First jungler at Worlds to achieve that feat. Congratulations.
You spawn at level 1 with 0 CS. Congratulations, everyone did that.
Fair enough, Freak.
I'm sorry.
Pedantic.
I know, I
love that word.
It describes me so well. Talk about a Nivea ulti mechanic like it matters.
Good last thing here by xPeke.
Yeah.
Using the AoE stun. Rank 1 though, so Peke is one of the players that likes taking wall at rank 4 on Anivia. Generally, Anivia players don't opt for that because it is just too mana inefficient to even use that, weave that into a spell rotation. It's only useful if you can combine and gank and you kind of go for an all-in style approach. Amazing. Not looking to gank here.
I've also seen Peke successfully dodge some ganks with it. I actually like it more when he holds his skill point at level 4 until he's about to go aggressive or until the gank comes, but he skilled up the wall really early here.
Big push under his turret. We're going to see how much of that SoAZ can actually deny here. SoAZ 25 to Stake's 12 so far. Despite Flash Wolves having first blood, Origen is actually ahead in gold right now.
It's amazing. It's Amazing's farm. He's been power farming the jungle this whole time.
Yeah, he doesn't even care if he's spotted. He walks straight through mid lane and says, well, farm alarm, I'm getting level 6 here for my Elise power spike, you know, stronger Spiderlings.
One more Spiderling.
But again, also more farm efficient in terms of average. It's a small difference right here, but because it's very accelerated lane swap happened, you have both of these AD carries in awkward itemization positions. Average Blaze versus second Dorns.
Yeah, I didn't feel like it mattered that much when Karsa was helping to get the gank and was staying low on CS because of that, but now he spent a lot of time going in to get deep wards while not actually farming Amazing's jungler, so the gap between these two junglers is only widening.
And the efficiency of that gank just drastically goes down if the mid laner runs teleport. That actually used to be a very successful play in lane sauce because it would tilt the matchup so far in favor of one guy, but you saw xPeke, his egg drop, bases, teleports back into lane, and he's continuously playing aggressive on Maple, so he's playing as if nothing really happened.
Maple with cleanse, not the ignite or an exhaust or anything super aggressive in the matchup, so it looks like he's not able to really punish Peke. Oh, what?
What?
Whoa, try to make the play, but flashes into a stun, and Peke doesn't even care that just happened.
Good reaction from Peke to proc that stun though, because he was likely aiming for max range on Maple or even CS.
Yeah, I think that was a setup for the CS.
But he procced it, you know?
That was a ridiculous series of events because also he stunned him so quick, Maple didn't have time to draw turret aggro when he flashed in. So he didn't even get like the proper turnaround. Still, flashed down on Maple as he was trying to get super aggressive for a play.
Yeah, Maple was trying to use the level advantage that he left, level 6 against level 5, to just blow up xPeke with no egg, which you can do because he's spinning on low health. But look at xPeke's change in build path too. He goes for an early chalice because he knows he can actually just get exploded in this matchup. He may go for an Athene's build here. A little quicker just in terms of map influence from Anivia.
Very true.
Just playing the farm game from as far away as possible. Peke's summoners are back up now, so full power in terms of retreating and getting back to lane.
Niels actually looking to set up a bit of a freeze in the bot lane. Do upon them as they do onto you.
Right now it's +6. SoAZ actually equal to stake right now, so in as much as we had a lane swap game, we got the lanes back to normal pretty quickly. The top laners are only, 6 CS behind the AD carry. Now a flash play on towards Peke. Oh my god, he's immediately an egg. And once again, kill goes to NL this time.
Spread the love between them. Peke doesn't actually have time to use a summoner spell. So Flash Wolf setting up a pretty heavy camp towards that mid lane. That was even the small window that Niels had freezing that wave, even though now the freeze is broken. It's immediately punished by Flash Wolf with that roam mid.
That was greedy. I just watched that play. Sword Art was on a ward for over 5 seconds before he pathed into the mid lane for that flash play. That was ultimate read by xPeke. He could have easily made it out. All he had to do was drop the CS. Stop farming.
Well, looks like the rest of Origen, though, wanting to take as much as they can, making Karsa jump over the wall to his own red buff, but really not a lot gained here. Origen still doing better on farm as we expect, but they are dropping a lot of kills now in this game.
Got the CS though.
Yep.
Back in lane, quick teleport from Peke, trying to keep up in experience. The game itself, despite the 2 deaths, has pretty much even gold for now, although a large wave is hitting NL on the bottom side as well as the top side, so this is actually a decent lead for 5 goals.
It's a weird, really efficient build. If you calculate in that later on in teamfights, xPeke dying will not generate any gold, because you'll do like 0-3. It does give him more experience towards Flash Wolves as a team.
Well, keep in mind, if you get CS, you actually roll back the death streak anyway.
Tiny bit, yeah. It requires a lot of CS for that to...
Every 100 CS counts for 1 death. And it's not like a quick thing as when you hit 100 it's all the way, it's just gradual over time.
Yeah, linear, yeah.
Now we're going to see Origen group up towards his bot side. They do have the BF sword on Jinx. Once again, it's an item that he has over NL here.
Something we haven't talked about though, if xPeke can lock Maple into this lane, the remaining members of OG form an incredibly strong and potent siege squad. Especially since Maple doesn't have teleport to join. If you get Lulu combined with Morgana there and Amazing on the Elise, around Niels as a squad there, you can just throw out these skill shots. One connects, facilitates the other one, and you can zone people off tower, so that may be something Origen will look for later.
I think it's one of the main ways Origen has a chance of winning this game, specifically with the Anivia wall as well, setting up sieges of turrets, walling off one side, and then going strong forward. Sword Art...
No flash this time.
Yeah, doesn't have the flash to continue that gank. Even so, it would have been into a black shield, which is a really difficult gank to make work.
And this is why the Morgana pick actually works, because Aurelia wants to dive in, even use a minion to launch herself forward, but then if you have a Black Shield on Niels, you can just kite her.
Becker with a good setup here. He's gonna, I think, lose it eventually because the minions are doing some damage, so he's gotta, there you go, has to burst that one.
Every single CS. Nice job by Peke.
That's incredibly hard, by the way. Lost the on Nivea.
He must be Diamond.
It's like this guy's Diamond or something.
Oh, Niels and Mythy back into the duel landing up against NL and Swordar. 80 carries, honestly, roughly splitting it exactly. SoAZ and Snake doing the exact same as well up at the top lane.
And Amazing actually doing a really good job shadowing this lane here in the bot lane. Classic cool, but
Finding him though, but there's too much of the team around. Amazing's got to run away. Black Shield broken, hook. Woo. Nearly lands.
Look at Peke, he can now push mid lane, even put a tiny wall down there, put some pressure. He's afraid to kill that tunnel.
I think for a pretty good reason.
He just wants to bait him into coming in them walls. That's it. He does that every time. He's like, you want to come this way? Sure, go ahead. Wall. Gets a couple extra hits here.
Fortunately, Nivea not exactly the best turret killer, so not a ton gained. But Origen get the ward control back over this bottom jungle. Couple wards down from Mythy, and the Scuttle are picked up as well.
So aside from the 2 ganks that Flash Wolves successfully pulled off on Origen in the early game, this is the slow game. This is SoAZ getting his Rod of Ages in the top lane. It's SKT not rushing to a Trinity Force. The 80 carries slowly working up to their item breakpoints, and no one even going for an early Dragon. It is the slow, measured approach that we've seen in most of these matches.
This time, Amazing has been really better around the ball to really identify the weakness, which was the bot lane. He's just constantly been hovering around the bot lane. xPeke sped up now for a wall combo. Can't quite connect. And SoAZ is fine in the top lane. So the only lane that could really get ganked there really was the bot lane. So Amazing constantly hovering around that, just getting Niels comfortably into a position where he can start carrying the game later on. I think Origen is fine with this approach.
And I think if this game does stretch really into the 40-minute mark without a large discrepancy, the Anivia Lulu combo in particular, to speed up the Anivia in order to get a wall, I think can be easily game-winning for Origen. It's their big edge in this matchup because they can get the team fights split up, and that allows Niels to then pretty much kill whoever he wants because they can separate the tanks from the damage dealers. And even though they're all squishy, it won't matter because it'll give them time to take down the tanks if they can execute it properly.
Yeah, I think Origen, that was actually the combo they ran initially because it turns wall from just a defensive peeling tool into actually an offensive weapon, because if you want to usually move up with Anivia to get in wall range, you just expose yourself. It takes too long to get in that position. xPeke now again teleporting back to lane with like 75% mana. He just really doesn't want to drop any bits of experience. Already on 40% here, and that siege is not going to work. It's just like last game. Maple will just wave clear, wave after wave.
And you can see that even though Niels had that short-term freeze earlier on, the 80 carries are actually back NL's way. Niels just not really outfarming that one anymore. Top lane matchup. SoAZ and SKT, they trade hard CC, and now
the minions though helping SoAZ here. Good positioning by him.
Kite back into the minion line. Couple 100 extra damage per second because of that one. The early average play pickup for Niels does help quite a bit though. He's actually earned almost 400 gold from that so far. That's actually helping keep the gold as close as it is.
And SKT is still 800 gold away from Trinity Force. But Origen is fine not forcing on that early advantage either, because Rod of Ages versus not Trinity Force Aurelia would be better for the SoAZ.
Yep.
But at the same time, I think it's just Origen being so confident in this late game team composition they put together, and when they get to the late game with gold even, they're fine playing this out for the next 15 minutes.
Well, and this is finally a game as well. We've had two, I'm talking about SoAZ here, we've had two Darius versus Gnar matchups where SoAZ can't push to win, and now two Lulu versus X matchups where SoAZ is able to push. And Origen can actually play around one of their side lanes finally. Yamato Cannon talked about it on the analyst desk, and I agree with him, where there's this player to leverage in SoAZ in the side lane. Getting him a good matchup I think is super relevant here, and you're seeing lanes and champions and turrets getting worn down from it.
I fully expect he had mana here, because then Origen could actually rotate, look for a dive in the mid lane. Taking no mana here, but Maple kind of left his tower exposed.
Well, Niels is there. He did the early rotation.
He doesn't have teleport. Had to recall at some point to get upgraded boots and everything else, and Peke out pressures.
And now slow farming in the bot lane again though, panning my camera over. He really takes his time clearing his waves. That's how he wants to get subtle CS advantages, but you lose the map. You can do that when you have a winning top lane or there's nothing left to take, but it just loses you so much pressure. And there's only so much gold when you're freezing that you can get. It's like 20 gold for every minion, but it goes slower because you keep the wave frozen, as opposed to people taking towers, pressure, deep vision, jungle camps on the other side of the map.
Well, specifically, the Dragon is up right now while trying to freeze, so it becomes a much more punishable freeze. They've already lost the mid turret during that, and NL doesn't have much lifesteal from this, so much better reaction here from Origen this time around.
If Niels didn't stop to throw the Chomper first, they actually would have chain rooted NL. The Chomper is actually activated right after he clicked on the Lantern. If he didn't stop for Zap, that would have been probably at least heal burn, maybe a bit more. Small misplay by Niels, but Dragon, of course, has been on the map for a while, and with the bot lane being forced out, actually, this is actually a time that Origen could have pressed hard for this play. They choose not to. It's going to be the farm game. Krug's going over. Easily picked up by Niels, and again, if we just contrast the two players' gold incomes, despite the fact that NL has a kill, the Jinx has more gold.
And the only matchup that's really far behind is xPeke in the mid lane. So you can see on the screen right there, he's down 700 gold. But everybody else on Origen just excelling because overall they're ahead of gold while their mid lane is down 700. So that's a big gold disparity in the remaining lanes. And because of the nature of the Anivia Victor matchup, if you don't die on level 6 on that all-in, it doesn't matter that you're down 700 gold because all you do is literally just AFK farm those waves.
Yeah.
Whereas if you look at SoAZ against Stake, you can actually use that advantage.
Nice crit there, not far away, and nice jump to the minion. Just to look cool. Stake, they're losing a bad trade. The stun's gonna land. Peke really wants this one. Forces the flash away.
Yeah, that is what's expected. A lot of tenacity being built up by Stake already. Mercury Treads, plus he is Aurelia, who naturally has more tenacity the more enemies that are near. He should have the gold for Trinity Force
it's
now.
Still not quite enough to do. Stop for Merc Treads.
Oh, geez, you're right.
If not for Merc Treads, he'd have the item right now, but...
Well, not for Merc Treads,
he might have died.
So.
Sure. I mean, I can't complain on that one.
Classic Stake, staying alive.
So much effort was put in the top lane by Origen that Flash Rolls were able to bring Karsa and NL over to the Dragon.
You can see a cross map here. Push mid into rotation on top and dive on Stake. Could be a play that Origen's looking for right now. Moving Niels to the mid lane to hold.
He's got to hold his bot lane though. It's so pushed in towards him now. SoAZ the way to fight with Stake, but Amazing's right there. Good. Oh no! Actually cued a minion to hit Cocoon, but doesn't matter. He's got tenacity.
Yeah. Also, when the Cocoon hit, that's when the stun timer starts ticking. But he's going to complete his movement from the Aurelia Q anyway, so he basically gets unstunned the instant he arrives at his target. I will say, like, it's yet another really slow game from Origen and Flash Wolves. And this, while it's okay in the context of this particular matchup between these two teams, since they're both slow, the other teams in this Worlds are watching this, SKT as well as AHQ, two teams that play a much faster game style. AHQ kind of dominated Flash Wolves every time they played each other in the LMS, and obviously they're preparing for their matchup against each other, but if it gets to the semifinals with either one of these teams, there are so many vulnerabilities that are open in the early to mid game between these teams. But as we are now, it's kind of like an arms race about who can get to late game safer.
Just who can invest more and then pull it all out, you know, 20, 30 minutes later on in the game.
And what a fantastic style it is, right? The slow, methodically, not boring at all approach with the Anivia.
Crepo reliving the glory days when he was a relevant League of Legends player.
This was the best time of League of Legends for Crepo. He's had this huge smile on his face this whole time.
Stuns land, so there's no damage follow-up. Sorta overextends, and he's gonna go down to Niels. Jinx is happy about that one. SoAZ also buying some time with the Summoner Teleport. NL in a bad way, taking more damage. The flash knock at the rocket hits, and Peke from downtown gets the kill. But the fight isn't done yet. Flash Wolves waiting around the wing.
Oh,
the CC chain.
But Karsa wants it. Black Shield is used on Peke. 3, 2, 1. He's stunnable. Niels goes down because the Black Shield went somewhere else. Maple forced a flash to run. More kills coming through. Stake is here for the cleanup. At least a little bit, but Karsa will be another casualty. And it's 4-2 for Origen.
Yeah, really bold aggression right there. After Flash Wolves lost 2 members early on in the fight, they're like, you know what, 3v5, we can get something back. We got some powerful people up, but it really just cost them more because now Origen gets to continue this push on to the turret and take a pretty big edge 20 minutes into the game.
First real lead they've had now in game 4, 3,000 gold up for Origen. And if they close this one out, they make top 4 at Worlds.
Yeah, first real fight we've seen too, as the teleports activate, basically, as Victor is roaming down.
And I look at this player, Sword Art goes in, but he overextends, he drops almost immediately, and the CC chain just overall it's just so strong, and especially in these longer, extended fights from Origen, Bind and Cocoon just comes up many times during the fight, whereas kind of Flash Wolves, they only have one trigger. They go in, blow it up, and then if that works, you kill him. If it doesn't, you're probably gonna get kited.
Yeah.
Flash Wolves, one thing they're very good at is getting something after dying, though, and NL's already up in this top lane. He's gonna stay around, feels safe enough. Turret goes down, Binding still hits, but there's no follow-up.
Even so, the Avarice Blade is still ticking for Niels. This is a rather incredible Avarice Blade, I would have to say. Plus 599 gold for Niels already in this. You can see the fight that we just saw as well. How much work Maple nearly did right there. 7,400 damage just in that one team fight. Apparently that statistic is incorrect, so I apologize to the viewers. Never mind, me.
So is it
I think he did a lot of damage though.
I would almost wager he did
Go ahead, say it.
tons of damage.
But it wasn't.
Wasn't.
Yeah.
Okay, we work together here.
Say it. Steal my pun.
We work together here. It's not a pun. What do you... Not everything that's a joke is a pun, Greppo. How have you not learned this so far? Flash Wolves trying to claw back in. 4-4 in kills. They're down a turret. They've got the first dragon. Next one comes up in 145. But Origen right now are starting to really take control now. Amazing is going very squishy, by the way. Rune Glaive into Riley's Crystal Scepter. There is truly no tank on this team.
Yeah. And around 25 minutes is when these pushing side lanes that Origen have in terms of Lulu actually start opening up another win condition for them, which is the Baron. They can use the side lane pressure to draw people away, then get deep vision into jungle, and then really use their lineup to punish Flash Wolves. Because Origen lineups is the strongest when Flash Wolves have to face check into the dark, into a Binding, into a Cocoon, into Zap and Trap, into Wild Growth. There's so many tools, and they can even wall you in. If you, at any given point, lose complete vision on a Baron, you'll likely lose the game at that point.
Yeah. I am wondering, though, Stake is kind of in this mid-game power spike that he needs to be able to execute on. And when it gets to the late game, I think he's going to completely lose the power. But with a Spectre's Cal, Mercury Treads, and an Aegis, it's hitting an immense amount of magic resist 13 minutes in. He will be at about 140 when he goes into these fights, which is actually a little lower than I was expecting, but still decently high, and have the large amount of tenacity coming in here. He's going to need to make it work now, otherwise I think Flash Wolves loses the game.
Mythi's build, though, such an incredibly greedy build. He gets the Talisman of the Nomad's Medallion, he gets the Forbidden Idol. He's like, okay, I can upgrade, but I like this whole, gold generation thing going on, and I just want some more CDR. Double Forbidden Idol. He's sitting right now on 1.4k HP. He can get bopped in a single... If he accidentally looks the wrong way at Maple, Maple can QR him and just finish him off.
That's ridiculous.
But look at this. Flash Wolves have control over the Dragon area. They've got the wards down first. They've got the Scuttler as well. You can't remove that. You got to wait it out. Origen pressure mid as a reaction to this. And then right back they go down towards the Dragon area.
Yeah, this is going to be a big Dragon right here. Obviously, there's one Dragon for Flash Wolves already, but they're just not in position to contest this one. And they're kind of losing out on this mid-game power spike. I think Origen's well on the way to outscaling.
Yeah, look at the zone control. Traps can close off an exit, Wall closes off the other one, so incredibly good understanding of their composition. If Flash Wolves can close the gap, they can do a lot of damage, but you can close off exit number 1, close off exit number 2, and if Flash Wolves don't even find door number 3, they can't even enter the fight.
They did lose a little bit of farm in the bottom lane there. You can see the 80 carry behind 30 here as there was a push from the Flash Wolves minions that just got absorbed by the turret. Minor loss there, not the worst thing in the world. Stake, do what he can, itemizing mostly magic resist. He thinks he can just stun the enemy 80 carry, otherwise just surviving mages.
Something that does happen though to a lot of pro players is that they forget about the mid laner summoner spells. And at one point this fight can turn if they actually land CC on Maple, commit to him, and then get surprised by the cleanse. Actually happens very often, more often than you would think so.
Yep.
If Maple eats some CC, sidestep the follow-up, he can turn on these fights, but looks that's not gonna happen.
Look at all this damage. A
Faker's not here.
play. SoAZ pulls the black shield, and this team is ready to go to war. A knockup on a Mythi's Stake is enraged. Now how much damage can he deal? Niels off on the side, but here comes Maple. Morgana's already dead. The flash engaged. Stake has 2. He's on the chase. Slows down SoAZ. Getting hit up by Niels, but doesn't have enough damage yet as a 2-item Jinx.
Yeah, I mean, the incredibly greedy build of Mythi is punished right there. He died right before his ultimate was going to proc for the stun, and it's a big swing in this fight. Maple also trying to chase down SoAZ.
And more importantly, look at xPeke. He was not part of that fight. He was in the bot lane base, walked to top, then he teleported and was like, you know what? You guys are losing. I'm not going to join this fight.
Well, damage. Now Karsa is the one who's greedy. Niels gets one back. SoAZ gets out.
Such a nice play there by SoAZ and Niels. Really just saving each other and coming up on top. No way should Origen have been able to pick up a kill off the back of that fight, but they do.
Ask you the question though. Yes, xPeke had teleport, but it looks like they weren't planning a clear fight. They didn't know where xPeke, when he should teleport. Lack of communication there because they were seeding 4-man so aggressively. And they got surprised by the flank from Karsa, who actually only just got a support. So overall, that should have still been a winnable fight by Origen, but the TP was so late. Watch that again. Karsa in the bottom left of your screen is flanking. Maple's running to the mid lane right now.
Yeah, this is where Peke would need to start channeling his teleport right now so that the chase would stop for Flash Wolves, but they stay in there. Then he channels his teleport in a ward behind the fight and realizes he should cancel it. Just a bad teleport choice from Peke right there. Origen ends up burning their summoner spells, and if not for the flame choppers there, would have suffered more casualties. The CC chain continues.
Peke gets hooked!
Oh, that was bad for him. Gets away just in time. Nearly out of health. Shields keep him away. Of course, he has the egg either way, but still, that is a low health Anivia who can't be in this fight. No teleport either.
NL did take a fair bit of damage in that as well, though, so that's going to make it hard for Flash Wolves to push down this. Plus, we have this threatening Jinx coming at them with a Lulu. This is such a breaker in this game. That's why I still think Origen has a big lead.
It's more than just the 2,000 gold. We got some great champions. They're hard to track down, too. 3 Mercury treads on the lineup. They're hard to pick up.
Yeah, also later on, Mythi's obviously now finished up Talisman of Ascension, so they can get this team out of there, but later on he can also just get a Mikhails. That's another removal for Niels to keep him alive. That means Niels can probably go for a quadruple attack damage item build, and then just rely on the Mikhails, combined with the Black Shield, keep him out of harm's way. Because there's only 2 spells he needs to be careful about. That is the Aurelia stun and a potential hook from Sword Art. Both are incredibly easy to use Mikhails upon.
Yeah. Needs to get that as soon as possible. Another thing I like, actually, is this is the 3rd Victor game Maple has played and the 3rd Anivia game Peke has played, but they've done unique builds in all 3 matchups. Like, yes, Maple did go for the Abyssal Scepter, but now it looks like he's going for Death Cap as a second item instead of the Lichbane, because he knows he doesn't have the Ghost this time to walk around and get the Lichbane procs, and Peke did the Athene's build because the early defensive necessity in this matchup, and then quickly transitions to the Liandry's. I love the adaptation from these guys.
Yeah, Maple couldn't win fights with this repetitive damage build, so he's more going for a Shotgun Victor, walks in, takes the CC, cleanse out Flash, QER, and hopefully blow somebody up in the process.
And of course, by contrast, Peke is all about the burn damage. He's got no magic pen and he's got no big AP burst. SoAZ also with an interesting build, gets Ardent Sensor, so really building around this Jinx. As long as you shield her, he's gonna have bonus attack speed and magic damage on hit. Could really take games over.
Why not? I mean, Niels going on SoAZ going on Sword Art here. He should be able to get popped here.
Auto attack doesn't even need to ult it. Gets the kill picked up. SoAZ tanky enough. Niels does not get knocked up. A great cocoon by Amazing, buys a lot of time. And Origen are not done. Karsa goes down. Kill lead for Origen.
Peke was not there.
Yeah, teleport had to be canceled, but it didn't matter because this Niels-SoAZ combination is so powerful. They don't even need Peke, and he's actually their trump card in later game team fights in the jungle. This is Origen looking like they're going to be moving on to semifinals if they continue to play smart.
Yeah, and I just love Niels' playstyle and attitude. Coming in as a rookie this young, going from challenge and only like unproven player, he just doesn't care. Nothing phases the guy. They build an entire composition around him, and look at the damage he's doing right now to Snake.
They get the root on Snake. He can't stun anybody. There's a shutdown. More kills coming through. Mythy flashed away from Maple, and Victor just isn't doing any damage here. None that matters. Origen walk away with another kill to their name.
And it goes to show the danger that Flash Wolves have put themselves under. No true tank to face check. They were already down a member before that fight. Maple would have to expose himself there, and it's in the jungle, so they're already having to worry about the Anivia. Really, the cards are in Origen's hand. There's so many ways they can outplay Flash Wolves right here.
Flash Wolves still, the Master's getting something back. Mid lane outer goes down, despite Anivia's best efforts. The game is within 4,000 here. Dragon's tied. Righteous Glory, I believe, coming in next for Mythy after the Talisman of Ascension.
That means he
It
sold.
also builds into Aegis if he wants a Banner of Command.
Yeah, he sold a Forbidden Idol.
Yeah, he did. He sold a second Forbidden Idol.
It's like we don't need defense, offense.
Yeah, I
It
feel
is
like,
the best defense.
I feel like the Mikhails would have been good, especially with how much they're empowering Niels. But at the same time, it's still very small amount of CC, and Niels has the confidence to just outplay.
At the same time, though, it does mean that the only use for Mikhails is if Black Shield can't prevent the stun from Aurelia and the hook from Thresh. It's literally the only case where it's necessary, so it's almost too safe in that regard, because Niels, he's actually really good at positioning and staying out of harm's way, though. And worst case, if he gets hit, Lulu will help him anyways.
Right. He's got ways to dodge everything, so going for that kind of a build here. SoAZ, his scaling build has paid off. That Rod of Ages doing just fine for him.
Didn't know we were running a kiss cam this time.
Just has to happen.
Yeah.
Has to happen, Crepo. I actually wasn't watching the pip cam, so I completely missed it.
I did too.
Some fine gentlemen in the crowd. I saw you guys, don't worry. I'm paying attention to you, London.
Hey, you're saying as if we aren't. No one laughed at my underground joke though, so now I'm kind of salty about it. It's okay. Origen looking for the death rush. Revealed by the trinket though, nothing picked up. Oh! That's a hook out of SoAZ, has to flash away, but Karsa does not get the knockup thanks to Wild Growth. There's no tank for the getaway.
Both teams with an interesting exchange there. If they don't fight, we can actually explain it. Usually when you see a lantern come out, you want to try to mad life the skill shots to the position where people are lanterning to, but Maple actually didn't decide to click that lantern, so it was a bit of a bait on both ends there.
I do also think that Origen is playing a little bit sloppy. They keep using Peke as their split pusher, even though he doesn't have his teleport. Origen's so strong and confident right now with the SoAZ Niels combination in the mid lane that they're getting away with it, but they are opening themselves up to a clean engage from Flash Wolves if Flash Wolves decides to go for a 5v4.
I mean, if you're playing Froggen Champion, gotta keep farming.
345 CS, 33 minutes in.
Oh, there we go.
How about that?
But the thing is, Stake is actually out-farming SoAZ here in terms of expectations of a matchup. Stake actually doing quite well, 3 completed items plus the Merc Treads. This is a durable Aurelia who can wreak havoc on the back line. So if she can get in alongside some other Bash buddies, there is some real threat here.
One thing we haven't taken into account is you don't need hard CC against the Jinx. If you can keep her moving, when she's not orb walking, trying to auto attack at the same time, you're effectively CCing her damage. And Origen's composition relies on that damage to win fights. So when Niels is under pressure, under threat, the damage drops significantly in these fights, and that could be a potential comeback for the Flash Wolves.
Meanwhile, Amazing just now going into his first real tank item. After the Rylai's has the Aegis of the Legion in, we'll see if he goes for Locket or Banner of Command afterwards, but finally a Magic Resist Aura in for this team. So far, Origen have managed to dodge most fights they didn't care about. And it will be double Aegis, by the way, here for Origen, so I expect Locket from Amazing, Banner from Mythy.
Yeah, that would be the logical choice for these guys. And so Origen not. Now they have SoAZ down to the bottom lane, which kind of limits their mobility within the mid lane side, so Flash Wolves will be able to draw this one out a little bit longer.
Remember how Origen last game or 2 games ago tried to go in, realized if we kite, we actually more prone to win these games. Flash Wolves could take a similar approach once NL hits 4 items, because he's going for the best damage build on Caitlyn, getting IH PD now. If he finishes up potentially Last Whisper, also getting like a Band-Aid, Band Scepter, just some lifesteal, he could actually kite well in these fights. And if Niels can't connect and chase in these fights due to the zone control a potential Stake engage has on them, then NL can actually shred through the front line.
I'd actually rather, well, it's weird because even though there's no like true health tanks, Blade of the Rune King is actually still more DPS than Bloodthirster. And it's cheaper as well. He's behind significantly in gold under Niels, who is stacking up an average blade and has 4 kills.
But he may just go straight Last
shortcuts.
Whisper.
That is a possibility as well. Then even as a 4th item, still taking more shortcuts and catching up sooner.
Stake abandoning the split push. He's actually roaming down to the mid lane, so he set up a slow push at least. So Flash Wolves in about 2 minutes can use that to their advantage. xPeke realizes it is in base with the home guard, so Origen know how the split push game works, and they're trying to stop it in the setup phase.
Stake looks for the play. Niels feels confident with the black shield on and chugs Stake out.
We're really seeing the vulnerabilities of Stake Sorelli right here. It's getting towards late game. He can't even engage on the target he wants to reach. Niels is too fast for Stake to even get in range for a Blade Surge. Like, unless they get some ideal flank, they're already looking to get 5v4s, and they're not even accounting for the peel of the Anivia, and they're still incapable of getting these fights.
Yeah, the zone control coming out of mid lane, even without the Anivia, that split push. Now a split push is set up in the bot lane, so the exact same story that we were telling about the Flash Wolves now holds true for Origen. And look at that crit.
Puts the rocket.
He's gone.
Oh no! No one blocks it out, and NL is gone.
Heal burned as well there, so this is a powerful push for Origen because finally Peke has arrived.
And here they go into the mid lane. AD carry missing is a big deal. Anivia wall blocks off the moves and the turret's down.
Signature Anivia push, ulti on the left side, wall on the right side, 45 inhib drops.
And now do they risk going for Baron right now? Karsa does have the ulti, pops it to get right up towards that jungle. Does have flash, does have smite. There are no wards inside the pit right now for Flash, but they can go in.
Well, it's a death cap Victor, but he's really far away, and this Baron goes down so fast. They need a way to stop the steal attempt, though.
Chompa's on one side, Karsa can still get in.
Yeah, this is buying a little bit of time. You can go in for the steal.
Doesn't quite land it, a good lantern out, but a clutch smite from Amazing. Another stun lands, Zap goes in, no kills.
It's a bold move, though, to go for a Baron, relatively unnecessary.
But with that,
they do snowball the game, so.
Origen is poised to move on to the semifinals. Already up 2-0. Baron in hand, superior team composition for the late game, and a massive power spike for Niels, who has just completed his last Whisper.
That is a very big jinx. SoAZ gets to solo hold the mid lane with no competition. Dragon 3 an easy pickup afterwards.
Yeah, this is what we talked about earlier in Champs League 2. A lot of the issues with this Jinx pick versus Caitlyn got solved. You know, Caitlyn trades first, doesn't matter because Jinx is sped up and the auto attacks trade evenly.
Uh-oh, Karsa taking the wrong tunnel, gets off of the wrong exit. There's the last crit to take him out. Niels is huge.
He gets Pixie and Black Shield and gets sped up. He's a one-man army and nobody can trade against him because you have to trade almost 2v1 to win those trades, and then the remaining Origen members just follow suit and just throw out CC spells.
Well, when it all comes down to it, Origen put their faith in the rookie AD carry, and Niels trying to carry them into the World Championship semifinal. 6-1 and 3, the siege still happening. There goes the second inhibitor turret.
And Flash Wolves cannot repel this push, especially with Karsa down before the fight. And the thing is, they still have half of their Baron left, so they can use the empowered recalls, run straight to the next lane, and try and work on inhibitor number 3.
That's exactly where they go. Red buff on Niels. In case the movement speed wasn't enough, how about a slow on those rockets as well? Niels can crush this game.
And then, yeah, xPeke as a Nivea right now, only on 3 items. Just the utility it brings to the siege, though, if you do get in that position, you shut off exit number 1 on the right side, you completely wall that off. If you want to get to the tower to defend it, you got to go through the Anivia ulti. You're slowed, and then it's incredibly easy target practice for Mithy and Amazing with Binding Cocoon, so there's almost no counterplay unless you're flanking this lineup. Maple, though, gets predicted.
Whoa, big burst of damage, but it's not enough to win the team fight outright. Maybe there's going to be some follow-up. SoAZ teleports in to be a bit more of a support there. A big 3-man stun. They're going to go back in. Origen don't find the attacks yet, though. Niels gets Whimsy. Looking for an attack.
So that was actually super greedy SoAZ right there. He was killing Gromp, trying to get enough money to recall and buy a death cap and then join the siege, but the team got initiated on, so he had to burn his teleport from Gromp. And now Origen may be a little bit repelled on this push.
Look at the base, so they can take their time here. They're just waiting for the minions to pile in, but this was Flash was finally adapting. It's the same way like we talked about split push. If you let it happen, it's too late. Niels, Black Shield.
And he's just going to be fine with it. Doesn't really even care about the turret aggro. Another turret goes down. 8 in the game for Origen here.
You gotta flank this Origen lineup. You can't defend from the front. It's impossible to really do that.
Baron times out, but look at that. You can't go from the front, and Anivia wall blocks off half the passage. Stake goes in, Sword Art low on health, and here comes the fight. Karsa killed off already. Sword Art should be next. Black Shield was down. They buy a bit of time. Another couple of kills come through as Stake has nowhere to go. A few more shots will do it. Oh. Boom! The kills come in, and this could be the semifinals for Origen. There's only one man left alive. This will surely be the base, and Europe has a semifinalist in the World Championship as Origen win 3-1.
40 minutes and 32 seconds in, and that one failed quick. But honestly, Origen, their most controlled and strong game yet. They systematically wore down the Flash Wolves as the series progressed, using the Jinx Lulu against Flash Wolves expertly. And honestly, Peke, 3 Anivia games of all champions to give them their 3 wins here in the quarterfinal.
A fantastic champion.
Yep. You talk about mechanics and turning out enough abilities, blasting in a turret. I mean, a beautiful game. xPeke proving he still has it. The Season 1 world champion coming back to the world stage here many times, now on his own team.
He is performing a lot better than he was at the end of summer. xPeke always comes out and says, well, I know they talk about me like this, I don't care, but there was grounds for critics, but he definitely improved a lot. But Origen's still showing some weaknesses in their gameplay, but at the same time, looking at the road they came from, getting top 4 at Worlds,
it's so remarkable. This was a challenger team in the spring split. They form up in the European LCS, and then they're now the first European team to qualify for the semifinals since Peke and SoAZ did it 2 years ago. Last year, Europe didn't have a team make it to the quarterfinals. This year, Peke makes a team, owns it, and plays in it, and makes it all the way to the semifinals in the first year. Really remarkable accomplishment by not just Peke, but that entire lineup to make it in 3-1 as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you've got, as we kind of talked about a little bit, plenty of veterans in this lineup. Mythy went to Worlds on Lemon Dog. SoAZ has been to so many of them on various teams. AAA, Fnatic now on Origen as well. Amazing went with TSM not too long ago. Last year, if I remember properly. And every time, it's an interesting story. These players come together as friends. They pick up this rookie AD carry in Niels. As you were saying, he's undaunted by everything. He never cares who he's against. Never afraid. Frontline Jinx, no big deal. Hasn't played the champion all split long. Plays a few solo queue games on it, and it's like, yeah, just bring it out in the quarterfinals at Worlds, no big deal.
What I like the most about him is whenever you talk to him after a match, you go like, dude, well played. He's like, nah, I didn't do anything. Well, you played perfect. Yeah, but I didn't do anything, right? It's like, for him, playing perfect in terms of not getting caught, doing the right moves in every single fight is standard. He only considers a good performance if he really hard carries, makes the massive outplays. Just that mindset is just, yeah, fantastic for a rookie, just so confident.
Yeah, absolutely, and maybe there's going to be a very long and storied career ahead. Now, of course, these guys are going to be waiting for the other quarterfinal, of course. AHQ Esports Club versus SK Telecom T1.
I mean, semifinal's nice. You know,
either way,
you can go home really happy after
yeah,
getting crushed by SKT.
I mean, the thing is that no matter what, it's a harder opponent for Origen. You either have AHQ, who just did better than Flash Wolves in the LMS, or you have SKT, who, you know,
It's SKT.
is SKT. It's the favorite of the tournament, really. So,
although I did hear their mid laners underperforming a little bit.
yeah, you know, overrated player, that Faker. And I still stand by it. We'll see in the next quarterfinal tomorrow. But, I mean, obviously, SKT is a great team. But the team we're going to watch, of course, is this Origen here. We've got xPeke and Niels getting set up for an interview. Those are two guys I definitely want to talk to. Peke just leading the team this far, and Niels doing this well in his first year in competitive play.
I think what's pretty fitting is in that last game, Peke didn't do much. He died 2 times in mid lane at the start of the game, split pushed the side waves, and just kind of like watched his team destroy the mid lane throughout this game as he was off in the side lane farming. But, you know, these were really close and competitive games until the 4th one. You know, first game, second game, little swingy moments could have gone either way. Even the game that Flash Wolves did win, there was a random Dragon Steal and Baron Steal from 50 health.
The most interesting point, I think, in this entire series was just the pentakill from SoAZ. Not the fact that he got a pentakill, but just the manner, the chaos, what just happened was really weird. Flash Wolves should have taken that game, but just left that opportunity open, and I think that was the tipping point for this entire best-of series. Pulling Origen ahead there, but...
Yeah, and the thing is, it's not at a World Championship about how good your team is theoretically. It's how well you play on the days. There's teams like LGD that bombed out in the group stage that were really good on paper and didn't show up on the games when it mattered. And Flash Wolves, in some very close games, they clearly could have won. The team was good enough to win this series, but in those games, they didn't make the right choices. They got outplayed. Peke made the right calls, and Origen won it. And a well-deserved quarterfinal 3-win victory, absolutely deserved for these guys. And that's going to be it for us for this matchup. But for an inside look at that Origen quarterfinal win, let's throw it down to Shox for a word at some of the winners.
Thank you very much, guys. As I'm joined here by xPeke and Niels after securing their spot in the semi-final at Worlds. You guys don't seem overjoyed. Why is that?
No, I think we're really happy. The only problem is we're a bit exhausted after those games, maybe, because it's nervous. Even if it was 3-1, I think we were all really nervous all the time. So, but I'm super happy.
Niels?
I mean, we don't like stand up and shout and scream or everything, but I'm really happy myself that we made it so this far. So.
This far already. You mentioned maybe a little bit of nervosity. Am I correct in assuming that those weren't the cleanest games? Did you guys feel that as well? Because some calls in games 1, 2, and 3 didn't seem like the best you guys could do. What did you think?
Yeah, well, game 1 was good in terms of calls. Like game 2 as well. The only problem in game 1 was the LeBlanc on side lane. Ruined every call we did, pretty much, because every time we had a plan, he got a kill, and it was really hard for us to do much. Second game, it was easier, I feel like, in game plans. Even if we were maybe behind, it was easier for us to rotate, take stuff around, except for one misplay we did. And yeah, game 3 obviously was like the turning point, in which we had a harder time making plans. And then the game 4 was only the early. I played a bit bad, but after that I farmed and I got carried, so.
You farm and you got carried. And Niels, on that Jinx, something we haven't seen you play that often. Tell me how it was, because it was all in your hands, much like Tristan, I remember when you played at the summer finals.
Yeah, we practiced some Jinx. Like, I think I played 10 games solo queue on this champ, but besides that, it was first time. But we decided that doing this with Tristana takes too much time before you get enough range for you actually to like, be able to run down mid and like just, you know, use shields and speed to get mid. But so we just practiced some Jinx recent days. Also, we knew that there was a priority pick for them. So it's like a take away from them and get a good Lulu champion.
Yeah, we did check your solo queue records on Jinx. It wasn't fantastic, but it was great in T's game. Just playing around. But you guys made it in the end. But of course, the next chapter, semifinals, fantastic. But now AHQ or SKT. Is there enough growth potential in your team? Can you fix up the mistakes you have here to get further? And how do you think about that? Because you've been here, you've been in the semifinal. Hell, you've won the whole thing.
Well, I think it's... yeah, I mean, we haven't faced SKT at all, so we don't know. Never lucky. Never lucky. Not bad.
Not bad. Just talk. Just say. Just do your thing.
It's too funny to ignore it. Yeah, I don't know. We haven't played against SKT, so we don't know exactly how strong it is to face them, but they look really, really strong just from watching them play. So it's going to be really hard, but the good thing now is we have a lot of time compared to other teams. We have like 3 days now that teams are going to practice us, that we're going to get to see how they play, that we're going to be able to adapt and maybe learn a few things while fixing mistakes. And right now I cannot say, obviously, because I would probably say they are better just from watching it play, because we don't have clean games while they had every game really, really clean, except 1 or 2. So, but we will see for next week.
Or AHQ, of course.
Or AHQ, but it's going to be SKT as well.
All right. Niels, what is your feelings going to that next step? Because you proved that if Origen puts everything on you, you can do it. But will that be enough in the next round?
I mean, if we play as today, then I don't think we will win, because we got a bit lucky today, I would say. I mean, the games were good, but we got a bit lucky. So, but we have some time to practice now, so maybe.
Maybe. Well, that's a good thing to recognize. You don't put it overconfident. Finally, Peke, you've been around all of these crowds already, but I can imagine this never gets old. Is there anything you want to say to all these people?
It's still super nice, you know, like, sometimes I'm a bit like, why do they shout for me or something, but every time they do it, I get like super sigh and a smile, you know, because in the end, I get super happy, you know? Like this.
Like this. Niels?
What was the question again?
Is there anything you want to say to these guys?
Oh yeah, you guys are awesome. Thank you so much.
That's a catchy one. Niels. All right, well, thank you guys very much. Congratulations. Origen in the semifinals at Worlds. And now back to you guys.
Thank you, Shocks. A huge congratulations to those guys. Well deserved. Want to jump into this game, though, because during Champion Select, we saw the Jinx picked up pretty early, and collectively, the entire desk let out a giant groan saying, what the hell are they doing? It didn't work out for them last game. Why are they going for it again this time around?
I think the interview from Niels really helped us understand why they picked it. So they realized that they needed a better AD carry for the Lulu. The Kalista can work, but it's not that effective compared to the Jinx. So they went with it, even though he had a couple of games of solo queue with it. Probably not that many in the practice. Similar to how they picked Vladimir in the group stages, even though they've never really played it before. I feel like they went with the same thing this time around. And I mean, Niels just carried so hard. The damage he did was 35,000 by himself. His team's damage, all four, did 37,000. 2,000 shy of literally out-damaging his whole team.
Yeah, and you know, we said going into this game, get the Elise, get some winning lanes, put pressure on it. They're like, no, we don't care. Elise, you can run around, do whatever the heck you want. And Ivy, you can do whatever you want. We got like 2 support champions, an Ardent Sensor, and like, we're just gonna go nuts apparently and win the game.
Like, to me, I thought the Aurelia was hilarious because I was making like a joke before the game, like before the last week came in. I want to see Stake on Aurelia because that champion requires you to do things. Like, I think in team fights he did well, but in the matchup against Lulu, he needs to do better. He needs to itemize Sheen. He needs to play around the split push pressure because eventually Aurelia's not gonna do anything against Anivia, against Lulu. He needs to split push, and he did nothing.
And moving forward in this tournament, I actually feel like that is the next step. Can you get a legitimate split push threat, looking once again at Fiora, that can actually break up these Protect comps? Because we've been talking about it. Protect is a legitimate strategy that's existed in, like, since Vayne, Season 1. So this has been around. Split push has always been the answer to it. Get a really good split pusher. Don't let your top laner that is so important to the composition go to the AD carry and make that juggernaut type of carry. Just keep her on the other side of the map. They had a chance to do that with the Aurelia and just failed in the execution.
Yeah, I was going to say, in the early game, we saw Flash Wolves getting a lot more aggressive. We had wondered if either of these teams were going to find a way. We saw multiple ganks to the mid lane this time around, picking up a couple kills on xPeke, as was mentioned. However, beyond those 2 deaths, he didn't die again.
It was a very refreshing thing to see them take the initiative and really punish the lack of dual combat summoners in the mid lane. But then we saw the exact same thing. Niels, being such a star player, has out CS NL in every single matchup. So now NL forces himself to freeze the wave, and then this time around, they learn from the mistakes in all 3 previous games, and they just say, you know what, go middle with Anivia, take the tower quickly, and then just really get the game going by accelerating the gold lead, and it was a good thing to see them at least learn from previous games and put it into play.
It's also something that I've been worried about thinking of Origen. They've always had this playstyle where they make sure to have stronger side lanes because that alleviates pressure from mid. And in this particular game, they have this weaker bot lane matchup because of the Caitlyn, and that allows the support to roam, and xPeke is not used to that. During the regular split, they were playing always to this strategy where they had a stronger top lane, a stronger bottom, and xPeke was always safe because the pressure came in. That's why it was so uncharacteristic, this particular game from Origen. Like, overall, it's just so weird to me.
I also think you have to give credit to the way that Casa and SoAZ do unpredictably move around the map. They do it very sporadically, and like that 4-man gank on mid lane is what I was looking at. For like 1 second, it looked like Jinx was going to freeze. All of a sudden, 3 summoner spells burn in the mid lane, and they just completely took Peke off the map.
Now, I do want to jump into a replay. 19 minutes into the game, we have a fight in the bot lane, which ends up bringing everybody down there. But interestingly enough, xPeke's build, which was different this game than the previous games, has a pretty big effect on this fight.
Yeah, so at this time, he usually would be having a Catalyst or a Tear of the Goddess, both combined at the same time. But this time, he switches it up after dying a lot in lane, thinking, I need to spike a little bit sooner. So he goes with the Grail and the Haunting Guys, which is going to be a lot more damage, specifically around this time. So you can roll the clip, and now a big thing is going to be Stake's teleport is way too far, and there's a miscommunication with the flashes and going in. At this point, Origen is in a really good spot. Okay, get the kills, and then you see it's a 5 versus 3 right now with Stake flanking from the back. And this is already a very one fight from Origen. Once you get the kill on the Caitlyn, she's no longer a threat, especially far away from the tower, and Flash Wolves just have to run. This is literally a 3v5. Like, you just can't win this. They'll
At
try
this point,
for it.
SKT actually had a way to win this fight. I think that if he had to prioritize with Maple, they could have maybe pulled something together, but the split focus and then Maple getting chunked out was just such a nail in the coffin.
It's like definitely like they were chasing after the Jinx while Anivia, with the build that you mentioned, was in the middle of the pack, and they could have just simply focused on Anivia, which was the bigger threat at this point because Jinx hadn't even finished her IE.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that was a huge uncharacteristic mistake out of Casa and Sorda. You saw that Sorda would have taken Casa into the middle of 3 people. There's only 1 black shield for the triple knock-up. Instead, he tunnels into the brush because he wants to wait for Maple to get there. Obviously, Sorda got a very different message at the start of that fight and flew into his death.
Now, lessons to be learned, though, from this series for Origen. We've talked already about some of their failures to pull the trigger when they have leads and some of their uncharacteristic missteps here and there in terms of handing leads back.
The biggest thing for me was how Shox had mentioned in the interview, these weren't the cleanest games. And I was really happy to hear Niels' response to that as to if they play like this, will they go further in the tournament? He's like, no. Like, we need to improve a lot. There's a lot of room for us to practice and really refine our play. This is not the best Origen we've seen in the tournament. They had a lot of spectacular games during the group stage, and they plan on at least buckling down and really watching what they did wrong and accelerating the game, playing more to how they want and not being complacent. So I really like about that.
Yeah, I want to see Amazing step up. I know that he's a great jungler. He performed really well towards the end of the split especially, even in group stages. And when he gets the eyes on the other jungler, because he is such a good Elise player, he looks dangerous. In these games, he didn't look dangerous. So I'm looking for Amazing in particular to rebuild some of that synergy with Mithy and become that threat around the map that we're used to seeing out of these European teams in the lane swap.
It's like, for me, it is just going back to the roots. They need to play this style where they were playing around the early game because this is the consistent way of playing. Like in these matches, for example, gave me flashbacks in the matches against TSM. They kind of rely on the enemy to make mistakes, rely on the enemy not to pressure the right points. And I think that kind of a play style going into the next part of this tournament is not going to work at all.
Well, I want to move on to a certain player that really shined as his team took the next step in the World Championship, and that was Origen's Niels. With a KDA of 7.8 and 83% kill participation across 4 games, he is our player of the series.
Yeah, and as I said, I get to watch the LPL. I get to watch Uzi, Imp, Death, these guys fly around the Rift. Niels had a performance today to completely rival the great AD carries. We had a mentioning of Starhorn Royal Club with Uzi flying around from Yamato Cannon, but this guy was a monster the whole series long.
I mean, there's a reason why he's my first pick in my fantasy draft. He was so outstanding, and the biggest thing was understanding when he can really push the limits of the champion and flash in his AD carries. It's a difficult trait to learn if you're learning that, but we saw him flash, auto, cancel the, get the next auto reset with the ricochet on Saber and chunk out a LeBlanc literally outside of the team fight, flashing in right at the end, knowing that you're gonna get the AoE crit and just blow people out of the water. It was really nice to see an AD carry really be aggressive, because when you get so many resources put into you, when your Lulu is building an Ardent sensor for you, you better play like that.
An item that no one on this desk thinks anyone should build ever, but it was built nonetheless.
It's like I was super happy that even the team like Origen realized, yeah, Niels, you're playing like a god, we're playing kind of mediocre, so we just give you everything and just go ham.
Yeah, and you know, for such a young player, we say it all the time, the attitude after the game, the maturity he shows when he defers to the captain, he's definitely a guy that on and off the Rift is a huge upside for his team. So can't wait to see him play in the future, honestly.
That to me is most impressive. His mentality, the way of thinking about the game, his attitude in and out of game, and how he sees the team improving moving forward.
It's an S+.
That is an S+ player right there.
He's trinket.
Oh, that's the secret to the algorithm that we didn't know. It's all about how you are mentality-wise. SoAZ also stepped up when it mattered, though, and Jay Folksy noticed they tweeted a penta and a backdoor in one game. Origen, please, here's your world's big play of the day.
Here's the battle. Karsa alone in front, absorbing, gets dunked. SoAZ is online. Maple's down. He's still going. He doesn't get the third as Azonius comes across. He gets some damage on his stake. He gets the kill. He's on to NL, and it's going to save the game.
You just fall to the wayside throughout the mid-game, and then 30 minutes hit, Darius pentakill. Maple actually got picked off. He wasn't sneaky enough on the LeBlanc. The stun from Peke just to set up SoAZ for all of this power. Oh my
That
God.
new angle on the replay, on top of the fact that it's basketball Darius, makes it so much better. It looks like he's just dribbling around the court and styling on people.
Pretty sweet highlight reel.
Here we go again, Darius pentakill, just mash your buttons. but to be fair, I think this one required more mechanical skill than the one Balls did, because I think pretty much
fully utilized that whole kit. Like he got a two-person spinny circle thing that gives you 1 million health.
Spinny circle thing.
What the heck is going on?
I'd like to formally submit a request that we rename that spell to spinny circle thing that gives you a lot of health. Decimate. Is Q.
Yes.
All right, there you go.
He's out of control.
He is out of control. We'll see if people can find a way to deal with him. Now, with one quarterfinal match settled, let's take a moment to update the bracket. With their win, Origen will advance to the next round of the tournament in Brussels, where they'll face the winner of tomorrow's best-of-5 set between the LCK's SK Telecom T1 and the LMS's AHQ Esports Club. Looking at that matchup, gentlemen, we've said time and time again that it looks rather one-sided. Favorites of the tournament, SKT up against AHQ. But thoughts on it?
Even Origen is expecting to just play SKT. And to be honest, I would be surprised if they even created preparation against AHQ because of just how impressive SKT has been looking so far. You obviously have to give some credit to AHQ, but, the chances are slim, to say the least.
To be fair, I feel like anyone that would go up against SKT at this point would be in the same shoes that AHQ are. I feel like no opponent in this tournament...
In terms of public perception going in terms of their status.
Yes, okay. Exactly. And I feel like AHQ, even though, of course, they're the underdog in this particular match, I feel like it is the best matchup we could possibly hope for, because AHQ have proven in the past they are willing to put up a fight.
Yeah, that's what I love about AHQ, right? They're going to attack everyone to their strengths and not the other team's strengths. So they're going to get down and dirty. They're going to look to play a little bit of Tom Kench themselves, run on around the map and see what they can get done. The thing about SKT at the moment, though, is that was their weakness at MSI. They didn't like scrappy fights. Against EDG, they proved that they are more than happy to take the scrappy fights. In fact, they whooped their butt at them. So, there's just... How much hope do you give AHQ once again?
Right, yeah, the three-headed dragon grew a fourth head. They can do everything now. All right, well, pregame coverage begins for that match tomorrow at 5 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time. That's 9 a.m. Pacific, so don't be late. That goes for you three gentlemen as well. Don't be late. Until then, we need to sign off. On behalf of everyone here covering the 2015 World Championship, thank you for joining us. Be sure to stick around, though, because in 15 minutes, Shox, Deficio, and Jat will be here for their take on today's games with another episode of Worlds Tonight.
Hello, London! We're here at the SSE Arena for the very first quarterfinal. Here comes the team. Egg! Oh, dear! Poaches an egg. He gets some damage on his stake. He's on that out! And it's to save the game! Origen dropped the Nexus in game one. Here we go, a massive knockup, and here comes the chain CC and the damage. There come the resets, and Jinx is excited. Welcome, I'm here.
No flash.
Take care of the Victor.
Elise after, Elise. Victor on me. Victor is slow. He can fight.
Origen start their quarterfinals 2-0.
Just chill, dude. Just chill. Why can't you chill? Why don't we sit here and chill, dude? Why don't we just sit here and chill? Yeah. Why not? Play some League and chill.
Baron naturally plenty of damage. Niels maybe won't take it for himself. He goes in with SoAZ. They gotta be careful. What? Oh my God! And again, it's no kills. It's just flash rolls taken. Game 3. And L in a bad way, taking more damage. The flash knock of the rocket hits, and Peke from downtown gets the kill.
Now hold super Origen, and look at that grit.
Puts the rocket on. Oh no! And Europe has a semifinalist at the World Championship as Origen win 3-1. Another couple of kills come through as Stake has nowhere to go. A few more shots will do it. Oh, boom! The kills come in, and this could be the semifinals for Origen. There's only one man left alive. This will surely be the base, and Europe has a semifinalist in the World Championship.
Well, the action is boiling down here after our first day of quarterfinals in London. And while I'm here to talk about all of it in Worlds Tonight with Jad and the Fisho, I'm still a little bit startled because OG made it through. Well, Europe top 4.
Okay.
Great. Now that's obviously awesome for
That's
the
the main
European
thing,
fans, for the
main
European
thing.
fans.
Yeah.
But I think that there are maybe more questions than answers after watching this series, especially knowing what Origen is going to go up against in the semifinals, AHQ or SKT. We'll get to that in a minute. First, let's wrap up these series. I mean, let's start maybe by game 1 and Origen's strategy to give Flash Wolves all the power picks that are available.
Give all the power picks that you want and then beat them anyway. It's
sending
quick.
a message.
Sending a
Really
message.
is. Okay, these are your best picks, and we will beat them.
Yeah.
But it was very close.
Yeah, one thing that I would give Origen is the Anivia pick and slowing down the game proved successful in a lot of different scenarios because neither one of these teams was very good at pushing an advantage. And we knew this coming in. The slowest games, 16th slowest, well, slowest and second slowest coming in, not to mention like the first 15 minutes. I mean, we could have a Worlds Tonight where we're talking about all the opportunities they missed.
Well, I do want to talk about that first because we have the stats that the Flash Wolves had very slow games coming into the World Championship. They had them at the World Championship. For OG, the same, but it's not necessarily what we've seen from them in the regular season over in the LCS. And they tried it in game 1 and then didn't push their advantage. That is not great for them knowing that they tried it now in the first 15 minutes and they didn't push through on that.
And I think some of the mistakes they make as a team, Origen, are very basic. One of them is in terms of just the vision control they have. One of the reasons the games was so slow was that none of the teams knew how to push that advantage and like take over the map completely, deny vision from the other team and catch them out. It was kind of like we ward on our side, you ward a little bit on your side, but we will miss some very, very big spots here and there. And Mabel could use that in game 1 to kind of sneak around and catch Niels a few times. And that's not supposed to happen.
And that was the only way Flash Wolves could create opportunity was when Maple was on the block. Like literally the only way throughout all of Worlds. Watching the day where Flash Wolves went 3-0 in group stage, like their glorious ability to get first place, pretty much every single advantage they gained was off of another team trying to fight them, and then they just outplayed the fight. But they weren't able to outplay the fight against Origen, and they also weren't able to create their own opportunity. And then when they were fighting, it was against Anivia, Lulu, Jinx, like these vastly superior team fight compositions.
And that's why we have to talk about the last game, the one that obviously made Origen win the whole thing. That pick and ban phase, we saw adaptations coming in for Flash Wolves. We saw some for Origen earlier, and I feel like almost every time a team changed something in the pick and ban phase, it made them worse.
So,
which is very strange.
In the definition of adaptation, does it have?
I mean, it can
is
be
there
anything
some
almost.
form of improvement is necessary to use that word? Because every time they change things, it's like it got worse for the most part.
Exactly, yeah. Okay, so adaptation maybe is not the greatest word then.
I actually don't know if that's the
whenever they changed something, okay? So like in the last game, we have like, okay,
Settled.
Jinx is open. They have already first picked Lulu on the side of Origen, and Flash Wolves are saying, we need Rek'Sai. We have to take it early, even though Amazing will always take Elise over Rek'Sai. If we look back at the last few games that's been played, they lock in that Rek'Sai, and obviously Niels is like, oh, I can get a defensive support, a Lulu as well, that SoAZ can play so well, and a Jinx now, which meant they had like the perfect late game comp versus a late game team.
Yeah. The one pick steal that worked the best was actually the Jinx takeaway.
Yeah.
0 games on it in the LCS, plus the playoffs, 0 games on it so far at Worlds, and then success.
You say that was the one, but actually OG pushed that change in game 3 where they were on match point.
But
they decided to take the Jinx and the Tahm Kench, which we thought would be quite an unbeatable combo, as we've seen before.
Tahm Kench and Jinx is one of my favorite 2v2 combos there is in the game because of how strong it is late game. But that was the game where they didn't have any answers to split pushing, which was also the only time Flash Wolves really had a split pushing advantage, and they used it pretty well. Again, we got to late game, and we could clearly see who had the best comp in almost every single game because they would have like the control in the late game.
Yeah. Another thing that came out of OG was first picking the Darius when they were on the red side twice and leaving it open for counter pick. Maybe you could say, okay, that is because SoAZ is confident in that matchup versus Stake and what he can do. And it did net them the game in game 1, was it the pentakill?
Yes.
Game 2?
Yeah, the pentakill out of nowhere just ran.
Yeah.
They were behind.
He actually played that pentakill really, really well. Getting your Noxian Might up on Darius is the most important thing. It means every time he lands an auto attack or a spell on someone, he gets max bleed stack. So you can see, like, the bleeds are also killing the people ridiculously quickly. And he landed every single heal from his Decimate as well. Like, this actually in game 1, if it's possible to have like a series defining moment, it was right there because Origen was supposed to lose game 1. Giving up all the power picks Aside from that game, that's the only team to win on red side. And without that Desperation Baron where they win the Smite War and SoAZ gets the pentakill, like maybe we're in game 5 and Flash Wolves is on blue side with a powerful comp.
That European vibe, man. The base races. And
we know how to make it exciting.
Really cool.
We know how to make it very
Yeah.
exciting. Origin especially. Origin is such a weird team to watch because they're so different. Like again, the shot calling late game with these backdoors happening, a play like this pulled out by SoAZ, but also again some of the problems they have. Communication-wise, they're super good at rotation like macro play and calling these backdoors, but they're horrible at communicating. I'm back in base.
Why do you put yourself in that position?
I'm like, well, we see this all the time. It's like Amazing's like back in base, and then the two side lanes are like, let's keep pushing. Let's just run forward. Oh, we got ganked and died. Okay, what happened? I'm like, how can that keep happening?
Yeah, a basketball analogy for this for me is like their J.R. Smith. That he's a guy who shoots nothing but threes. Sometimes he catches on fire, scores 40 points in a game. Otherwise, he turns the ball over like 15 times and shoots two for 15. Like that kind of is the way their double teleport game feels to me, because sometimes it's so amazing and they make this great play and you think, Origen, they could literally beat anyone. Because with some of that strategic mastery, they could beat anyone. And then you have times where like a Nivea is split pushing without teleport and they're fighting 4v5. You're like,
but it makes you think, is it strategic mastery? I mean, in some games, like the first game they played versus KT in the first week of the group stage, we were like, oh, wow, fantastic late game calls. But then here, Niels also said, we honestly got lucky. He owned up to it, so to say, and that's coming from him, knowing that he had the team on his back for that last games. They realize it as well.
Of course, I mean, again, we look back at that pentakill in the first game where, yes, they had 4 dragons to 0. That was like the thing that going for them. So to keep baiting Baron for that 5th dragon over and over, which was very smart. Again, that's a good shot calling we see there from Origen. And yet, getting in that position in the first place, and also game 2, where they're playing against Stakes Malphite, everything is going perfect. And then there's one team fight, they're like, let's keep chasing the Malphite and group up 4 men together. Stakes smacks them in the head and flash over from Mabel, kills everything. And you're like, why? How could that just happen? So like, that shot calling for the next match has to be so much cleaner for them, because they're doing so many good things, but there's just too many mistakes as well.
It's so scary for Origen. Like, we're gonna assume they're gonna play SKT. Maybe this world's been full of surprises, but SKT's the lone undefeated team coming in here, and AHQ doesn't look near the same level up until this point. So if they do play SKT, that's a team that punishes you for like a single mistake and ends the game off of it.
I tried to ask him about it because, of course, Peke's been around so many World Championships. I kind of feel maybe there's something in there that's like, wow, semifinals, good, man. But then there's someone like Niels who's probably like, I'm going to go all the way. But where are the ends in a matchup like that?
For Origen, we're most likely going to see them try and run the same kind of late game comps and see if they can get Niels on a hypercarry. Like, whenever Origen really needs to win, we've seen it in the final against Fnatic. We've now seen it here when they had to close out the series. They put Niels on this hypercarry and like really try and protect him with everything they have, because he's good enough, he's confident enough, he can make these big plays. So I think they're going to try and do exactly the same against SK Telecom and try and say, if we can play safe for like 30 minutes, like they tried to do here against the Flash Wolves, late game, one team fight can win the whole thing.
I don't think that's a great idea.
I'm not saying it's going to work, but I think for them, that's what they've been trying to do.
At the same time, though, like, stylistically, it's a really bad matchup for Origen. But at the same time, it's an even worse stylistic choice for Origen to say, all right, we're going to compete with them with a bunch of early game champs and try and outplay
just one game. Like, I feel like you have to try it.
You can try it, sure.
You can try, but it's like...
If you just sit back and say we're going to try and go to late game versus SKT, come on.
If it's your best way to win, if it has been your playstyle now for a while and you don't trust your early game to be good enough for 3 weeks. The final against Origen, that late game comes as well.
You're right.
Against Fnatic, they played themselves.
You're right. Just throwing it out there.
Yeah, you're right.
They have a chance because Origen is a really swingy team. And if they make a few nice double teleport plays, and maybe they play AHQ. If it's an AHQ matchup, the whole system changes.
Yeah, and then maybe they underestimate them a tiny bit, because...
And then AHQ crushes them because they're...
Wait. If AHQ beats SK Telecom, nobody will say that AHQ is a weak team or anything. They are fantastic.
So HQ is fantastic, but in this particular matchup they have on their hands tomorrow versus SKT, there are a lot of questions to be answered. Let's start with maybe the mid lane matchup, rather. Westor, we have been saying how we don't know how he does it. He trails in CS and then he gets those kills, but now he's up against possibly Faker.
I think we know exactly how Westor does it. He loses lane, and then when his team is team fighting, he's like, and he's actually pretty good at team fighting. He picks up kills on the backside. Can't actually fault Westor for his team fighting. He creates a lot of pressure despite being down in CS, but he still loses his turret like every single game.
And I keep hearing how it's planned, it's okay that he falls behind. It is not okay that you fall behind, especially not against Faker. That is not okay, because if that tower drops, well, what's going to happen? He's never going to be able to roam because he's sitting so far back farming at a tier 2 tower. Faker has full control. Side lanes will then have problems. So Westor is probably the guy who needs to step up the most for HQ to win that matchup, because the rest of the guys have been performing really well on that team. He's the only guy losing the early game.
Yeah, watching the games from HQ in the group stage, Ziv, On, and Albus, great players. Mountain was looking pretty shaky, and Westor, really shaky.
Yeah.
And
they go up
interestingly enough, they go up against Faker and Bengi,
Yeah.
which are kind of good together.
Kind of, a little bit.
Had a good combo. I feel like it's almost the same. You could ask for the ins possibly for OG if they meet SKT. It's kind of the same for AHQ. Get Jinx maybe for On once again. Try and protect him. Try and roll and make those comps that way.
It's going to be something like
Tom Kench.
Tom Kench is going to probably be in there. The Jinx, you mentioned it. Try and go late game with their AD carry. Because SK Telecom is a team who has often not run that much backline threat, because they value hacking these early skirmishes very much, Elise, jungle, and so on for Bengi, to fight in the early game. If you do manage to get past that point with a strong AD carry you can protect, I think late game team fights can be won by HQ. It's just getting there is going to be almost impossible.
And one thing that SKT does do is they do seem to run more mid-game peaking team compositions than others. Obviously, we're a little bit skewed because we just watched Origen versus Flash Wolves, which every game was centered around 40 minutes. Most SKT games don't make it to 40 minutes. They're peaking at 20, winning by 25.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens tomorrow. A lot to be discussed. AHQ versus SKT is coming up tomorrow. Same time, same place, right here from London. We're going to sign off. See you tomorrow.
Bye.
Hello, London! We're here at the SSE Arena for the very first quarterfinal.
Here comes the team. Oh dear! Poaches an egg. He gets some damage on his stage. He's on the hill. To save the game. Origen dropped the Nexus in game 1. Here we go. A massive knockup. And here comes the chain CC and the damage. There come the resets, and Jinx is excited. Welcome in here.
Yeah,
No flash.
No flash. Take care of the Victor.
Elise after, Elise. Victor on me. Victor is slow. You can fight.
Origen start their quarterfinals 2-0.
Just chill, dude. Just chill. Why can't you chill?
Why
don't we sit here and chill, dude? Why don't we just sit here and chill? Yeah. Why not? Play some League and chill.
Baron naturally plenty of damage. Niels maybe won't take this for himself. He goes in with SoAZ. They gotta be careful. Oh my God! And again, it's no kills. It's just flash rolls taken. Game 3. And L in a bad way, taking more damage. The flash knock of the rocket hits, and Peke from downtown gets the kill.
Now hold Super Origen, and look at that grit.
Puts the rocket on. Oh no! And Europe has a semi-finalist at the World Championship as Origen win 3-1.
This is not the team you want to be drawn against. AHQ versus SKT. All odds are stacked against AHQ.
这个优点的话是他对线很激进，而且他不按照常理出牌。那你会不知道他用什么英雄来对付你。
웨스트도어가 플레이하는 챔피언은 모두 다 제가 플레이할 수 있는 챔피언이기 때문에 그렇게까지 상대할 때 부담은 없을 것 같고 약간 좀 더 수비적으로 할 때도 있고 공격적으로 할 때도 있고 좀 변칙적인 선수인데
缺点的话，
He's got no life. First blood. There it is.
缺点的话，
The flash engage from Faker.
Faker, the 1v1 against Pawn.
目前是看不太出来。
제가 느끼기로는 그렇게까지 저 위협을 느낄 정도로 강한 상대는 아니라고 생각하고 또 그렇기 때문에 이번 미드 라인전은 자신 있습니다.
压力多多少少都会有点，对啊，但是必须要赢他。如果你要打冠军，总会要遇到的。
MaRin just eviscerates him, and SKT demolish H2K.
AHQ will be the final team out of Group B. SK Telecom T1 win in under 24 minutes. They make it look easy.
Ladies and gentlemen, to day 2 of our quarterfinal showdowns, coming to you live from London. As you can see, the crowd is plenty pumped. Tons of energy in the building. There it is, gentlemen, screaming their heads off. We've got signs, we've got fans of both teams setting ourselves up for quite a series between SKT and AHQ here today in London. Of course, moments ago outside, the crowds were out in droves, and AHQ entering the building, and you'll see Westor here in the back. He's going to have his work cut out for him against Faker and the rest of SKT as they arrive for their best-of-5 today. Today, these teams will step into the ring and battle to keep their world's run alive. Hello, everyone. I'm James Dash Patterson. Great to have you with us for another explosive day of action. And keeping me company here on the analyst desk during today's match in jolly old England is LPL commentator Jake Spawn Tiberi, North American LCS caster Aiden Zyrene Moon, and Renegades jungler Alberto Crumbs Rangifo. Gentlemen, day 2, here we are. How do we feel?
Feels great. I'm really happy to be back here. It feels like it's been forever since I was on the desk.
Yeah, well, it's been about a week.
Yeah, it feels like forever.
It hasn't been forever, but
I'm glad I get to come back and keep you company.
Yeah, well, we're glad to have you back. Now, we've got our first semifinalist yesterday. Europe's Origen grabbed their 3-1 quarterfinal victory over the Flash Wolves. They will advance to Brussels and will face the winner of today's matchup between SKT and AHQ. The crowd very happy about that one.
Yeah, they certainly were, and they did it off the back of maybe probably the most surprising member coming into the split, Niels. He was an absolute monster. Like, his Kalista game, I said it was like flawless. CS was perfect. He was able to dance around the map. Then the Jugger Jinx comp that they ran in the last game with the Arden Sensor Lulu in the top lane. Couldn't probably ask for more out of an AD carry player.
Yeah, and Niels, there's actually a great story behind him, because when xPeke was making his team, he asked his former teammate Reckless what AD carry he would recommend, and he's like, you got to pick up this guy, Niels. He hasn't played professionally before, right? He hasn't done lane swaps before, but he came into Challenger Series, the rookie of the split, when they made it to the LCS and ended up coming to Worlds, and now they're in the semifinals. Just a huge, upward story for this guy. Huge potential, and it's only his first year in competitive play.
That being said, the team suffered from some of the criticism that we had of them coming into the series, which is that long games. You know, they needed to go to the late game every time, and they had trouble closing in some areas or pressing advantages where we saw them.
And that's the complete opposite of who we're going to see today, AHQ versus SKT. These two teams play very fast, and as for Origen, they have to be looking out for the early moves that these teams will be making and see what they can do in their own playstyle if they want to keep playing slow and slow down the tempo for their new opponents.
Yep, something that they're going to have to keep in consideration as they are playing the winner of today's series. According to xPeke, though, the long game was intentional to avoid mistakes the team makes when they play too fast. For the full interview, though, head over to lolesports.com and check it out. Of course, now turning our attention to today's matchup, let's send it over to the stage to meet our combatants.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to London for day 2 of the League of Legends World Championship quarterfinal. The winner of tonight's best-of-5 will move on and be top 4 at this year's World Championship, and maybe even more for them. So now that you guys know what's at stake here tonight, let's introduce our teams. On the blue side for game 1, LCK's #1 seed, SK Telecom T1. Telecom T1 win in under 24 minutes. They make it look easy. In the top lane, MaRin. In the jungle, Bengi. Their mid laner, Faker. The AD carry, Bang. Supporting, Wolf. Substitute mid laner, Easy Hoon. and SKT's coach, Coma. Let's hear it for SKT! Their opponents in tonight's quarterfinal matchup, starting on the red side, the #1 team from the LMS, AHQ Esports Club. Their top laner, Ziv. Roaming the jungle, Mountain. In the mid lane, Westor. At AD carry, On. Starting support, Albus. Their substitute support, Green Tea. And AHQ's coach, Backstairs. Ladies and gentlemen, AHQ! You guys have met the teams, you know the stakes. London, I have one question for you. Are you hyped for today's quarterfinal? Once again, for our quarterfinalists, let's give these guys some noise.
For today, you know, what a story for both of these teams. SKT having won the Season 3 World Championships, not making it to Season 4. Here they are back, Season 5, and looking very strong. Favorites, to say the least. And for AHQ, again, a team that has been on this stage multiple times, looking to make it another round further. Odds are stacked against them. But if any team can do it, I think it has to be AHQ.
Yeah, and AHQ, last year at Worlds, they didn't make it out of the group stages. They looked like they could. There was some back and forth, but they've definitely put the LMS region on the map for just casual players and casual viewers of League of Legends. You can't ignore this region.
I just still cannot get over how good Westor's hair looked today. That thing was like absolutely monstrous.
It was on point.
You've got to look good to feel good and play good.
I think what excites me for this matchup is that throughout the entire year, SKT has been such a dominant team that they're the ones that set the meta. Whatever they do usually gets adopted across all regions. They're saying, is Faker playing a new champion? Everybody's got to run it. Irelia mid, the Varus, all these kind of stuff gets brought out. People want to innovate it, and all the remaining teams in the tournament want to see what SKT is doing and see if there's anything that they can adapt to and include in their playstyle, whether they win or lose today.
All right, so let's jump into this matchup and talk shop. SK Telecom versus AHQ. SKT are widely seen as the favorites to take the Summoners Cup, and their record backs that up. 6-0 out of the group stage.
Yeah, SK Telecom, they look like an extraordinarily dominant team, but a lot of that does come from the mid lane here. You see Faker versus Westor's today's matchup there, and it's almost polar opposites right here. Faker loves to dominate the lane and has a large champion pool, but then on the opposite side, Westor has a relatively small champion pool. All of his champions want to do almost the same thing, and he tends to leave lane and fall behind because he's roaming and trying to affect the rest of the map. He's a resource that they put in other lanes to get them ahead to win those matchups.
Which is another reason why I think SKT has this game pretty handily, because if Westor's going to try to roam, Bengi is the guy that really revolutionized vision jungling. Back in Season 3, he really started the game with the whole mobility boot, sightstone, and then just be at the right place, right time. That's what I'm expecting him to do here, and I don't think Westor is really going to be able to roam around undiscovered. Should be a pretty easy way to just punish him in lane even harder, and we saw just how hard Faker can really shut down somebody that's just an inch behind in the laning phase.
But you do have to look at the last time these teams played, and Westdoor didn't play that style. He played the Cho'Gath. It was against EasyHoon, so a completely different SKT. You have to remember they were using their substitute, but he did go for more of the team fight, safe laning phase, farm up, be nice and big in the late game.
He also got banned out towards that.
Yeah, exactly right.
Champions.
But I think that he does have another style he can play there, and he has shown it throughout the LMS. The carries that I want to look at are probably the AD carries in this matchup, because I just think that Bang especially is having like a once-in-a-lifetime tournament. The guy's died once in 6 games. Like, he's an absolute monster at the moment, and it's not like he's playing safe. This guy's in your face. He's willing to dish out all of the damage. He's on a 27-game win solo queue at the moment. Anything he touches.
100?
I don't know if he can hit 100 KDA.
Can he get 100?
So difficult to do. And like Westdoor is just going to play an assassin, and even if it comes down to it, he'll be like, I'll just kill you once.
Kill him.
Just one time.
Yeah, and then you've got on the other side of the rift, arguably the reason that AHQ made it this far is Arn. This guy is also having a fantastic tournament, and you know, his Jinx play was absolutely stellar. He's been able to, once again, dish out all of this damage, and he's nearly a walking highlight reel himself. You can see in this clip, he's like flashing Malphite ultimates, picking up quadra kills off the back of it. His positioning has been flawless, and that is what you need out of your AD carry going up against a player like MaRin in the top lane.
Looking at just the teams and how they've progressed throughout the group stage, a trend in AHQ was the fact that they were not able to adapt on the fly to what was being thrown at them. In the game against Cloud9, they really didn't understand what Veigar did. They couldn't put the Rengar together. Some games, they really weren't able to close them out very quickly. And against a team like SKT, where Faker has such a diverse champion pool that can really change how the game is played. So if you had an Olaf mid and an Azir, those are very different things and new things, exception not the Azir, of course. But AHQ's tendencies, they're really gonna have to adapt on the fly, and it's very difficult because throughout their entire LMS, that has been the trend. That's why their games are so snowbally. Either they get it or they don't.
And something about both of these teams is they both seem to adopt skirmish styles. SKT is extraordinarily powerful when they have 2-on-2s and 3-on-3s, but the same thing seems to go for AHQ. They both play relatively short game times, with SKT having the fastest, but also an interesting statistic here for SKT is they have the average least wards placed per minute out of all quarterfinal teams. But they sweep the most of their enemy's vision. So they're looking for these skirmishes in blind spots that the enemy has. So they're doing a great job of setting up their fights ahead of time, and that's why SKT is having these 29-minute games and just shutting people out. Also, their group stage, relative to the teams that they were facing, wasn't exactly the hardest group for them either.
Yeah, the thing that made me completely terrified of SKT coming into this tournament was their weakness used to be if you hit them hard early, they do stall out the game. We saw it at MSI and try and come back at you. This time when EDG was trying to hit them early, EDG was getting aced, and they're one of the better teams in the tournament of hitting teams early. AHQ is the other team that can potentially do that around the 13-minute dragon fights. So game 1, I think, will be super telling. If AHQ go at them super hard and get aced at the 13-minute dragon fight, I don't know if they have another strategy to be able to pull these games out to a longer length.
We have seen AHQ come back in late game team fights, though, with some extraordinary kind of picks. I loved the composition they ran where you couldn't really select a good target, right? You had the Elise who can repel. You had the Fizz who can just playful trickster and Zhonya's. And then Albus brought out the Tom Kench to protect on. I love this champion. I want to see it here today. And I want to see what Albus can do to supplement what On is doing and help out the team.
I just want to run through a few statistics, see what this sparks in anybody. Dominant statistics here for SKT. Second fastest game time at Worlds, 29 minutes and 9 seconds. So that's incredibly fast for an average game time. They have 5 of 6 first bloods, first towers, first golds, and gold leads at 15 minutes. They've taken 52 towers to their opponent's total 10. They've taken 18 dragons to their opponent's total 1, and 7 barons to their opponent's total 0. So their macro game, their control over the map, and the leads they build early is clearly very sound.
Let's just hit the game time is the one that I want to hit first. They're 29 minutes average, and they were quicker against the best team in their group. Against EDG, they were like 28-22 or something like that. This team is terrifying when it comes to game length.
The fact that they're getting those early towers as well, and they have 95% dragon control, is astounding. Because usually in lane swaps, you're like, okay, I'll get the tower first, and then I'll sacrifice a dragon for it. That has not happened to SKT just yet. They're having complete map dominance, even when it looks like there's a weak side of the map for them.
What I've been enjoying about this team is that they don't seem to fit the meta of the entire tournament. They have other picks for the top lane. They've played Rumble, Renekton, and Fiora more than any other team. And for the mid lane, they're the only team that has really brought out the Ryze. And Ryze with Teleport is the only pick in the mid lane that currently offers just as much kill pressure as another mage that has another combat summoner.
All right, well, the question is then, where can AHQ poke holes in SKT's early game and larger game control? One of the ways they might be able to do that is with a new champion. We saw one yesterday with Caitlyn pushing the record up to 70, so we want to ask you guys, what champion do you want to see make their debut at Worlds next, and why? We'll be checking in on what you're saying throughout the day, so tweet at LOLesports and throw on the hashtag Worlds. Gentlemen, though, it's time to get your predictions on the books. SKT versus AHQ. Crumbs, we're going to start with you.
Of course, I have to go with SKT for this one. Bengi's the guy that I look up to in the jungle in terms of improving my own play style. And I mean, I have to go for this team. This is probably going to be a 3-0, but I do expect AHQ to put up a fight and maybe get a bit of a kill lead in the early game, but probably fall down in CS and Global Gold.
All right. MaRin?
In terms of putting up a fight, I like to think SKT is just Mike Tyson in his prime, right? Extraordinarily fast, extraordinarily strong. And AHQ is me. I might poke him in the eye one time. I'm 6'2", I got some reach.
Yeah, I was going to say, what is your reach? That's
but
your
he's
only
going to
chance.
knock me out so fast I won't even remember my own name. I have to go with SKT here. They've been looking so dominant throughout the entire tournament, and even before that as well, in the LCK.
A little dissent from the crowd. At the end of the series, I'll ask you what your name is, see if you remember. Spawn.
Yeah, I'm going with SKT as well. I feel like I have to take some of the low-hanging fruit to get my track record back to...
Cowards! You're all cowards!
In saying that, I actually think that if a team will take a game off SKT this whole tournament, like the whole thing, I wasn't expecting them to drop anything, I actually think it was going to be AHQ. The reason being is I honestly think this team is explosive when they get a lead. They don't have any fear. They're like machines. They just as soon as they get anything, they just want to attack. And I think that can surprise a team.
And Dash?
I don't, my name wasn't on that graphic. What are you talking about? I don't have to pick. Well, these guys were unanimous on the desk and not risk takers, apparently. So now to get the games underway, let's head over to the caster booth after hearing a little more about the man in the bot lane that helped carry AHQ to today's quarterfinal.
他是什么样的一个人？他是一个平常看起来很混的人，但是他重要表现的时候都表现得很好。
The engage is flashed away. Arn stays alive, and Albus throws down the Maelstrom.
You can't make that move in full vision and think Arn will not flash it. He's been playing on point.
那个会战是因为我们先逼巴龙嘛，然后就是逼他们过来打架，然后就是因为是在正面开战的情况，所以我就是一直盯着石头人看而已。 然后就躲掉。
I can't speak highly enough of this AD carry. So many people talk about what they do on the top side of the map and what Westor does in the mid lane, but their bottom lane has shown time and time again that they are legitimate threats at every single part of the game.
Albus gets stunned up. On flashes forward, the last auto attack calculated right there.
The team has showed an extraordinary amount of faith in their bottom lane, putting him on carries like Jinx and repeatedly going back to On for those late game fights and saying, we trust that you will carry us.
Elimination, Black shields himself. Holy cow, a big engage and a triple kill for the AHQ AD carry.
AHQ 지금 이번에 조별예선 경기를 보면은 굉장히 뛰어난 경기를 보여줬는데 그 바탕이 항상 그 AHQ 안 선수의 원딜 바텀 캐리가 기초가 됐었거든요.
Kakao though caught out of position. On has to rocket jump away. Kakao goes back down. On gets a crit and takes him out of the fight.
비단 징크스뿐만이 아니라 안 선수는 한국 솔로 랭크에서도 되게 상위권에 위치한 적이 있는 걸 보면은 전체적인 원딜로서 뛰어나다고 생각해요. 전체적으로.
这种感受其实还蛮棒的，可是能不能维持就要看自己的实力可不可以固定在这个阶段这样。当然希望自己会成为让大家都知道的人，然后尽自己最大的能力。
I'm looking forward to seeing what Arn can do on the Rift. Hello, London, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. My name is Quick Shottington the Fourth. I'm covering for Riv, who is feeling just a little under the weather. Get well, dude. Joined by Crepo, as well as Monte Cristo, as SKT take on AHQ. And the winner will book themselves a train ticket to Brussels and a spot in the semi-finals. Gentlemen, it's great to be here. What is it AHQ has to do to win this match? Crepo, like, what's your view on this showdown?
I mean, A great historian in League of Legends once compared a similar matchup as hot dogs versus Power Rangers. He's no longer in this tournament, but it's a tough. May his words live long and prosper indeed.
I like that. Let's take a look at picks and bans. We are jumping into the game best of 5, with SKT being blue side in games 1, 3, and 5, if we need to go that far. Monte Cristo, for the 8th time this tournament, AHQ have banned Azir.
And not only that, for the 26th game of theirs in a row, they have banned Azir. So it stretches far beyond the World Championship at this point. Of course, Gangplank coming in, and there will be no blind or counter-picking of the Fizz this game either for Westdoor.
Yeah, we're expecting the last ban from AHQ Esports Club to be Mordekaiser, something we predict every single red game from them, because they like banning Azir, and they simply have to ban Mordekaiser on the 3rd try on red side. But SKT, they want none of that shenanigans to say we have spare bans against AHQ. They just ban on Mordekaiser themselves.
I think they want a Lulu ban here so they can first pick Elise and not have to give anything up for it, or vice versa.
And that's the first time in the last 16 games that Mordekaiser has been banned on the blue side. It has been an exclusive red side ban. You can see it's thrown AHQ for a little bit of a loop, and they've left Lulu up in favor of banning out Ryze.
Maybe wise to just get Bengi at least here, because Mountain has shown that he's not been playing too great on other junglers overall. And also just the pressure that Bengi does early game with that Elise in terms of dives. Remember the game against EDG where he had superior pathing than Clearloff, and he just opens up the map.
And very quickly, that is the 19th time that Elise has been first picked this tournament out of 54 games. The first by a very large margin. The next is Lulu at 8, which is still available if AHQ want to lock it in. They've got a couple of options. The Kallista's up, the Tristana's up, the Lulu's up.
Just for AHQ, that Elise has been such an important pick. It's a small sample size, but they are 3-0 on Elise, and Mountain is, what, 1-3 on the other junglers that he has had available to him.
He still has Rengar available. I know you, Monte Cristo.
No. That's not coming back, Crepo. You don't want to see that either.
Well, AHQ deciding they will hold on to the jungle pick for now. Thresh and Kallista locked in.
The problem,
both of those from SKT.
Problem for AHQ is they don't want to give SKT the Kallista, but the problem is when you do pick Kallista and you don't actually lock in the Lulu, then you give a hyper carry composition with the Tristana that actually plays well into the Kallista too, and SKT now have really good late game already, so they're picking themselves into a bit of a bind here already.
Right, you take that Kallista because Bang is professionally undefeated on that champion. SK Telecom has never lost a game playing Kallista, so you feel like you're obligated to take it away. But when you do that, we don't get to see On playing Jinx, and just statistically, the Jinx has been very successful for him, but he's 1-2 on other AD carries not named Jinx.
Yeah, and SKT actually coming out with the necessary respect for that pick, making it their opening ban here, so just wanted to steal away some power of Bang, but the only way this goes bad for SKT is if Bang dies in lane, and Bang and Wolf have really shown that they just simply don't die at all.
One death for Bang across the 6 games they've played. We'll see if that can go closer. Dash talking about the 100 KDA. We'll see. We do see the Westdoor locking in the Diana. Understand why it was banned out during the group stages. And Westdoor's going to have to put on a monumental performance on this quite aggressive team comp that AHQ have already put together.
Well, I mean, Faker will probably just play the Lulu here. SKT not a team that usually plays Lulu in the top lane, so it will be the Fiora making a return for MaRin. And unsurprisingly, we're not seeing anything new from SKT. If I'm SKT coming in, I don't want to show anything unless I absolutely have to. I feel like I've got an easy match in this best of 5, so why display anything at all to clue in future opponents?
And then, yeah, you see something that you see very often when a team is just outclassed on many fields. They just go for a heavy skirmish composition in which they try to snowball. The Diana mid comes out from Westdoor. You got the skill, kind of outplay bot lane where you just want to flash in aggressively, hopefully get a kill and try and snowball. But if this composition falls behind, well, it's probably going to pick a low wave for their top laner anyways. Then you get sieged upon and you slowly lose the game again.
AHQ has played pretty much exclusively pick compositions out of the mid lane. We are looking at champions like Fizz, TF, Ari, and Zed. For Westdoor, they've got another strong duelist here, so why change what got them to the quarterfinals in the first place? They're going to play pick, and that Darius would be no surprise.
Well, Darius is locked in as the timer runs down for AHQ. Put themselves, I feel like a pretty good skirmish comp. A lot of tools to play with. In SKT, they've got a lot of disengaging kite power, as well as the ability to set up some picks as well.
I think both these teams are happy with their draft, honestly, coming into this match. AHQ playing a similar style that they're used to playing. They have the tools to potentially snowball the game, which is necessary if you go against a team that is just better on the macro game. SKT comfortable with their choices.
And according to Analyst Desk, a lot of the members felt that for AHQ, their biggest opportunity was in the early game. Get ahead early and use that to steamroll further. Monty?
I'm not sure I agree with that, simply because of the average gold differentials that we've seen between these teams. Right now, SKT usually has a 5,200 gold lead on average at 20 minutes. Meanwhile, AHQ is at negative 329, so there's a 5,500 gold differential in the early game on average. That is a very troubling statistic.
Pretty sure you've just described AHQ's group stage. They're quite swingy in their performances from what we've come to see. They've picked the team comp that's going to either swing in their favor with those double TPs or against them.
I think the door is swinging closed, quick shot. We'll find out, though. We'll find out. I think this is going to be a good matchup for Faker. He likes to push the lane very aggressively. He's played this entire year. Push the lane, get autos on the turret, take the mid tower, open the map.
Something we have seen, though, from that Diana pick in mid. On paper, it looks like it doesn't push very well, but the teleport solves a lot of the problems this pick faces around level 3 to 4, and then you can definitely solve that a little bit by just basing, getting some more mana, and start wave clearing.
Well, we'll find out how these teams perform on the Rift. You guys at home, for the first time today, is the door open or closed? Hashtag SKT win or hashtag AHQ win. Crowd in London is electric as the tournament favorites, SKT, are taking on the #1 seed from the LMS, AHQ.
The matchup I'm looking forward to most is actually just Bengi into Mountain. If he actually goes for any mistake in terms of pathing, revealing himself, Bengi has been just on point with punishing those mistakes.
Yeah, interestingly, Faker has decided to take Ignite in this matchup, which is a little bit of a surprise. I don't really think that Ignite Lulu is very good here. Sure, it's going to give you more kill pressure in the mid lane, but he has to capitalize on that. Bengi needs to show up early in order to make the most out of that particular summoner spell choice.
A bit of a show-off here between Wolf and Albus, but a defensive start across the line. Not a lot of deep vision down within the opening minutes, and Arn already starting to back away.
SKT's playstyle has been very top lane triangle, so top, mid, and jungle focused, while having Bang and Wolf play a relatively even / passive bot lane overall. They can do that with the Alistar. And also lane swap, AHQ looking to match probably the lane swap they predicted from SKT. SKT having none of that and say, well, we can take it 2-2.
Pretty passive level 1, actually. We've seen a lot of one-side invades or mirror invades from the teams, but this is going back just to the line of scrimmage, so not something that we've seen very frequently in terms of a level 1 at the World Championship, but looks like nobody wants to take any risks in the quarterfinals.
Why not? You don't want to give AHQ's team comp any sort of advantage, but mirrored starts. Junglers and top laners as well as AD carries and support all on the same camps, just on opposite sides of the map.
I'm curious what SKT's plan is. They want Westdoor to push in early to open up the possibility of a gank, but what Bengi's timing is going to be is very interesting. Before Diana hits 6, she is more vulnerable than most mid laners to these ganks, and so if you're going to take the Ignite, you have to make the most use of it and actually shut her down in the laning phase, because if you can't follow with TP later, your bot lane's going to have a lot of trouble.
Yeah, look at MaRin pathing to the top lane. SKT was not expecting this lane swap to come out. They were just expecting HQ to go bottom and take a slightly unfavorable matchup 2v2 early. So MaRin pathed upwards, found the Thresh in the river, said, oh, we have a lane swap on our hands, but SKT should be fine to adapt.
Let's see what that small tempo will do. Faker already shoving the wave into Westdoor, as we expected in this matchup. Westdoor's going to take a lot of harass while trying to CS, and he's going to lose some of those minions.
Yeah, and this is, again, we need to watch the jungle mid synergy between these two teams. So what this is saying, Faker's shoving the lane in because he's trying to buy Bengi more time to get some levels, to get some buffs, and it's going to reverse the pressure onto him now. So it's about how he manipulates the wave right now. It's going to give us a hint as to what their plan is around the mid lane.
Yeah, Faker obviously leaning to the right side, the strong side of the map. That's where the jungler could be. Obviously, Westdoor doesn't know that. Sometimes we see these 4-man roams in the mid lane in the tournament as an adaptation to the relatively fast 4v0 push we have. But AHQ and SKT are looking to go completely standard on this court.
Not taking any risk. Bang, of course, playing Tristana will have a little bit of a fast pushing advantage. First turret.
And this is a change because over in LCK, we very often saw MaRin just go back to the lane early, try to soak experience and not get punished for that. But it seems the Western lane swap style has kind of made its way to Worlds as a standard here, where both teams just trade a tower, bounced away backwards. Either top laner and AD carry will share now for pickaxe gold, but the Koreans are actually fine just buying Avarice, so they don't even care about the pickaxe.
Very greedy of them. But yeah, coming into this, and we do see it's the European lane swap style, of course, with the junglers still going on the strong side, close to the majority of the members of the team to continue farming. So it is the EU that's won out.
Always stole the gold. It's like, Ziv, you don't need that gold. Sharing is caring.
Small advantage then to MaRin in terms of getting that local gold. Tower's not even falling yet, actually, so it's going to get shoved in.
MaRin intentionally bounced the wave off of that, looks like. Actually, no, looks like it barely didn't die right now, so a bit of an error in the lane swap would appear from SKT.
And this is something we see with teams that are just not as practiced in doing it over and over and over. When that last minion dies, suddenly the armor on that tower goes up again because the backdoor bonus comes back. And then that one hit that you were doing will be 2 hits or 3 hits.
A small advantage to AHQ in terms of the global gold. Ziv and MaRin both TP'd up to the top lane, and the wave is pushing towards Ziv. As long as he doesn't throw down those decimates too frequently, play a little safe.
It's good adaptation from Ziv.
Aggressive play as well, connects to Apprehend. Mountain with an optimistic burrow. There's no tower and no cooldown on Apprehend. So MaRin says, I dare you, bro. He's actually going to push them out.
The awkward gank actually coming in.
It's not over yet. Now MaRin's caught up. Furious bite. Again, Ziv needs to get in range. Down in the bottom lane. Arn's going forward. This is the man that we're talking about. Wolf down to 100 HP. Double flake. He's going to keep Bang back. Flash and heal and exhaust used for everything on the side of AHQ.
A bit of a mistake there from Arn popping his Ren, not taking into account that Bang still had heal available to keep his support alive because he could have gotten 2 more Ren stacks. Maybe then finished him off.
Aggressive play from AHQ, both top and bottom. There is still a flash available. Ooh, Bang, he's going to rocket jump forward. Arn's got that explosive charge on his head. Albus and Ann, they're moving forward, but just to trade it. Maybe coming away better from AHQ.
Yeah, you can see the change that was done to Alistair W. This tower is low, so you should play as if it's not even there because Bengi's diving.
It's 3v2, the tower's down. Albus will give up first blood. Bang, Bang, he wants to shoot them down. He's rocket jump forward. Bang's looking for the double. His 73 KDA, and the hunt for 100 is on.
Bang Bang, is Bengi shot them down? I think that's how that one should go. But
Damn it, Monty!
it's a very easy dive on that turret with it being so low. It wasn't really respected, but if we watched Bengi's pathing coming in, comes in around the mid lane, gets a pink ward in, walks, so it's very, very safe in his assumption about where Rek'Sai can be, while simultaneously giving Faker the ability to play to the right side and pressure the turret.
So he's not greedy, he flashes for the cocoon. A lot of junglers here would just path around, try and get an easy cocoon, preserving the flash, and this time Wolves lands that combo. Earlier, he missed it a little bit because obviously Alistair W got changed. A lot of these supports just have the muscle memory from the old combo. But lands a more important one. 2 kills here on the board for SKT.
Yeah, although things went well for SKT on the bottom side, at the top side, MaRin's found himself getting a bit denied right now due to the little bit of an error in the early game and Mountain's pressure on the top side. So it's a bit of a deficit that MaRin's going to have to overcome in this matchup. And Mountain's still playing the top side right now, but he is in trouble.
He really is. MaRin is, as is Bengi and Wolf. Mountain is going to stick around. He's going to manage to find his way a second tunnel. There's another one ready, and Mountain gets out.
Well, tunnel vision on that Grump, but he makes it out anyways.
Ooh. Well, good setup for that, but Bengi missing the skill shot really hurt right there. Couldn't really do anything about that. Gold play from Mountain for the Grump, I will say. Makes me a bit nervous to see players do that, but he does get away with it.
Gentlemen, Mountain as well as Ziv got themselves an advantage over their opposite numbers, but Faker 20 CS up over Westor at 7 minutes. And Bang with a pickaxe and an Avarice blade to the Vamp Scepter of Arn.
Problem with these junglers reverting to the side lanes, it just gives Faker an easy matchup where he doesn't get punished. Westor doesn't have the damage to take him down in one go, so he needs the assistance of his jungler, but he's busy trying to snowball top lane against MaRin, one of the best, if not the best player in the tournament so far.
You know, Faker here, we talked about the CS differentials between Faker and Westor. Westor at -17 and a little bit of a Grand player from Atlas, but Faker up at +16. So if this holds true at 10 minutes, we should see a 33 differential if the averages are going to be appearing in this particular matchup.
It appears to be the case for now. Approaching 10 minutes on the clock, and nobody's really made a big move for Dragon. You can see Bengi on the mini-map, pulling some support from Faker as well with the deep vision they've got set up. SKT could opt to challenge around that objective.
And what SKT does well as a team is they don't buy into the traditional, okay, 2 members should always be in the bot lane, 1 guy should always be in the top lane. They redistribute their resources well enough to keep their losing lanes from snowballing further. Look at Wolf, who just showed up at the left side of the map randomly before, or well, looked randomly, with a purpose obviously, to then go back to the bot lane. Now he's helping Bengi take a blue buff down, and they're just working together as a squad.
MaRin says, I don't really need the squad. Throws down a grand challenge onto Ziv, trying to run him down. Ziv has now got Noxian Might. He flashes with the apprehend. Riposte has been charged, and both players trade ultimates, rather just flashes. Ziv's holding onto the dunk. But SKT Dragon.
Skirmishing on the opposite side of the map, nothing really happening right there. MaRin being a little bit bold, he didn't have any vision on that top side of the map.
He was looking to pop the last vital there for the heal, but Ziv did enough damage. Here's Mountain though.
Mountain, oh, that's a mistake. Maybe attack moved onto the Grom. Now he's in trouble. Does manage to tunnel, gets a double knockup. Ziv is going to look for the heal on the Decimate. Wolf's in trouble. There's no Unbreakable. And Wolf's going to be able to get away as Ziv had already used Apprehend.
Yeah, that's the difference with you. Potentially a double killer for AHQ. You can't afford to make those mistakes against SKT.
A bit rough, but you know he still had his ultimate, so it was going to be a bit hard to go in on that. But they are going to lead this mid lane up. Bang is already in the mid lane. Of course, they have the ranged jungler release, one of the best combos here for quickly taking a turret. And so that little gang deep in SKT territory will be punished with the mid lane.
Yeah, SKT, they don't want to style on their opponents in a sense where we just want to outplay a 2v2. No, we use the pressure we have in lane to push up the lanes, and then we just outnumber you in another lane. Pushed in the bot lane there by Bang, moves to the mid lane, so just tower, picks up the farm in the bot lane. All is well on SKT's side.
Monty, you talked about the gold lead SKT has had on average at 10. Currently it's just over 2,500. Analyst days talk about the Dragons. SKT have secured 19, and they've only given up 1 across their 7 games. And their average game time is 29 minutes. So they're getting, on average, 3 Dragons a game, below 30-minute average win time. These are exceptional stats for SKT.
I mean, they're absolutely incredible, right? To have that much control over the Dragon. Each game, that means on average that they take 3 Dragons and their opponents take 0.17. So you're lucky to get, you know, a very small fraction of a Dragon when you play against them.
Maybe that's AHQ's goal this game.
Get Dragon.
Just get 1 Dragon to ruin SKT stats, kill Bang like once or twice to ruin his KDA, and then go home.
Have to kill him a few more than just once to ruin that KDA. Although, one more time we'll cut it in half. Only a single death conceded. Mountain is sniffing out Wolf, who's still not level 6. There's no support for Mountain.
You can see Wolf just intelligently waiting right here till his jungler and his AD carry get into the top side of the map. Not taking any risks walking forward until he has backup and then heading around to cut off in the tribe rush.
SKT is sending Faker down to the bot lane. 4 people in the top. Wester has teleport. Faker is running the Unite, so this could potentially be a 4v5 here in the top lane.
If
or 4v4 actually.
Teleports.
Never mind.
Let's take a look. SKT decide to back away. And Faker's moved down to the bottom to deal with the pressure Arn was applying. Arn silently farming up a sizable lead in CS as Bang has swapped around the map to put tower pressure down. He got the mid tower earlier and now looking towards that top tower.
And look what they did. They sent Faker to defend to the far side against Arn. Then mid lane wasn't pushed in because Wester wasn't certain. Then MaRin just TP's there. So SKT just not sticking to the regular roles. And for AHQ, if they want to find an opening here, we just need Wester to get behind people with the teleport and surprise them. Just assassinate them. Make picks.
Especially with 2 TPs up right now to none. This is a golden opportunity for AHQ to really get into this game and start to make plays on the map. But you can see how cautious SKT was just sending those 4 people top. They knew they were going to be extending deep at least for a moment, so they wanted as much backup there as possible, respecting the double teleports. And, you know, in Korea, when SKT lost 1 best-of-3 over the course of the summer season, it was because they were not respecting double globals when they played against CJ Entis. I can really see there's a big difference right now in the way they are playing the map compared to that loss against CJ.
Also, just how far up their pink wards are in this game. Usually you see them defensively at the entrance of your jungle. They have 1 here. They try to push behind Bang to spot a Rek'Sai flank. 1 on the Scuttle Crab, and they're just defending there as well. A lot of these teams, they place pink wards and then they leave the area.
Albus is sitting Bang. He's going to eat a death sentence and gets pulled into the box. Apprehend his channel in the flay. Cancels the rocket jump. The dunk comes down from Ziv, but it's Albus that secures the kill. Unbreakable Will is available for Wolf. He will flash over the wall And AHQ will not chase further. They've got their first kill.
And it also ruins Bang's KDA, cutting it right in half down to what, a measly 36 right now. So he's not actually going to hit the 100 mark anymore unless we have some very interesting games in this best of 5.
Interesting may be the name. Plays backwards, pulls on forwards. There's nowhere to go. Bengi flashes over the wall. One from on, looking for the pierce. Rends for a kill and throws Albus for good measure.
And this is exactly what AHQ is looking for, making picks without plays, using that play to cancel the rocket jump after Ziv already used the upper hand. Now Westor, he should be able to do some damage to MaRin in the bot lane.
We're gonna force him away for the time being. The London crowd supporting the underdog. Mountain is being forced away by Faker, and all of a sudden AHQ have a momentum swing in their favor. They're still down in gold.
And they're down in control on the map too. They're down in that dragon. We can take a look at this little play again.
Yeah, hook comes out, and now they have 2 cancels for rocket jump. So Ziv does the smart thing, just using his to get more damage, and then the Flay. On paper, it's easy, but to do this in the tournament against a player like Bang, whoever tries to mind game, you know this is a good play. You know he's not going to instant rocket jump, so you need to predict it.
Really was nice communication there between the Flay and the apprehend, like you're saying, to make sure that only one of those was used initially to pull him in, get him a little bit closer so you can get the damage down, and then saving the other for that rocket jump. Great execution by AHQ.
And thank you, stats guys. Bang has spent 27 seconds dead out of the 220 minutes of gameplay SKT have had at the World Championship.
Probably asked the referee, like, why is my screen gray? Guys, is this a bug? Well, tick.
Someone turn the filter off. SKT will get their second dragon of the game. It's no contest from AHQ.
Problem is for AHQ, whenever they make a pick, they have a hard time capitalizing on objectives because SKT plays such a high pressure style. They're always doing something. Their vision is so far up, so even when you kill somebody, the route you take to the next objective. Here's Bang, actually reporting that bug.
Reporting the gray screen bug. Well, we are in London, so it is awfully gray. You know, in general, sometimes I think I'm dead when I'm outside.
I saw the sun yesterday for 10 minutes, I swear. It was there. So we do have a brief pause as we've crested 15 minutes. AHQ maybe slowed down some of the pressure that SKT was putting on them, but the vision is still fairly in favor of SKT. And Mountain's got a good tunnel network that he's been using to his advantage.
Yeah, and Westor doing the prime strategy not to die against Faker. Don't lane against him, just go to a different lane.
Split pushed against Fiora instead, try and get MaRin down. And yeah, they're holding out their own so far, and they're playing the kind of game that I think they need to play to be successful here, because team fighting against SKT's composition in the late game isn't really an option. Once Fiora gets that heal down, if Fiora gets wild growth in the middle of the fight, that is absolutely terrifying. A fed Fiora can just tear through an enemy team.
Yeah, definitely so. On and Albus have been playing well though, so far.
Yeah.
A couple of plays in the bot lane, forcing double flash, then they make every death so far from SKT has been at the hands of Albus. Initial hook there in the top lane, flashing in for a Flay there when Bengi was in the river. So overall, they're not afraid to make aggressive moves. They may just have to ramp it up a little bit more if they really want to snowball early game.
Well, 15 minutes in, they're going to run out of time before that early game is officially over. Ziv, as you can see on your screen right now, he is having an issue with his monitor. The tech guys believe it is resolved. They're just doing some checks and tests on stage before we resume the game. And Ziv, 10 CS down. He had a higher CS advantage early in the game, but Bengi showed some love. There was some support from Bang and Wolf, and MaRin was able to farm up that difference.
Well, they've also been using teleport for farm, right? We've seen AHQ holding on to their TPs to potentially set up plays, but there was no hesitation when we saw the Fiora TP right into the mid lane to collect that wave. We've seen SKT just holding firm, having a freeze at a tier 2 turret. They've been really, really focusing on getting this CS on MaRin, and that's really been the story of this tournament so far. MaRin has the highest gold per minute of any player at 448, and SK Telecom is the only team in this tournament where the top laner gets a higher percentage of gold than either the mid or the AD carry. Actually, both the mid and the AD carry. Sometimes one or the other, but never like both of them with a higher percentage.
MaRin has been hard carrying so many of these games, and SKT have just been outclassing their opponents through many of their laning phases.
But this may change this game, however, because MaRin was slightly behind in the lane swap, and Faker, he was phenomenal at CSing overall. 31 CS up at 10-minute mark here against his opponent Westor, who now has said, well, I like my CS on another lane, I don't want to battle that Ignite Lua for it, I'm just going to avoid you. And SKT hasn't really played to their strengths of the composition just yet, which is group sieging. Having MaRin split push, drawing somebody away on that Fiora for duelist, and then just sieging with that composition, throwing out cocoons. Bang only needs like 5 seconds with a tower, and it'll be gone in 20 minutes.
Well, for AHQ, they do have some strengths in Ziv and Arn. We'll see whether or not the two of them can pull enough attention from SKT as we rejoin the game. Mountain forced to flash away, still playing maybe overly aggressive in SKT territory. Not enough support from the rest of the Korean squad, so AHQ get out. They do lose a summoner.
Just one down though, and Mountain has been living in that topside jungle, really making it difficult. And if you're playing on the red side against blue side with Faker on it, that's where you want to go. You want to attack his blue buff so he doesn't have the lane pressure.
And you have to do that because you need the deep wards, because if AHQ is going to make any proactive TP plays, you need vision behind enemy lines, and that's what they're looking for right now. That's phase 1 of the plan. Get that vision, lure them out, and then surprise them somehow with the double TP.
So, Grand Challenge is down again. MaRin gets away, forced to flash. Ziv is looking for the decimate. That burn's not going to be enough, and Ziv, again, coming out better in the trade. Faker, he's going to wild growth up. Westor gets the reset on the Crescent Strike. He's got that Pale Cascade shield to prevent some of the damage, but Faker comes away looking better after the fight. HQ are not done yet, gentlemen. They look to contest this red buff, and they're not backing away. Fate's Call is available, but Bengi will smite it. At least it's a resource denied from back.
And they're getting control of the jungle, but they have to start taking these turrets, so they are going to smoothly move down into that bottom side, start getting some damage, and SKT tries to get an angle to defend.
If this goes bad though, there's a ward all the way behind them that MaRin can teleport to.
Ziv has his TP up as well, and SKT defend the tower, defending their 1,500 gold lead as well.
They can shut SKT off though. They've removed a lot of resources to defend that bot lane tower, but now they have no wave theory in the mid lane, so that should be open, and this is exactly what they were looking for. Using the pressure from that pick potential to zone them out of the jungle. They can then take an inefficient route, and now Ziv, he gets back in time for the top lane.
Yeah, just catches that wave right there. Makes sure that MaRin can't split push down the tower, so some really good moves on the map from AHQ right here. Just getting into both sides of the jungle, making sure they set up the vision, and then cutting off SKT's defenses properly. This has been a really well-played series of events, and it's put AHQ back in this game now, only down 1,000. They've been slowly recovering that gold differential.
Yeah, some good rotations here.
Very good. Fact.
HQ are going to need a few more of those magical moments if they want to get a lead. They are still down. MaRin just got that Hydra completed as Ziv is going to apprehend him backwards. Decimate comes out. Grand Challenge again is thrown down. Noxian Might is burning. Ziv's looking for a target, but there's no flash to follow. But Ziv, once again, winning the duel with MaRin.
Yeah, and he's doing a good job not exposing his vitals to MaRin to get that heal on that ultimate, so he just really wants to keep his torso, aligned with MaRin, so you're not going to stab me in the side or back, maybe put 1 vital overall. And by the time MaRin could be done with it, he's already dead.
Oopsie. So just missing that thing forward. He moves into the blue buff area. Faker still pushing down the bottom lane. So AHQ win a fight up top, but gonna lose a lot of hit points on this inner turret.
And there's no teleport wards again. They really need to start placing deep wards when they leave a lane. Instead of focusing all the wards in the jungle, they should push up the lane, leave a ward there, because somebody's gonna push it out again, and then you can surprise them, because nobody expects lane wards. Everybody expects jungle wards for teleport. On the lane, that's where you make those proactive TP plays. And Westor, I don't think he's used teleport almost a single time, maybe just to get back to lane once.
Yeah, there really hasn't been that proactive. They've been making plays without teleport, which is great, but they haven't taken every single opportunity that they could to snowball their lead or try and get back into this game, rather. And one thing that we really haven't talked about yet is what this is going to look like in the late game. So SK Telecom, if we just look at their composition, AHQ is eminently kiteable here. They have a very low engaged composition. Westor can get in there once, but he's going to have a hard time following up after that. And when we're talking about champions with a high amount of mobility, Fiora, we have Lulu with the kiting, the glitter lance. It's going to be very hard to actually teamfight for AHQ lane.
Luckily, SKT have found Mountain in the jungle. Teleport's coming in from Westor. Ziv's in a little bit of trouble. The wild growth is up as well. And Bengi just gets one. MaRin Iska arrived to the party after teleporting in, but that was just too easy.
I mean, just coming in off of that, they set it up well with Wolf. It comes back to the boards they got deep in the jungle earlier on. They did a great job of sweeping it out and just following up on the wave. And finally, AHQ tries to make a TP play. but they do it while MaRin has his as well. And so it's just not the same effectiveness that we could have seen earlier in this game.
Yeah, headbutt into double pulverize here from Wolf, not weaving that combo in together, just maximizing the cooldown on that, and then just focusing on Rek'Sai for the reset. Really good just utility from Alistar right there. And later on in these fights, later in the game, when Westor is diving in, Wolf can actually trade his life. He can stay alive for long enough with that Unbreakable to just trade his life with any of these carries of AHQ, and then it's going to get rough for AHQ to find an answer, so they really need to start making better picks.
A lot of pressure on AHQ. In a turret on the bottom lane, does stay standing. Small solace, but lost control of their jungle, lost control of the tempo of the game. And with Dragon up in 20 seconds, SKT have got pretty good vision, phenomenal vision even in the blue side area of AHQ to allow them to set up for that Dragon. As finally Westor secures that outer turret to the bottom lane.
Yeah, and they started with a turret deficit. Now AHQ has made good use of the split push to take a turret advantage, and this is what they have to do, because they cannot fight. They have no way to kill Bang in the late game. Once the rocket jump comes in, he's got the buster shot to get targets away from him. So AHQ is just going to be absolutely kited to death. SKT, what do they want to do? Keep stacking dragons. Right now, just get to the dragon on time, get the priority on that objective, and just kite out AHQ when they contest.
Because after 3 or 4 dragons, it would actually put priority on AHQ actually having to stop the dragon. That will lead to a team fight. That's where SKT is stronger. If you want to do dragon, not only do you get a lot of benefits in those team fights from those stats, you also just force the enemy team to fight you over that dragon eventually, unless you can close in 30 minutes. AHQ will not be able to do that.
Yeah, and again, SKT gets the priority on the dragon. Bang is there. Here comes the TP.
Ziv is going to look for a party. The death sentence finds no one, but Westor's looking for a flank. Wolf has gone forward. Unbreakable will time out shortly, and Westor forced to flash defensively. Bang zoned him away. Dragon's still standing and ticking. Albus looks for MaRin and interrupts the lunge. The Wild Growth will save him for a few seconds longer. Ziv on the front line, but as Mountain gets away, the Grand Challenge heal is up. MaRin gets apprehended forward. On still on the back line. The Ren is going to get ready shortly. MaRin eats a decimate. He will go down. A 2-for-1, and AHQ may get Dragon.
Oh, that was so close. That hook from Albus almost tugged Bang back into that fight. And SKT is actually one of the teams that fights incredibly well 4v5. They're not afraid to re-engage or take a fight where people overreach to clean them up and punish them. That was almost a turnaround, but solid play from AHQ overall.
Yeah, and Westor had that flank in there, which made them unable to follow up on the Wolf engage. That was really the critical part of it. They burned Wolf's ultimate, and they have to keep fighting like that, but Faker's in trouble.
Wow, Bang goes forward with that rocket jump. He's going to get Westor. The explosive charge secures it. Now can rocket jump forward aggressively, and Bang finds 2 more.
And this is exactly the playstyle that got Bang to that initial 71 KDA. He's not a max range player that just waits at the outskirts of the fight. He's not afraid to jump in, get the restart, get another kill, and then jump out.
And does it perfectly. AHQ did win the Dragon fight and secure only the 2nd Dragon that SKT have ever conceded at the World Championship. Unfortunately, 2 more kills to Bang. He's now 4-1 and 3. Currently sitting 500 gold more than Art, and will extend that once they knock this tower down.
Yeah, but On's been doing a great job of taking that empty lane farm. We've seen while MaRin has been far back near his tier 2 turrets, so is On this entire game, so it's kept him relevant, even though Bang has gotten quite fed already. So now that gold lead will extend to about 700, but considering we're talking about 1-1 and 2 versus 4-1 and 3, that's actually not too bad.
Certainly is not. Static Shiv has now been completed for Bang. MaRin continuing that split push threat on the bottom lane.
It's almost getting to a point where a minor loss against SKT you can view as a win. Oh guys, we're only 800 gold behind.
I mean, to be fair, AHQ have had some pretty good moves this game. They out-rotated SKT to secure some towers. They won a team fight around the Dragon Pit, secure the Dragon. Problem is, they're giving up too much in between those positive plays. It's allowing SKT to maintain control.
And we really haven't seen Faker use this Ignite to any effect, and as the game drags on, they'll have fewer and fewer ways to deal with AHQ's split push, so that is a bit concerning at this point in time.
Let's take a look. Apprehend does not find Bengi. I'm going to use that blade active, but not going to get anything more, and Bengi will clear tunnel and a ward on the way out.
Something we haven't seen from the Ignite, obviously, is the pressure it puts on Westor. Westor may have just not gone on in certain all-ins because of the threat of the Ignite. That is obviously a hard thing to see, because those are like invisible plays, the same way some people don't go for certain farm because they're afraid of potential teleport. It's incredibly hard to get into the minds of these players. maybe that's why Faker took it. We can only guess, but not want to question Faker. Not after I went against him once in a vote saying Royal Club would win. Never again. Never in my life.
Long time ago, back when Monty was still driving trains.
There's no hype train this year, you know. The hype is real. It's manifest.
It's absolute.
Yes, it's the reality train now.
I like that. I like that. The reality train.
The Korean dominance reality train.
That makes you a reality star, Monty Cristo.
I don't know how I feel.
Is that an upgrade or
No,
a downgrade
no.
to Shoutcaster?
That makes me feel very bad about myself. Thank you.
SKT were able to knock over the mid inner turret, while AHQ regained some control of their blue buff, but they're still hemorrhaging gold, hemorrhaging farm, and being forced deeper and deeper back into their own lanes.
And this wave clear coming out of SKT just pushes AHQ back. As a result, they can't get deep wards. Without deep wards, they can't set up teleport plays. They can only play reactionary on teleport. SKT is too good of a team to really get caught, and slowly but surely, they advance their gold lead until Baron becomes an option really on the table. And SKT, they don't go for those early Barons. They only take Barons when they want to close out the game. In 4 out of 6 games, they actually smash the Nexus with the Baron buff still on them. Just shows just how they value that objective.
Yeah, the first Baron buff, nonetheless. So yeah, just taking...
Not any, just like the single first Baron they took. Baron to Nexus is 3 minutes. It's like a race for SKT against themselves. It's like one of those ghosts in Mario Kart.
Turn on the 3-minute clock and see what happens. Well, trying to defend here, but again, the wave clear still pretty close to that turret, so they keep getting bottled up. They only have a single ward at bottom side jungle right now.
Extended siege here for SKT. There's not enough close wards behind them for Ziv and Westor to make use of, and SKT will just face tank to secure their 5th tower kill of the game and increases the gold lead to 5,000. Allows them to set up vision, minutes and a half till Dragon. There's even going to be wards for SKT to play with and force that next Dragon fight if they so choose.
It's a quick recall, get that gold down, start turning it into items. Looks like Faker going to be going for Witchbane here. So trying to maximize his auto attack damage does make sense, considering he's going to get a lot of autos simply because of his kiting potential against AHQ's composition.
And AHQ, they're just going to run straight at SKT too, so he's going to weave in a lot of auto attacks. Skull Crab buys them 90 seconds of time.
Small advantage for HQ around the Baron pit. SKT have made no real moves towards that area, and you know, on 270 CS, 3 items completed. He is going against Bang with the same 3 items, but gonna need to be the man that can fight SKT or MaRin more specifically.
You can already see.
HQ want to win a fight.
You can already see the emphasis SKT is putting on that mid lane control right now. Faker doesn't want to let anybody move up far enough to challenge him on that push, because that is always step 1 to securing an objective that is either Dragon or Baron. It's pushing in the mid lane first. Then you can go to the side to put deep vision. SKT already have the deep vision, so all they have to do is push mid, go Dragon.
MaRin set up on the bottom side already. Ziv actually coming in from behind.
Teleport, first proactive player.
Gonna be a little difficult. Challenge is down. 2v1 for the time being, but the rest of SKT are nearby. Ziv flashes forward. Wild Growth will interrupt the Noxian Guillotine, but MaRin is still low. Westor's looking for Faker. Remember, Wild Growth has been used. Westor goes golden. Wolf is gonna immediately get rid of that death sentence, and the first kill will be MaRin down. AHQ looking to retreat. A lot of their tools have been used, and Bang's got a red buff. Crescent Strike connects, Death Sentence does not. Bang flashes forward. It's going to be a Fate's Call to save Albus's life, and Bang rocket jumps. He's got 1 crit onto Arn. Arn uses that heal, and it's a 1 for 0, but AHQ should lose Dragon.
Yeah, they're just going to go right back. I mean, so many members of AHQ just chunked out right there on the retreat thanks to the Whimsy catching up that Tristana, and MaRin's up at 15. He's still got teleport. Let's see if HQ, they're actually going to contest this. Ziv coming in.
Dragon secured by SKT. Bengi with a respect flash over the wall. And there's even blue pings on Baron. Do AHQ risk rushing?
They could actually consider it, seeing how far they're behind and how they lost that fight, even after getting initial pick. What worries me the most is that they actually had Ziv snuck in that brush. MaRin was not aware. They could have teleported Westor 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds earlier for that finally proactive play. But it still was a reactive play. He waited for them to start fighting, then he teleported in. So there's a distinct lack of communication here on AHQ side.
And they invested so much too. Look at the number of wards around that Dragon. They still ended up losing it. The Baron pit is totally dark right now, and SKT, they start to play the top side of the map, they start to push it out. They don't want any wards getting in there. They're trying to force a fight. The best thing SKT can do with this composition against HQ, force a face check, walk backwards, deal the damage, clean it up with Tristana resets.
SKT, it sounds so easy, but they've played safe, and despite being caught a little bit off guard, this is one of the more competitive games SKT have had to deal with at the World Championship. AHQ showing they're almost there. They cannot afford any more mistakes at all.
We've talked a lot about SK Telecom, but the fact is they had a relatively easy group, and with EDG not looking anywhere near their former selves at MSI, it was tough to get a read on how good they would actually be. And AHQ, they have given us the most competitive game of the tournament so far.
Yeah, take a look at what Bengi and Wolf are doing together. Not only do they roam the map together, Bengi bought the more expensive items that the team needed, as in Locket of the Iron Solari, whereas Wolf is heavily invested more in vision. He even has 2 pink wards in his inventory right now. Allow for dynamic vision. We'll get to that later though, because Westor...
I think he's down. Ziv will be nearby, but I'm not sure he wants to be. The heal from the challenge will just top off any damage that was put down.
Yeah, SKT is just willing to take a pick and then move up their lines of vision. That's why Wolf is bringing 2 pink wards to the party, so he can continuously keep moving them for optimal positions, and then eventually SKT can secure this Baron.
Might be a little risky. All of AHQ are nearby. 3,000 hit points. Wolf is trying to get rid of Mountain. He's interrupted him for a while. The Apprehend pulls MaRin back, but that's not the one you want. Exhaust is down onto Ziv. Bang's looking for On. The Flay will not find a target. MaRin, he'll get a heal from the Summoner spell and stay alive. Bang's looking forward. Ziv will get shut down after being turned into a munchkin. SKT get Baron and 2 more kills.
Yeah, Wolf should be playing goalkeeper Alistar. He's really keeping everybody out of the fight.
And just coming into that fight too, that was all a function of SKT having the vision control on that top side. Westor should not have been pushing out so far by himself. That was a huge error, and SKT as a team, they can turn that 1 pick into a Baron. They're not going to give you a chance to get in there because Wolf will play that goaltender. He'll be on the backside shoving your jungler out.
Gentlemen, the countdown timer has started. T-3 minutes until SKT victory. 4 of their 6 wins. That has proven true. Will this be number 5?
Yeah, we need one of those 24 clock sounds, you know, at the end. Last 10 seconds.
Audio guy, make it happen.
But yeah, the amount of closing. SKT only... We talked about it earlier. They have 7 dragons in their 7 barons in their 6 games, because all they usually need to finish a game is 1 baron. That's what they need. 1 game against EDG, they took 2 barons. Closed the game with the 2nd baron buff still live.
That was the style baron trap though. Let's take a look at this one again. So you'll just see Wolf head out. There's a buster shot actually that goes out first. So actually a bit of a miscommunication there from SKT. But immediately after the Baron, they're over the wall, they're fighting. Exhaust down onto Ziv nice and early. And Bang has the wild growth on it. He knows MaRin's in trouble. MaRin's calling out for this, and just beautiful play as they come and sweep up behind the red pit.
Yeah, MaRin walks out of the fight long enough to survive, reposts the next attack, then he gets a shield, then the cavalry comes in with Bang there, not afraid to move in.
Oh! Holy cow! Hey! And gets almost 3 shots, summon a heal and flash. And it will cost an inhibitor turret. Albus has been hit by the Glitterlons. Teleport came in from MaRin. This battle is split on 2 fronts. MaRin and Bengi will most likely kill Westor. Arn's here, but he's simply too late. Inhibitor's down. Remember that ticking time bomb. SKT are looking towards the Nexus, and Bang is already on it. The minions arrive. The explosive charge will secure 1 tower. Cocoon buys time for SKT to take down the 2nd tower, and SK Telecom will hold true and finish the game with Baron to go 1-0.
Wow. Well, that was the ending. I didn't think we were actually going to get it that time. Quick shot, considering they had to pull back pretty early, but they come in about the last 30 seconds of that Baron buff, and they make it happen.
Yeah, SKT ruining their own Baron power play stats because they end before the buff even wears off. So efficient at closing. Tremendous to see.
Bengi's distraught about Bang's KDA right now, apparently.
You have failed me.
34 minutes. It was, this is going to sound like a weird line, but it was one of the slower wins from SKT. I felt they paid AHQ the respect they deserved when it came to pushing the lanes. We didn't see SKT out of position. Unfortunately for AHQ, we did see them out of position, and they were punished for it. They lost a Dragon, they lost a Baron, and they can't afford to make those mistakes.
It's so hard, right? Because you make one mistake like that. Westor wasn't even in that big of danger, but because of the vision that SK Telecom had after the Dragon, they had done the setup a couple minutes previously, denied everything with those pink wards, that it makes it extraordinarily difficult to even push up like that. And you make one of those mistakes against SK Telecom. I mean, just looking at their Barons, they get something like 24 minutes is their first Baron in the game. We talk about post 30. You make a mistake, the Baron is theirs. They will close.
And
they
just
did.
looking at their plays, SKT's plays on the map post 20 minutes just makes so much sense. It almost looks easy. It's simple when you watch it. It's like, they're doing this because obviously it's their next step. And you think, why are teams not countering this? Because they do it so efficiently. Yeah, they're going for Baron. Yeah, they have vision. Okay, Baron's lost.
Yeah, and it's easy for us to take a look at that and say, okay, this is what they're doing. But these guys are trying to play the game, talk to each other with incomplete information. And they're still making these calls 1-2 minutes in advance, setting up everything so beautifully. It's really impressive to watch.
It really is, and I think a little bit of praise to AHQ as well. They did show some good rotational play. They did show some understanding. These Mountain are playing aggressively in the jungle. For a little bit more, we're going to head to Shox in the interview lounge. Let's talk about SKT's first victory in the series.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm joined here by Freak and Clement to talk about that very first game.
They really like you.
I think it's you, Freak. Anyway, let's talk about this first game. AHQ showing some good things. Let's go back to the picks and bans rather, because ultimately there is where SKT started their plan. What did you make of it, knowing the way AHQ likes to play?
I think both sides really got what they wanted. AHQ wanted to punish the bot lane from SKT, doing the only thing they know what they want. So it's Kalista and Thresh. They want to penetrate the bot lane early, but I think SKT react to it really beautifully. They said, if you want to go for the bot lane, we're going to punish your top lane. They picked Elise, early strong jungler, and then Fiora, who could snowball the top. But AHQ also reacted pretty well. They said, we're going to do the lane swap, so we're going to nullify your Elise early game pressure, and we're going to swing the farm advantage back to our own jungler, our Mountain. That's how we want to play. So I think both sides got what they wanted.
What did you make of the early game?
Yeah, I thought both comps come out well. So once the sort of early game came out, all my attention to me was kind of on the bot lane, where very surprisingly, maybe not to you so much, but AHQ had a really good start in the duo lane. They had the pressure lead, they had a bunch of damage early on. The problem is they overstepped their bounds. They took some bad trades, and suddenly here comes the enemy jungler off of a turret that I'm not convinced it was left up on purpose, though it may have been a bait turret. Oh, we're safe back here with this 12 HP turret that, of course, gets immediately dived on. At least one of the very best divers, even if the turret were alive for some reason. Just the fact that AHQ is down to half HP, no one's going to protect that lane, because they're in a long lane for all intents and purposes, that is diveable.
Yeah, they give up 2 kills there in those skirmishes, but they do manage to come back. I want to pull up a replay from 21 minutes in around the Dragon, which was going to be the 3rd Dragon for SKT. And actually, AHQ is scrappy in those fights, and that's what they want to do. So it makes me question why they haven't done that more by some deep war teleport plays, but they do manage to do it here. Let's roll the clip out, showing how scrappy AHQ can play like we know them.
Yeah, this is what AHQ does a lot. Like, Ziv usually has very good teleports into the game, and I feel like this game really showed that AHQ can outfight SKT, but they're getting outsmarted on a lot of turns. SKT is much more decisive on their teleport plays. Right here, the fight almost gone badly for AHQ, but they managed to pull it back a little with the apprehend right here, and we see like AHQ eventually take the Dragon.
There's actually a lot of really interesting things that happened in this battle as well, because Westor gets cut off by Faker, has to burn his flash, then Faker comes in much, much earlier. So yes, AHQ did pick up a couple of kills. Also, the very first kill, the one on Wolf, was because Apprehend just barely got started right when the headbutt came in. So normally Wolf's gonna headbutt Pulverize and then peace out, set up for his team. But Apprehend actually pulls him like right at the headbutt. So Darius is flying backwards, pulling Alistar with him. Suddenly, like, Wolf's stuck in the middle of the team, and the rest of SKT's like, oh crap, never mind. That's not gonna work anymore. So really interesting small mechanical things got some of that fight rolling.
Yeah, definitely some individual play that was very good. One thing that I paid a lot of attention to was Mountain's play, because we've said before that he is quite good in team fighting, but he doesn't know how to bring back those early map movements. Here, he definitely had something else in mind, and that's more like you know him.
Yeah, exactly. I think Mountain's one of the smartest junglers that ever come out of the LMS. His pathing is always good. We've seen in the IG game he can go down 2 kills and then still come out with a farm lead ahead. But this game I was also really impressed by how well Bengi was pathing, because he's playing on Elise. Like, Rek'Sai should get a farm lead over that, but still Bengi pulled out ahead. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, definitely. And in the end, SKT didn't have to show anything yet. What happened in the mid lane was what we thought would happen in the mid lane, with a huge CS difference, but Faker in the end had to play the Lulu and give the people the ultimates that needed it. If we go into the next game, there were good things for AHQ, so what should they try harder on? One of the things maybe could have been getting a late game carry again for On. We know that Jinx will probably be banned away 100% of the games to come, but Tristana might be an option. He has one win on it in the group stage.
Yeah, but Tristana's kind of a weaker early game pick, so they can't take advantage of that in lane. I'm still very hopeful for AHQ. I think we have 3 things going for us. Number 1, Spawn picked SKT, so that's good. Number 2, Westor, today's his birthday, so good things are supposed to happen on your birthday. And the third thing is, like Monty said, this is the most competitive game we've seen so far against SKT.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. AHQ do look like a fairly close match for SKT. Yes, the Koreans are still the favorites here, but you're seeing small mistakes screw the games up, right? Overextending, giving a couple of kills over, the bot lane fight, one of the dragon fights. So there are things that can be cleaned up, things that players will make the right choice later on in the series. Essentially, you're seeing matchups go the way you expect. Westor gets out CS, doesn't lose his turret right away, but then finds a split push lane to go farm. And the Diana, despite being down 60 CS, still worked out. So all these tools are still here for AHQ. It just has to be a cleaner game for them.
Yeah, we will see what happens in the next game. Only one game in this quarterfinal between SKT and AHQ. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back with more of the action. Don't go anywhere.
SKT are taking on from the LMS AHQ. It's 3v2, the tower's down. Albus will give up first blood. Bang, bang, he wants to shoot them down. Albus looks for MaRin and interrupts the lunge. The wild growth will save him for a few seconds longer. Ziv on the front line, but as Mountain gets away, Bang's looking for on the Flay, will not find a target. MaRin, he'll get a heal from the summoner spell and stay alive. Cocoon buys time for SKT to take down the second tower, and SK Telecom will hold true. And SK Telecom finish the game with Baron to go 1-0.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the quarterfinals here in London, where it's game 2 between the LMS's AHQ and Korea's SK Telecom, who are now up 1-0. We got to look at the mid lane because we talked about it before the game started. The CS differential here was 31 at 10 minutes. That is what Westor averaged down at 20 minutes coming into this game. So already we've doubled that CS differential, and he wasn't roaming in that time.
Yeah, and I also really like the Lulu pick here. I think that that is a big key in this matchup for Faker against Westor, because not only does it pressure him and stop him from roaming, which we saw early on, Lulu, stylistically, is fantastic against the champion pool that Westor has. All these assassins. And not only is it great against those champions, it's really good for SKT. They have compositions that empower Bang, and it's not taking anything away from Faker at the same time.
Yeah, and I also want to touch on how smart Faker was in taking the Ignite with the Elise, because immediately, we talk about this a lot, I know Crumbs loves it. As soon as you pick Elise, you have a winning lane. Lulu's already a lane bully, the Ignite just sets it up perfectly.
And AHQ had a lot of hope in this game. Mountain was in the right place at the right time twice. He could have had the jump on top lane, and he could have had the jump on the defending bot lane, but he was just seconds behind. His smite game, not on point. You know, he could have smited the Wolves, as we mentioned, to defend against the tower dive in the bot lane, and just a bit of a botched gank in the top side twice could have really snowballed the game in Ziv's favor. But again, I hope that the coaching staff looks at him and just says, look, it might have felt like you messed up, but you were at the right place, right time. Just, you know, take a breather in, try to get there a little bit faster into the place that you want to be, because as Clement has pointed out, Mountain tends to be in a lot of good pathing, and Bengi just happened to out-rotate him with the 2v1.
Yeah, the way that impacted the map, though, was really interesting, because you have this lane matchup that's really volatile between Fiora and Darius. Both snowball very hard. And the reason that I actually like Fiora in it is Darius relies so much on an execute to take you down, and Fiora has a slow and then the dash away. So she can get in, trade relatively well. She's very good with gankers and with Lulu on the team. And it's also very hard for Darius to kill you. Very easy for Darius to bully you. Don't get me wrong, he's going to chunk you like 10 out of 10 times. But to actually get that last hit, it's really hard. And you can see that Ziv at times was getting frustrated. There was a couple of flashes where he was going for apprehends, even though he had the E slow on him, wasn't in range. And there's moments like that in the game where you're like, I am so close to killing MaRin. If I had got that kill, it would have been great. And then you like hit tab and it's like, he's up 52 CS. Like, how did he just do that? This guy is just so good at picking up farm around the map. And I think that he actually got in Ziv's head that game, because you see a couple of frustrating TPs, couple of frustrating flashes. Ziv, normally this very controlled player, looked like he was getting like a little bit rattled by the Fiora pick up there.
I want to hop back to Zyrene because I saw you wanted to get in at the end of the Mountain point.
Thank you. I feel like this was a game of inches, where Mountain was giving up a couple inches every now and then. He was doing Krugs, he burrows over the wall and starts backing because he's setting up his tunnel routes, and then he decides, you know what, I'm actually going to gank top. 2 seconds before he could tunnel. And then there's another time, didn't smite Raptors to get a clear, didn't smite Wolves. These are very, very tiny mechanical things that if it just gets cleaned up, he's going to have an extra foot in the game, and that's what's going to give him a lead if they come into it. And that's the thing, you can't let that get to you because you were so close. It's just one or two tiny things, clean it up, turn it on, and that's a different game from AHQ.
We'll see if they can clean things up. The teams are just about ready to head into Champions Select, and as we go, Westor says that Faker will smother his opponent in lane without leaving him a way to stop.
Faker 优点的话是他对线很激进，而且他不按照常理出牌。那你会不知道他用什么英雄来对付你。他可能他的核心思想是线上打爆你，对，让你不能做其他事，然后再支援他其他队友。缺点的话，目前是看不太出来。
And we saw just how difficult it was for Westor in lane against that Lulu. Touched on a little bit with the Elise combination as well as that Ignite, the unseen threat of the Ignite. Crepo helping Faker get that.
I mean, you don't know. It might just be the unseen threat of Faker being in your lane overall, but that's something, I just think it's an interesting topic. So many things we don't see. We see plays not being made for certain reasons, whether it's instead of a teleport, because we see the wards on the map and we're like, oh, they don't have any deep wards, they can't teleport. SKT obviously don't know that, so maybe that's why they hold back, play a little more pressure somewhere else.
But they always had that option. You know, Spawn touched on it, what we touched on at the beginning of that game, which is that is, the kill pressure is there no matter what. So you always have that chance, and they weren't punished for running a single teleport.
All right, AHQ continuing esports tradition by banning Azir. They're going for the longest ban streak of a single champion.
Mordekaiser would like to catch up, and Gangplank banned again. So out of the last 17 games, 16 of them have had GP and Mord now banned on the red side. SKT broke that trend by banning it blue previously, but what will their last ban be?
Yeah, just poor Westor, man. Doesn't like playing Azir, bans it all the time, then he gets nerfed, he's like, okay, that's off the list. And then right before Worlds, people start playing it again.
So trying to set up for an Elise first pick here. The question is, will SK Telecom let them have it? Or are you going to ban Elise and try and force some potentially deeper jungle pools?
Well, Jinx and Fizz are both up, both of which were banned on blue side in the previous game. And final ban will interestingly be the Jinx.
Yeah, this gives Bang a Kalista if he wants to as a trade. So now HQ Esports Company to see what do we value more, aggressive AD carry, aggressive jungler. It will be the Elise. I think it's the smart choice overall. But it doesn't really put Bengi in any compromising positions. There's plenty of champions he can play.
Yeah, taking that Gragas too, you come in with that initiation, you could break up the fight, which sets up Kalista very, very nicely, just to get a target in that backline, continue to hop around and get the Ren damage in, and it will be the Kalista for Bang.
Yeah, the problem is, do you take Alistar away from Wolf? Not really, because he doesn't lane that well into a Kalista. It's like a shotgun lane. You need to kill her in one blow or you're done for. So in that sense, we may just see Albus pick Thresh again, and I like this Thresh, honestly. Combined with Elise, there's a lot of outplay potential.
His death sentences were particularly good. Talking about Bang, undefeated on Kalista, still
11-0 in professional play to this point in his competitive history, but the Tristana's up, and a lot of people like that pick into the Kalista.
I just love this lane. If you run Ignite on support, Tristana, Thresh, you need to flash aggressively at one point with Thresh to really win that matchup, but you can tear down a Kalista and just out-trade her, because especially since the nerfs, on every auto attack except maybe the first two, Tristana just wins the trade. The only way Kalista wins the trade is an auto Q proc with E on a minion to reset then.
And coming into this, it's not just that matchup. Obviously, SK Telecom knows they picked into this matchup in the last game, favoring it themselves, but it's about that dragon control, that objective that SKT really, really likes to play around. And the Tom Kench.
And this solves all your problems if you get all in at one point, if you get that mark from Tristana. I believe the Tristana AoE doesn't actually do damage to the Kalista in Tom Kench. I believe it works like that. People have different opinions, so I will actually track it right here. But in my games, when I played against Tom Kench, I didn't do any damage as Tristana.
Coming in, also the Rise being hovered right now, and that is going to be a flex pick for SK Telecom. So a deceptive draft on the red side. It was banned out by AHQ in the first game of this series.
Hey, I read Reddit. Tom Kench is also a flex pick if Faker wants to run an AP middle.
Also jungle. Bengi's been playing it on a US solo queue in that jungling role, so we don't know where it's going yet.
Deficio is a firm believer in Tom Kench jungle. I'm putting words in his mouth. I'll let him explain it next time he's on air. But yes, we're expecting that Tahm Kench to be support for SKT.
And the last times Faker played Rise, he kind of got into a bit of a troublesome situation that he was the one first being focused and he couldn't deal as much damage as his teammates because he was still scaling up. That was like the only negative part about Faker, where he draws all the attention and then dies and his team aces them. Tahm Kench now solves that one problem he has, and if it ever gets to late game, he will just blow people up because he's a fantastic laner, especially in terms of positioning with that Rise. He's not afraid to pop his ulti to go aggressive past the minion wave and just start zoning people.
Yeah, and we've seen the early kills against Twisted Fate. I mean, it's going to be that coming in from Westor, and this is a match that Faker played very, very well against Pawn.
I still think it's a good matchup for TF because if you don't really misplay, you can always stop the Rise from really chaining you over and over with a gold card. The only breaking point is whenever you throw a blue card for mana or you just throw a card on the minion, that's when Rise can flash. So look for those little timing windows right after you pick a card, you use it on the minion. That's when Faker wants to flash in. That's how he got that solo kill against Pawn too. So in that sense, it's a skill matchup, but obviously Westor can teleport to different lanes and see if he can help his teammates.
And for Westor, he's currently 2-0 at the World Championships on Twisted Fate. Played in the group stage to great success. A little bit of time left on the countdown here for MaRin. He's currently looking at Gnar, but they swapped to Renekton at the last second. He dumpstered Darius in the group stage on that champion.
I like the pick because it's an earlier top laner, an early game top laner, but you have a late game scaling mid laner, so you don't need any more late game security blankets. You just need something to get you to the early game, and we've seen what he can do on our Renekton.
And also, this combination of Gragas with Renekton, with Rise, you have a lot of kill pressure in the lane phase, a lot of single target crowd control. If Bengi throws in an ult in the late game, it's going to bounce people into SKT, Rune Prison, or the Renekton W, and that's going to be it. The single target damage is absolutely crazy. You can really see for SKT how these team fights are going to go. AHQ, they've got the Tristana for fast pushing, but again, another pick composition. They want to skirmish again.
AHQ gonna need to get a lot of helping hands in the early game, considering the strength of those side lanes, and also considering how well MaRin has already demonstrated a mastery of that Renekton into Darius matchup.
Yeah, and Wolf running the Exhaustor really good against Tristana because you can just wait until the marks on 3 auto attacks left from completion. Last 3 auto attacks deal less damage, then it explodes, and suddenly your entire all-in gets ruined.
I love seeing the Rise again here too. This is an insurance policy. This is the 3rd game that Faker will be playing Rise here at this World Championship. You noted that yes, they have the early game top laner, and so they have a very smooth power curve, and Faker can just take over the game should it go to 40 minutes.
Yep, heading into the next game right here. Tweet at LO Esports if you think AHQ is going to win, hashtag AHQ. And if you like us, think SKT is going to take it, hashtag SKT win.
Well, we'll find out shortly. We're loading up onto the Rift for game 2 of this best of 5. SKT with an early advantage out the gates. And they've got themselves an early lane strength in MaRin's top lane. On and Elvis, can you make up the deficit against Bang and Wolf?
You know, I'm a bit intrigued to see Wolf play the Tahm Kench here because it's not something he's really shown before. Coming in, he didn't play it in the group stage, he didn't play it in Korea. So the mind games are going to be real coming into the semifinal match if SKT does go through, but they have at least started to show something else.
It also just gives you an extra practice game. It's kind of hard to call a quarterfinal here a practice game, but you want some competitive experience because scrims versus online obviously is offline rather is definitely a different environment. I just think every support going on from quarters into semis should master the Tahm Kench because that pick could be big and potentially in the finals.
Well, we're seeing it grow as the World Championships are continuing to play on.
That's disgusting.
I think it's fascinating, personally.
SKT and AHQ with another defensive start. This time around, An is moving up to the top lane. Actually, again, they started the lane swap last time. SKT caught a little unawares. And it seems like we're going to have another lane swap set up to try to, I imagine, avoid that Darius Renekton matchup.
I'm a bit surprised that AHQ has prioritized that Darius just because we've seen so many lane counters from SK Telecom against it. They've shown a variety of picks. They've been able to deal with it probably better than any other team so far. And MaRin, he's a hell of a Renekton player, and he always has been. So it's a very big comfort pick for him.
Bang started E there. That's interesting. Usually people start W on the Kalista. Did get changed so you can get less passive stacks there. Wants the E for just maybe some easier push if he was expecting a 2v2.
And early level 2 there to Albus. Is he going to roam to do the typical versus SKT strat of gank mid lane?
There is a ward, and we saw some blue ping, so AHQ is aware of that ward that SKT plays, so that's why Albus is changing his pathing here.
Yeah, you can see the delayed ward coming in, the trinket ward from Faker, just to make sure that they were protected on that side in case anything was going to come through. So interesting early ward pattern here, and that's going to keep the Rise nice and safe against any level 2 gank shenanigans.
Has managed to save, well, stay alive. It will time out very, very shortly.
Yeah, that's why Albus is waiting.
Yeah, he's going to die. Did not have vision of the area, but take a look at the mid lane. Westo lost a very early trade against Faker. He's already burned through his consumables. And Faker does have that HP advantage and the wave pushing against him. So very comfortable and safe on the scaling mid laner.
And I think from watching Faker play, that is one thing that separates him from a lot of other mid laners, and many pros have come out and said it when they played against him. He challenges almost every CS you take. Whether it's by attacking you or simply moving in your general direction, having the pressure. It's like a million eyes are watching you CS, and Faker is in your face. And if you mess it up, not only is he going to laugh at you for missing that CS, he'll punish you with an auto attack. So it's incredibly hard to farm into Faker overall.
Especially when you have to be this far forward. And Bengi now going to wrap around. He will be seen by the trinket ward.
At least coming in from left side though. Westor, he's making it obvious that he has backup though.
Yeah, not playing scared at all. I think SKT
Faker knows.
bait.
So Bengi's not going to go for the gank. Instead, it's going to wrap around to the bottom half of the jungle. On Albus, as well as Ziv, we're pushing up the top tower. That should fall shortly, as SKT will take down the bottom outer turret. And you can see statistics on the Twisted Fate as well as that Rise.
Well, it's one of Westor's legendary champions, right? He's been known for playing TF for years and years and years in the Taiwanese he's seen. So it's something that he's going to be very comfortable with, but he has to make it work early here because they're going to need a large gold lead to deal with Faker's Rise. Come the late game, he is running the teleport this time. He will be a formidable split pusher.
Yeah, this time so we see both towers go down here, waves being bounced, but you see MaRin doing the smart thing. At the start, when these waves started being bounced after T1 died, people did an endless freeze, but they actually met too much resistance from the lanes coming back into defense. So what MaRin's doing right now, he knows there are people coming, likely to be on and Albus. So he actually pushed in the wave a little bit so he doesn't deny himself any potential CS. And you could see that reflected in the CS score right now as well. He's at 14, whereas Ziv immediately based to pick up that massive wave in the top lane. Bengi, however, is here for round 2.
Body slam is not going to connect. Bengi did not follow it with a flash of his own and get Westor's.
Yeah, but that is huge because Faker is playing very close to that tier 2, and Westor must have a flash in order to really CS in that particular situation. And now we see some movement up into the top side.
That's exactly what we were talking about. That's why you push that lane back earlier, because otherwise that massive wave stacks and that freeze actually becomes a massive push against you, and you actually lose all that farm. Look at it, MaRin doubling the CS already from Ziv, and Ziv's tower just going down here with the help of those minions.
On is going to push down on the bottom, so they may be able to trade. Mountain and Albus going to arrive a little late. Westor also teleported to the mid lane, so he doesn't have that available if a play were to break out. And MaRin, has he maybe taken the bait here? Not enough minions to fight. Albus, Ziv, Mountain.
It's a party.
They want a new pair of shoes, and it's crocodile skin, the make they want. Slice and Dice is available for MaRin. Gonna get the stun onto Arn, and slices and dices away. Arn will follow with the rocket jump. Faker teleports in, kills Ziv on the back line, and MaRin escapes.
You can't make that mistake right there. Faker hadn't even been back to shop yet. He had no items, so that was a very good dive situation. But MaRin plays the slice and dice through the lane, and Ziv has nowhere else to go. He has to run through that turret, and Faker just locks him down. With no minion wave under there, he's gonna take a lot of hits.
That was one of the sickest plays I've seen. MaRin coming back, gonna have to clear that wave. Hang on, let's see if he survives so we can actually talk about how sick that was overall.
Death Sentence connects, the Flay will not. Repel comes down and Mountain's in trouble. Faker, no mana though, which means AHQ get away with their lives for now.
Yeah, MaRin, he denies the dive by keeping the wave outside of the turret. Then he waits there, he doesn't path into the river, just says, okay, you wanna come? Walk to the tower. Faker collapses, kills somebody, but then MaRin, you can slice and dice through somebody, but he stood at the very edge where his slice, his initial first dash would actually just not proc the dice, but he just procced a tiny bit of area of an enemy champion right there to proc the double slice and dice. That was a phenomenal play, just getting out of there, maximizing the distance. And
oh, the Sentinel, I don't think it's going to see them. The Death Sentence does! Bang gets caught by a cocoon, and the Flay holds MaRin in place. Arn is going low, few turret shots, but should get away alive.
I don't know, you don't rely on Sentinels, you never do. Those things don't see anything, they're broken. They walk in, it's like they're blind. You can call them blind monks. You don't do that.
Not living up to their name then.
No. So to be fair, twice now Bang has been caught by a death sentence from the bush. And Albus has been standing in, yes, last game and this game, but it results in 2 deaths and a tower for AHQ and a swing in the gold lead.
Yeah, this is exactly why you don't do that. I mean,
whoop, saw that one coming from a mile away.
And then, you know, by the way, if you're an AD carry, you know that there's a chance to be like, I mean, come on, how likely is it that they're still in this rush? I really want some CS. Everybody talks about Faker and MaRin farming so well.
Bit of a push up here, and there's a stun onto Zip. Zip turns around for a moment, but Bengi's here.
The body slam connects. Zip's going low, gets a decimate heal, and flashes forward, finds the lantern. Albus looks for the death sentence, but will not find it. Scores a 3-pointer between the posts. And Minion Wave continues to get shoved in, but flash burn for Zip.
We also have to look at what's going on in the mid lane here. Faker's CP is down, so is Westdoor's, but his ult is up. You can see that as they start to make that play, Faker begins to push very aggressively into that mid lane to prevent the TP from actually coming through and reinforcements on the top side.
Wolf is... Who's in trouble here, actually? It's Mountain, and a quiet taste. Wolf is going to spit him back out. The Repel's got nowhere to go, but Westall wants to help. Cocoon and Goldcard have landed. Bang, flashes forward, now has double buffs. Goldcard will hold him in place for a little while longer, but Bang will find 2. Will not be able to get shut down. Kill credit to Wolf with the regurgitate. And SKT just regain control.
Yeah, and if you pick TF into a late game scaling matchup, you need to make that first ultimate count. You need to get a kill, potentially an objective in the tower. All Wester does is just sacrifice one more kill to that Tahm Kench here. Really solid play here by Bang & Wolf. Good synergy already. Kalista, Tahm Kench, you can see why it's such an important lane if they can close the gap on you.
We saw Origen yesterday do the Kalista Tahm Kench combo.
Yep.
Somebody alive and pull them back with that Fate's Call. Bengi's going to be a bit cheeky to take these cracks. There was no vision on him. And AHQ none the wiser, losing one of their camps.
But lagging a little bit behind in vision here. We haven't seen those Sightstones coming out from the junglers yet. So there's not actually anything he can really take right there. The control really hasn't been grasped yet by either of these teams.
And then the problem lies here again, reactive play. Reactive Destiny from Westdoor instead of a proactive play where you really want to set up that gank and you play with incomplete information, then well, then you need to play with respect. If you don't, then you find yourself in situations where you lose your one global, your ticket to a kill, and then SKT picks up another dragon.
Easily secured on Albus and Ziv. They're looking for MaRin, but they will not go for the dive. There's actually deep vision for AHQ all the way through the jungle and the lane in the top half, the top quadrant that they decide against.
And they're just working with the deep vision they have on the bottom right side of the map. That's why you see MaRin go back. At the start, people got cross-mapped very often. Origen for a team actually got cross-mapped sometimes. Faker wants to go in, card goes down, and he pops Westdoor.
Will not be able to find the overload connect as it hits a minion. And that means Westdoor is forced to flash defensively.
You have to be so careful about that. You can't make those kind of errors. He saw Pawn die in a very similar way. You know Faker's not going to take a moment to really pull the trigger on that flash and go after you. And not having a flash on Westdoor is very consequential because of the single target CC on SK Telecom. It makes him so vulnerable. That is one of the keys to this mid lane. We're talking about Renekton, Rise, Tahm Kench. He has to have that flash up or he's a dead man walking.
Yep. Now, the onus is, it's all on Albus right now to pull him out with Lantern if he gets aggressed upon. You can really see the trigger for Faker right there. Card comes out, instant flash right off.
Westdoor will have the support of Albus's Lantern, but nobody from SKT is going to look for aggression there. Instead, they're grouping up to look for vision. AHQ have a momentary numbers advantage. Flash over the wall from Bengi, instantly gets devoured by Wolf.
And another Destiny.
Yeah, and you have to, SKT, they see just Gragas getting caught out right there, and they take no risks. Flash over, go straight into Tahm Kench, run away, and that denies any follow-up by AHQ. They put themselves in a risky situation, but they instantly back out.
Tongue lash onto Arn. Wolf with Bang, or Bengi rather, just behind him. Bang is down in the bottom lane. The teleport's coming in here. Let's take a look what AHQ can do. Faker's charging up that passive and expanded the TP. Deep vision gained, but not a lot more, but it does allow them to loop around, do the same play again, and punish AHQ in the future.
I mean, it wasn't the greatest TP, obviously. It was a reaction to Wolf getting hooked, but they still have the pressure. They get more wards down there. They're able to push up to the tier 2 and start to get some damage down onto that mid lane turret. So the TP is expended, but they are getting something for it.
Yeah, the main matchup here that is really faltering for HQ is Westor against Faker. 0 proactive TPs, 0 proactive Destinies, 2 for 2 used. SKT force a fight when they're all relatively close to back each other up. Every time any member of SKT takes a risk, except Bang maybe facing a rush, there's already somebody ready to help him on the map. You see Bengi go in, he has backup. You see Wolf go in, Bengi backs him up. They're working as a team.
Yeah.
Doing it again.
Well, there's no real way for AHQ to get to this mid turret quickly, so they're going to take a lot of damage, may not actually lose it because SKT Siege isn't that great with a Rise Callista. So they can't stick on it while the minion wave gets thinned out.
Luckily for SKT, there's a ward very deep in AHQ's jungle. Mountain's trying to clear out what he can. And with MaRin having teleport available, he continues to push top. While Arn is pushing out the bottom lane. But again, SKT, they're just laying a SKT flag in AHQ's jungle every single time they push forward.
And unlike last game, now what we saw last game was that while SKT was dominating the bottom side of the map, we did see AHQ reciprocate by taking over the opposite side of the jungle. This game, there's virtually no wards on the top side for AHQ, so their counterplay options are severely limited right now because they literally have no information.
Yeah, and SKT doing a phenomenal job just shrinking the map, and Destiny just becomes worse and worse the harder the map shrinks overall, because you can't find an opening to a side lane where you can then 2v1. Even if he Destiny's in right now, there's always another member from SKT close enough.
And the reality of Twisted Fate is if you can't get deep wards in, if your team can't get deep wards in, when you start to want to combat the Dragon and the Baron, Destiny then has to be used just to see where the hell the enemy team is, and that becomes a major problem that you're using it for vision only.
And it brings 0 combat stats to that fight around Dragon, so you work, vision is your advantage, and knowledge is power and all, but if you don't have any vision, you go down with, compare the ultimate from Faker to a Destiny and a Dragon fight, that alone spells out the entire way that fight's gonna play out.
Luckily for AHQ, this wave pushing bottom has brought a little bit of vision in the jungle. Unfortunately for AHQ, SKT have started to clear that out already. 1 minute and 20 seconds until this next dragon spawns. SKT secured the first one, and Faker's just going to use that desperate power to shove the wave in as quickly as possible. Even going to get Westor to TP again, not proactively, defensively.
Yeah, and it's so frustrating for AHQ. Whenever they clear a pink ward, 2 more take its place. Hail ward drop.
Hail ward drop. I want one of those. I assume as a support player you'd love that item.
Yeah.
Just
double
one.
up every time.
Whenever you lose one, your Sightstone just gets 2 wards back, right? Balanced.
Makes for very exciting games against WE.
Not difficult to deal with at all. So, AHQ, what have they done for the last minute? They shoved in the bottom wave, defended the mid tower, but it's very clear they want to make a play around this dragon. It's just become a ward war for information.
SKT doesn't really need this dragon. They've got number 1. They're scaling. Westor caught out a little bit.
Or maybe the other way around. Bengi, in fact, in a little bit of trouble. Albus has flash. Good explosive pass, but the satchel rather, will secure the kill. So numbers advantage to AHQ. Westor is low on mana. If a fight continues to break out, Ziv has arrived. Fate's Call now pulls the catfish in. A big tool to keep Wolf alive is no longer available, and AHQ may make a play for the Dragon.
AHQ did a really good job of pushing up all the lanes before that happened. SKT still around the side. Here comes the ult from Tom Kench.
Let's take a look. Pistol Voyage is going to bring him into territory, but SKT flash over the wall. Ziv will lose his life as AHQ secure Dragon. SKT may be able to get a tower out of the deal as well, so advantage SKT.
And that's what they do so well. Whenever they lose a member, they're still willing to look for an opening and immediately act on it. They don't hesitate. They don't fall back out of the area assuming everything is lost. SKT is so good at finding these little picks whenever they could see the dragon or a kill.
Well, and they don't need that Dragon either. With Dragon #1, they have the scaling advantage in this game. Faker already has 2 kills. He's been up in CS this entire game, and he is scaling with the tier, with the Rod of Ages. So the fact that he is winning his lane right now, and that we're seeing approximate parity in gold, indeed SKT a little bit ahead. There's no Dragon snowball quickly here for AHQ. So this is a good situation for them to be in. There's no need to fight that Dragon, especially after Bengi gets picked off.
Safe, smart play from SKT. This time around, Westor does not have the same CS disadvantage that we saw from game 1, despite the fact that he's been flashless multiple times. The only problem is he spent all of his time on the back foot defending his farm, and now Westor may get caught out. He's in so much trouble.
Bengi has been pinged out, but there's no play left for Westor to get out of here.
No, there is not. The barrel comes out from Bengi. A body slam is going to be enough. The kill will get secured by Bengi. 2 assists for SKT.
Yeah, Bengi doesn't go in with the body slam either, because that is the only way that Westor can get out, flashing over the body slam. So he just holds, waits for it to force flash, then chases with body slam. Luckily, Kench was waiting too. Here's Faker though.
Gentlemen, there's a fight on 2 fronts because Arn's in trouble down bottom. Ziv's caught out in the middle. Here comes Bang with the red buff. Fate's Call holds Ziv in place. Arn gets away alive, but Ziv cannot say the same.
Yep. Bang says, licky tongue, I choose you. Now faces Steam Rocket in the mid lane.
Oh boy. Where is the Pokeball, the Pokemon Master Callista skin, Crepo?
He's waiting. That's right, it's gonna get that copyright anytime now.
Pretty sure that's gonna work out.
Please?
SKT, 6 kills to 3. They've got a 3,000 gold lead, a tower advantage, even on Dragons. And content to play the scaling game. There's Ziv getting caught once more.
Yeah, body slam flash. Bengi, so far in this game, has been doing a lot of body slams, but not flashing after, just to force enemies flash. This time he really wants to commit to Ziv. Perfect combo, and you can see how hard it is for Ziv to get out of there. He's so confused that he actually flashes into the wall too, adding some insult to injury.
Well, he wasn't even that far out either. It's hard to... He was playing on the far side of the lane, away from Bengi, where he knew Bengi was. He wasn't that far out from the turret, and he didn't know that Bang was running down the mid lane right there. So very well executed play, but you have to hit that flash body slam and then straight into the ultimate. So he wasn't even playing dangerously in that situation. Just got outplayed on the map by SKT.
Seems to be the story of everybody that plays against SKT. Despite momentary glimpses of positive play from AHQ.
Well,
just can't keep that up.
I mean, it's not only here at the World Championship, right? It's in Korea too. If we look at SK Telecom in the summer season, they were 17-1 in best-of-3s. And overall, in terms of games, so far, including the World Championship games, they are 44-6 since their loss at MSI.
That's like an 88% win rate. Or 50.
Insane.
Impressive, did that on the fly. SKT will pull the Baron. Fate's Call is available. Wolf wants to look the knock up and will not get an acquired taste for On. They need to back away. As Wolf continues to play aggressive. SKT completely in control and daring AHQ, daring them to contest any objectives.
Walking into this Baron is a very dangerous thing for them, and they have so much single target damage. SKT, oh, there's a grab, but...
Yeah, Albus is following through! Bang is gonna get spat out, and the double TP comes down for SKT. Faker and MaRin, they're looking for blood. Defensive flashes as Westor's arrived, and the Abyssal Voyage will deliver to Westor. Mountainsman split from the herd as Arn is in the river. Faker should get one more. Mountain gets away. Smites for a little heal. Westor killed by MaRin. Arn's gonna try recall in the bushes, and it's just retreat, scatter, and pray for your lives. Arn will find Bang. Devour's available, and Wolf eats him, saving Bang.
No damage.
Spits him
Told
back
you.
out, and there's no damage. Crippo was right. The barrel bomb comes down, and Arn is out for the third of the fight.
Love how everybody was holding their breath. Is he gonna die?
Is it gonna happen?
No. No, because this is SKT, it doesn't happen.
Also, we did see a spider was squashed in the jungle. The corpse of Mountain unable to escape.
I just love that interaction where Tom Kench eats his AD carry, including the chain. He just keeps on hanging on there. And then it supports Cinder, right? It's like my mind's telling me no, but...
We've discussed this before. You don't fish for catfish with a hook. You noodle, you stick your arm in there. So Blitzcrank is the counter, not Thresh. Go in there.
Hang on, Faker again, part 2. Albus learned his lesson right now, and SKT, this Baron's going low.
This is close. SKT secure Baron, but Ziv is the sacrificial lamb. He gets taken out. Westall left for dead. Double kill to Faker. And it looked scary for a brief moment. And gentlemen, start your clocks. The 3-minute timer to Nexus defeat is on.
Take a look at what happened here, and that's not how you fish for catfish, so here's the problem. Tries to reel him in.
He is fishing for Kalista, like gets an involuntary catfish, which is the worst type of catfish.
The involuntary catfish is the most deadly, is that right? This is a chase down from here. Great Abyssal Voyage to set this up. Get the exhaust down afterwards, even though he gets hit by the gold card. Flash W from MaRin. And that's all she wrote for Westar. Faker, in the meantime, is going to find a rune prison.
And look at Bengi. Even if On could get away, Bengi's going to find it.
Rise delivery system.
He's going to work perfectly. And Faker goes 5-0. That Baron was secured around 22 minutes into the game. It is one of their earliest.
Yeah, but all banter aside, you just see the power here from that pick here on Wolf, that Tahm Kench just being able to deny any potential damage. It is essentially a zone S on his W, and you just move the target around too. It's impossible to focus him down. Now Bengi is feeling...
Is there enough damage? Westor's got the red card primed. Wolf will say nope, and waddles to victory.
I mean, there's always a chance of Fate's calling there too.
Yeah, exactly.
You can save two people at the same time. It's kind of ridiculous.
SKT are pulling it off exquisitely. Dragon soloed by Faker, their second of the game.
If you bind a top lane Tahm Kench with Kalista and you play Thresh support, there is a really interesting chain that you can do. It's like cross-country on steroids. You can get from fountain to fountain in like under...
It's a terrifying thought, Crepo.
The clock's running out though.
I'm sure somebody on YouTube has done it. AHQ committing everything to MaRin, and it's the dunk from Ziv that gets the kill, but how much of their base will they lose? Fate's Call throws onto Mountain. Wolf will devour him shortly. Repel goes up into the air, and he should get... No! The Lantern pulls him away! Mountain stays alive, and the inner mid lane turret will then get killed. Bang will look to Albus as he's knocked back by the explosive cast. Another tower falls in the bottom lane by minions. So yes, you killed MaRin, but hashtag not worth. Faker gets apprehended backwards, only to murder Ziv, take down Westor, and break open the base. SKT are looking for minions.
Faker is being put in positions for kills by both his teammate and his enemies. First Tahm Kench spits him out, now Darius apprehends him. He's like, well, I guess I'm here, I can kill two guys and take the tower.
And find Mountain under that turret. Faker just going ahead and face tanking it. And there's he going to go down. Bang with the kill.
Another kill secured. SKT have got an inhibitor from this Baron power play. They may not be able to finish by the time it wears out.
Oh, it's done.
Because it has completed, and Wolf will escape with Bang. Unable to block that damage, but what an exceptional play. 25 minutes in, 10,000 gold lead. And supers in the mid lane?
It's been fun.
I can tell, Monte Cristo. But it really is a beauty to watch, just how great SKT play the map, play the skirmishes. Every call seems the right one.
I just feel so bad for Albus. It is already hard to land death sentences. Land them on Korean players is even harder. Flashing and then landing them on Korean players is even harder. When you do that, you really should be rewarded with a kill, and then Tahm Kench is like, oh. Nope.
Total denial there, and
Faker teleporting into the base.
Hello.
And the Abyssal Voyage.
Oh my.
Albus is in so much trouble. Westor will get a gold card into Faker, only to lose his entire HP bar. Exhaust will hold Albus in place for a while longer as Wolf looks to single him out. Gets the Devour, will regurgitate into Bengi's waiting hands. Body slam comes over the wall. And Fate's Core pulls him back out. Another knockup can come out here from Bang and Wolf. They decide not to go under the tower, instead playing it safe and going top.
Noah's gonna be mad. You don't interfere with supportal combat.
You have to do the one-on-one.
Just watch them.
They're just going to transfer right into this top side right now. MaRin pushing the way forward. So some very aggressive teleport / Tahm Kench ultimate plays right there. Nearly get a kill, or do get a kill rather, and then moving down and finishing off another inhibitor.
And with super minions in the base, SKT look to secure another Nexus. Ziv is being focused, and despite the death sentence, finding Wolf, the rest of SKT are destroying the turrets. Bang is hunting for Westor. They're going way deep. An auto attack plus flash secures it, and SKT peel backwards. Body slam will find AHQ, but they're on the defensive. Everybody is being killed, even under the fountain. SKT are one game away from a semi-final placement and a battle against Origen.
Well, another solid win for SKT. They really amped it up that time. Much cleaner play after the warm-up. They get the rise once again. Even though they were starting on that red side and we had so many bans coming out from AHQ, they let it through. And Faker really delivers, gets absolutely huge on that champion.
And when is SKT actually going to lose a game at this World Championship?
I don't know.
Maybe never, according to most. In terms of this particular match, though, the lane swap for AHQ helped hide Ziv a little bit. MaRin did not have that same level of dominance that he did the last time Renekton into Darius. But it didn't matter because Faker just got so far ahead on Rise so early.
Well, that's the thing about SKT, right? Someone else steps up. We've seen what happens in the group stage when Faker is focused down early. MaRin gets massive. He's the one who's carrying the game. If everything doesn't go to plan, if they don't get that Renekton Darius 1v1 and start snowballing early, well, Rise is there in the mid lane. Again, the insurance policy, he gets big, the game is over.
Also, AHQ is simply not playing to their strengths. They're running a double teleport composition with a TF ultimate. That is triple global, and they're just not utilizing it to make any proactive picks here overall on the map. So the first two Destinies both were reactive. Once with full vision, he actually still poured it in and died to a 2v2 there. Really well played, obviously, by Bang and Wolf, but you have to question Westor in terms of champion picks and the way he's utilizing him. If he wants to go full on Assassin, pick Ignite, try and 1v1 Faker. Many have tried, many have fallen, but at least you did something.
There's only one chance left, potentially. And if AHQ want to stand a chance, they have to pull off a magnificent reverse sweep to break down the 2-0 that SKT have earned this series. We're going to head over to the analyst desk.
Thank you, gentlemen. They hit it there. The sentiment that a lot of people have, when is SKT going to lose a game this World's Championship, if ever? We'll find out, because they didn't lose that one. And they came out in somewhat more dominating fashion this time around. Monty said it looked cleaner, felt a little bit cleaner across the board. Again, although the CS differential wasn't there in the mid lane, Faker just dominating scoreline and on that Rise too.
Yeah, in the whole tournament, SKT's drafts have been great. And some other teams have drafts that we can question, like, you know what, I'm not really feeling the champions. I'm not understanding why that is. But for SKT, their drafts are so good because the champions are all extremely synergistic within each other. So in this composition where they have the Renekton, Gragas, Ryze, Kalista, Tahm Kench, all of these champions are very good at skirmishing within the same range. So all their dashes, all their spells are usually within that 500 to 600 range, which really fits into the skirmish style composition that they've been trying to run in this entire series. And that's what really makes a great comp, when the team effort and the teamwork that you do fits the champions, and that's why they're playing so well. You see them move as a unit. The champions allow them to play as a unit, and it's just great. It's exciting to watch.
That's the style that SKT really excels at, that skirmish type. And not only are they accomplishing that here with these picks and bans, but they're also countering a lot of the strategies from their enemies here. They have Elise, Twisted Fate, and Thresh on the other team. 3 single target pick champions, and then Tahm Kench comes out for SKT. I absolutely love this champion here for Wolf. Wolf was a guy that at MSI, everybody's afterwards, they're kind of watching him. He was under the microscope because of his performance, and he's gotten better and better over time. And I love adding Tahm Kench to his repertoire here because that makes it so that he has this champion that not only is, like, he's usually playing Alistar and Braum. He's usually on some type of engage, and now he's gone full disengage, full run around the map, help his team out, stop them from getting picked, and that even just increases their skirmish power even more when you can't kill the guy.
This is actually what I love about the team. You can see them on the screen there. They're listening to their coach. They are so calm in their demeanor, and they're honestly like a boulder. Like game one, you like get it rolling, and then as they pick up speed, they just look completely unstoppable, and they start crushing people literally. The one weakness of SKT going into MSI was that you could rush them. You could make them fight before they wanted to fight. You could get little snowbally leads. AHQ was doing it. Fnatic did it one game. EDG actually won the series pretty much by rushing SKT. They are the best early game team fighting team I have ever seen. They win every single 2v2, 3v3, 5v5. Hell, they even win from deficits a lot of the time because of the way they set up every fight. Their vision control just completely sets everything up. They know when a fight is going to happen before you know you're going to pick a fight with them.
You know what else they win? 2v4 tower damage in the bot lane. Right?
Oh my God.
That outplay there and the presence of mind to make the play that MaRin made in the bot lane.
The thing I love about this, though, is MaRin, he's setting himself up for success before this even happens. He's in the mindset that they could dive me here in this lane swap because of the way things are positioning on the map. I'm going to shove the wave out so it pushes back towards me and that he's ready. He has a level advantage. He's level 4. People coming in on him right now, level 3s, level 2s. He's got this advantage. He has all his spells. He's ready to go. But this is so telegraphed. The TP came through. They're a little late because the wave got bounced off of this turret slightly. And then he just goes full in, and they have to go by Faker, who has the TP in the mid lane, and he catches Ziv under the turret. There was a lantern there available for Ziv to click it and get there. But, oh, man, the 2v4 turret dive sets him up for success there. And when you give that early kill over to a Rise, that mid lane is just... it's hell on.
That's my problem with AHQ's game, that they're going into these picking champions that have counters, so they know that SKT is going to counter your Darius. You're not going to get this matchup without a counter pick into it. And then they go for the lane swap. Like, you're not going to beat this team in the macro level. You're getting it outplayed. You got to play game 1. You got to outplay game 2. Stop going for this game. And if you're going to rush, you need to have a more aggressive approach and unpredictability, because in a 2v2 lane, the jungler has a lot of room for actually just ganking anywhere. But in a lane swap, it's very obvious where the junglers will go, where the top laners will go, where the support's not so much. But if AHQ really wants to have a chance at least showing something, you need to play to that chaotic style thing.
Yeah, that's exactly what I think they've actually lost a little bit. I don't know if it's because we've seen more of AHQ and that there's a big microscope on the LMS region as a whole to perform, but when we used to see this team, they would like skirmish you to death. They would do these really unpredictable fights. This time around, what really sold it to me wasn't the turret dive, it was actually when they face-checked the brush with Elise before the TF ult was ready. AHQ at MSI, that would have been so synchronized and on point, and they would have torn you apart from that stage. Instead, Westdoor falls even further behind in lane. He's already got a lot of kill pressure against him because Rise has wave clear engaged, like everything in a mid laner at the moment. And it's just like kind of starting to fall apart.
Well, SKT are just one game away from locking in their spot in the semifinals. We'll see if AHQ can keep this series alive in game 3. Don't go anywhere.
We're loading up onto the Rift for game 2 of this best of 5. Bang gets caught by a cocoon and the flame holds MaRin in place. Art is going low. MaRin will not be able to get the kill. Will find Bang. Devour's available and Wolf hits him. Saving Bang.
No damage.
Spits him back out and there's no damage. But hashtag not worth. Faker gets apprehended backwards, only to murder Ziv, take down Westdoor. SKT are one game away from a semi-final placement.
Welcome back to Wembley Arena here in London and game 3 between SKT and AHQ. Gonna jump right into this. Let's remember that these teams are swapping back to their original sides. Blue for SKT, red for AHQ. So I kind of want to re-hit the pick ban because we've seen so often that the red side is on, you know, the sorry end of the ban side, in which they can only ban out one champion other than Mord and GP. SKT though, threw that curious Mord ban out the first time around.
Yeah, and then they ended up getting an Azir and a Rise ban on their side. I feel like SKT, you shouldn't ban the Mord. You should just let them ban the Mord. Make them have only one ban. And I feel like that was just a little, like...
It's a mind game.
It's a mind game, right? Like, maybe they'll do it next time. Maybe they won't. I don't know.
It's like, look, we can beat you so hard, we're going to ban the champions for you. That's the kind of style. And then they're thinking like, wow, that's very offensive. You're getting into our heads.
Yeah, do they go with Azir? Do they go with Rise? I think that's the biggest one for me with their one ban. I think Rise is more dangerous right now.
Yeah. Well, a small take on picks and bans from us. We're going to throw it over to Shox and crew to get some more insight before the game.
Yeah, because of course we also want some more insight from especially Clement, because it's looking dire right now for AHQ. When you look at the picks and bans coming out of game 2, we did see the Tristana coming out, but as you pointed out, that early game pressure wasn't able to come out. What's the next step for AHQ? They're truly with their backs against the walls.
I feel like AHQ has that Japanese anime dynamic to them. They only have one skill, and a lot of times the bad guy's gonna punish them, and they're gonna be like, why are you keep on using that one skill? But that's all they have, that's all they know. I think they're just gonna go on at it, and hopefully it's gonna work better this time.
Yeah, the thing is, especially in game 2, it really showed the level of skill the SK Telecom players. So to me, there's a mark of a truly amazing player, and it's when they react perfectly to a situation they've never been in before. Like a good team or a great team can do a lane swap perfectly, and they can prep a dragon correctly because you put wards down in the right spots, and it's generally easy for worlds of this caliber. But when MaRin sees a dive and goes through the Tristana, and gets out, and Faker TP's the right time to catch a Darius. When SKT plays so ridiculously well with the lead, where they never get caught out if they do flashes up because they get caught so rarely, and yet they're always behind you somehow. SKT as individual players are so remarkably smart about this game. When it comes to the mid game, it's almost impossible to get it past.
And on top of everything that we had seen already with the 6-0 group stage, Faker really had a fantastic game as well. Last game on Rise, where he went 7-0 on Rise, a 10 KDA. And it's just adding to all of the troubles for AHQ right now, even though that was a lane matchup that they didn't expect to win. Krubs was saying in the post game that AHQ needs to try and pick good lane matchups for a change and stay in those lanes. What do you think? Do they have the individual skill, maybe aside from mid lane, because we know that that might go south, to make that work?
I think the big thing here is that if they can play a bit more proactively, they've been really on the back step for most of these games. I think going back to the normal EU-style lanes might help them. Like, I think a Mountain has last time at MSI, he did very well at snowballing that bot lane. That's really what they're banking on. SKT might try to punish them top lane, but they're just gonna have to take that trade. It's kind of like the EDG situation, see if they can just penetrate the bot lane.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think it's on Mountain. I think it's on targeting a lane that's going to work out. At some point in pick and ban, you can guarantee yourself a counter pick lane and a good aggressive jungler because they're not getting targeted that heavily. Mountain's getting something good no matter what. So finding one place to pressure, hoping this setup works and getting that one guy ahead. I mean, it is a tall task for AHQ, but a seed of the game, like in the early game, and you hope to grow that into a victory tree.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. As you have, of course, read all the comments as well. How are AHQ going into this matchup? Had they foreseen that this might possibly happen, and what was their mindset?
Well, I think that they knew that this was going to be a Herculean task. It's going to be very hard for them to win, but they're looking at Season 2, they're looking at TPA as their kind of inspiration. If we're here to win it all, it doesn't matter who we're going to face in this quarterfinals. We just have to go past them.
Yeah, they have to turn it on, but Freak, maybe finally, before we go into the game, SKT looking unstoppable.
I mean, really, that's kind of the case. You mentioned Herculean tasks. I mean, right now, AHQ are up against the Hydra. If they knock off one head, there's still two more they have to take down before they can ever actually win this matchup. The reverse sweep can happen, but the odds are, of course, incredibly slim because SKT just are so incredibly good as a team.
Well, we're going to go ahead and head into Game 3, but before we go, we're going to listen to MaRin as he talks about coming into this matchup as the absolute favorites.
지금 부담감이 없다고는 말 못하겠고요. 지금까지 SK T1이 우승도 여러 차례 했고 롤드컵도 이미 한 번 우승했기 때문에 그런 시선을 받는다고 생각하는데 그것 때문에 더 열심히 하게 되는 것 같아요. 부담감은 조금 그렇게 심하진 않고 조금 있는 것 같아요. 그 부담감 때문에 오히려 더 좋게 성적이 나오는 걸 수도 있어요.
I think it's way more than possible. I think it's fact. This team shows up time and time again. And like the interview lounge was mentioning, Freak in particular, 3 heads, 3 threats on the side of SKT, and nobody can stop them.
It's been tough, and they haven't had, again, they didn't have the toughest group. They didn't have the toughest quarterfinal draw. We can say that pretty confidently. But even under those conditions, they still have yet to drop a game.
The problem with this team is whenever you watch a good team perform, you at least can find some weaknesses. You're like, okay, if you punish them this way, they do tend to fall behind. I've yet to really find an exploitable weakness in SKT that they just can't even master themselves.
Well, and not only that, but it's about the draft phase, right? They have not really shown much that they didn't show in the group stage. It's still just the Rise mid coming through. They're seeing picks that we've seen from them before. So even if you can identify a weakness, they have many more strategies they can play that they haven't shown yet to cover it up.
And then you cover all of that with the fact they can easily swap out players, prepare a new strategy off air, and challenge that. EasyHoon has said in interviews a couple times, played 2 group games, that he wants to prove his worth. Jinx and Diana taken away from AHQ. Azia and GP taken away from SKT, and another blue side Mordban. SKT going against the grain on that Mordekaiser.
Well, this is one of those times with the Azir ban that you really wonder about AHQ, because coming in, I think this is the 28th game in a row that AHQ has had to ban Azir because Westdoor simply can't play it. And that's a massive hole in your champion pool in the current meta.
You can't come to a World Championship not being able to play one of the meta picks. It's just simply not possible. Last year, every sport should have been able to play Zillion, Alistar, Janna too.
And we'll find out if it's going to hurt AHQ. This is potentially their last game of the World Championship, and Albus will get Thresh once more.
Yeah, complete mirror from game 1 in terms of picks, at least. What's coming out, at least first pick, because obviously that's the way the bans went down. Thresh Kalista comes down. This is where SKT T1 initially went for a Tristana combination. They could actually get a less mobile AD carry and just pick Tahm Kench to solve that problem.
Right, remember the Ryze was banned in game 1. It was the Lulu in the second game, so Tristana Lulu was the draft. Faker.
I swear that's a grin.
Faker initiates smile.exe.
It's super effective, and for SKT, will at the last second swap over to Tristana. Not going to go for that low mobility AD carry. Instead, get the tower pushing power Tristana will offer, and all the safety Tahm Kench brings to the table as well.
Yeah, Tristan to Kalista is just probably the textbook counter right now, and if you play the game well enough, like SKT T1 does, it is probably the best pick. Bang even, like, he faced like a couple of brushes. That's the only mistake SKT have really made this tournament.
You look at the player cams, AHQ just look defeated already.
The Rek'Sai lock again. The Diana pick was the one here from AHQ, but this time they have no inkling about what that mid laner is going to be. And Westdoor throughout the group stage was very confident in blind picking certain champions like Fizz. Diana's banned out this time, so the Fizz coming in, he's going to go out like he came in, I guess.
7 seconds.
He looks agonized by this pick, but there's the lock.
Let's take a look. That lock, is that locking the door closed behind you or unlocking the door in front of you?
He's probably asking in team chat, any mid mains here? Anyone? I'll play mid. Multi-role talent.
For SKT, they need to lock in their solo laners, and this will give Ziv the opportunity to counter pick. However, Ziv has just run Darius as a very last pick, almost entirely. Need to see where he's going to go with that option.
Very curious what he's going to lock in here. A bunch of assassins covered over by Bang as they decide. Haven't seen a lot of Kassadin this tournament yet, but does have good survivability up against Fizz.
Played once or twice if memory served. MaRin will get his hands on Fiora, so double assassin comp from SKT, no traditional frontline. And you've got all the safety of Tahm Kench.
Well, very low wave clear, but they don't see the Tristana, they don't see the Jinx on the side of AHQ, they have the Trist, so there's not a lot of pushing power right now, so SKT is pivoting this game. They see the Fizz come out, they're saying, well, you can't fast push us, we don't need the wave clear, we will simply play your game and beat you at the skirmish game.
If AHQ don't get a damage source from their top lane, they could just run out of damage as the fight plays on. Ziv gonna go with Darius once more. Another last rotation Darius pick into the Fiora up top to round out AHQ's team composition.
Yeah, just full on skirmish mode. No wave clear, probably the lowest amount of wave clear we've seen in the entirety of Worlds. If you combine all champions here, just full on skirmish and very snowbally either way. So in that sense, if AHQ gets ahead, they can start punishing SKT, but
I feel like I've heard that before, Crepo.
Yeah, but what else are you gonna say? I mean, come on.
Yeah, and it has to happen with Faker. Faker's the one playing with the TP here. We saw him play with Ignite and Westdoor with the TP in the first game. They are going to have the higher mobility. Faker doesn't have the most experience on Kassadin. This will only be his 8th professional game on the champion, but he is 5-2 so far.
And again, Wolf bringing out the exhaust to just deny some of that damage. Really good against Fizz because you can get it in as he's dashing in, prevent some damage there. You can deny some dunks, and just with the Devour again, you can just, once the target's bleeding, you can deny the dunks simply by just eating your ally. And we need to see if AHQ can finally start playing around this Tahm Kench, because Wolf, he almost carried that last game as a support, just with the denial.
I definitely want to see the interaction where Wolf on that Tahm Kench eats a target that's been hit by Chum the Waters and see what happens to that giant Urf. We do see the team compositions, guys, on your screen for potentially the last time for AHQ. It's 2-0 in favor of SKT, and Faker is running the second Kassadin of the World Championship. It's game 3 and possibly the last of the day. Jump on Twitter, let us know who you think will win.
And this first Kassadin was actually played by Pawn against H2K, and I didn't like the pick there because I thought it could have been punished very hard because EDG did take a lot of low wave clear. They made it work in the early game, and they ended up taking a victory there. But this time around, I feel the Kassadin pick is very, very safe for SKT because AHQ simply does not have the tools to punish it.
Yeah, in the laning phase itself, you just want to get that Q out as Westor's charging at you to deny that initial damage. Westor obviously wants to use Playful and Trickster to deny most of Faker's damage, so it's a very skill-heavy matchup. And a lot of auto-attack trading in minions will decide how that lane goes. Hook goes wide here, so Albus started with Hook. Bang did not get caught, and that's a 50-50 though. Any point in that brush, Bang could have technically gotten caught there.
Cheating up towards the top side though, because the Hook is usually thrown through the bottom part of that brush, and
perfect synergy here. It's like synchronized diving.
That's the deepest ward we've had in the early game before laning phases started, and I think both times AHQ have been able to initiate the lane swap. It doesn't look like they want that this time around.
maybe our first time here with standard lanes in this series. So we've got that coming in here as both of the dual lanes start on the bottom side.
Crowd cheering for Fallen. Remembrance Day.
It's just a eulogy, you know.
Eulogy?
The eulogy is coming when SKT's next match happens, Propel.
Hopefully it doesn't happen tomorrow. All the fans in-house. But MaRin starts once again, except on the side of AHQ. Their top and jungler starting on the Krugs up top.
You can see Westor, he's actually starting Playful Trickster because he knows if he trades into Faker with Q, he will lose his trade anyway, so he just wants to dodge the damage and do return damage with that Playful Trickster. But then he has to be careful of trading in melee range.
A bit of a different start this time. They don't give Albus the level 2, instead just sharing that experience as they know that 2-on-2 is going to be coming. Ziv hits level 2, same as MaRin, and both will simply walk into that lane.
Let's take an early burst of damage as Wolf hits Albus for a couple of autos. Death Sentence finds the catfish, but I'm not really sure. I'm gonna jump in there. No grey health means that will hurt Wolf for a little while.
Yeah. It's a good trade there from AHQ overall. Waited for Albus level 2, he's now level 2. Bang wastes his explosive charge on minions. This could be opening up for a trade here. Look at Albus, he knows because that's why he's walking forward.
Flay hits, Death Sentence follows, and Wolf just breaks the chain. The sounds, Prepper.
Well, who needs to trade when you can just eat your AD carry and keep pushing the minion wave with explosive shot, Crepa?
MaRin in a straight up lane, winning the early level 2. Since we're not over yet. Albus, he really wants to go in. The flashed play. Yes, Sentence will get interrupted because Wolf will eat Bang on. Fashes defensively backwards. There are teleports available if someone wants to play. Wolf is low. He's got a bunch of stacks and the rend comes out. Albus is stunned. Here comes Faker. He's going to look for the first kill of the game. He should get it. Null Spear. Auto attack for Bang. First blood, SKT.
Yeah, and every time Bang gets eaten by Wolf, what ends up happening is just a flay of fish. Just one target gets hit and then you can't get to the AD carry. That hook just went wide. He completely got put in the mouth of the Tahm Kench and just gets denied.
That's why you need the Blitzcrank to get the hook in there so that they can actually just pull him right out, pull him to you. Instead, is the natural counter, just like in real life.
Fortunately, it didn't work for Afromoon. We saw him playing Blitz in the group stages. This is your Bang and on stats, Tristana versus Kalista. But what a great positive use of teleport at level 3. Something we did not see from Westor in the 2 previous games.
And this is what's so good about this matchup coming in, is because Faker has the freedom. There's virtually no punishment from that. The Fizz can't get the tower damage down. He's not going to do anything in the early game. So you have total autonomy to make teleport plays on the bottom side. And when you commit like that, like Albus did, with the flash coming in, you have to expect that Faker's going to show up.
And the one game that Westor opts to not play teleport, he actually goes for Ignite. Bot lane skirmish happens. His mid laner that he's supposed to beat them 1v1 gets a free assist, goes back to lane, and then picks up the wave. So his Ignite's already being somewhat nullified right here. So things just getting worse here for HQ.
Difficult starts in game 3 of this series. Let's see a moment ago in terms of the items. Pickaxe already picked up there for Bang with his first blood gold against the longsword of Arn. This is going to make a very difficult lane for a matchup that was already in favor of SKT.
SKT looking calm and collected on the cams right now as I think they're sorting out an issue with Wolf's PC.
Yep. Client issue on Wolves should be resolved quickly. And get back into games. So you can keep eating Bang every single time. You think they'll learn though, after like 2 games of Tahm Kench, it was a nice flash and flame. Then you can't go for that hook. You know Devour's coming.
And somewhere backstage, Kobe is pulling his hair out. He's the most excited Tahm Kench caster off air, and he's not had a single game yet. It's very depressing, sad times for Kobe. But
Way to rub it in, quick shot.
For Wolf, I'm just going to get it in there. Just throw some of that salt out. But for Wolf, Monty, despite having no competitive professional experience, showing a great master of the champion, great synergy with the rest of his team, and decision-making, when to use those ultimates, when to devour the respective teammates.
Well, and that was one of the questions coming into this tournament too. After MSI, after Wolf's last performance on the international stage, indeed his first actual performance on the international stage, because SKTS never competed internationally, was he going to have an issue with nerves? Because he really didn't play up to form when he was in Tallahassee. But here he's on a new champion. Remember that his first time playing Nautilus support was in Game 5 versus EDG. Comes here again in a pressure situation with a new pick, and he is delivering.
Okay, Mountain and Albus pathed together to the right side of mid, because Westor, instead of doing the fast push, which he can't because he's Fizz, actually put up a bit of a freeze to deny CS from Faker. He's now 7 CS up, and there's an additional 6 CS extra in that wave that's coming towards Westor, so you can actually get significantly far ahead. Mountain's pathing in right now.
Well,
Faker knows though.
It's a party in the mid lane. Mountains here, Wolves here, Bengi's nearby. Even Albus had moved up into the river. They're still taking far too much damage, forced to back away, and this wave should reset slowly in the next few minutes back towards Faker.
He's trying to deny as much as he can though, while Westor is going back. Mountain is just pinned to this mid lane right now, trying to keep the wave off the turret. So SKT just buying a lot of information, a lot of time right now.
Yeah, HQ just going too far in that freeze. Sometimes you sacrifice too much trying to preserve it, and then Faker actually ends up 2v1ing here. In the top lane, we see a beautiful counter here from MaRin on that Darius spin.
Yeah, nice riposte, and we've talked about this matchup being very good for Fiora because you have the riposte and you have the dash to get out of the decimate as well.
And backup for MaRin as well. Bengi's sticking in that tri-bush.
Here he goes. Bengi's pathing so far in this tournament has been fantastic. Finds himself behind Ziv again.
MaRin's even flashed for this one. Bengi's moving forward, holds the cocoon until it's point blank and undodgeable. Another kill to SKT. Westor does not have Chum the Waters and not going to be able to do anything to Faker there.
I really like the way Bengi played that because he waited. He knew that Ziv's flash was still up. So he was waiting. There were 2 conditions he was waiting for. 1, Ziv flashes, he cocoons him afterwards. 2, he gets low enough that they can kill him during the cocoon duration. And we have some... Wow.
Faker's going to get killed. Westor follows the flash. May not survive.
Oh.
One more hit. The melee minions chasing, and Westor wins the 1v1.
Didn't even follow the flash. He predicted the flash right there. Fantastic Fizz play overall here. Because Faker flashed very late. He didn't instant panic flash. He waits for Westor to almost land, and Westor just predicted that this is going to happen, so solid play.
Has the potion ticking too, but nicely done by Westor.
I predict a slow-mo zoom in from our observers.
Ignite right there. Wow.
My prediction not as good as Westor's.
Really nice. Really nice stuff from Westor. And that's why he's one of the few players who has the balls to blind pick that Fizz.
Need to see if it'll work out for him. Mountain's going to come up to this top lane, show face. MaRin has got access to Grand Challenge. Ziv, not yet level 6, but down in CS. So Westor, flash burned, ignite burned, and a small CS advantage. Need to see if he can continue to snowball that lead, whereas Faker's TP, very close, 25% of the cooldown left, and then Faker may look to impact those sideways.
here we go. I know how this story ends.
Yeah, they've learned a lesson. Oh, it's such a disgusting matchup for Thresh. It's like you don't want to focus Wolf because he has great health, and then you don't want to focus AD carry because you'll end up in his belly anyway. So what do you even do in this matchup?
Lose mana throwing hooks?
You see him farming relatively well. Apprehend gets pulled back onto MaRin. Ziv has got Noxian Guillotine and Flash. Might was up, and MaRin again at this stage will get pushed away. Spawn will be happy to see the matchup playing out exactly as described in the analyst desk.
Nice, just a playful trickster right there. He really knows the limits. He's 2 levels up on Faker right now, so feeling very confident and doing quite well in this lane so far. Oh!
Ooh. Ziv flashed for that one.
Just took a turret shot, so MaRin's gonna back off. Mountain has to be careful.
He saw Bengi earlier. He was dueling vision on Bengi though. Goes in on MaRin though.
Not enough. MaRin manages to survive. Bengi's now going to look for Mountain. Finds a cocoon. Has the support of the minions. Westor was roaming, but not going to get in range. Mountain's going to back away.
Yeah, there's no counterplay to that yet because SK Telecom has started to lose this mid lane battle. So they can't really play aggressively around this Westor. That level up again, and he's going in with the fish.
He's get some good damage down, but doesn't follow through with anything more. Stone or Playful Trickster. Westor's increasing at CS difference, plus 13 as we get closer to 10 minutes. But he needs to do a whole lot more if he wants to make up the goal deficit that his entire team find themselves in.
More farming right now, so no big action coming up. Of course, we do have a couple of TPs available for Ziv and Faker's just going to use his to get straight back to that mid lane. Doesn't want to lose any more farm on this turret. Force pulse off while he can.
Doesn't have flash, but Ziv will once again be dueling MaRin. I really feel like we've seen a lot of the plays this series multiple times, gentlemen. Yeah, devours from Wolf, lunges from MaRin. But MaRin's still farming exceptionally well, despite being pushed back, despite the duels that are trying to set up.
They have that gold lead. They're going to be happy scaling here. It's about getting Faker and MaRin online again and into a split pushing form, because once we hit that late game, the double teleport's going to be very important. Mountain going to tunnel in here.
Let's see if they can make this work. Abyssal Void, this is aggressive. Going to deliver bang to On. Exhaust is being used. On has no summoners. Is going to have the Devour in a moment. Wolf is tanking with the Grey Health. Bang gets the kill. Wolf props the Gay Health, and he gets out alive. SKT get themselves one up in the top lane. Mountain still not pulling the trigger. In fact, he's backing away.
That was an incredibly bold tower dive, knowing the limits of those champions so well.
Yeah, just the execution there. And then the little hesitation at the end of Wolf there, where he's like, do I save my AD carry? No, I can just spin him in for the kill, because Buster Shot was still available. Tanks his tower, juggling tower aggro with Devour. It's like an Elise dive too. Really creative usage, and that's something we haven't seen too much from Tahm Kench players. Using that Abyssal Voids in your lane to make these picks, and that's just good knowledge of where Albus was on the map too, because if he randomly showed up at any point in that exchange, that could have been ugly.
And Freak was talking about this earlier, but that I agree with him entirely. That is the hallmark of a good team, just being able to do these creative plays on the fly, not knowing the situation, and that's been a use. As we see Tahm Kench, it's been awesome to see him develop as a champion in professional play over the course of this tournament. More and more people are figuring out the limits, what you can do with him, what is good.
Yeah, more so just the confidence that Bang has in Wolf too.
Well, MaRin taking a tower hit. Bengi's actually flashed forward. The volatile Spiderling comes out. Grand Challenge is available. Ziv gets the heal from Decimate, but it's not enough. MaRin's Grand Challenge is successful, and they take him down.
And that is one of the strengths of SKT. Continuous faith in your teammates. Just overall, you saw Bang in the bot lane, didn't use heal or flash. Was sure Wolf would save him. In the top lane, MaRin goes in for that exchange, knows he can trust on Bengi to burst him down quickly enough. Then the heal denies the bleed damage at all after that corpse of Ziv drops on the floor. So, again, SKT 4-1 right now.
Looking for the bottom side. They see Bengi in the mid lane. They know Faker is back, so TP and not up for Faker at the moment. Can they punish this?
Let's take a look. So, On's going to take so many auto attacks. It's not going to work out. Mountain is around, will kill the pink ward, but there's Bengi roaming from the mid lane. AHQ need to be a little careful. We did see Faker forced back because of the all-in from Westor. And AHQ able to sneak that Scuttle Crab from underneath Bengi's nose. 1,000 gold in the lead. feels like it could be bigger, but AHQ are still farming relatively well despite giving up all of those deads.
And they're not stopping, putting on the pressure right now. MaRin's TP is going to be up in just a couple of seconds, so we could see a very large fight. Wolf gonna get hooked.
Let's take a look. Grey health is up. Mountain is going to go down. Bang just sends the Buster shot out, and they secure another kill. They secure a blue buff. Now, there are tunnels behind the Dragon. So if SKT stick around, Mountain has the opportunity to get involved with that Void Rush. A tunnel in the pit that's not being killed yet. 4 seconds before they come up. AHQ, they're sticking around. Dragon secure. Death Sentence finds Bang. And waddle, waddle, waddle. Wolf walks away.
I like how they're almost drawing out hooks with Bang at the moment. They're just putting him in the front line. They have such confidence that Wolf is just going to be there right next to him at all times, eating him up. And so they're basically, by doing this, by dangling Bang as bait, they're making sure that AHQ actually cannot get a pick in this game because they're taking it hook, line, and sinker each time.
And Westor's gonna land a hook onto Faker. Junglers are both nearby. Faker's gone low. Mountain will finish him off. And it looks like Westor's made it out alive. Now Mountain wants to get a furious bite onto Bengi. MaRin is in trouble up top. Zip flashes forward, finds the kill. May not have needed to expend the flash, but it doesn't matter. 2 quick kills to AHQ.
Yeah, MaRin not flashing there either, so had a chance to deny that kill. Not going to come through at AHQ. This is what they want. They want these skirmishes to start going their way and getting a big advantage. And Faker, his Rod of Ages has now been delayed significantly. You want to be getting that Rod about this time right now, 13 to 15 minutes, but he's going to get it late. That's going to slow down his scaling and give AHQ a shot at this game.
Yeah, Westar said it first in his interview too. SKT roam a lot with Faker to get other lanes ahead. One lane could use a roam right here is MaRin because he just gets pulled in and doesn't get a good repost here and too early, and then the dunk does too much damage. You gotta, at this point, you have to hold it for the ultimate almost.
I think that matchup is just so interesting because the mind games that surround the riposte and the decimate really start to take shape, and that time, Ziv does get the better end of that trade.
Let's see whether or not AHQ can keep up this chaos style of game. Multiple fights on multiple sides of the map. That skirmish that their team composition offers, but no tower's fallen yet because of the inability to push waves incredibly fast.
And that is punishing that Rod of Ages for Faker too. Any additional global gold speeds up that purchase a little bit. It's so far delayed because he's only relying on CS right now, and he's playing a style where he's actually roaming more than Westor. Go even bot like twice, help to steal away a blue buff, teleport bot once, so Faker's struggling to get his scaling item purchased.
There's a TP coming into the top side.
Everybody's looking for Ziv. He may not survive. MaRin not going to be able to get the kill yet. Apprehend onto Faker. The heal from Decimate keeps Ziv up and standing. There's support coming from the river, but Westor will not be able to arrive. And SKT's play is thwarted by AHQ.
There's just so little crowd control on that top side to actually get the kill. If you want to make that play, make sure that Bengi gets there first so we can provide the Cocoon a little bit disjointed on that top side gank, and so it won't be successful.
Yeah, it just shows you how scary it is to dive at Darius overall. We saw SoAZ, I believe it was, turn around and play on him too with just a good apprehend under the turret.
And here we go, the counter play.
Let's take a look again. Albus finds the flay, but Bang flashes from the death sentence. Wolf has arrived. There's a Devour available, and AHQ have the numbers advantage in the bottom lane. Will they commit to the tower? It does not look to be the case.
And right there, just great presence of mind. Wolf getting into the bottom side to deny the dive. But not only that, Bang chose to flash directly down to avoid the hook. If he flashed left, he was going to get the mind game of the death sentence coming in, so he avoids it entirely by just going directly south.
Yeah, really, perpendicular flashes is what you need to do against hooks, and really good presence of mind for Bang to do it. But fantastic flash play from Albus. Mountain Fish taking a bit here, but getting tanky enough to really start dueling Bengi in the jungle.
Trading wards back and forth. Ziv looking for the fights. Fights everywhere, it's just non-stop. Ziv's not going to be able to follow up further. Teams are even at 17 minutes, and SKT have been ahead at 20 in every single one of their games. But the smallest advantage was 700 gold. Let's see if they can claw that back, or will AHQ continue to take advantage?
And that is the nature of this game. Low wave to compositions with full-on skirmish team comps, 0 towers taken, 0 dragons taken, or just 1 taken from SKT so far, and it just shows you how much of different pace this game is due to the compositions.
Yeah, you're going to see a lot of kills because no one can rapidly push the lane in this game except for Tristana. So it's a very slow march from turret to turret every single time. And that just opens up so many opportunities to make aggressive plays on enemy champions. But look at this, that tower's getting very low for Faker.
Stores was playing so aggressive in that lane. They even toy with the idea of a dive. Teleport available for Ziv. Finds Chum the waters and Faker will not be able to get out. Westor dunks him under the tower.
Cool guys, don't look at exploding Fakers. Just walk away. Just kill the best mid laner in the world, and I walked away from him.
Matchup is in Westor's favor. May be able to get this tower in a few minutes' time. Finally, that Rod of Ages is completed for Faker. Mountain
goes wide.
Void the cocoon as Bengi fires it just to the side lane. Ziv now looking to chase him down. Will they go under the tower? Prey Seeker will get fired. Bengi's 110 HP. Mountain's tanking the turret. They've gone real deep for this. There is a Void Rush out if Mountain needs it. Ziv, he's all of a sudden out of position. Decimate heal will not land, and Ziv will get dropped. MaRin can look for more. Tunnel for retreat from Mountain. Flash is available. Gonna find another tunnel. Lead to a third tunnel. Mountain's just digging holes everywhere.
Well, I mean, it's an interesting idea while Faker was down. They knew he was dead. He didn't have the TP up, but making that level of dive at this point in the game is so very, very risky.
Yeah, Mountain dug a grave there for his top laner and then tunneled his way out. Ziv was doing actually fantastic in that 1v1 matchup up until Mountain arrived and kind of threw it away there. And you can see the power from MaRin too. Once he gets to proc that ultimate, it's so hard to take him down, just the amount of healing that comes out of that.
And you can feel just how, maybe desperate is a strong word, but how much AHQ want and need those aggressive plays. Multiple times this game, they've just gone in over and over and over, and yes, it's keeping them even, but they simply do not have a lead, and I'm scared of the scaling options on the side of SKT.
This is a good move here by SKT, putting Tristana in the mid lane, especially with Wolf being able to deny what Fizz can do into an AD carry. A lot of the damage, both the Q from Fizz and the R can simply be denied, and SKT's one siege component now finally finds an opening.
Yeah, and I think that I totally agree. Great swap. We are going to see Faker's teleport come back up soon. Another duel going on the top side.
Let's take a look. Ziv finds the apprehend. Decimate. The dunk gets repulsed. Flash forward for Ziv, followed by MaRin. The bleed is burning, and it will not be enough. All of a sudden, Wolf wants to deliver bang to Ziv's backside. Ziv is looking for something to come from this, and unfortunately will find himself between a rock and a hard place. And it's bang, MaRin, Bengi, Wolf, all gonna be involved. Kill credit to MaRin.
Yeah, it's tough to get the bang in the backside right there, you know what I mean? So, yeah, it did work out for him that time. Ziv goes down, and then now we're gonna see this pressure. Can they get the mid lane turret for it is going to be the question, because that is going to be a pretty favorable trade for AHQ.
And for the first time all tournament, Westor has a CS advantage at 20 minutes. AHQ have a gold advantage at 20 minutes, a tower advantage, and they're gonna even the dragons out. This is the closest anybody has been with SKT, arguably because of the team compositions, but AHQ need to do more.
Tower and trade for the dragon. SKT already with that first dragon of the game, so they're not going to be too broken up about that. They're going to take a red buff and grab all they can.
Now that the map opens up and a couple towers fall left and right, you can definitely see some macro play come into the playstyle of this skirmishing. You really need to start playing smarter, use vision to your advantage, and more importantly, vision denial. Playing with Fog of War is incredibly important if you play this heavy pick style composition, because being at the wrong place at the wrong time could just cost you 2 towers, because you simply just can't out-rotate people anymore because you have no tower seed whatsoever.
Yeah, and for SKT, it's all about playing around the Tristana. They have the double teleport, and until On actually gets a Hurricane here, they're not going to have really that much great wave clear. MaRin already snapping up the last outer turret, and SKT, this is where they need to start initiating that 1-3-1, and they probably don't want that casted into the Fizz. Remember, Faker's Rod of Ages came 18, 19 minutes in this game, very delayed.
He's sitting on 4 stacks, I believe, right now. But only 4 stacks of Faker, so he's so far behind. Not only is he behind in the matchup, he's behind in the item build. That's why we see Wolf showing up here in the top lane.
And Wolf is looking, he's hungry. This is a sushi fight if ever I've seen one. They did trade flashes back and forth, and Wolf wants to waddle forward. Bengi's all of a sudden out of position. Assist for Mountain, and On gets the kill credits.
I actually don't know why we see Bengi running the Runeglaive here instead of the Cinderhulk, because his solo laners are very fragile in this game. He needs to be tanky, and he really hasn't done all that much that he with the Runeglaive that he couldn't have done with the Cinderhulk.
Yeah, we see some inexperience here from SKT from playing behind with this very big Origen composition. Bengi got caught there because he was pathing to the top lane to maybe get that kill, but it takes you too much time to get there and you just get punished because there was 2 members involved chasing down the top laner, or chasing down Westor there in the top lane, and Bengi just passed it to mid lane.
And
with no vision.
He's coming on through, and there's the Fate's Call, just dragging him in with the Lantern right after. Very well played combo.
Wasn't even looking to help top, just wanted to push in mid there, but you can't do that with no vision. Not when 2 members of your team are in the top lane.
Luckily for SKT, tempo is now slowed down just a little. There's not a lot of towers to pressure for AHQ unless they're very deep in SK territory. And obviously that deep vision in the top quadrant will give SKT information to work with as AHQ is playing further back on the map. Hurricane has been completed, so On is activated, if we can say that.
AHQ doing a fantastic job. Even though Ziv died a lot, he's still putting a lot of pressure in that matchup, continuously drawing SKT members to him. The other side of the map, Albus and On haven't gotten outplayed anymore. Learned their lesson about the Devour too, so with Westor being up 3-0 here, they gotta actually, they're poised to take control of the map for the next 5 minutes.
Here we go, just a little bit of harassment on Mountain while SKT takes out that pink ward. Do see a kind of topside control going to SKT, AHQ with the deep wards at the bottom. MaRin gonna go all in.
Let's take a look, level 15 to level 13. Ziv's gonna be able to proc the grand challenge. Noxian Might will not even get activated. And MaRin uses that level and item advantage to his favor.
MaRin didn't even lose HP in that exchange. Well, really seeing the power of that build coming out.
I mean, that's it, right? Once you get the Phage onto Fiora with the dash too, it is incredibly difficult to get away from her in a one-on-one once she starts going in.
Yeah, and the Ravenous Hydra buys you enough lifesteal time to proc your ulti, which gives you more health, which then gives you more lifesteal, and suddenly that all-in type of style that Ziv was playing earlier just isn't working anymore, and these longer trades are getting more into MaRin's favor.
And SKT will also have the map play thanks to double teleports. AHQ cannot afford to have Westor in the wrong place at the wrong time. SKT, they're starting another early Baron. Teleport is available for Ziv. There's a Lantern in the pit, so Albus is aware of this.
Yeah, clever play. They just poking in there, seeing if they could get something. They saw a bunch of members recall, and of course Ziv being dead. You can sneak it right there, might as well go for it. Not really anything to lose, and if you can't get it, if they detect it, just pull off immediately, no harm, no foul.
Yeah, if you don't opt into a fight, there's no sieges that can happen on the other side, because wave clear is just so tremendously slow this game.
All right, 25 minutes in. 500 gold separates these teams, but it's SKT. They need to replace their deep vision. They've had truly exceptional vision this entire series. Let's take a look how they prioritize. Will they look at setup around Dragon, spawns in a minute, or are they content to play around this Baron? Neither team wants to deal with Baron-powered minions with extremely limited wave.
Well, AHQ's in a similar position that they were in Game 1. This is a very kiteable composition that we're looking at. It's just the Fizz, you know, coming in instead of the Diana, but same issue. So the more SKT can force them to just face check a brush, they're going to be able to kite out very effectively and then re-engage once the Tristana resets come through. So for SKT, it's playing out in a similar fashion, and AHQ has to find an answer.
Ooh, good repel. Bengi alive. The Flay will really find its target. They've committed a teleport and a box. Westor, Chum the Waters finds Wolf, and we're going to see that fish fight once more. Grey health goes low. Death Sentence will not find a champion, but the grand challenge is being procced. Albus will drop, and SKT have the healing advantage. AHQ have already lost 2. As MaRin may burn, he survives, stays alive. Faker and Bang go forward. They've only lost the Catfish and taken 3 with them.
Yeah, and such a subtle outplay there from Bang, just sidestepping the hook after Albus flashes in, and he doesn't have it hesitate at all. He just keeps whacking away at people, and then people forget about Fiora. Now Mountain goes in, but Bang drops
him. He finds him! Mountain shuts Bang down, defends the tower as well.
That was a really good play by Mountain, knowing his limits right there and stopping the siege while simultaneously getting the shutdown gold. Very well done.
But overall, just The knowledge of these champions is sidestepping from Bang, MaRin just staying alive by hitting a minion right at the end before bleeding to death, then they just game kicks in and gives us some more health. Confused Sentinels here.
Sentinel's getting real dizzy.
That Sentinel will actually see something though this time around.
Dragon.
And this is the replay of that fight.
This play doesn't do too much.
It doesn't do anything at all, and Bang just on the outside of the box right there. And this is exactly the fight that SKT wanted.
Sorry to cut you off, Monty. Westo is going to play full Trickster up. Kill credit to On. Teleport comes in for Faker. He will most likely find Westo. No, Westo hops and skips and plays away. He stays alive. Faker's got that Rift Walk to safety, and nobody's really going to be able to chase him. Even with the Prey Seeker, Faker gets away. So AHQ find a kill. MaRin, who is maybe out of position. What can they take with the 25 seconds?
Probably just gonna go to the Dragon here. They have some vision around the Baron, but they obviously can't afford to fight Baron and SKT at the same time. Picking up a Dragon is possible here. They got some teleports down. Bengi though.
Oh, Albus finds another death sentence. The Flay this time goes wide. Fate's call. Bops Wolf on the head. Albus is on the front line. The death sentence finds a target. Wolf's down. Bengi's caught by Chumba Waters. Pierce connects and Westall finds one. AHQ, they're taking control.
They're making very great picks overall. AHQ are looking to turn small advantages, which is the Dragon, into bigger things. They want kills and Dragons. They do it fantastically, but one can still credit Bengi's positioning this game. He's been going a little bit too far forward and has been picked off or in need of saving multiple times this game.
Well, it's fine. You have to think about the Runeglaive versus Cinderhulk trade-off, right? If you can position more aggressively in a tanky situation like that where you're just trying to get onto an objective if you have that Cinderhulk. If you're playing with a Runeglaive, there has to be somebody else there because you're a damage champion. The entire purpose is just to burst somebody down.
Albus though, he's landing a lot of hooks this game. He's not afraid to flash forward to use them either, so he's trailing every time Wolf eats somebody, he's trailing Wolf, and then Wolf gets caught himself, so he's trading lives.
Albus is keeping AHQ's hopes alive. Time and time again, he's landed those death sentences all series long. And as we hit 30 minutes into the game, it is as even as this is going to get. So here's Bengi getting caught out.
The problem with this play is Faker's in base with no teleport. Bengi should never walk through. There's no way he can contest that Dragon ever. He's only setting himself up for a potential pickoff. Like, another nice hook here. Wolf goes down. You can't afford to play the map 4v5, and MaRin was still dead there, so they were playing the map 3v5, blind into a Dragon that they shouldn't even contest.
And they had, HQ had a pink ward, so there was total vision denial in the river, so you have to assume that if you're walking on a ward and you can't see what's in the river and you don't see Thresh,
assume that they're there.
Assume that they are there.
So a lot of praise to AHQ, at least their mid and bottom half of the map, because it's Ziv that's really far behind. Level 15 to level 17. Still down 20 CS.
Ziv bought him the time to get ahead though. Ziv continuously got aggressed upon by SKT members, still kept even against MaRin. Now that matchup is tilting away from him, but he bought so much time so that Westor and On could trail ahead.
Yeah, you could say he was absorbing the pressure that SKT was applying, making sure that Westor had the freedom in that mid lane. 4-1 and 3. Not another needlessly large rod picked up, but Faker is continuing to scale. Rod of Ages has been fully stacked for a few minutes. Hourglass is completed as well. So, gentlemen, Kassadin is a thing. Do not forget, he can start to chase on down.
And one thing that's crucial that's been finished is Bang's QSS, so he can drop the fish. So now, this is where Fizz starts that problem. We get into the late game, we see some of these defensive items coming out. It really cuts Fizz's damage.
He does become more of a...
I think... So Ziv apprehended
pulled it over the wall, yeah.
And then got the kill credit as well. So Ziv is like mine, and got it.
Fizz becomes more of a two-pronged attack weapon here right now later in the game once he finishes that Zhonya's, because he can go in for the initial combo, Zhonya's wait for cooldown, then go again and use the second playful trickster to get out. So in that sense, he can fight still after his fish gets dropped. But it becomes an ultimate skill matchup later in these team fights.
One that Westor will know intimately. Longest standing Fizz player probably on the planet.
Look how scared Westor is. He just pathed left to right a couple of times, so he's not quite sure where he has to be on the map. He wants to push top lane right here, but he's prioritizing vision denial a little bit on the Baron area, and he wants to be in a position to flank mid if that siege happens from SKT. He's still pathing left to right.
All the positive plays that AHQ put on the map, despite being even, they are the ones that are under pressure. Ziv dealing with MaRin in the bottom lane despite being 2 levels down. And SKT playing safe and respectful in that middle lane. They're not over-aggressing on the tower. AHQ need to find another miraculous pick if they actually want to get map control, because it's simply not there.
Well, one thing that SKT has been doing this game is just making sure that the minion waves are constantly pressed into AHQ's side of the map. They have that advantage in the top lane, and they're only able to do it in 2 lanes right now because Faker is so far behind. But as this game goes on, Faker will be unleashed as a 1-3-1 split pusher instead. And then it's going to be very difficult for AHQ to contest just the map pressure, because even if they get a pick, even if they win a fight, taking an objective afterwards will be extremely difficult.
Release the Faker.
I think he was unleashed earlier this game. Continues to scale up. So Dragon is up in 2 minutes. Baron continues to stay standing, and AHQ committed vision resources to this top quadrant. So the Baron dance, gentlemen, we may see it begin.
SKT is aware of the way AHQ wants to win these fights later on. That is by flanking with the Fizz. So you can see every time they don't have vision in the river next to them, they back off. And if they do, they're constantly pinging out Westor's position. But just an incredibly stale game. Nobody's really breaking up any towers here.
And it's about time to remind everybody, if SKT win, they qualify for the semis to face Origen. AHQ need to pick up a win to stay alive in the tournament. Cannot underestimate how important that is. Right, tower dive. MaRin's going under. Will proc the grand challenge. Riposte that decimate. And that may unlock some time on the tower. MaRin does have flash available. Albus is looking for a target. Will not find one, and bang. Rocket jumps quite aggressively there, knowing there's limited threat from engage. SKT, they found some time on this inner turrets.
Yeah, and they've just controlled this bottom side of the map because of the pressure that we've seen MaRin exert, just slowly chipping away on this tower. A little bit dangerous for HQ to even walk there through that path to defend it, but they do get away unscathed.
Yeah, he picks up a Spirit Visage now too, just to increase that healing even more. He's barely even dropping in these small trades, and he just whittles down Ziv until the pressure makes them crumble, and eventually they'll lose an objective. But it's a slow, long battle to really get him chunk enough to zone him out of the lane, and then you get a tower, but could be looking at quite a long game this game.
Well, that's the reality of these pick competitions going to head-to-head. Neither team really has very good siege, so it's about the split push. It's about these little bitty skirmishes around objectives, so heading into 40 or 50 minutes would not really be too unusual here.
No. Fortunately for AHQ, it is about individual play. It is about landing that one skill shot, that one flank. So as we continue to scale up, Dragon number 3 looking to be secured with the Ren, Stacks, and Smite. It should be an easy secure, made simpler as SKT back away. And that movement speed is going to help AHQ against this incredibly mobile, incredibly difficult team to lock down for SKT.
Yeah, and if AHQ can actually deny the possibility of a blind Baron against SKT, they can just keep playing towards 5 Dragon win condition. They're fine getting pushed in up until the Dragon spawns. They don't have to get any other objective on the map as long as SKT can't really sneak a Baron. Later on, though, you have to be careful because Fiora, Elise, Tristana does an incredibly quick Baron.
This is the first game all worlds that SKT has trailed in those Dragons. Cocoon finds Mountain. He's very confident on his tunnels. He's got some support coming up from behind, but here's Bang. There's the Lantern. Mountain again knew that he had relative support, but that may have been a tad over-eager.
By getting poked, though, he is seeding up vision control of the Baron again. And you have to weigh, as a jungler, you have to weigh that very seriously. Does it matter more if I lose those wards, or does it matter more if I get this blue buff? And that's what he chose. He didn't get either in that situation, but playing so aggressively by himself is a risk when it comes to preventing SK Telecom from now threatening this Baron very actively.
Yeah, and as the 4v4 moves away from mid lane, but actually towards Baron, teams distance themselves a lot farther from that bot lane where the 1v1 is convincingly being won by MaRin. So we could see a repeat dive into teleport later on by MaRin. That's what SKT is waiting for right now.
Luckily for AHQ, Scuttlecraft belongs to them. So SKT playing around with vision in the pit. Ziv looking for MaRin. MaRin forced a flash. It looked like Ziv flashed forward as well. Did not use the duck on. Will ride the Lantern to safety. The explosive satchel. That was QSS off if I'm reading that correctly. And summon a heal. SKT now have the advantage. They chunked AHQ out and they're looking to push towers. MaRin loses the fight, but ends up winning by getting the tower anyway.
Well, yeah, he has a ton of lifesteal on this build, right? So he's going to have that advantage. Can't quite knock it down, but it's just little by little. He's winning the duel in this bottom side.
One more mistake from either team will result in a big objective. for SKT, if they punish a mistake from AHQ, it'll be blowing open the base thanks to having Tristana.
Slow farm game here for Faker. See what he goes for next. It's going to be the Void Staff or something else. It's a nice big wave right there. If we've been watching SKT, every time they push down to that tier 2 turret, they've been letting a slow push develop. While they push mid and bottom, the wave develops, Faker goes and farms it, and then they reset back in the mid lane.
Yeah, I've seen the hesitation on Wester too. He wants to push it out fully, but he can never quite commit to that full 1-3-1 because then SKT just punished. He's constantly looking for those flanks, but due to really good warding on the side of the flanks, SKT is preventing it, and that puts a bit of a net neutral state where neither team is really getting ahead.
Well, even if you do have wards if you're Westor, you have to worry about the Tom Kench ult, you have to worry about the teleport coming in from the very fed MaRin. So there's a risk even if you do have that vision.
Mountain playing with his life a little bit. Used the tunnel to get away from Bengi, and Bang was looking to take him out. Void Staff was completed by Faker in the last back. MaRin's got himself another BF sword. Damage galore as far as he is concerned. Westor's had that hourglass for a little while, so power curve continues to escalate. We're about to hit 40 minutes into the game. No clear sign of a victor yet, but SKT honestly spending most of the time away from their own base.
Interesting potential power swing in this matchup here. Stery's Gage finished by Ziv, so when he goes low, he actually gets that extra health and just more damage coming out of him in an extended duel against MaRin. So MaRin actually just wants to slowly. He's even more incentivized to kill Ziv slowly and painfully instead of actually going for a burst fight.
Oh, tension is building. On once again takes a lower hit, no attack rather. Needs to back away. MaRin still fighting Ziv in the bottom lane. Gromp round 3 goes to MaRin for the second time.
And we haven't seen Faker use his teleport to really assist that 1v1 there in the bot lane. Ziv and MaRin have been facing off a couple of times against each other, but Faker could easily just teleport down bot if the remaining SKT members can hold the Baron at 3v4, and that could swing up in the game too.
So for the first time, AHQ are not making as many positional mistakes. Mountain's playing a little aggressive, and for SKT, with their team comp, they're unable to play the map as effectively. They are so reliant on finding a kill.
Yeah, but the problem here is that AHQ is marching to the beat of SKT's drum. The side wave control has been heavily in favor of SK Telecom over the last 10 or so minutes. So they're constantly playing a defensive game. They have to keep poking in dangerously at Baron to start to clear out wards. And it's getting very difficult.
You can also see Ziv, he doesn't want to get past that brush too far. That's why this lane has constantly been pushed up in the bottom. Not because he's afraid to duel MaRin, because he's just afraid of Faker's teleport. So as long as Faker has a teleport, bot lane will always be pressured by SKT.
Now that Wolf has got some armor, got some hit points, he's actually somebody that can tank up Baron a little. So simply put, nobody else from SKT can really tank it. There's sustain from MaRin and Bang, but that's so risky.
They're actually pinging bot. They may go for a teleport play here.
Find and engage. You can see the fight happening in the bottom lane. MaRin, the challenge is out. He looks to be winning. Stery's Gage comes up. Ziv with Noxian Might looking for a target, and they end up nullifying one another. MaRin is recalling. Baron is being dropped so low. SKT have decided to peel. The Cocoon does not find a target, and actually MaRin, he's staying in lane. He's got sustain. Arn is going to hop backwards. The box comes down for a little bit of zoning. The Flay finds no one as Westor's coming from the side. He connects onto Bengi, but Bengi repels away, drops down. Ziv, he won the duel. He can recall back. He can teleport forward. But can AHQ do anything with their next minute of 5v4?
Potential home guards teleport could threaten the Baron, but remember, AHQ is sitting on 3 dragons right now.
Yeah, not only that, but that was a misplay from SKT. As soon as Ziv doesn't use his ult in the bottom side, you need to back off, because in a TP versus TP duel, MaRin had already used his ultimate. Ziv coming in could be dangerous. They're going to go for it, though.
Let's take a look. Where are the wards? Ziv needs to arrive. Faker's been chunked down by that Baron. The no real front line hurting them a little. Dragon number 4. Gentlemen, the timer is now cranked up to 6 minutes, and it's actually AHQ underneath that clock.
This is the first time we've actually seen teams threaten SKT here at Worlds. Let's watch that again, this duel there in the bot lane. Ziv goes low.
Hits the Decimate right there. There's another one.
Wow.
Mystery post. Yeah, you can't afford to do that in this matchup.
Oh, gentlemen, sorry to pull you back. Albus is in trouble. Fate's Core pulls him backwards. He gets a 4-man knockup, but Baron is down. 3,900 HP. Ziv is being exhausted as he's on the back line. Arn is trying to hop and skip towards MaRin. A double kill for Bang. He gets the reset and the rocket jump. May get a third onto Mountain. Looking for the auto attack range. Will not find it. Faker is going a little low. He's going golden, and MaRin wants to finish off Arn and Westor. Westor throws down the hourglass. Faker shuts Arn down. Westor will follow shortly thereafter. We unfortunately didn't see the setup, but all of a sudden, all of the work that AHQ put in, completely undone.
I don't even know what to say about that. MaRin, they waited too long to start that Baron where he had his TP up, he could get into the pit. They're going to charge straight forward for an inhibitor right here. Take it out, and then they'll have the ultimate pressure onto that Baron.
A fantastic team fight there from SKT, moving in and out of the fight, and they can likely just finish up the game, but then it makes you wonder, why did AHQ start that Baron when they had a potential 5th Dragon?
It's a question that AHQ will be asking themselves all the way through the offseason. SK Telecom destroy AHQ's Nexus and are one step closer to the Summoners Cup.
Wow, so a very abrupt end to that game after a very long, well-fought game by AHQ, but they don't, like you're saying, Prepo, they don't play around the 5th Dragon, and instead go for a very risky Baron when MaRin's coming back up with TP, and they are punished.
Yeah, lack of foresight and lack of adaptation has punished HQ a little bit, and tenacity is something we've seen a lot from this SKT squad. They know how to play from ahead, but they also know how to cut their losses and play slightly slower from behind until inevitably somebody makes a mistake and that swings the game over. They don't need much.
I'm very surprised. That was a very abrupt end.
What an unfortunate end for AHQ. The first time they had a real shot to take down SKT. They held, they defended for so long.
Well, and SKT, they opted in the draft to play into that style. Westor did an extraordinary job in the mid lane up against Faker. But in the end, some macro mistakes and a missed shot call cost them the series.
And ladies and gentlemen, here in London, put your hands together for SK Telecom. They advance to Brussels, where they will face Origen.
What a fantastic stage that'll be. Oh, wait to see that.
Euphoria or eulogy?
Eulogy, baby.
Find out next time on the episode of 2015 World Championships.
I think we'll have one Euphoria and one eulogy in the semifinals.
We'll have to find out. But for SKT, questions this game, I think. Go back to the draft. You can talk about, hey, if it had snowballed earlier, how much easier could it have been? You can talk about decision making, but for Westor and crew, difficult loss, a difficult exit from the World Championship.
Every game this Tom Kench pick is being picked on support, the value becomes more apparent. Both teams playing it and teams that face off against it might even see support bans come out later on. Just the value of that Devour, it showed so much in that bot lane here for SKT. They already played well with it. The tower type, the Abyssal Voyage, you know, with Bang and Wolf under the tower aggro switches. I like seeing it.
It's really a fun champion to watch. I don't imagine it's very much fun to play against.
I can't even play it. I tried it once, I just can't do it, so.
The thing that I really like is just the evolution of the champion, as we were alluding to during the course of the game, is how we saw Tom Kench come to fruition in week 2. We saw some real high highs from the Crew Tigers and some low lows from, you know, everybody else who tried, really. But now we're actually seeing, again, Wolf showing a great proficiency using that Abyssal Voyage aggressively, despite how easy it is to read, despite how long it is to channel and cast, you can make it effectively.
Yeah, probably still the most underused ability, I think, out of his kit. Just because Tom Kench on itself would work without the ultimate. He's one of those champions that even if you didn't have Abyssal Voyage, would make a fine support pick. One could argue that Thresh was in a similar state back in the day. You didn't even need the box to play him because his kit was just so strong. But I want to see more Abyssal Voyages used to really rotate around that and surprise people. Just get behind wards and then path in for ganks. Just so many plays potential. Similar like Bard has like journey that you can do. Really, you can open up the map and open up plays that people are not really used to seeing.
Yeah, not only that, but the choices you can make too about which allies to take with you, how that's all going to play out. I just feel like we're just seeing the tip of the iceberg at the Tom Kench play, and especially as we go deeper into this tournament, undoubtedly it'll be a very big pick, and the players will get more comfortable, not only the support players, but the That's a team pick. Yeah. You have to play as a team around that, so everybody has to know how it
The
works.
next question as well is how do you play around it if you let it through? Because that's a question that nobody's been willing to answer yet when it comes to Mordekaiser and GP. They're just on the permaban list. But Tom Kench, if you go, look, Morn GP are 1 and 2 priority, how do you play around the Kench?
I mean, you change your play patterns. You saw Albus adapt during the game too. He stopped hooking people.
Yeah.
You use hook as a zoning tool rather than just an offensive tool because you know hook leads to devour, and then you get counter-traded, so you just stop hooking people.
Crepo, all of my hooks are zoning tools. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to head to Shocks in the Interval Lounge to talk to the best mid laner in the world.
Thank you. Well, first off, congratulations, Faker, on making it to the semifinal. When we went into game 3, it looked like it was going to be a very clean 3-0 sweep for you guys, but then it was quite close, especially in that mid lane. What happened there?
페이커 선수 우선 4강 진출을 축하드립니다. 3경기 이전까지는 되게 깔끔하게 3대0으로 끝날 줄 알았는데 3경기 때 이제 라인전에서 좀 고생도 하시고 경기가 전체적으로 힘들었는데 경기에 대해서 좀 말씀을 해주세요.
우선 이 경기까지 했을 때는 저희가 쉽게 3대0으로 이길 것 같았는데 막상 3경기를 하니까 좀 굉장히 힘들고 또 그리고 플레이를 하면서 느낀 게 제가 원래 상대가 잘한다고 느낀 적이 거의 없는데 이번에 웨스트도어 선수가 피즈를 좀 정말 잘하시더라고요. 그래서 많이 힘들었던 것 같아요.
Okay, so up till game 2, we thought the games were going pretty easily. Until game 2, it was pretty easy, but at game 3, yeah, the game was very hard. And during the mid lane phase, I really acknowledged my opponents as a very strong laner, but I thought that Wester Fizz is very strong, and I had a very hard time against him.
Well, it showed, but in the end, you guys still managed to win. That means that now you guys are 9-0 already in the tournament. When we talked in the group stage, we talked about how it would be a very fun tournament because there was no obviously super dominant team. But to me, it's looking like you guys are becoming that team. How have your thoughts changed since then, and now that you're 9-0?
지금까지 이제 9승 0패로 전승 가도를 달리고 있는데 페이커 선수가 조별 예선 때는 인터뷰에서 지금 이번 대회에서는 다들 상향 평준화돼서 되게 재밌는 경기 많이 나올 거고 치열할 것이라고 얘기했습니다. 근데 이제 지금까지 봤을 때는 SKT가 절대 강자로 보이는데 혹시 그에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시나요?
우선 지금까지 저희가 압도적인 경기력을 보여준 거는 사실이지만 사실 저희가 스크림에서 그렇게까지 완벽한 모습을 보여지는 않기 때문에 전승이 힘들다고 생각했었는데 앞으로도 지금까지는 좀 전승이어서 앞으로 좀 운이 좋으면 가능하지 않을까 싶고 그렇기 때문에 앞으로도 좀 더 잘해야 될 것 같습니다.
So even though we were dominating up till now, we were kind of having a hard time during scrims. So I didn't actually see this coming, this 9-0 record. But we got up till here without dropping a single game. And I think if we try really hard, we might be able to pull the entire tournament. So we'll just keep on practicing hard and hope for the best.
As we get some disco lights in here, might be able to pull out the entire tournament. So a win versus Origen would be needed for that. That's the team you will be facing in the semifinals. I mean, we're here in Europe. They have a lot of fans here. So do you guys. I'd love to hear your thoughts on that matchup.
그 이제 페이커 선수가 방금 전에 말한 전승 우승을 위해서는 이제 다음 4강전에서 오리젠 팀을 꺾어야 할 텐데 이제 홈 그라운드이기도 한 오리젠을 상대로 이제 어떤 경기가 예상되는지 말씀해 주세요.
우선 저희가 전승을 하기 위해서는 오리진을 3대0으로 이겨야 되는데 사실 오늘 경기도 굉장히 힘들었거든요. 그래서 다음도 전승을 이어가기는 힘들 것 같은데 아무튼 오리진이 지난번에 경기하는 거 보니까 굉장히 좀 잘하시더라고요. 그래서 좀 걱정이 되지만 그래도 제가 유럽에서 경기를 좀 많이 해봤기 때문에 지난 올스타 때 관중들이 유럽을 응원해도 별로 상관없을 것 같아요.
So in order to beat, okay, so let me try that again. So if we have to beat Origen 3-0 again next week, I think it's gonna be a very hard job. Like even today, we struggled a lot, and I personally also played a lot of games in Europe so far, like even last year at All-Stars. So I think even though the home crowd might cheer Origen, I'm fine with that. And yeah, that's it.
You're fine with that. One final question, maybe, Faker. I feel like you're having a lot of fun outside of the game as well. I saw you high-fiving the crowd over here, and you seem to be a lot more relaxed than I saw you in Season 3. Can you tell me about your personal experience so far at Worlds?
페이크 선수 이제 방금 경기가 끝난 직후의 모습에도 막 팬들이랑 하이파이브를 하고 되게 팬들이랑 되게 훨씬 더 즐거운 모습을 보이는 게 많이 보였는데 2013년 롤드컵과 이번 대회를 비교했을 때 어떤 경험을 하고 있는지 얘기해 주세요. 그러니까 2013년 월드 챔피언십과 이번 대회에서 본인이 어떤 게임 외적인 모습을 보이고 있는지.
우선 왜 그 롤드컵에 올 때나 올스타에 올 때나 느낀 점이 항상 유럽이나 북미 팬들이 정말 열정적이고 그래서 게임을 할 때도 더 재미있게 할 수 있는 것 같아요. 그래서 더 기쁘게 할 수 있는데 지난 2014년도에도 저도 사실 팬들이 응원해 주는 거에 대해서 정말 감사함을 느꼈지만 그다지 표현은 안 했었는데 이번에는 어느 정도 표현하면서 팬들한테 좀 하는 게 좋다고 생각해서 하고 있는 것 같습니다.
So whenever I play in a tournament at either NA or Europe, I always feel that the fans are really passionate. And even back in 2013, I really want to thank them, but I wasn't able to express that thoroughly. So for this tournament, I'm trying my best to express that I'm thankful for my fans.
Very thankful to you, and I'm very thankful for this interview. Thank you so much, Faker. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And that will be it from us, guys. Take it away.
Thank you, Shox. That man has no shortage of fans and how passionate they are. Jumping into this series, though, was a 3-0 for SKT, so they're keeping their undefeated run here at Worlds alive. I want to start with the picks and bans here, though, because Faker comes out with that Kassadin into the Fizz.
Yeah, we were talking about how much we were liking SKT drafts. This was the one that I walked away from going, I don't know where the wave clear really is here. So it's going to be a stalled out game that requires a lot of skirmishing, which they, SKT has shown a lot of prowess for, but so has AHQ. So this was going to be a bloody game that I thought going back and forth. And the Kassadin against the Fizz was not working out for him at all. He got solo killed twice, and then there was one kill that was, for all intents and purposes, it was a solo kill, but the junglers kind of had a little bit of a hand in it.
It was a cheeky draft, but I do think that his laning disadvantage came from that early teleport. When you TP in the early game, like before level 6, to get one kill that you don't even get, you get an assist, and then you got a base, walk back to the lane. That gives a huge level advantage to the Fizz, and that's really where the snowball began.
Yeah, but then when he got killed the first time, they were both level 5, and then Fizz got 6 off of the kill, and I think it was the Ignite, the kill pressure of the Ignite. Because we've been back and forth about TP versus Ignite in the mid lane. This was a great display of the type of advantage you can get when you run the Ignite and the type of pressure that Yamato's been talking about that you take to a TP mid laner.
Also a great display of what happens when you predict the flash and actually flash before the Kassadin does to where
also
the Kassadin
what happens
will
when you
flash.
drop the fish.
Come on, guys. No. What was that? What was that? There was no fish involved in that kill.
That one wasn't the fish. One thing I
He got it the next kill, though. He used the fish the next kill.
All right.
One thing I do want to point out is that the Fizz matchup against Kassadin is actually really, really easy for Kassadin to set up ganks. And I want to give credit to Westor here and how well he played this, because generally when you're Kassadin and you trade with your Q, the reaction from Fizz is that he wants to jump in and trade back with his E, and what that does is it sets up these weird slow pushes and Kassadin freezes in front of his turret, and it's actually super frustrating as a Fizz player to play against something like that. But what Westor was doing was refusing to trade in the first 3 levels, and he would jump out of it, and then he actually got the freeze in front of the turret after the teleport came in, and even though he didn't have level 6, he would have hit it eventually first anyway, just because of how well he manipulated that wave. And that's just something that really good Fizz players will do, be able to trade outside of the wave and get in a small advantage like that. So credit to Westor. He didn't have the best first couple of games, but that game 3, he certainly did do a pretty good job at the start of the game of being able to dictate the pace as a Fizz player like you should be able to do.
Also, happy birthday to Westor. It is his birthday today, and what present would you want more than solo killing Faker
multiple
twice?
Times.
Multiple times on your own accolades. So once again, happy birthday, Westor. game result wasn't the best for you, but your performance was still very good.
Yeah, the next thing I do want to move into, though, is the performance of AHQ as a whole. In this game specifically, they're arguably their most competitive game against SKT, but really this whole series, we do have to look at the efforts and the plays that they were making to give SKT a run.
Yeah, definitely. And one thing I do want to compliment them on in that game 3 is that they made a mid-series adjustment, and this is something that we didn't necessarily think AHQ would be able to do. We said that they really didn't figure out the Veigar. This time you have to say that they pretty much figured out the Tahm Kench by the end of it and were able to play around it. And I think that they had some very good individual moments, like the turret dive that went bad for MaRin, and Ziv was able to get the solo kill. I guess Arn standing up against Bang in a matchup that we thought Bang would be able to exploit a little bit, showing that he's a legitimate AD carry on the world stage. I think that this is a team that still has a lot of upside, and as they get better macro players, they will be able to continue to grow as a team. Individually, they look fantastic. It's just that macro play around the map that looks a little bit
It's really like a diamond in the rough showing, you know, that rough around the edges, but the intentions are good. You know, they want to do the right plays, but they're just fumbling it here and there, particularly that final call to the Baron. You know, you got 4 dragons to yourself. Relax and really bring yourself back into the game, because that's something that comes with experience. You know that you have the upper foot in this game. Don't go for that Baron.
But I also want to say, that's what makes AHQ so fun to watch. Like, you never know what they're going to do, man. Sometimes it's frustrating, but if they paid off, you would have been like, what the heck is going on?
If you want to win Worlds, though, you got to put fun aside and try to go for the ultimate play, because ultimately they wanted to say, if we want the championship, we're going to have to beat SKT.
I mean, to make a case to the opposite, or to his point, I mean, Salty Timo is fun to watch, so... There's a case, the stream Salty Timo. Do you not know it? But anyway, I digress. I digress. If you're not aware,
I've never heard of this.
I'm thinking about like the AHQ versus Fnatic game. Like, to me, like, it was a very degraded game. In the end, it was just people running at each other trying to like. But what a great game of League of Legends! Like, from a spectacle point of view, to be able to just see raw mechanics on display like that. It's like, it's not perfect League of Legends, but it is very entertaining.
AHQ is out. It was a valiant effort put up by a team, you know, who made it to the top 8. So as you mentioned, they're better showing than they had last year, and they were up against a tournament favorite. So good on them. Now I want to look at SKT moving forward. Again, this is a team that, undefeated, hasn't been forced to show too much.
I think a pattern that has come out in SKT's play a lot of times is Bengi's performance. So a lot of times he can be very good, pressure all the time, never gets caught out, but sometimes it's the opposite. He's getting caught out a lot by himself. We saw him in this series multiple times dying off on his own. He could have died a lot more times if AHQ executed on that. And that's something that going into Origen, they can highlight as a reoccurring instance, that they can really punish SKT for it. And if I'm Origen looking into this, I'm thinking, we got our weak spot, guys. We really need to put all our eggs into this. And Amazing's gonna have to step up from yesterday's performance to actually do that.
Well, speaking of Bengi, right now we're going to send it over to Freak for a word with SKT's jungler.
Thank you very much, Dash. Hello, everyone. I am here with the victorious SK Telecom T1 jungler, Bengi. I've got to talk to you first about that matchup coming in. Was there any point where you were ever concerned that you weren't going to make the semifinals here?
이번 8강전 경기를 하면서 혹시 한 번이라도 이거 4강 진출을 못할 수도 있겠다라는 생각을 한 적이 있었나요?
일단 4강 진출을 못한다는 생각은 안 했는데 경기를 질 수도 있겠다고는 생각이 들긴 했어요.
I never thought that we wouldn't make to the semifinals, but I actually was worried that we might drop a game at some point.
Well, talking about dropping a single game right now, you guys are 9-0. Maybe only 6 more wins to go. What will it take to make the perfect 15-0 run at Worlds?
현재까지 9승 0패의 기록을 가지고 있는데 이제 나머지 6경기만 더 이기면 이제 15승 0패 전승 우승을 기록할 수 있는데 그 기록을 달성하기까지 이제 어떠한 것들이 남았는지 말씀해 주세요.
어떤 것들?
그러니까 어떻게 해야 전승 우승할 수 있을 것 같은지.
일단 가장 중요한 게 4강이고 그다음 결승전인데 뭐 다 이겨야 된다고 생각하는데 준비를 어떻게 해야 될지는 잘 모르겠어요. 현재까지는 잘 준비하고 있으니까 이대로만 계속 가면 충분하지 않을까 싶어요.
So winning Worlds without dropping a game, that means you have to win like every single game from like semifinals and finals. That's like a very hard task. But I think we prepared very well up to this point, and if we just keep on maintaining this momentum and our practice, we should be fine.
Wow, so actually a pretty good chance you make the 15-0. Bengi, final question for you here. You're on track to be the second player, well, I guess first alongside Faker, but the both of you, to be a two-time world champion. Do you think you're deserving of this title?
이제 뱅기 선수가 페이커 선수와 함께 이제 롤드컵 2회 우승을 이제 지금 노리고 있는데 뱅기 선수가 생각하시기에 본인이 그런 2회 우승을 타이틀을 가져도 될 자격이 있다고 생각하시나요?
뭐 자격은 누가 주는지는 잘 모르겠지만 저는 자격은 충분하다고 봅니다.
It's hard to say in my own words that I deserve that second time title, but yes, I think I do.
Bengi deserves the double world championship. Bengi, congratulations on the win. Thank you very much. And we're going to throw it back to Dash for some analysis on those games.
Thank you, Freak. We'll get into how they might perform later on in the tournament in just a second, but I want to talk about today's series and the fact that we have to acknowledge Wolf, who had a big day on the Rift as he unbenched the Kench and claimed our Player of the Series honors.
I was talking about it earlier where after MSI, a lot of eyes were on this guy to perform, but he has stepped up, and now on the world stage, we're seeing a different Wolf than we were seeing at MSI the last time he was playing internationally. His Tahm Kench, great champion for him. He seems to know this champion in and out, and he had some really good ultimate plays there. The one that stuck out for me was the one where they dove the bottom lane turret, because he had an understanding of this champion where when you dive, the person in your belly actually gets turret aggro first. So the Tristana took aggro, then he was devouring him afterwards to spit him back out again. So they were doing great swapping there. He's shown a lot of intricacies on that champion and stepped up.
And we've given Bang credit throughout this entire tournament. I'm going to say that this was actually one of Bang's worst performances, and he got caught out a couple of times. You saw it on the screen there. He face-checked a brush with Tristana. In lane, he got hooked. Wolf actually did an amazing job of keeping this guy safe at all points of the game, was able to shut down a lot of the momentum plays that AHQ were looking for, and that really affects the tempo of the game when you're able to do that from the support position.
And it's worrying for Origen to see a new champion come out knowing that you're probably going to have a red side for large majority of the semis, and now you got to ban Tahm Kench. That's another guy to put into the table. The Rise, the Fiora, like where does it end?
Yeah, if you're on red side and you're already banning more GP, it's hard to attack this SKT team.
Yeah, and a little bit before, it used to be you can target Wolf a little bit, get his Alistar out of the picture, pick your Braum, get Janna out of there as well. Doesn't seem to be the case anymore, because now he has multiple fallbacks, and with the red side problem, he's going to be able to get anything that he wants.
Well, let's pull up the playoff bracket and see how it's filling out with another day down. SK Telecom have added to their Perfect Worlds run with today's 3-0 sweep over AHQ. They'll move on to face Europe's Origen in their semifinal showdown next week. So again, we've hit on it ever so slightly just now. When we look at that, based on what we saw Origen play and their slow games versus SKT and their rather controlled, clean, slightly faster games, how do we expect that matchup to play out?
I think SKT is going to drop at least one game here. Hey, Origen has shown very slow games, but the team comps they run around them are very good into the scaling. And sure, they might not be able to hold themselves in the early game, but I think that Niels' laning phase with Mippy is just really strong right now, and it should be a big enough lead to carry them through that early game against SKT and stall the game a little bit longer. Maybe we're going to see the same thing here, but I do think that they at least have one game because of what we saw here.
I'm really worried because MaRin has shown Fiora, and Niels' best champion is Kalista, and Fiora is actually really, really good against Kalista. The short dashes means that you can pressure her throughout all stages. Actually itemizes into Frozen Heart very well as a second item if you don't want to go the Black Cleaver to get the same 20% CDR. And I think that if anything, we do have a comparison here because we saw Civ play against Huni, and we've seen SoAZ play against Huni a lot of times, and MaRin completely demolished Civ today. And I think that that is something that SoAZ is going to be looking at. Kennen, bad against Fiora. There are so many matchups. That becomes such a priority pick right now for SKT. And that guy has shown just time and time again, he will take over fights.
One thing I'm looking at is the coaches here. Koma and Hermit. The drafting that we've seen from OG has always been off the tendencies of their enemies. Right? Against Flash Wolves, they're saying, you take it late, we're just going to take it late as well. Against TSM, they did the same thing. I want to see if they're able to say, this is the weakness of SKT. We're going to target the jungle. We're going to go in. We're going to go in early.
Maybe they know a weakness we don't.
I want to see a different type of style here from OG because they've been saying that they have versatility. Can they play early game compositions and snowball? Because we've seen the late game, Don't know if that's going to hold up, but I want to see more. I don't want to see Anivia every game.
Yeah, in that interview that you should all check out on lollysports.com, xPeke does talk about, though, the fact that they have struggled with speeding up the game, and that's why they fall back onto those longer games. So I guess the big question is whether or not they're going to be comfortable enough to go back into a fast-paced game against SKT of all teams. We'll have to see. Tomorrow, though, we'll move on to the other side of our bracket when hometown favorites Fnatic take on China's Edward Gaming in a best-of-5. The good old LPL region here for you, Spawn, making their stand against Fnatic, the hometown favorites, to say the least. Thoughts on this matchup?
It's going to be really interesting. This is, like, once again, another MSI rematch that we saw, and the difference is that it's now Reckless playing in the AD carry position, and that's going to be super fun because it's like EU deft versus actual deft, and I think Reckless is a really good AD carry at this point. He does a lot for his team, so I'm really interested to watch this bottom lane play out. I love the AD carry role because people thought it was the weaker position coming into this tournament, and we've seen so many AD carries step up and do great things. So I just want to see how that plays out.
Yeah, and you're talking about the weakest position. The perceived strongest position coming into this tournament is top lane beforehand. Huni versus Koro. Koro, well, this guy, he wasn't playing at all during the group stages. This guy was out for injury. He's the team captain. They want to improve their communication, bring him back. I know he's not as practiced with the team since their boot camp in Korea, and he hasn't been putting in the same time that Amazing Jay has. So Huni has also been having wishy-washy performances in the top lane. So this is a big volatile matchup for me here. I want to see what Koro can do on this patch, and I want to see, I know we saw him in the 5.16 previously, but I want to see what he can do on 5.18 versus Huni, who does seem to have a good adaptation there. He's got the Riven, he's got all these carry champions. What can they do against each other, and who gets that edge?
Well, you could argue that these teams were inconsistent during the group stage. You know, they didn't have the best showing. We expected them to play at a higher level coming into the tournament, but they always play well when it counts. So I don't think that this is going to be a one-sided series whatsoever. Likely to see those 5 games go the distance. Hoping Fnatic takes it too.
Well, would love to see 5 games tomorrow. We'll leave some analysis for tomorrow as well. That's going to do it for us tonight. But in just 15 minutes, Quick Shot, Crepo, and Freak will be along to recap the day's biggest moments with Worlds tonight. Now for myself, the casters, and the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Drop the fish.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, day 2 of the League of Legends World Championship Quarterfinal.
Bang's looking for on the play, will not find a target. MaRin, he'll get a heal from the summoner spell and stay alive. Cocoon buys time for SKT to take down the second tower, and SK Telecom will hold true, and SK Telecom finish the game to go 1-0. Bang gets caught by a Cocoon, and the blade holds MaRin in place. On is going low, MaRin will not be able to get the kill. Will find Bang, Devour's available, and Wolf eats him, saving Bang.
No damage,
Spits him
told
back
you.
out, and there's no damage. SKT are 1 game away from a battle against Origen. Wow. Is going to get killed. Westall follows the flash. May not survive. Volatile Spiderling comes out. Grand Challenge is available. Zip gets the heal from Decimate, but it's not enough. Zip is being exhausted as he's on the back line. Arn is trying to hop and skip towards MaRin. A double kill for Bang. SK Telecom are 1 step closer to the Summoners Cup. It will not find a champion, but the Grand Challenge is being rocked. Albus will drop, and SKT have the healing advantage. AHQ have already lost 2. As MaRin may burn, he survives, stays alive. Faker and Bang go forward. SK Telecom destroy AHQ and are 1 step closer to the Summoners Cup. And welcome back to London, everybody. Some shots of the Big Ben. One of the most beautiful clocks I've ever seen. Not really seen
I have a lot of
clocks.
Zillion skins. Are you big into clocks?
I
Trevor?
really am. I really am. It's one of my favorite pastimes. Welcome back to the SSE Arena here in Wembley, where myself, Crepo, and Freak are going to have a nice casual chat about the day's proceedings. SKT 3-0 against AHQ. Yeah. It was the expected result. I think before we talk about maybe some of the more obvious and the broad things, let's go straight to game 3, the interesting one. The draft, no wave clear, all assassins all day, and it just kind of stagnated and stalled out.
It felt like Samsung White versus TSM game 3, where they picked almost the exact same champions, did the cast into the mid lane, bunch of assassins, no wave clear.
Yeah, it felt a little bit like SKT styling. And the funny thing is, someone actually asked me about this, like, what's the chance of the upset? And I was like, there are some players that will start styling people and some people that'll play completely normal. Like, Bang and Wolf will play normal regardless of the stakes of the game and regardless of how good or bad their opponents are. You look back at, like, BKT, right? Faker's playing Olaf. He's diving way more than he's supposed to. Like, he's the guy who's going to go a little bit crazy and the rest of the team's going to play roughly normal.
It's just also a little bit ironic how these like massive skirmish bloodbath type of composition kind of actually make the game lower tempo based. So you expect this high crazy game, but then nothing happened because no kills tie into objectives, and that's why we saw an incredibly slow game where tier 2s fell a lot later than expected. Dragons eventually started racking up, and AHQ got the 4th dragon pressure, and I still don't even know what happened. They just suddenly back
AHQ got more dragons that game than SKT have given up this entire world championship. Right?
Yeah, 4 times as many.
But then they forget that aspect is a thing, and they like just go Baron. They're like, yes, let MaRin engage in us. I mean, is that crumbling under the pressure? I mean, like, what is it?
This is the thing. This is the skill level of the players, right? Like, as far as laning is concerned, these guys are all about as good as each other in solo queue. So you can have these lanes go back and forth, right? Multiple kills from Westor and a Faker because, well, he's good at Fizz. Like, surprise, Westor does this a lot of the time. And again, he is a good player. But, then you get into a really hectic game where it's very solo QS and they're fighting back and forth. The game remains close because that skill level is close for all these players. You get into the really tense stuff where you're trading objectives back and forth, then SKT's proper gameplay shows, and lo and behold, the big misstep from HQ.
Yeah, and a lot of top lane mains obviously had their eyes on that matchup. Darius into Fiora. Really, really fun to see that evolve past every single item point. Initially Fiora wins, but then Ziv was getting back, just like all-in styling on him. And suddenly the lifesteal starts kicking in, but then he has Sterak's Gauge. Suddenly he has to be careful again.
Just the mechanical differences as well. So not only the champions, the levels, the items. There was a couple times Ziv outplayed MaRin, a couple times MaRin outplayed Ziv. Like, it's very rare that you see the same matchup 2-3 times in a series and watch it evolve and escalate. Like AHQ, I think they looked better than maybe people gave them credit. They had some good rotational play. Sure. They held their own in lanes. Bang got punished for a few face checks that maybe he shouldn't have done, but like, credit to Albus. I mean, AHQ came away looking pretty good.
In game 3, yeah, they looked all right, but then we have to just critique Westor for the lack of proactivity, just running a double global once and not getting anything out of his first 2 Destinies, running TP the first 2 games, not getting any proactive plays. I mean, you saw Faker do it game 3. He gets teleport bam, goes bot lane when Westor's running Ignite. Suddenly, Faker gets a kill for his team. He does pay the price there in the mid lane, but that is something I would expect more from a team whose mid lane was renowned for not really laning, but roaming a little bit. Just playing the side lanes a bit better.
Yeah, I mean, TF was like such a big ban for, against HQ the whole time around. But we talk about, you gave some credit over, right, to like, hey, HQ playing a bit better than expected. I mean, top 8 at Worlds, right? They got out of a group with Fnatic and Invictus Gaming in it, right? They crushed their last week right there, beat Cloud9 a couple of times. Like, they're clearly good. This is how they got here in the first place. But SKT is ridiculous. Yeah. So, I mean, almost every team's going to look bad by comparison.
Yeah, it's like we were talking about in the game. SKT is so usual to having a lead against people, so you start calling 800 gold leads from SKT a loss almost. Like, they're not 3K ahead this game, boys. And it's so hard to play against that because you always find yourself behind or even at best.
The thing is, it's true, but like the biggest the smallest lead that SK had accrued out of the games they played was 700 gold. That's their smallest lead. Like, they don't have negatives. So, as somebody who's been on stage and has played, looking at SKT in that game 3, is there anything that other teams can take away? We know they've moved forward, but now other teams, everybody's watching them. We heard MaRin even talking about like the pressure of being the most watched team and there's pressure to play and whatnot. But
I think they finally showed mistakes and weaknesses more so than they have in group stages. But even then, they still showed the react way to play the game. Games 1 and 2, there was almost no way to find counterplays to SKT. Everything they were doing was slightly obvious from a spectator point of view, but it was executed so well with no room for counterplay. This game, however, SKT was making mistakes. They were getting picked off because they took the composition as far away from a team game as they could. All individual lanes where you have a lot more variance in terms of outplay potential. You don't really cover your losses with good team play and rotations. And even there, they still shine because we had some fantastic mechanical outplays overall.
Absolutely.
I have to ask you guys about Tom Kench. Mechanical outplays, decision making. This is a champion who has now been unbenched. Week 2 and week 3, we're seeing Tom getting more and more proactive. Like, Freak, what is making this guy just so good and so popular amongst the pros?
I think Tahm Kench works almost in all situations, especially with like sort of the way the game is being played right now, especially like this matchup with a lot of assassins coming in, like LeBlanc's getting big again as well. So all these single target focused matchups, he breaks that apart. You can't focus him very well because he has basically 50% damage reduction by pressing E at the right time. And, you know, he also takes that target back. Like, to me, he feels like the new Thresh.
Yeah.
In terms of like, he can go in, he can go out, he can protect people.
Crepo said that right at the end of the day, saying how like,
You
with
don't need the
ulti,
ulti.
you didn't even need the ulti
yeah,
to
the
be
same way
relevant.
Thresh initially in his kit, let's face it, it's slightly overloaded. You didn't even need the box to be an efficient Thresh player. The same way you don't need Abyssal Voyage for Tahm Kench players, which is why it's one of the most underdeveloped abilities right now, because you don't even, it doesn't require good Abyssal Voyage to be a good Tahm Kench. But what we'll see, though, as these teams get used to playing against it both on the stage and in scrims, that people will start adapting to the plays, and those mistakes that people make earlier, like hooking and then finding, oh, Devour, or going in, oh, Devour, flashing forward, and oh no, Devour, that won't happen anymore. So we will see a slight dip in performance, hopefully later on in the tournament on Tahm Kench, and then the really two great Tahm Kench players will come out and make the champion shine again with creative pathing with Abyssal Voyage.
I think team comp-wise, like, more sort of AoE teamfight-based team, because like he absorbs one person, but if you've got, you know, Slicing Maelstrom coming through with the Chaos Storm and everything else, like, that effectiveness goes down. So I think that, like, compositionally, if Tahm Kench is too good at, you know, making single target damage suck, teamfight comps come back out, but surprise, AHQ plays only assassins, they're not going to do well against it.
So, important question. We've seen the Korean squads performing well with them. SKT and KU, I think, have shown off the things you can do with a Tahm Kench.
Well, unsurprisingly, these are two teams who are facing off against the LMS assassin mid laners, right?
Yeah,
Those are the
okay,
guys
that makes
where
sense.
the Tahm Kench looks really good because that's all Maple and all West are playing.
But now the next question, does this elevate Tahm Kench's value closer to Gangplank and Mordekaiser tier? Because like,
I don't think
Lulu, like Lulu week 1 was almost perma-banned. Week 2 slid through, now week 3's kind of fallen by the wayside to pick and choose. How big of the gap, you know, if Mord and GP are this S tier, where does Tahm fit in with Lulu, for example?
The only thing speaking in favor of potentially even Gangplank, Mordekaiser open, in my opinion, is the fact that teams may just not have practiced him enough. If he's this perma-banned, teams just may not be accustomed to playing him and might actually get surprised by suddenly getting Mordekaiser open. Also, in terms of drafts, do you plan out a certain way? Right now, a lot of these coaches are operating under the assumption that both Gangplank and Mordekaiser are out on the first 2 rotations bans on purple side. Once you throw that out of the water, then teams will need to start adapting. But
I can't wait to see a team let them go. I can't wait to see a team like brave.
Well, that's always
you know?
been bad so far. If I understand properly, those champions are all undefeated. So far those tests have failed.
True, but that's also been the better team against the weaker team in group stage. You know?
I mean, even TSM won Mordekaiser, so
we're
to be
into the
fair.
exciting part of the bracket stage. Because, of course, tomorrow Fnatic take on EDG, so Euphoria or Eulogy, I think these are the hashtags we're going to have to start measuring. Crepo, you know, we've looked at the bracket, we've got a semi-final locked in, but we've got another quarterfinal tomorrow.
I mean, for me, Fnatic goes straight to the finals in my pick'em, so I do think they have the edge against Edward Gaming, and they will be a close match in the semifinals, whoever comes out of KTQ. I'm just excited because it'll just show us how well EDG have bounced back from some of the lackluster performances. Kirillov, for me, needs to work a lot on his pathing and his gang priority. It does change the entirety of the spectrum changes with that roster swap.
Yeah, and the one thing this bracket is also great for is it really puts the 4 sort of stronger teams in that top 8 in one side of the bracket in theory.
Yeah.
To then at least have the final guy remain against what we assume will be SKT in the final, right? So I quite like how the bracket played out. Flash Wolves, AHQ, Origin, arguably
that's
the weaker
funny
of the
thing,
8.
right? Is we're talking like SKT got the easy bracket, right? Origin, Flash Wolves, AHQ, but keep in mind, Flash Wolves 2-0'd KU Tigers, and KT are actually a bit afraid of KU Tigers. Like, as much as we understand like our perceived power of these teams, the seeding tells you differently. So, again, on paper, it still looks the same way. I tend to agree with you, but I always want to keep the results in mind where that's not exactly true here. They do become very interesting matchups. Fnatic specifically, ever since week 2, have looked absolutely great. And keep in mind that, you know, if we do see Fnatic go into the finals here up against SKT, well, they fought at MSI, it went to 5 games, and now Fnatic has a much better AD carry here. So,
Thing is, Fnatic have to get through the MSI victors to even run a
EDG
shot.
looks so much weaker right now, and it's very strange to see.
Fnatic looked weak in week 1.
They looked weaker in week 1, but then because they were overconfident, EDG just didn't look that great the whole time. Like they were good. I mean, they got second in their group. They beat H2K. They're still a good team. They deserve top 8 at Worlds EDG here, but I don't think they deserve much more than that.
How nervous are we that Fnatic's going to tilt in this quarterfinal, Crepo?
I think some of their members like Huni, for example, has shown a slight tendency towards, what do you call it, tilting or just trying to chase a
Let's
loss.
say underperforming.
Just
Tilt is
chase
such
a
a
loss.
negative
When he
word.
died, he had a couple of teleports where he immediately tried to counter kill instead of taking the slow approach back. But we've seen Raynor actually adapted that in his gameplay, and they're not allowing Huni to ever fall behind. Complete dominance in the top side of the map by pretty much the Huni Raynor over Febiven triangle.
Yeah.
And then Yellowstar and Reckless have been okay. The only thing I would fault Fnatic for so far in the tournament is not respecting potential roams onto Reckless. He died a couple of times where they had full-on deep vision. But looking at the way EDG is going to play, Fnatic should be ready because they're coming in with Koro instead of an Amazing J, and then that's going to be a very defined playstyle where Krylov goes back to camp bot lane, and that usually doesn't work against Fnatic.
Yeah, but the thing is, if EDG go back to a playstyle that is a little bit more comfortable, where Pawn and Def get more of the resources, in theory, does that not enable them? Because like Amazing J had some, let's say, tough games in the groups.
Yeah, and he had not a great
tried the
world
carries, and it didn't show up.
Sure. So I think switching back to Koro is the right choice. Now the thing that's difficult here for EDG is the fact that they put all the practice in with Amazing J. They thought he was going to be the guy to play for the World Championship, and
didn't really
it's
show.
Not working out. So the question is, right, a relatively practiceless Koro, who is probably a better player, but again, practiceless, it's a question mark, right? You don't actually know if it's going to be better or worse than Amazing J, honestly.
But from looking at the games that EDG played against SKT, you can put any player in the position that Amazing J was in, and he would still die to a couple of those ganks that they cut off. Krylov just, or EDG as a team,
TPs were bad.
need to, that is true. That is the one difference. Koro is a fantastic teleport player, and he has really good map awareness, so he plays less risky and he plays better without a lead than Amazing J, but Amazing J was put slightly in the dumpster by just EDG being like, okay, you're in top lane, you're on an island, we're just going to play this side of the map, oh, you're dead.
We've heard all the Aussies keep talking about Koro as a great low economy player. Yeah. So I'm going to put you boys on the spot, but with a thought, right?
Okay.
Both of the Chinese teams that got kicked out in group stages performed better once they substituted a player in. EDG have substituted Koro in the quarterfinals, a best-of against Fnatic.
I think they improved.
Is it going to be enough? So, Freak, who is winning tomorrow?
Fnatic. For the sake of my pick and bracket, Fnatic. I do
your
think...
pick and bracket, that's your justification.
Well, but also for the fact that I believe it, and I said 2 months ago we're going to see two Western teams top 4. At the time, I thought it was going to be CLG as one of them. Now I'm just like, yes, Euphoria, yes, European players, you're so good at League of Legends.
Last year was NA at Worlds, this year it's our turn. Look, we're all brethren when it comes to that.
Yeah.
Crepo?
Yeah, I think Fnatic will take the series 3-1, actually. I think EDG, unless they show remarkable improvement in the way they play the games, Fnatic should be able to win the game. But yeah, tilt is a risk because they have shown tendencies where they fall back to mistakes that they haven't made in a very long time. All the way back to the end of Spring Split, all the way to maybe the first few games in summer. And seeing Fnatic take such a big step backwards, makes me worried in a sense.
It's going to be tough. And, arguably this is one of the first times Fnatic may have been pushed in picks and bans, maybe not stressed as much in EU LCS. We'll figure out if they've found a balance. That does it for us here at Worlds tonight. We will be back tomorrow. Fnatic will take on EDG at 2 p.m. local time. It's 3 hours earlier than today. That is 6 a.m. if you're on the West Coast or Pacific time.
That's early.
Fnatic versus EDG. Get up, get your cup of coffee, and come tune in. We'll see you then.
Day 2 of the League of Legends World Championship Quarterfinal.
Bang's looking for on the play, will not find a target. MaRin, he'll get a heal from the Summoner spell and stay alive. Cocoon buys time for SKT to take down the second tower, and SK Telecom will hold true. And SK Telecom finish the game to go 1-0. Bang gets caught by a Cocoon, and the blade holds MaRin in place. On is going low. Will not be able to get the kill. Will find Bang. Devour's available, and Wolf eats him, saving Bang.
No damage.
Spits him
Told
back
you.
out, and there's no damage. SKT are 1 game away from a battle against Origen. Bang is going to get killed. Westall follows the flash. May not survive. One more hit. Volatile Spiderling comes up. Grand Challenge is available. Zip gets the heal from Decimate, but it's not enough. Zip is being exhausted as he's on the back line. Arn is trying to hop and skip towards MaRin. A double kill for Bang. SK Telecom are 1 step closer to the Summoners Cup.
what me and Deft have is a very, very unique friendship.
좀 편성할 때 만나게 된 걸 보고 원래 결승에서나 만나고 싶었는데
Facing each other in the finals would have been the dream. But I think the stage here in London is going to be filled with a lot of excitement.
Faker, he's in trouble, he flashes out for 10, he's getting a first blood, that's a double kill for the team.
One on the board, it's a triple kill for Reckless though. They're turning onto Kid and Kitties, quadra kill for Reckless.
Both of us have a lot of things still to show. It's a perfect place to fight each other because it has to happen in the end, right? Me on one side and Deft on the other, I cannot possibly see it becoming anything less than a great game.
The stun, the triple kill, the quadra kill for Hootie. For EDG, this is the team fighting team we're expecting. They finally showed up, but it's gonna be enough. There are no respawns, and Fnatic take the first seed out of the group.
Hello and welcome to Day 3 of the 2015 League of Legends World Championship Quarterfinals. We're moving on to the second half of the bracket at the SSE Arena in Wembley, where the fans are out in droves and pumped as ever. Of course, we've got Fnatic coming up onto the stage, so you know there's going to be a ton of energy in that crowd anytime that team is playing. Earlier in the day, a real live champion select taking place outside the venue. Banned out and not pictured, unfortunately, is Gangplank. And of course, here you're getting a look at Edward Gaming making their way into the venue just a short time ago. Deft bringing up the real. He'll be going up against Fnatic, as well as his longtime friend and spirit animal, Reckless. Worlds will end for one of these teams, while the other will continue down the road towards the Summoners Cup. Hello, everyone. I'm James Dash Patterson, anchoring the analyst desk, where I'm joined by the head coach of Europe's Rockhat, Jacob Yamano-Kenan-Medvi, the OPL's Jake Spawn Tiberi, and North America's own Aiden Zyrene Moon. Thank you for joining me for another huge matchup that will change the face of the knockout stage, gentlemen.
You're welcome.
Thank you for having me.
There you go.
Yeah.
See,
Come on,
be polite. Spawn has no interest in being polite today. Brief recap with the yesterday's 3-0 win. SK Telecom are the second team to advance to next week's semifinals in Brussels. Well, they'll face Origen. Now, yesterday, Crumbs claimed that semifinal series is where SK Telecom could finally be handed their first loss. And in an interview with lolEsports.com, the players of SKT echoed the sentiment, saying they don't see themselves as invincible. Do you guys follow the same line of thinking there?
I just think that's a great mentality to have, though, because that was a big thing that we heard them talk about. Koma did an interview where he was saying complacency and underestimating your opponents is what would be the downfall of SKT, so they're not going to do that here.
Yeah, but they look pretty unbeatable at the moment. Like, if we're going to take a look at their games yesterday, sure, Game 3 looked a little bit shaky, but I don't see them losing a late game to Origen, and Origen haven't shown yet that they can play very early on in the map at this world, so we'll see where they could take one.
I'm just, first off, with Crumb's statement, like, if Origen plays like they did on Thursday, and SKT did play as if they played on Friday, I think Origen will have a quick 3-0 on their hands.
Well, Niels himself did say that if they played the way they played on Thursday, that they would not stand a chance against SKT. So the presumption is that they will make some efforts to buff up their play. Of course, now it's time to jump to the other half of the bracket in today's series. So let's send it to Freak on stage to meet the teams that will do battle.
Hello, London! And welcome to Day 3 of the League of Legends World Championship Quarterfinals. We've already crowned 2 semifinalists already, and today we find the third. Starting on the blue side for Game 1, the #1 seed from the European League of Legends Championship Series.
But it's gonna be
Fnatic!
There are no respawns, and Fnatic take the first seed out of the group.
Well, the crowd here doesn't need the introduction, but for you at home, the top laner, Hootie! Roaming the jungle, Rainover. Manning the mid lane, Febivin. At AD carry, Reckless. Their support, Yellow Star. And Fnatic's coach, Daylor. Let's hear it for Fnatic, everybody. And their opponents on the red side, the champions of the mid-season invitational from China's League of Legends Pro League, Edward Gaming.
AHQ, this is the team fighting team we were expecting. They finally showed up.
In the top lane, Koro. Ganking from the jungle, Clear Love. One of the kings of the mid lane, Pawn. Their AD carry, Deft. The support, Mako. Substitute top laner, Amazing J. And EDG's coach, Aaron. Ladies and gentlemen, EDG. One more time, London. Let's hear it for tonight's quarterfinalists.
Well, there they are. A lot of history between these two teams. You have Reckless and Deft from Worlds last year. You have the fact that both of these teams went up against each other at MSI. So, you know, the history between these teams is only going to fuel more what is to be a very, very strong quarterfinal performance, I'm certain.
Yeah, they both also have a record of domestic dominance, and now they're trying to put that on the world stage and succeed there.
Yeah, they both certainly had fantastic regular seasons. They were both challenged coming into their grand final. Fnatic were able to get theirs together and come through as the first seed. On the other side, EDG failed at that, and that put him in SKT's group and set up what should be an absolute cracker of a quarterfinal here.
I'm just looking at how the teams have changed. I'm looking at, in particular, Fnatic. They are a completely different team since the last time they faced. That's why I'm super excited for this matchup.
Well, as the teams take their place for Game 1, let's focus in on the series at hand. Fnatic versus Edward Gaming. Expectations were high around our midseason invitational winner, Edward Gaming. In the group stages, they were able to beat up on the weaker teams, H2K and the Bangkok Titans, but were absolutely dismantled by SKT. So today will be the first true showing of how strong EDG actually are.
Yeah, and looking at the top lane, because they've made a change here, Koro1 is coming in for Amazing J. The last time we saw Koro play was 2 months ago today. That's the last time we saw a professional game from him, and it was pre-516. And in those games, they were 1-6 in the playoffs, and that's where they actually fell down and had to go to the regional qualifier. So right now, Koro, he was out for a back shoulder injury, and now he's coming back in. I don't know how much practice he has with the team. Rumors are going around that he doesn't actually have that much since they boot camped in Korea because they were focusing on Amazing J. How much does this guy have? Because they're bringing the captain back in, and one of their problems during the group stages was communication. He's a facilitator of the communication, and that's the bonus, the plus here they're looking to get from having him back on the roster as opposed to Amazing J.
I think that's a very scary point, like the fact that he's injured, but the fact it still remains that they have Amazing J on the bench. If something happens, I'm happy to see they bring in Koro because he has shown in the past that he is willing to play the defensive role, which Amazing J is really bad at. But something that I want to focus on is the Reckless and Deft matchup. We've seen the video, we've seen like the relationship they have between each other. They are good friends. But like when I look at them both, they have a lot of history. They faced each other at Worlds last year. Samsung Blue versus Fnatic. I think, of course, Fnatic won once and Samsung Blue won once. There's a lot of history here when you're looking at these two teams. But of course, they're on. You saw Reckless going to, I think it was Alliance. And of course, after that, he was on Alliance and it looked kind of poor. And after that, he changed as a player. I think that is the most important thing. He's changed as a player and he kind of fit into the role as the defensive player in Fnatic. Like on Alliance, he got the criticism that he was very passive. And I feel on Fnatic, that role is perfect for him because they're playing around the top lane. And Deft as well, he was known as the teamfight AD carry. Like when I think of Deft, I also think of Imp, like Charizard and Blastoise in a way. And of course, Deft was the teamfight AD carry, Imp was the laner. And I feel like Deft now with EDG, he has evolved a lot because they're playing around him. He's dominant in lane and he's becoming a perfect AD carry.
Yeah, Reckless himself has been outspoken about the fact that he's happy to take kind of a back seat on the team, play champions like Sivir or Kennen now, the new AD
You were
carry
so
that's been
happy
picked
about
up.
that.
I'm very happy about
so
that.
Happy about
the Runon's Hurricane Kennen, but picked up, you know, to be that kind of supportive team fight AD carry that he needs to be for the team.
Yeah, it certainly has. And, you know, you have to say that this is a role that Deft was very comfortable playing on Samsung Blue, but no longer plays on the EDG lineup. He's got a very aggressive support in Maker, and that does set them up for some success. But what I want to look at is historically, and in this Worlds, why the LPL teams seem to be falling down. And the first thing I do want to point out is the lane swap situation. This is something that the European teams and Fnatic especially execute on very well, whereas the LPL teams, we saw it in Invictus and LGD, but now even to a lesser extent, EDG, because they're not used to playing a very calculated lane swap. They're very reactive in the LPL, and they try and take it far. A very good example, if you want to go back and look at it, is actually the game against H2K, where EDG stayed top lane, and they dared H2K to make another map on the move while they took the tier 2 turret. That is very LPL League of Legends. Trade an objective, wait for them to react, and then see if you can exploit a weakness. We need to see more of that out of EDG if they're going to be able to take games off Fnatic today. And the other reason I think the LPL teams have fallen down a little bit is that their junglers just haven't shown up so far. Kakao had the game where he went absolutely missing on Skarner, and I just don't think he picked a champion for the rest of the tournament. Then you look at a couple of the other games where LGD's jungler just didn't perform well. Clearlove is like the last hope. He's always, like this season especially, he's been the pinnacle of the junglers. But on the other side of the rift, you have to say probably the most improved jungler coming into this tournament has been Fnatic jungler Reignover. He's been an absolute monster in the early game. He's facilitated the top lane ganks. He's been able to get Huni ahead. And when he needs to be bottom lane, he's actually shown up.
Yeah, and the thing here as well is the lane swaps haven't been going too well for EDG. You know, the Bangkok Titan kind of mishap there that happened in the H2K game where they had to play from deficits and come back into it. That's another reason that they're pulling Koro in for the communication, because it hasn't been the lane swap mechanics from what they've been saying. They're saying they aren't talking enough in their comms. They aren't communicating. Even though there's a language barrier between some of them, they don't think that's an issue. They just haven't been on the same page due to not having their captain.
100%. And another myth I want to dispel is EDG is not a team in the LPL that is dominant from minute 1 to minute 30 when they win the game. They fall behind over and over again. They give up early dragons. They look to execute around 22-minute team fights around the Baron area. That's how they won MSI, and that's how they would expect to play today. It's just that the tempo of the game is so much quicker than what League of Legends was at that part of the year.
Now, in conjunction with the junglers, I want to take a look at the top lane. You already mentioned the fact that Koro is coming back in. EDG, though, likes to focus around the bot lane, whereas Fnatic will throw a lot of attention towards that top lane and Huni. So considering the Reignover Clearlove matchup and the possible 2v2s in the top lane, where do we expect that top lane matchup to go?
Honestly, the way things have been looking, if we see the same performances from both these teams as in the group stages, Fnatic will win the top lane because they put more resources into it at the moment. Koro, you know, he has played the tanks in the past, the Maokai, the Gnar, and tried to play safe, and he doesn't get as many resources. They like to play to their bottom lane on EDG, and they like to get an advantage there. And that's something that hit them pretty hard during the group stages on EDG's side. They're focusing bottom lane, but Amazing J wasn't playing safe enough, and he got ganked, and he would die in the top lane. So that's what they're trying to remedy as well.
Something that we need to pay attention to an extra much in this particular matchup, I feel, is the Elise.
Huni getting some love right now. Just have to interject right now. You hear the fans.
And of course, Reignover, which I assume he's going to get the Elise. When I think of the Elise, My voice is cracking up. I don't know what's going on. Okay, it's back.
It went like 3 octaves up.
He's got a lot of feelings about Elise.
Elise, my darling. The thing is, I feel like if Clearlove is put in a matchup where Gragas, Rek'Sai, the good old, like the classic jungle matchup that we had like throughout the season, I think then he can dominate. If Reynov gets his Elise in the first rotation that Fnatic have favored multiple times, then I think Reynov is going to sway that in his favor.
Yeah, I think that we also have to take a look at like the caliber of top laners that the LPL currently has, and there are some very aggressive top laners, and historically Koro has done very well in the matchups, and even at MSI, Koro did incredibly well against Huni. He is someone that likes to not exert dominance over a lane, but he absorbs a lot of pressure and plays a fantastic Gnar. So these are champions that are very hard to turret dive. As soon as they go Mega, you can't commit to it because there's just way too much CC in their kit, and I actually think that's why they've brought it in. Even during the Road to Worlds, when EDG were performing well around their top laner, they threw no resources into Amazing J. He would get like these 5-kill leads. He was having like 12-1 Olaf games, but he would randomly die at like tier 2 turrets because he's just over aggressive. And I think that's why the swap has come in. Even if Amazing J was able to beat Huni in lane, he would be exploited throughout the mid stages of the game because Huni always gets Huni type plays throughout a stage of the game. And I think that that is where Koro will be able to shine in this matchup. He is very good in 2v1 situation.
All right, well, we want to get your thoughts on this quarterfinal showdown. Hop on Twitter and tell us which player or lane will have the biggest impact today and why. Send your answers to @LOLesports with the hashtag Worlds so we can check in with you later today. The teams are just about ready on stage, but before we kick it off with this series, I want to know who you guys think will be moving on to the semifinals, starting with you, Yamato.
I have full faith in the European League of Legends simply because I'm going to go for Fnatic, obviously. Because in this current meta, there is very, very little room to ban out players like Reynov and Febiven. Because the last time these two faced, we saw the Azir ban, the Cassiopeia ban, and Febiven struggled. There's no room for that. Fnatic have the first seed, they have blue side 3 times, and I think they're going to take it.
All right.
I disagree on one point. I think that this matchup will come down to junglers being banned out. I think that Clearlove will be targeted, and I also think Reynov will be heavily targeted from both sides of the Rift. And I think that Pawn has a pocket pick in the Veigar that can very much control Febiven's champion pool. I expect this game to be very polarizing on top and bottom side of the Rift. I think Fnatic have a huge advantage top lane, and if they are going to win, they need to exploit it. And EDG playing around their bottom lane should be able to get the better off of that matchup. I am going for EDG, but I think this will be our first 5-game series, and I think this is incredibly close.
All right, Zyrene, time to break the tie.
It is incredibly close. And I've been thinking about this matchup a lot. And then you look over at these two teams. You look at EDG, they look like this great army that has had a lot of success, but they've faltered a little bit. They've lost their general. Their general's coming back in, but they've moved on. It's no longer about shooting bows. It's about your guns. What accuracy does Koro have in the top lane? And you know what? This is real life. This isn't one of those fantasy books. I don't think he has the practice to pull it off. I don't. Yeah, this is a video game in real life.
I'm sorry to interrupt your speech, but
it's over. You ruined it.
I know.
But I don't think Koro has the accuracy yet on these guns to carry in the top lane. I think Huni has his number. I think Fnatic's going to take it home. I think they have hometown advantage. And I also think blue side for them is going to be big here. I am going with Fnatic today. Euphoria.
There it is. There it is. A very strong endorsement from Zyrene there. Well, the predictions are in. Let's kick it to the casters and load up for the first game in this best of 5. On the way, we'll hear from Reckless and Def, 280 carries who forged a strong friendship from the crucible of battle.
I think what me and Deft have is a very, very unique friendship, which is something different from what usually friendship, a normal friendship would be.
일단 후니 선수도 푸나틱 가기 전에
Hello.
Hello.
Well, I guess it basically all started last year. My eye catched him, along the way when I was looking for people to look up to. I was a big fan of him. I even named one of my accounts like European Deft. He thought that was super cool. So he actually reached out to me and added me on the league client when we went to boot camp in Korea. So for me, that made me feel really appreciated, as a person and as a player.
작년에는 제가 삼성 블루라는 팀에서 푸나틱이랑 붙게 됐었는데 저희가 한 판 졌었어요.
I saw Deft crying after the game, and I really respect him, and I went to him after the game and I gave him a hug and I said, shit happens, in the end, life continues, you will do better next time, and I think he was really grateful for it.
되게 착해요. 착한 부분 때문에 친해지게 됐고 롤드컵이 끝나고 나서도 뭐 스카이프나 그런 걸 통해서 게임 내적인 거 정보 같은 것도 공유해서 친해지게 됐고.
So we can talk about things very, very deep into the game. There's nothing to lose, right? You know, if I share some secrets with Deft and he shares some with me, and then we both evolve as a player.
중국이랑 또 한국이랑 북미랑 유럽이랑 이렇게 메타나 또 쓰는 챔피언들이 되게 다른데 분명 배워야 할 게 서로 있는데 만약에 제가 레클리스 선수가 없었으면은 그냥 배우지 못했을 것들을 이렇게 대화 스카이프 같은 걸 통해서 알게 되고.
What I have with Deft is just different from what I think many other people do not have. That we can speak about these kind of things without it like influencing my game badly when I'm facing him or his game badly when he's facing me, because that happens so rarely. But when it actually does, we're both kind of in our ultimate form.
Fnatic has to face EDG.
Has to face EDG. What a tough challenge.
좀 편성할 때 만나게 된 걸 보고 원래 결승에서나 만나고 싶었는데 너무 빨리 만나게 된 것 같아서 좀 그랬어요.
I mean, obviously I want to win as well. That's why I'm here, and that's why he's here as well. But I think in the end I would be more than happy to see him win as well as myself.
이게 작년에도 레클리 선수가 우승하라고 꼭 그랬었는데 제가 우승을 못했었는데 이번에는 꼭 둘 중에 한 명이 우승했으면 좋겠어요.
I think it's super cool what we have, because we seem to understand each other on such a personal base, even though we actually don't even speak the same language. I do something for a living that only a few people around the world does the same, right? And he's one of them.
Absolutely fantastic video about two truly world-class AD carries. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Trevor Quickshot Henry, shooting down the cast with Sam, Kobe Hartman Kensler, and Martin DeFicio Lunga. We're about to get ready for Fnatic versus Edward Gaming. This is the first quarterfinal on the bottom half of the bracket. And while the players are getting ready for picks and bans, let's talk a little bit about picks and bans. Is Fnatic gonna play around Reckless? DeFicio, yes or no?
No for game one, unless they surprise us. And Fnatic is a team who's not afraid of pulling out new things in these very important games. MSI, the Cassiopeia top lane against Team Solar Med, was so effective they knocked them out of the tournament from basically game one. So they're not afraid of pulling out these new picks. They can do it in the first game, but I'm not expecting it.
Yeah, it's actually a really interesting matchup between AD carries, because we have Reckless, the utility AD carry so far, with the Kennen and Sivir pick so far, whereas Deft has gone with the hard carry, the Callista, the Jinx. Will we see, some more interesting picks like the Ashe or something come out for Reckless, one of the older? Their final form, he said it's going to be their final form. Is the final form of Reckless and Deft just perfect CS, never trading?
We'll find out once we get into this best of five. But let's also talk about some of the more specific champions. Tom Kench, Fnatic had such a difficulty with this guy.
Strongest champion in the game.
Against AHQ, they had to try get past him, and eventually did, but it took a monumental effort. And truthfully, Fnatic were on the verge of losing that game to AHQ in the end of the group stage.
That game was lost. All inhibitors were down, and there was just one team fight left. Fabian went crazy, won it for Fnatic. But Tom Kench is going to be such a problem for them. We haven't seen Yellowstar play more than once, and that was back in the final of the EU LCS against Origen. I'm sure he can play it, but if you don't play around your AD carry like Fnatic doesn't do, Tom Kench doesn't have that much value.
Yeah, and as for EDG's bans, I think since they're on red side, they may just be locked into the Gangplank, Mordekaiser, and Elise.
Yeah.
As I said many times, you don't want to give the Elise over to Reignover. He's already proven he will perform with that champion on the international stage, and it's just too much early game pressure to deal with.
And I definitely agree with the first two bans from Fnatic. Kalista against Def, you know he can play it really well. You don't want to risk that 2v2 bully lane. Tom Kench coming, we just said it.
On the bench again.
Fnatic doesn't want to play it themselves right now with the style they're using. So instead, they just ban it away to avoid Mako picking it.
And first pick jungler, it is Rek'Sai as Elise has been taken off the table. And Clear Lab has actually had Elise banned against him 3 times this tournament already.
But we can really see what Fnatic is doing here, right? It's an 80 carry ban and then 2 bans on targets that could buff up that 80 carry or make him almost unkillable with the Tom Kench. So really, they know EDG wants to play around Def.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of the reasons that this matchup between Fnatic and EDG is so interesting because it's such a top-focused team versus a bottom lane-focused team. Meanwhile, another standard jungler being locked in here. Gragas and Thresh don't give anything away from EDG's side.
And I think that's the key thing because EDG knows Rek'Sai will be the first pick when they ban away that Elise. You're kind of saying, Reignover, take your second best champion now and also take that away from ClearLove. But he's played this matchup time and time again. He's fine with this. He gives the scaling jungler towards the team fights late on in the game. And of course, Thresh, we've seen from Mako, the pick potential these two guys have. And the way you can set up ganks in the bottom lane is very key.
I would definitely expect Fnatic to save their solo lane picks here because EDG will have to reveal either their mid lane or their top lane first. I expect EDG to save mid lane pick for Pawn. So if you reveal the top lane, then Fnatic can actually counter pick top lane next round.
And this is one of the reasons.
Flex Cannon.
Yeah, Flex Cannon can obviously go, not support in this case with Alistar, but can go top lane, can go for Reckless or 2 Reckless as the AD carry. But what EDG can do with Koro now in this lineup and why I think they swapped him in, and one of the reasons for it is the fact he can play a really good Gnar. Very safe matchup for him. He could even maybe go for a Malphite if he wants to and take a lane where he sits back and he just relies on teleporting. He doesn't need any resources like Amazing J did to be useful.
That's a very good point. Will EDG also change their playstyle though? While Amazing J did make a lot of his own mistakes, the team also did not help him very often.
We'll need to see how Edward Gaming play around their substitutes on Worlds tonight. Last night, I mentioned that all of the Chinese teams have performed better after moving in a sub. Let's see if EDG can keep that up. 10 seconds left on the clock. Potentially seeing that Jace, but it might switch at the last second. What are they going to lock in here?
So, in case it is Jace.
Oh.
Okay, this pick.
And it is.
Can go to Def.
71 unique champions.
We were sitting here and looking a little bit at some of the solo queue accounts for
Solo queue
EDG.
spine pays off.
And Jace was one of them for Def. It is a flex pick and go into the mid lane as well. So we're just going to have to wait and see with the last pick. But this might really fool Fnatic if they haven't done the same scouting.
I would desperately want it to be Jace versus Kennen in the bottom lane for the most ridiculous 2v2 bottom lane matchup that we will have seen. But yes, in all likelihood, it's probably going to Pawn. This is a Pawn champion. He's been such a great Jace for so long. But there is that possibility that they could flex it to bottom.
Question, if that is a flex, how do Edward Gaming round out their composition and how on earth do Fnatic reply?
So look at what EDG has right now. If you are going to run a Jace in the bottom lane, you need backup. Because obviously for him to all in lane, he's going to go melee form, he's going to jump in on the cannon. So a Twisted Fate is open for them in the mid lane. That pick, combined with the fact that Gragas and Thresh to set up ganks, that could be scary towards the bottom lane.
Solo lane Jarvan or a solo lane Rek'Sai. Do you think?
Huni will take it in top lane.
And he's done it before.
Yeah, we've seen this Jarvan before, and Reignover has never played Jarvan in competitive play. That would be a new one for him at least, but I'm expecting this one to go top into the Fiora matchup. EDG should know that could happen and probably will happen, but instead we get the safe victor as well for February.
Now, if memory serves, when Huni did play that Jarvan top, it was against Elements, and the game was challenging, let's say.
He had a terrible start.
That's exactly it.
Nothing. And then, after like 20 minutes, his team was winning, he got like 5 kills, and it was like, oh, Jarvan seemed to work pretty well for Huni. But we didn't get to see that early game from him where he was super dominant. I hope it's going to be Twisted Fate for EDG. I think it fits in perfectly with what they're building
There's the
here.
flex.
It's going to be Jay's AD carry.
We get it. Oh, I thought it was so ridiculous. I know. When we brought this up, talking about it, we're like, nah, he's just playing around. But this is going to be the bottom lane Jace versus bottom lane Kennen matchup.
Could you ask for a more interesting way to start
Twisted Fate
the
carry.
quarterfinals of Fnatic versus Edward Gaming?
But again, let's just really quick talk about this Jace. What is going to do? Okay, the all-in potential is going to be very, very strong. You have backup from Fleetloff, who loves to sit around the bottom lane. You have Lantern from the Thresh, you have CC instead of, and then a Twisted Fate joining. They're even running triple teleport at the moment.
Also, Jace is actually a really good champion just individually against Alistar. If you queue up the knockback for Jace in hammer form, you can cancel the headbutt and he won't be able to combo you. So he'll headbutt you and you'll knock him back at the same time. Won't be able to get off that pulverize and we'll be able to interrupt it. Plus, they also have the Thresh where Flay interrupts as well.
They're still sitting on triple teleport at the moment. Add in a Twisted Fate as well. That's in total 4 globals coming in for
and
EDG.
Bebem is running cleanse in that middle lane.
We'll wait until they lock. They did. They went into game with
Flash,
3 teleports.
Teleport, AD carry, diff. It is happening, and it is happening here in London. Hit up Twitter with your votes. Hashtag FNC win if you think Euphoria is the way, or hashtag EDG win if you think Eulogy is the way. It's game 1 of the quarterfinals.
I'm so excited to see if EDG change their ways and actually try and focus on top lane now, because this Jarvan Fiora matchup is really, really snowballing. If Jarvan gets the first lead there, he can 100% Fiora. And yes, Fiora can riposte, but you have to have a really quick reaction time to riposte the Jarvan combo as soon as you hear the flag go down.
Yeah, I'm looking at a Jace and a Twisted Fate that's very easy to lock down for Jarvan once he gets rolling, or if he gets rolling up in that top lane. And there's a lot of CC on the side of Fnatic, Alistar, Kennen, even Victor with his own stun. So there's a lot of ways for EDG in the very squishy lineup here to get locked down, but so many teleports, long-range poke from a Twisted Fate and Jace as well, if they start grouping, having that 1-4 setup with Koro split pushing on this other side.
All right, so while everybody's been on the teleport hype train for all of Worlds, let's talk about what you lose when you don't take a combat summoner for your lane. Obviously, you're going to be weaker in the lane 1 versus 1. Really, that's supported by all of your teammates having the ability to teleport in if your opponents go aggressive. However, if Fnatic can go aggressive in multiple lanes at the same time and gain the advantage, then force them out of lane and have them teleport back, you can defeat them while they're on cooldowns.
But if I wanted to run teleport on my AD carry or on my support, I would do it against Fnatic. Because again, they are a team who does not play around Reckless and Yellowstar in the bottom lane. They will sit very often and farm alone and get no help. So if you know you always have your jungler as backup and a teleport from top and from mid, I would feel safe enough not running a Splinter Summon.
And look at the starts from the junglers. This is exactly what we're talking about for both of these teams. Reignover starts on the bottom side, so he'll end up top by the top side, you know, where he's usually around Mooney. And Clearlove is starting on the top side. Well, he'll end up on the bottom side of the map to try and help Deft.
And Fnatic is pulling for him, so he doesn't have to use an early potion. He gets the camp down faster and rushes towards the red buff, so he will be slightly ahead of Clearlove once he reaches that top side. But again, it puts Fnatic's bottom lane behind because they don't get a camp. Deft is level 2 already.
He's got himself a ward, some additional potions from securing that Gromp. And gents, the theory of the AD carry teleport has been explained well. Let's see if EDG's communication can step up. Because with Amazing J, they did not look to be on the same page. But we have heard Analyst Desk discussing the leadership that Koro can bring. But he's also not on a tank. So he may also want some assistance and some support on that Fiora.
Well, he's had about 4 or 5 weeks now to practice the new meta picks up in the top lane. And while his performance in the playoffs last time we saw him wasn't great, he got benched. Amazing J stepped in for regionals and did really well. Koro is back and he's here for quarterfinals. Clearly the team believes in him.
Yeah, here we go mid though. Reignover, level 3 going for the Rek'Sai gank. Looks like he may be able to get, oh, he misses even the Prey Seeker, so he gets 0 damage out of it. Wasted very little time though.
Did show he moved
Passes right
towards
through.
the top side of the map. So right now it's very easy for EDG. You can see Koro already gone back to his own tower because his team is communicating. Careful, Rek'Sai going on top side. Don't risk the combo from a Jarvan. That is so easy to set up a gang into the next knock-up from Reignover.
Yeah, and he's actually using his teleport back to lane here for Koro. So that is 2 of them down. All three of them actually been expended. So I talked about working around those cooldowns for the teleports. All of these laners are much weaker in lane. Really, the difference is going to have to come from the extra Doran's Blade that Koro bought
versus the
with
blue
that
buff.
purchase.
That Feathervin has now been donated. First one of the game. So already Feathervin had shoved Pawn in. Pawn's picked up that additional Doran's. Feathervin's going to have to do a little bit more work with that blue to maintain control against Pawn.
It's such a funny setup Fnatic run. The bottom lane doesn't get a camp alone. They give it over to the jungler or to Huni normally. And Reignover rarely takes away his own blue buff early on because he gives it to Feathervin. He can use it more in that mid lane. So they're trying to really split the resources quite a lot. And because they're playing a utility AD carry, they don't care about Reckless falling 5-10 CS behind.
They're paying it forward. Bottom lane gave a leash to jungle, then jungle gave the early blue buff
then
to mid.
Gang for Huni.
They're such great friends. Here, look at this invade from Fearlove, though. It does get down some early wards. Now, as a jungler, whenever you go to your Raptor camp this early in the game and you see it not spawned, if Reignover goes over there and sees the Raptors have been cleared, you have to assume there's a ward in that brush. Because you've obviously been counter-jungled there, this is literally the most common ward that junglers will place early in the game. Right now, just because he just switched over to his sweeper, he doesn't have it ready to activate, but he's got to know that he just went through wards.
Instantly pinged the location, Kobe.
Get himself into trouble.
Well aware. Gold card is already primed. Reignover gets tagged, but he channeled the tunnel already and gets away relatively unscathed.
Yeah, Pawn jumped the gun there a little bit. They had him right where they wanted. Full vision on him, but pulls the trigger early.
Now, Mountain showed us yesterday just how slippery a Rek'Sai can be. Reignover sticking around for this invade, and there's seems to be a little bit of movement from the mid lane. The Death Ray catches Pawn. Reignover's not going to get the knock up, and the gold card did connect. Reignover's still got flash, is going to need to channel. Teleport's coming in onto the tunnel from behind. Huni throws down the Damascus cannon, and the Dragon Strike, and it's first blood to Feathervin, but Reignover eats the wild cards, trades 1 for 1.
Yeah, a little greedy there for Reignover. Goes back in, gets hit with the auto and the wild cards, I believe, to go down for an extra kill. Fnatic would have had that clean first blood if not for that.
Not very often, though, we see Fnatic put so much attention towards the mid lane. Early on, Feathervin farms under control mages. Normally doesn't do a whole lot, but they really want to shut down this Twisted Fate. Early on, it meant Reignover showed himself twice, and EDG knew what was going on, but didn't respect the fact they didn't have a teleport from top, and Huni did.
Yeah, actually chalked that up to sort of a fumble by EDG because they were the team with more information. They got played there. 3 teleports down, and they let Fnatic create a play while they were down in teleports.
Reckless just got chunked real hard down bottom, and Huni, he's been challenged. Koro in his first game at the World Championship flashes forward aggressively. Destiny gets channeled by Pawn, and Huni is caught by the red cards. Gate is revealing his vision. Koro lunges forward. Red card, yellow card, blue card. Pawn's looking for the trigger. Pulls it on the gold, but Huni's managed to get away.
EDG afraid of chasing in. They had no vision in this jungle. Didn't know if suddenly Reignover would show up, if Feathervin was nearby. And in the end, Huni escapes. First ulti used from the Twisted Fate of EDG, and it was not resulting in a kill.
And that is huge. What an outplay there from Huni. Waiting for Pawn to trigger the ultimate there and actually commit to one direction. Pawn actually committing a little bit too early there. But Pawn does have the early cooldown reduction boots, so that will reduce the cooldown for his next Twisted Fate ultimate.
Yeah, we're probably going to see the standard build for him, where he goes for Home Guards very early on, and you're not afraid of then just use your entire mana pool and pushing out a wave, recalling, proc the Home Guards, get mana back, and then go gang the lane. Obviously, Fnatic needs to constantly communicate. Whenever he's moving away from the lane, he has TP, and ulti will be up in a few minutes as well.
Because Victor can clear a wave so easily, though, he's one of the best at punishing that roam. Pawn went for the early play, and Feathervin's already up. A large amount of CS there in the middle lane.
Pawn's playing for the impact, though. Home Guards again picked up. Reckless, we just caught a glimpse. A little lucky that his opposite number's gone for that Manabune build, so his Cutlass will be slightly more effective than the stacking tier. Gonna buy that AD carry a little bit of time to be more relevant.
There's some good things about the AD carry Kennen is on Cutlass and Blade of the Ruined King. He's very strong 1v1, and he can handle himself. He can sit and push out waves. Obviously not great wave clear, But the build we're going to see from Deft is going to be that tier into Brutalized, into Last Whisper, and so on. Huni again getting jumped on by Coral.
Relatively even. Huni's Golden Age just blocked some of that damage. Cora's going to get some additional sustain.
Yeah, you can see how defensively Coral has to play. Has to run away as soon as his riposte is on cooldown there. Rainover does go through a ward, so he'll continue to play defensively. Right now, what you want to do is stay just close enough to keep Rainover around and waste his time. Clearlove actually gonna find him here.
And he's got level 6. Koro's challenged Huni. It's top v top and jungle v jungle. Huni's been procced. Koro's regen. Huni's got to run away. Destiny's being channeled. The dunk comes down and Koro takes a tower shot. Pawn gets a kill on Rainover. 2-for-0 EDG.
EDG is constantly reading where Rainover is going, and Clearlove had early level 6. Another teleport for the team, and they can just simply collapse onto Fnatic. Huni right now, every time he gets a one-on-one against Koro, he's losing it, and he just died 1v1.
With 3 teleports and Twisted Fate Ultimate, it's ridiculously hard for Fnatic to keep track of all the globals here, so they have to be very careful and very sure of their vision when they go for plays like this. Plus, right there, Huni committing to the 2 versus 2, actually trying to keep Koro from converging on Rainover and save Rainover there, cost him big. Koro with the almost instant 4 proc of the Vitals, really well done there by Koro.
And that's why I would really like to see Fnatic just kind of sit back and say we don't have to go aggressive,
Yeah, exactly.
because our mid laner will never be able to follow. But what Febiven can do is just constantly push in that mid lane, get a little bit of damage on the mid tower, empty the mana pool of the Twisted Fate, and keep the pressure that way, and always save your summoners for defensive moves when the teleports start happening from EDG. You cannot fight early on against so many globals.
They even had the early sight stone here. Rainover's got the sight stone, set up your defensive vision to keep track of Gragas. If you can keep track of Gragas, then lanes can play defensively. Down bottom, Reckless and Yellowstar fairly easily playing safe. Meanwhile, though, Deft on the other side, as you said, he's got the tier. That's all that Jason wants to stack up right now.
Sure. Again, he's not going to be super strong at the moment, but he can still sit and farm. Not a whole lot of kill pressure. Again, also with the teleports. So really, against a team that plays so much around the top laner, having so many globals is so effective because the split pushing should never really start from Huni. He will always just get jumped by 2 or 3 guys.
We'll find out how Huni's going to be able to pull himself back into the game. And we crested 10 minutes. Febiven's got a very large CS lead over Pawn. Pawn actually, CS difference at 10 is the 2nd lowest of all quarter-finalist mid laners. So he's going to have a little bit more pressure to make those side lane gank impacts more valuable.
Yeah, plus with this early home guard upgrade that you guys keep talking about, and the Twisted Fate Ultimate back
Said it once,
up.
Kobe.
Right, it's a great point, because right now, what you're looking for is the recall timers. Everybody's fighting around recall timers right now. Yes, it is about, marginal CS leads, but it's the recall timer right before the big dragon fight setup here. You can already see Mako's trying to get the first line of wards down, trying to get some vision for themselves. Teleport's coming back up of cooldown.
And that dragon fight is where Fnatic needs to strike. It's not in the lanes against the globals. It's in a big 5-on-5 team fight where the enemy team is lacking 3 offensive summoners. We also see a Rod of Ages being built in the mid lane, so that's even slower stacking up. The first dragon is where Fnatic needs to be ready to fight. You have a cannon with his ulti, you have massive AoE from Febiven, and Huni can catch out some of these low mobility targets. That's where Fnatic want to strike, but they cannot fall further behind.
Also, it's exactly where Victor shines. If Febiven can get to level 11 first, the huge amount of burst from that Victor ultimate can easily 100% somebody with a full combo of Victor if they're able to gain some vision around the area. Yellowstar does get hooked in, though.
He's going to headbutt Deft away. He's in trouble. Huni forced to flash. He's been collapsed on. Flash forward onto Pawn. He's taken 2 turret shots. The Grand Challenge may time out shortly, but that's a great charge. Backwards, Clearlove, as well as Pawn get themselves 1. Tower hits onto Koro. Will at least make it a 1-for-2. But EDG have the advantage. Level 10.
He's taking the wrong way.
He's gone the wrong direction. Clearlove has started to channel his recall. The Death Ray needs to hit, and it's going to. Febiven will make it 2-for-2.
And look at the difference right here, because Fnatic were not the ones making the play. They were sitting back, they were saving all the cooldowns so when this play would happen. Obviously, EDG can get the first kill because there are 3 guys going to top side, but at least you get a 2-for-2 on the side of Fnatic and you use a lot of globals.
Yeah, you have to be so careful, though, because you feel like they used a lot of globals, but they still have 2 teleports available to
It's unfair.
Yeah, exactly.
By saying a lot of globals, only use Twisted Fate only. So take that one back. Take that one back.
All 3 teleports will be available for EDG in just a couple of seconds. And that first dragon fight is still looming. As far as Fnatic are concerned, they've got first blood in every single one of the games they've played at the World Championships thus far. They've got the first tower in every single one of the games they've played thus far. First tower's yet to fall in this matchup. But in 2/3 of their games, they've got that dragon. Fnatic's early game decision-making has been pretty good. Here's this replay once more.
Yeah, and the highlight of this whole play is going to be Clearlove's ultimate on Gragas. So see here, Rainover does make a good play, you know, knocking up Han inside the turret, but Clearlove right here, the target right back out. They're able to get their kill. Gold card there from Han. Koro does go a little bit too deep. They might have been able to finish it off without him sacrificing, but that's actually pretty close there, so won't knock it too hard.
Still, Huni stays alive for quite a while. It buys time for the rest of Fnatic to move up there. We have to talk about the fact, though, that Fabian, again, is not running teleport.
Yeah.
If he had it, this play would be so much more risky for EDG to pull off, because he could instantly join in, he could turn it around, but he's building more, again, towards these team fights. He wants that cleanse, so he's going to be so hard to kill late game when EDG try and go for him.
The thing I like about all of this globals and the fact that EDG can hit Fnatic where they really are strongest in their skirmishes and playing around their side lanes is the fact that Fnatic showed weakness to that exact playstyle in the summer split. He's now been jumped on by Koro.
Oh,
very nicely played. Will be able to get that knock up and escape, and gets the grand challenge out of Koro, who hit level 11 first.
So we have TP for both top laners. Huni has ulti ready as well, and you can see Fnatic already started roaming around the dragon down here on the bottom side. They want to get these team fights going.
Pawn's going to get dove here. They've got Alistar coming in behind the turret.
Oh, Pawn's in so much trouble. Yellowstar needs to hit his combo. Flashes for the knock-up hit, but Pawn backwards. Faker saves him, keeps him alive. Huni's in trouble. He slides and glides and dunks down. Will lock in Gragas, but it may not be enough. Reckless will sidestep the shock blast before Pawn has teleported with 100 hit points. He flashes it and gets the kill. Rainover died on the top half of the map, and EDG decimate Fnatic.
They just completely outplayed
The dominoes are still going down here.
It's just Yellowstar.
Is this actually going to happen? Yellowstar's
coming.
Feeling confident. The Unbreakable Will is available and the Exhaust. Yellowstar wants to dive. He's got the teleport and Yellowstar's pulling back. Febiven's arrived, but Koro may want to fight, and Fnatic feeling the pressure, down 2,000 goals.
So we have this dive in the mid lane. Mako, he saw it, he moved in, he saves his mid laner first. And then we are fighting every single lane. Fnatic pushing on this tower, Koro's here to defend.
I love the chain reaction when there are so many globals in the game. One fight breaks out on one side of the map and immediately 3 other do. Now we also want to see if Crow face checks his brush. Looks like he's going to skirt around it. But again, checking back in on that EDG story, they focused a lot more around top lane to get Koro ahead, to make sure that Koro succeeds with a lot of these globals, to make sure that he can then affect the rest of the maps.
Do they cancel? No.
All spotted on the pink ward. So they play more around Koro. He's on Fiora. They have globals. They have pink wards early on for him as well. But this coordination and communication from EDG is what we didn't see from the Chinese teams in the group stage. They couldn't pull off these multiple TP plays in time. Right here, this play is so insane on 3 lanes from EDG. Dive on top side, fight in the bottom lane, instant teleport down to join that one as well. Rainover trying to do his best out of a top side.
But yeah, 2 versus 1 is difficult.
And Fnatic lose something in every single lane.
2 people who have been shining lights for Fnatic. Huni and Rainover 0-3, 2-1, 4-1. Luckily for Fnatic, there is strong wave clear from Febiven's Victor. Unluckily, they may have to wave clear on multiple lanes thanks to all of the map pressure EDG can apply in the coming minutes. The second tower falls. Fnatic keep Goldly relatively close, 2,000.
Oh, well, we have another face check here. Let's wait for this fight to be over.
Huni's going to chase down. He's going to find the Vital. Huni's going to slide himself to safety. But Koro's winning the duel time and time again.
Again, Clearlove top once again. They just want to make sure that Koro keeps Huni down. Another tower dive incoming.
There's no flash for Clearlove, but he connects the body slam. Huni's caught for a little while, flashes the cask and gets knocked backwards. Will Koro and Clearlove get away? Rainover is going to go for the knocker. Is not going to find it. Koro puts the challenge onto Rainover, and Yellow Star's still far away. Huni's got the Cataclysm. He needs to find the target. Yellow Star's lumped up Koro, and Maiko with the Lantern of Life.
The Thresh, so underrated in these global comps. We talked about it being so important for Origen when they were running the double TP. Maiko has saved the mid game here for EDG. Remember, all of these plays that EDG made across the map, up in top lane and down in bottom lane, were because the mid lane dive that Fnatic were trying to pull off failed. When that tower dive failed with 4 people from Fnatic committed, EDG just got to spread across the map and punish Fnatic so heavily. If it wasn't for that, it would have been a trade. You know, just top lane Huni dying for mid lane Pond dying, and Fnatic would have got that mid lane turret.
The only good thing for Fnatic at the moment is the fact they can keep pushing out these towers with all these guys leaving the lanes to teleport around. But EDG is doing exactly the same and getting the kill. So they're ahead in goal, 19 minutes in, and they've really been pulling off some very coordinated plays we didn't expect to see from EDG. Or the same EDG we saw in group stage.
Yeah.
It's a very, very different team already.
EDG averaged a 200 gold lead at 20 minutes. In this game, it's 10 times that. It's near 2,000. And we'll get the first dragon uncontested as Fnatic concede that objective. And for EDG, they are looking exceptional. Take a look at Pawn's build. Rod of Ages has been stacking for 5 minutes. Lichbane is a second item.
Yeah.
Thanks to Koro's kills and farm, he's got that Black Cleaver picked up. And even Deft has picked up some armor pain, getting closer to that last Whisper. So those shock blasts are going to do a number on Fnatic's defense and allow EDG to siege and poke them away from the tower.
Yeah, Twisted Fate plus Jace poke is going to be able to keep Fnatic under turret here. Luckily for Fnatic, they do have the King of Wave Clear, Victor.
And I don't think EDG necessarily is looking too much to groove up and poke with their comp here, because
well, they've got 3 teleports.
That's the
have to
thing.
agree
Exactly,
with you on that.
because Fnatic also running with the hard engage off the Jarvan, and Huni, while he didn't have a good early game because he's been camped so much up in that top side, he can still engage the fight and lock in one of these targets, burst them down with Febiven for Fnatic. So if EDG wants to play it safe in some way, they keep running 1-3-1. With all these teleports here, have your Twisted Fate sit in mid and just keep going to both side lanes.
I think the thing that you do, though, is you combo your Twisted Fate with your Jace, because in the mid lane, Twisted Fate can then teleport to either side, you know, while Jace and Twisted Fate are poking in the mid lane. Plus, Jace has a speed boost he can use to disengage for them.
Gentlemen, Yellow Star, he fancies this one. He's going to pulverize onto Clearlove. The Unbreakable Will is there as well. Rainover's jumped in. Deft has got dunked by the Cataclysm, and he's dropped. The Grand Challenge is onto Huni, and it procs, healing up EDG. But it does not matter. Koro's killed through the heal. Clearlove stunned up by Reckless. The pulverize connects. Fnatic find 3 kills. And may set their sights on Baron. They've peeled backwards.
We just talked about how EDG does not want to group up, because then the hard engage from Fnatic can happen. And what do we see? Well, they get the fight. They start the Baron.
Yeah, they're going for Baron here, and it's just Pawn and Maiko on the outside, going to try and poke them off of it here.
Find out if they do. Maiko's gonna need to wind up that chain and find a target. 2,500 hit points on Baron. Paul is gonna throw the wild cards. They killed Yellow Star. The Baron's secured. Will they win the fight? Pawn's knocked up. Reckless looks for the stun. He's got 1, he's got 2. They've got Baron. Fnatic lead EDG.
What a play from Fnatic. They know how strong they can be in a 5-on-5 team fight. Yellow Star was baiting it, and he goes in first. Rain over the flank. Everyone from Fnatic collapses.
You have to be decisive when you're facing this much global pressure. And Yellow Star, the captain, the shot caller for the team, makes the play. He dodges the hook from Maiko, circles around, Rainover teleports in, and they're able to get the fight they want. Deft here, stuck in the middle, can't even click the lantern and had to flash out.
Well,
meanwhile, they've got Koro as well.
Again, this time around, Fnatic catching Koro, the straggler.
What's going on here? We just praised EDG for the coordination there. Great communication, suddenly using 3 teleports. Koro just got completely caught out for absolutely no reason. Grouping up early as well. Get the team out for Fnatic. They just turned this game around.
You have to be so careful when you are running a high pressure team with multiple teleports, you have to coordinate your pressure. You can't just have one person splitting while the rest of you are half your team is purchasing in base. Everyone has to coordinate their wave pushes. Bottom and top need to push at the same time. There, Koro was just pushing by himself. Nobody else from EDG applying pressure. So Fnatic collapse and they get a nice kill. With Baron buff afterwards, it means they get a whole bunch of objectives afterwards as well.
And of course, because Deft was dunked so early on, he never got to deal damage. Febiven's early advantage gives him some help. So congratulations to Fnatic. They knocked down the inner turret in the bottom lane, knocked down the inner turret in the middle lane. They may lose their top lane. Pawn has got a large minion wave to play with, has got a Lich Bane as well. So it's a 2-for-1 trade, and Fnatic are peeling backwards. Their recalls were interrupted.
This is a play EDG has pulled off quite a lot back in the LPL, but they're trying to always trade objectives. They knew, okay, we can't really defend properly. They could maybe even tower dive us if we tried to. Our only wave play is the Twisted Fate at the moment, so they use him instead just to get something. So they take a tower, but Fnatic can still be super happy with the last 5 minutes.
Especially with the Baron buff on Fnatic. So difficult to try and clear those minions. So EDG do get something back for themselves during the duration.
But that was the whole discussion we had before here. What do you do with your EDG? Who do you send down to the second side lane? Because you have Fiora sitting in one of them by pushing. Do you send down Deft to sit on his own with the Jace because he doesn't offer that much wave clear in the mid lane and you want to have the Twisted Fate and go to both lanes? Do you group them up and start poking? Again, that's so risky because of the hard engage that can happen. So they need to be able to put pressure on all 3 lanes. You can see Deft go towards top side now and set that 1-3-1 up for EDG. But they're so far back on the map. It just becomes a lot more harder now.
And because Fnatic just got such a big mid-game play, they got a whole bunch of vision while they were doing that. Not only did they take down a bunch of turrets, but with a double Sightstone for Fnatic, they've been able to lay so much vision down in EDG territory. As soon as EDG try and set up one of these plays, that does take a while to get there, Fnatic will know about it.
Look at all those wards in the bottom half of the map. Pawn did walk over that pink ward, pinged it out, and has actually gone back to kill that resource for Fnatic. And for Fnatic, Dragon's up in 5 seconds. They do have the timer. They're deciding with all their information, let's shove those waves in as best we can and try to secure at least the first objective. Only 2 Dragons at 25 minutes. It's not been a primary focus for either of these teams.
It's all been about top lane, really. So far away from Dragon, basically all the plays in the early game. This just to get to 6%. Let's see what happens. Hooney's going on Clearlove.
Yep, he's got him.
Clearlove's in trouble. He's going to get headbutted out of the Cataclysm, but Hooney follows up with a great Dragon Strike.
Another pick here for Fnatic. And again, that Dragon that Fnatic got is actually fairly big because, 26 minutes into the game, the 6% does mean a lot, and it was awarded to them because they had so much deep vision from that last push. On top of it, they catch Clearlove here. EDG starting to crumble.
Yeah, they really need to stop getting caught out because every time that happens, their split push breaks. Because suddenly now you have to back away from your side lane. You have to respect the fact Fnatic have 5 members on the map. So Koro now has to go really far back. He cannot use the big wave. Fnatic can set up another slow push and then start grouping again and look for another fight.
And of course, Clearlove, this isn't the first time he's been caught out of position. Much like Hooney, throughout the group stages, both players being a little over-aggressive in their positioning, maybe too far forward. All the tempo is now sitting with Fnatic.
I just want to re-highlight, how important we talk about Thresh is in this composition. Right there was a perfect example where Clearlove should have been with Mako. That is a support jungle duo that's supposed to be getting vision because Gragas Thresh is so safe if they are together. However, no Mako there. Clearlove gets caught. He gets pushed around, and they lose more space.
Items continue to stack up. Koro's had the Ravenous Hydra versus the Titanic Hydra of Hooney. Muramana has been completed for Deft. And the 3-item spike for Reckless has come in. So everybody's scaling. Pawn's got himself that Hourglass as well. So a couple of tricky plays can be initiated with the Destiny. Fnatic playing it safe, pushing those waves out slowly but surely. Top will be going towards EDG in the next few moments. And that will give a couple of tools for Fnatic. A minute till Baron. Fnatic love Baron.
It's their thing.
I feel like EDG do as well.
Both teams often play so much around like these 25 minutes, get one fight, get a pick, and then take that Baron instantly and use it to close the game out. But for EDG in these team fights, if we get the 5-on-5, who do they want to kill? Obviously, we're looking at Reckless, we're looking at Febiven. There's a cleanse on one of them, So that's very smart. That was a sacrifice by not having teleport early on. And then Kennen is one of these AD carries who play really well for himself because he has a massive AoE aura. He can stun you if Fiora goes in there with squishy targets and take them down.
Not only that, but going with this build for Reckless, it's all based around sustain and auto attack speed. So he's getting off multiple stuns, multiple charges, and you just buy a little bit of time, steal up more life because you're life stealing on all of these targets with your double life steal build. If you don't focus him and burst him down, then he'll sustain through the whole fight. He'll continue to throw out these annoying mini stuns and provide that CC that Fnatic need because they have Huni who likes to run damage in top lane.
And if we get an aggressive ulti in the backline from a Twisted Fate to lock down a target, then all 5 members of EDG are stuck in there. They're all trying to get to the same guy. 2 melee champions for Deft and Koro. Or, well, Deft when he wants to burst at least. Let's see what happens here.
Again.
2 teleports available for EDG as their solos are down in the bottom. Double stun and Clearlove and Mako. They've already got Mako. Clearlove's looking to get away as Reckless looks for the stun. Finds it. May not get another. Continues to auto attack. 2 members down. With Dangerous Mind, Fnatic may need to defend. Koro and Pawn, they've got an inner turret. They've got a minion wave to work with, and Fnatic, they're a little split. Huni's decided to back away. Feathervin is already in the base, and the rest of the team on Baron.
Yep, he can't do it by himself. It doesn't matter. Pawn and Koro are going to be able to take this, and he's also got to be careful about getting killed. Let's see if Fnatic can take that Baron, though.
Koro's in so much trouble. The Cataclysm locks them both in, and with the Chaos Storm and the Death Ray, Feathervin's already got a kill. The knockup doesn't connect, but it does not matter.
Huni comes in to dunk while they take the Baron. Now Fnatic can press in. They should get an inhibitor off of this.
And much like the first time we saw Huni play Jarvan, he got shut down in the early game, but once we get past the laning phase, he's able to create picks with the rest of his team. But this really is Fnatic knowing how strong they are around Baron. The way they set it up, they force EDG to come face check, flank around them, get the engage once again, and they manage to constantly force team fights on EDG.
Part of the reason why quadruple global teleport comps are so rare is because they take so much precision to pull off. Quite a lofty task.
So I will admit, after watching this Jace pick from Deft, I was super hyped at first because you talked about how he played it.
I was glad we were on it, but hasn't really shown
He's really
up
done
why.
absolutely nothing.
Meanwhile, the Kennen, huge for Reckless.
Even laning phase, completely even. Deft always used his teleport back to lane. He had no pressure on the map, really. Huni's gonna catch him.
Well, a little bit of trouble here for Pawn. Lock up, not gonna happen. Pawn makes it out with 200 hit points, but Fnatic with the Baron-empowered minions, they're knocking on the middle and bottom lanes. There's a teleport to the inhibitor. Pawn is going to secure this one. He may even be able to get out alive. He's definitely been reviewing the backdoor tactics.
He has no minions, though,
but
at all.
Huni's got home guards, though. He's got home guards. He's coming in for the repeat dunk.
There is no Cataclysm. I think losing 1 life for supers might be worth it if the rest of EDG can defend. There's no teleport for Huni.
But
Fnatic
he was the wave
in
clear. He was the wave clear that just disappeared to take an inhibitor, nothing else. There was no minions, so he couldn't go further and threatened to backdoor the Nexus as well. So Fnatic knew, okay, well, he's gonna get 1, but now we don't really care because he's gone. We can easily just push up. Huni's going to join his team, and that's 5 members from Fnatic. They can dive EDG super easy.
Cataclysm's only a few seconds away, but this tower is down. It has been deconstructed in front of EDG's faces. The second inhibitor falls, and there are supers on 2 lanes for Fnatic. This is the single lane for EDG.
I do not think that was worth it. Just even if you traded 1-for-1 in terms of inhibitors, because Huni could even have stayed with his team and just went straight for EDG.
If you look at that gold difference, when teams have had a gold lead at 20 minutes at the World Championship, they have an 89% win ratio. Currently, Fnatic's looking to be the 11%. They've turned the game around after 1 successful team fight. 1 misstep from EDG.
Well, these
swung it completely
EDG are
in Fnatic's
running,
favor.
as we said, such a delicate team composition that takes so much precision. If you make that 1 mid-game mistake, we saw how heavily Fnatic were able to punish them for it. Huge, huge swing.
Trinity Force completed for Deft. Another thing he's done quite a lot on this Jace, and it's somewhat weird because he gets it so late in the game. It normally doesn't do much, like 30 attack damage, 32 minutes in. It's not a massive upgrade for a very expensive item. but it seems to be more he wants the movement speed from it, he wants the Sheen proc to get a little bit more burst.
Yeah.
But he can never really go in hammer form against this Fnatic lineup because they want him to jump in with the rest of the team. So they have Kennen AoE, Victor AoE, Alistar knock off everything to just take down these squishy targets. So I don't really agree with his Trinity Force buy.
Pawn has realized the error of his ways, joined the rest of EDG to wave clear under this turret. Baron has worn out, so Fnatic are waiting for those supers. They're pushing through the middle lane quite deep. Unfortunately for Fnatic, there's going to be multiple supers in the bottom lane pushing against them. So there is a little bit of a timer working against this top lane siege.
Yeah, right now, EDG are hoping that Fnatic stick around and are a little bit too aggressive. Because EDG's only chance here is to make an all-in at the turret, whereas Fnatic can just wait around. They've got all the cards.
We'll see when they reveal them, Kobe. Another minion wave has danced its way up to this top tower. How quickly Pawn can clear them. Melees are down to half hit points. Rekkles gets chunked. Gold card comes out and Clearlove has found him. Rekkles gets pushed backwards and he's shut down by Def. This could be the team fight that turns it around. 2 members of Fnatic are down for only Clearlove from EDG. Featherfin's forced to retreat. The double kill will be added to Koro's score. Fnatic lose 4.
EDG do it. They pull off the only thing that they possibly could, an all-in under the turret. And they, well, can they chase down Forbidden here? It looks like Koro's going to be able to...
Look at all the minions on the bottom side here. There's double teleport for EDG if they want to take that wave and start pushing in towards them. They want the kill first and then try and go maybe and finish the game.
Well, Featherfin needs to buy time. There's 20 seconds before his teammates are alive. And if EDG are unlucky, they will be able to take him down, but the supers may not be able to be enough. Slicing Maelstrom still available.
Yeah,
so
5 seconds left on Rekkles. I think they're okay.
Right here for Fnatic, they got a little bit too greedy for that tower. Rekkles walked up very close, 550 range, took a massive hit in the face from Deft, and then the flash forward. There's no cleanse for him, no QSS, nothing to save him. And that was EDG needed. They invested everything to kill him.
They just dropped all the cards. Everybody up on the turret is exactly as you said, and then Pawn, right after seeing the poke land, Pawn goes in for the flash gold card on Rekkles. That's a signal. Clearlove flashes in, and they're able to take him out immediately.
So key that Clearlove flashes forward, otherwise Yellowstar might have been able to just headbutt him away and avoid Rekkles being shot back into the team, but he flashes forward there. He guarantees it's going to happen. They win the fight.
Exactly. They knew this was their only hope. Then all in at that turret. They've got 2 inhibitors down, super minions coming, and they came up clutch, made a big play. Fnatic still definitely in the driver's seat, still definitely with a huge lead here, but EDG clawing back.
And as we come out of that replay, Rekkles has completed the Quicksilver Sash.
He learned.
How different that fight could have been. This time around, Rekkles gets dunked and deals no damage that fight, thanks to the great work of Pawn, Koro, and Clearlove. Fnatic, their 10k gold lead has shrunk to 4k, and inhibitors will be respawning very soon for EDG, so this will reset the map pressure.
Yeah, Baron's up in 20 seconds though, so Fnatic are going to try and grab the scuttle and work on vision around this area.
They have teleport ready for Huni, so he can stay on the bottom side and always control that wave with the super minions coming in case someone for EDG pushes it back. And as long as you bait around Baron, it's so easy to go push out top and mid lanes at the same time for Fnatic. So this will nullify the globals a little bit from EDG and make it easier for Fnatic to get a 5-on-5 team fight. We even saw Huni with Home Guard sitting and waiting in base and just saying, oh,
yeah, it's going back to
again.
Fountain
So
right now.
He knows there are going to be wards behind EDG and he wants to guarantee that engage.
This is the most intense moment for the shot callers. This is where you make or break the game.
There's no room for mechanical misplays.
Every second means Pawn gets closer and closer to that bottom inhibitor as well. And Fnatic can't make up their minds. Rainover goes back and he's left the tunnel. They're going to commit.
Death Sentence finds Yellowstar, and the Baron's being bursted so quickly. Pawn has started to channel his TP, but it may be too late. 2,500 hit points on Baron. Will it get secured by Fnatic? And it does. The knockup finds 2. The dunk finds 4. And the Maelstrom melts Edward Gaming, sending a massive message that Fnatic want to win the first game in this series. Koro and Def are running for their lives, and they will get run down. Def will drop the hammer, but it will not matter. Rekkles gets the kill, 9, 2, and 4, and Fnatic should knock down the Nexus.
EDG unable to use their split push because of the Baron, and you saw Yellowstar sit ready to headbutt Clearlove away, so he couldn't get close. He had to just try and throw in his ulti. Wasn't enough, and Fnatic are looking to take the first game.
Fnatic have got Baron-empowered minions knocking down the Nexus. Koro will follow shortly, and as Edward Gaming are aced, Fnatic take the advantage and are one step closer to a semi-final spot.
Great decisive mid-game there from Fnatic. Yellowstar and Co making a huge turnaround.
And that is so key for Fnatic because they were on blue side in this game here. Every single team in playoffs, they picked the blue side. So it's supposed to be the stronger one. They get the first win on it. They had some target bans coming in this time.
Yep.
Obviously, we had EDG banning the Mordekais and Gangplank against Fnatic. They can change that for the next game. Maybe look towards Rainover even more and say, Lee's and Rek'Sai, we're gonna remove both of them from your pool.
So, AD carry Jace definitely did not work out
It
as
gets a
intended.
1 out of 10 in this game.
But let's also be honest, it was not necessarily...
The judgment of Denmark here is harsh.
Maybe not necessarily the reason they lost, because if they had not grouped and given up the lead at 23 minutes, played the map a little smarter...
Sure. Two very key things happened. First of all, Fnatic realized we don't have to try and make plays in the early game against all the globals.
Yeah.
So like they saved the cooldowns, flashes and everything to try and stay alive for as long as possible and always just chip away in the towers. And then, as you said, EDG were like, guys, we're winning because we're split pushing. Let's group. Let's go around mid lane and see what happens and instant engage Baron.
So here's one of the reasons why I just like the AD Kennen so much more as far as these novelty AD carry picks, because it's so important to have a safe AD carry that can lane and get CS while your support roams. Support roaming is so big here at the World Championship. Not the finals yet, at the World Championships. And we've seen the teams get punished so heavily for it already when, you know, Mako and Clearlove are separated. Big things happen for Fnatic.
And they made it happen, found the opportunity. Fnatic take the advantage in the series. We're going to head over to the analyst desk. They're standing by to take a look at that game.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm joined here by Jad and Freak to break down that very first game of Fnatic versus EDG. Whew, what a game it was. A fantastic game. Let's just start with that.
Absolutely. I mean, there were so many cool things going on here. We got to see triple teleport come out. That was interesting for sure. We got to see some really tenacious calls as well. The 21-minute semi-ace where Yellowstar makes the right call to go for Baron because the chance of a steal is actually quite low. A lot of very, very smart choices made this game.
A lot of stuff. So let's start by the early game and the picks that came out. Obviously the Jace AD carry, but maybe more surprising, all of the teleports. How did EDG use that to their advantage in the early game?
Yeah, so interestingly enough for EDG, the Jace teleport never actually teleported to make a positive play, so it played out mostly like a double teleport team with Twisted Fate, which still had a global advantage, and they mainly used the teleport bottom to try and keep map pressure on that side. You would have actually expected Fnatic to attack the teleporting AD carry since he had no second defensive summoner a little bit more early on in the game, but because that wasn't happening, EDG kept finding numbers advantages throughout the rest of the map.
And something for Fnatic, sorry to cut in, which is a change from sometimes the overconfident plays we see them making in the past couple of weeks. When it happened a couple of times that they got dove on with a couple of teleports, the next time they were careful and they waited it out.
I mean, yes and no. We actually saw a lot of kind of bad plays. There was the kill that was initially off screen and the replay happened. Rainover chasing into a 1v2 under his own turret after Huni already got dived. Rainover's like, me too, I'll give you some kills. And the Koreans on Fnatic started out like 2-7 total or something like that. And a lot of that, to be honest, not to blame Huni for this one, but he picked himself into a bad one-on-one matchup. Jarvan's never going to 1v1 Fiora, to my knowledge. But for the team fight, it makes a whole lot of sense, be a follow-up CC. So picking for the team fight rather than the lane, EDG correctly identified to attack the lane in the laning phase because it's going to work, and sure enough it did. But then the team fight's exactly what Fnatic picked for. Those did work out.
Yeah, and let's take a look at one of those team fights that swung the game back in the favor of Fnatic when they grouped up and, well, showed what they could do versus that EDG composition. We can roll the clip.
Yeah, and this is Fnatic only having one teleport and using it aggressively, but it's exactly the type of team fight that they're picking. The Alistair, Victor, Rek'Sai, lots of these AoE CCs, as well as the Kennen who can jump in here. Deft did not do damage in this fight. I think we saw afterwards it was something like 176, burns both summoners and still dies. But this giant cluster of particles are mainly good for Fnatic because most people are stunned inside Reckless's Kennen ultimate. Every time Fnatic could successfully group, they had the superior teamfight composition because Pawn was never set up properly. They couldn't poke very well with depth. And the aggression of Fnatic in between the windows of being exploited by EDG's global compositions are ultimately what won them the game. And as Freak was saying earlier, this was an incredibly smart Baron call.
Right, so the only guys alive are Mako and Pawn, and Niels, look at him. He's going to realize that, look, I just need to buy some time, make sure my team doesn't get AoE, so he happily walks in and out. He doesn't really care. The rest of Fnatic off-take it properly, then just a very good re-engage. It's a 1 versus 3. You're pretty much never going to win a fight like that. Not a lot of damage comes out of Thresh. You know, that's good stuff there. I do want to highlight one small thing in the beginning of the team fight, though. Def did not seem like he was all that used to playing with teleport because he
teleported
right
like
here.
an inch
He
next to
TP'd
him.
on a lantern because he's used to that button being summoner heal. And I know I've like tried to run exhaust AD carry before and like done nothing with it. Like that happens sometimes, and he clearly hasn't played it enough to have the right muscle memory in a team fight.
Yeah, and there we see Fnatic huddling, of course. Need to keep calm, only 1 victory. They need to get 3 if they want to win this best of 5, but good signs for them. As we look a little bit more into the game, of course, those teleports that were very useful for EDG early, they give them kind of an insurance when it went awry in the late game, because whenever they do win a fight, they could put the pressure on the base. We have a team fight from later in the game where Fnatic sets to pressure on the top turret of EDG. We're going to take a look at that, and oversteps their boundaries.
Yeah, well, I think this was an example of EDG controlling the people who were winning the fights for Fnatic. Rekkles basically gets zeroed out in this fight, and it was, in my opinion, a lot of the Kennen ultimate, which was creating the ability to follow up for the rest of Fnatic. So in this one, it's mainly just Fnatic getting too aggressive at this turret. They have 2 inhibitors down, so they could have actually been a lot more patient with this until the minions were nearing the Nexus, but instead Pawn gets a good flash, and right as soon as that stun lands, the rest of EDG just piles on really well.
It's just really good chain of engage. Clear left with the knockback in. Rekkles never gets to do anything, of course. He's not going for the Zhonya's Hourglass, so the R Zhonya's that he had a window for can't happen. And Koro honestly navigated these team fights beautifully. He's against a big team of AoE crowd control and still finds ways to turn on the ultimate, proc all 4 vitals, get a big heal, where if the team doesn't get one shot, 700 health floods back into the team and EDG wins those fights.
Yeah, one thing I really liked about this game, though, was the willingness of both teams to pick fights. The bloodiness in this game was really high. We were nearing a kill per minute by the end of it, which is higher than, by far higher than the average at Worlds, and also higher than the average from the LPL or the European LCS. And I actually think we're going to be seeing a lot more of that from these teams just out of the picks from game 1. Huni very willing to pick an aggressive choice, very willing to opt into weaknesses to get advantages elsewhere. So we're seeing a lot of mismatches just based on the coaching and picks and bans, which always leads to more interesting games.
Yeah, maybe to close this off, we did see the teleport strat in game 1 coming out of EDG. Will they completely overhaul that strategy? Would you?
I mean, maybe. Honestly, like, Def's teleport meant very little.
Yeah.
Okay, you got to take Gromp and TP in for some wards, extra potions. And his 2-on-2, despite facing a, fairly scary duo lane, got to get back and get more farm, but that teleport meant basically nothing. It was a comp we've seen the entire time of the tournament. TP mid laner, no surprise. TF, no surprise. Defs meant very little.
Yeah, I think double TP is the thing we're going to continue to see. I don't think triple TP is the thing we're going to continue to see, and I expect Def to pick more to win the lane. I think he can punish Rekkles' Kennen if he continues to go for that pick. He's been practicing a lot of Caitlyn, which is something we saw yesterday, and has a very favorable matchup against the Kennen if they can manipulate that lane matchup. So I think that's what we're going to see from EDG in the next game.
Yeah, a lot of tools to work with from both sides, but it was a fantastic game 1. We're going to step away for 1 second, or a couple of minutes actually, but when we come back, it's going to be game 2 between Edward Gaming and Fnatic for that spot in the semifinal. More World 2015 coming your way right after this.
It was awesome.
I was trying to look for the goal, we did it also. Couldn't find.
Martin the Heartbreaker.
Onto the tunnel from behind. Huni throws down the Demacian standard. The Dragon Strike, and it's first blood to Featherfin. Pawn's in so much trouble. Yellowstar needs to hit his combo. Flashes for the knock-up hit, but Pawn backwards. Faker saves him! And EDG decimate Fnatic.
Jeff and back. Jeff and back.
Flash.
JCQ. Good job, guys. Really good job.
And he's shut down by Dip. This could be the team fight that turns it around. 2 members of Fnatic are down for only Clearlove from EDG. The knockup finds 2. The dunk finds 4. And the Maelstrom melts Edward Gaming. Fnatic are 1 step closer to a semi-final spot.
Welcome back to the 2015 World Championship quarterfinals, where Fnatic is up 1-0 over EDG after that explosive first game. And here they are headed back to the stage, getting ready for Game 2. But of course, before we get into Game 2, we have an issue on which we need to apologize. Last week during an Ask the Desk segment, we got a question from xPeke Le Pew, who asked how to deal with double or even triple TP comps. And we were a little dismissive of the prospect of a triple TP comp, and lo and behold, it has come to pass that one exists. So first off, I sincerely apologize on behalf of my analysts for being so dismissive of that. Secondly, there was a pretty fabulous example from Fnatic of how exactly to deal with a triple TP comp or even a 4 global comp in this game.
I think you just pulled that tweet back up just to say his name again. But anyway, when this tweet did come up, my response was hard engage. You come in there with hard engage, but what Fnatic does here is not only do they have hard engage, they cover the TP zones. The gravity field will come down on a TP area, and they also have Reckless's ultimate on a TP here. Look at that gravity field come down. Coral says, nope, I'm not coming in there, stops the TP, and then it becomes this centered fight for Fnatic where they are grouped up and the TPs are not. And when you have this many TPs on members, you're actually losing in-combat summoner spells. You're lacking 3 of them when you could have more power in these team fights. And when you look at EDG's types of statistics, they are actually #1 in assists per kill of quarterfinal teams, which is indicative of team fighting, which is their tendency to want to do that. But when you don't have those summoner spells, you're weaker in these fights.
All right, well, moving on to Game 2, but keeping in mind all the craziness of Game 1, both in the champion picks that we saw, as well as the back and forth explosive nature of that game. What are we looking for in terms of changes, adjustments that these teams are going to make coming into Game 2? Yamato.
It is like, I'm looking at EDG for starters. Like, they had this strategy, like, it's like this business plan, this joke that is going around. Like, they do something the early game, then there's a question mark, and then there's profit. The question mark, I thought, okay, maybe they're going to poke with the Jace, which is hard against the Jarvan. Maybe they will split push with this triple TP going on, which is also hard against Jarvan with Jace later on. And that is where I find the flaw. They had this idea of an early game where Clearlove just manhandled Reignover, which worked, and they came out ahead. But later on, what were they supposed to do? I don't see it. It would have been just so much simpler with a Tristana that had some disengage going on, you know? That's what I can see, like the question mark getting filled in.
I completely agree with the sentiment behind what you're saying. And first of all, if we change nothing and just get 3 to 5 games of exactly that, like, I'm the happiest man in the world. That was so fun to watch.
But that would mean EDG loses.
I don't.
5 games.
That's fine. That's fine. But to your point, I actually think that we saw in the top lane team fight exactly what EDG wanted. What they wanted was to create some like chaos and then force decisions. We keep talking about this. And if they had have actually just sent Thresh after the Victor, after they won that top lane team fight, they had 2 teleports available. I actually feel that they forced the decision. They sieged top lane turret. That was a wrong decision out of Fnatic. They needed to wait for the creep waves. Bottom lane had been set up for a slow push. Jace had a Trinity Force at that stage for no other reason apart from backdooring. And there was a Fiora that completely wrecks turrets. They honestly could have nearly stolen a win there after what turned out to be a very decisive victory for Fnatic after about the 19-minute mark.
Yeah, I definitely think that's a play that you have to go back and look at, because there was an opportunity for EDG to just flat out end the game after it, and they did not do that. And that might keep them up a little bit at night. They have to shake that off, get refocused. They have to use that TP on Deft.
One thing
I will say,
I have to keep us moving forward. So is that the final thing you have to say?
Yeah, you have to use it if you're going to bring it. Use it effectively.
All right, well, it's time to get back on the Rift. As we step back inside the venue, EDG's jungler explains Fnatic shouldn't expect to face the same Clearlove they saw compete in the group stage.
在 S5的小组赛里面嘛，就是我觉得我自己的表现很一般，就是没有什么特别出彩的地方，也没有说打得很不好的地方，我感觉表现得很一般吧。就也有我自己生病的原因在里面，所以说8强的时候我会表现出来一个另外不一样的我，会表现出，会拿出更多的英雄，然后会打出开局级的表现。
Let's take a look at those champions we're going to see. It was the Gragas for Game 1. EDG are now on the blue side against Fnatic, meaning the onus of banning out Mordekaiser and Gangplank lies on the side of Fnatic. They took out the Tom Kench while they're on blue. Will we see it again? That's what we're going to find out. Pick some bans for Game 2. How do these teams adapt to what we saw in Game 1?
It's going to be a ban all...
series long.
All games today, we're going to see Elise being banned away. I would probably expect maybe a Kennen ban from EDG on blue side, unless they feel like there's some very key target picks because of what Reckless is able to do in these team fights. First ban for Fnatic though does show the standard OPs if Mordekaiser and Gangplank comes in, but they do not.
Oh, they're gonna do it. All right, so they're gonna forego one of the two bans, maybe both of them here. The thing is, the reason why we haven't seen up until this point teams give away Gangplank and Mordekaiser is because then the opponent will take the Gangplank. Gangplank's actually really good into Mordekaiser because Mordekaiser has to walk through barrels, and the ultimate from Gangplank's great against him. All this AoE control is so good. See if
wow, both of them are up. What do Edward Gaming take?
So,
Gangplank and Mord are available.
Scopy just said right here.
I would take Gangplank for sure
is
every
the normal
time.
first pick.
Wow.
However, Fnatic as a team has shown a lot of picks that could do well against Gangplank, like a River. But Fnatic will get in this one. EDG really want to play around bot lane in this game.
Then who plays Gangplank on Fnatic? Has Featherman put in the time to play? Last time we saw Huni against SoAZ playing that champion, it was not optimal, is the word I'm going to use. And Rainover opts into Gragas over Rek'Sai. What does this tell us so far?
As we said, like, you know, controlling zones and displacement and having slows is really strong against Mordekaiser. Gragas doesn't have to fully commit to try and control Mordekaiser.
Here's the thing though, the way you play Mordekaiser is in the early game, you have so much pressure around where the bottom lane is. You want to set up tower dives. Rek'Sai is fine for that. It's probably Telecom's best jungler overall. So he's going to be more than happy taking it if he wants to play that very aggressive style. We try and push in the bottom lane, get these tower dives going. But I think also EDG, one of the reasons they take Mordekaiser is that their strategy last game of camping top lane didn't pay off.
Yeah.
Okay, it was good in the start, but they didn't win the game from it. They kind of lacked plays later on. They want to go back to playing around mid lane, around the bottom lane. And this pick from Reckless is a very good pick into Mordekaiser when it comes to killing him in the lane.
Exactly. We've been talking to a lot of the AD carries here pretty much all worlds long about Mordekaiser and what would you like to play into him. Nobody has an answer that yes, they would love to play against Mordekaiser, but if you have to, Vayne and Kalista, top two answers so far. Obviously,
and
because Vayne can go for that solo kill.
On a hyper carry for the first time at the World Championship.
We're seeing so many different strategies coming in for both teams. Just looking at game one with EDG, changing that focus to top side of the map, not something we have seen from them in the World Championship so far. But bottom lane, the Braum pick, normally you want double range if you want to shut down this Mordekaiser in the laning phase, set up the Vayne. Instead, they're looking for the very, very strong single target, but not the strongest 2v2 lane, in my opinion, against a Thresh Mordekaiser.
Well, also, yeah, I think it's, again, Fnatic picking for the team rather than for lane matchups here, because I'm expecting this Gangplank to go top for Huni, and they need, you know, that front line. So it's going to be Rainover plus Yellow Star with the Braum Gragas. So they're going to try and deny some of that damage. I expect last pick here to actually be mid laner.
With Kassadin being locked in though, I think Gangplank could easily go mid for February, and he takes a physical damage dealer into the Kassadin where he doesn't care about that shield. And also, Fiora can very easily dodge around barrels up in the top lane and get close to the Gangplank. Start trading really effectively in the early stages with him. So I think we might see February take the Gangplank to mid, and then you get a counter pick up top instead for Huni. But they can obviously change it. This is the good thing about flex picks and why they're so strong in the meta.
And if this Anivia gets locked in, by the way, everybody in Edward Gaming is a melee champion, with Thresh being the longest range on the list. So that Anivia could cause a ton of problems for the EDG roster.
Yeah, for the same reasons that Gangplank is fairly good against Mordekaiser, you know, all the AoE zone control, so is Anivia. But they decide to go for the Azir instead.
Okay. I think Kassadin is doing really well against a lot of these control mages.
Yeah, he can hop right over.
He can hop over it. He can sit early on and just try and kind of farm and sustain. He will get pushed into his tower. So we need to see if February will just sit there and try and chip it away slowly but surely and get an advantage for Fnatic. But you don't normally roam that much on an Azir. And we get now this matchup up top, which is very explosive.
Also, it's so difficult when you give away Mordekaiser because it means you can't ignore these dragons. You can't ignore bottom side. EDG are obviously going to focus very heavily on that bottom side, try and get Mordekaiser ahead, and then that transitions very easily into taking dragons. And once he gets the pet, you get so much global gold from just shoving down turrets. Outer turrets are very easy to take with him.
We're seeing basic Fnatic saying we don't need to shut you down in the laning phase. We want a super strong team fight against you. Azir can push him away. Again, he needs to get close with the 3 hits on his Q. You have the Gangplank, who's fantastic against Mordekaiser in lane, or in team fights because of that massive zone he can create.
Yeah, the other thing is I really like the combination of Gangplank and Vayne, because Gangplank can add the ultimate, allow Vayne to take her target down. So if someone overextends in the lane, especially Mordekaiser,
Gentlemen,
take him out.
Fnatic have gone for the team composition. Gangplank undefeated at Worlds. Mordekaiser undefeated at Worlds.
There can be only one!
There can be only one undefeated champion after this game. You need to let us know which it will be. It is game 2 of Fnatic versus EDG. And for the first time in 17 games, we see Mordekaiser and GP on the Rift.
And we see EDG, again, run a composition with very low wave clear. Not from the last game, but what we've seen in group stages, we've seen it back in the LPL. Look at their lineup right here. Who's going to clear the waves as they fall behind?
The thing is, they're not playing... Yes,
they're not playing
of course behind. You're never... Okay, I stopped myself. You're never planning on falling behind, but this is a team that relies so heavily on snowballing that if you fall behind anyway, then there's not even that much point in having wave clear because you're probably not going to come back anyway. So you all in on this strategy. You have the early game. You're going to try and snowball. You're going to try and get that Mordekaiser control. Fnatic, though, they're going to go in and get those deep wards down for the lane swap.
EDG got that lead in game 1. And if it wasn't for 3 Baron power plays that netted Fnatic plus 15,000 gold, they may not have come back into that game.
I feel like that was EDG trying to adapt to, to this new world meta that they've seen and that they've experienced, playing against Origen and seeing all these teleports. That is something that experience is crucial in, and they were unable to come up in the mid and late game calls and try and make that work out.
My question is just, did you have to fully commit to this style of we cannot fall behind no matter what because we have 0 wave clear? That Kassadin could have been a more safe choice, like a Victor, offering some wave clear by still having super strong side lanes with Fiora and the Mordekaiser.
Well, fully committing to the
zoning
tween turret farming. I'm gonna call it mid-rift.
Mid-rift. Gonna get themselves the wave. Fora's gonna be holding hands with Clear Love. And as EDG's minion wave gets to the tower, Rekkles and Yellowstar will be late to pushing that top lane. So let's see how much damage Mako and Deft can put down. Deft running with Flash Heal as opposed to Flash Exhaust that we've seen a couple other times from Mords.
So now, Fnatic knows that EDG started on the top side, on their blue buff on the bottom lane, which means Febvman needs to be very careful how he's standing in lane. He needs to always lean towards the top side of the map because he's going to push the wave over and over and over in these swaps, and he cannot get roamed on by Clearlove and Mako and die.
Yeah, and I'd actually expect Yellowstar to actually help out in this jungling, not doing a whole lot there, sitting in lane with Rekkles, just kind of splitting experience there. It's fine for champions to split experience with Mordekaiser because Mordekaiser will last hit the minions and gain the full experience. But Vayne definitely wants to have the solo lane to be able to try and keep up with them.
Obviously, EDG investing into the fast push, the one we've seen a lot, the old European lane swap now become the meta.
Western.
The Western, fair enough. You'll get that one as well. But for Fnatic, when you have a Vayne, normally you prefer longer lane swaps, so you can sit and farm, get some solo experience, you want to farm up to get your Cutlass or at least some lifesteal. The quick push is not always the greatest for you, but you do benefit from having 800 gold because you get that one lifesteal item compared to an average player on a standard 80 carry. Mordekaiser though is probably going to build towards the Ryle Eyes as his first item, not getting any gold, giving everything over to Koro. Another change.
Yep, they give the freeze, they give the full tower gold to him. And they've dropped off the deep wards as well before they left. Now swapping Mordekaiser up top. Fnatic should be able to get this turret down in time, though.
EDG playing around Koro after he's been substituted in place of Amazing J. Huni will get the local gold. To deny several minions. And that means Huni and Koro both sitting pretty. Thorn's going to get a decent trade here with Febvman, but almost every time Thorn does, Febvman looks to get some Sand Soldiers attacks back. This time, we'll take a much worse trade.
Because EDG got the early swap, though, because they got the 20 seconds advantage, this is going to mean a pretty decent freeze down there for Koro. Looks like Reckless is going to go try and answer it, though. Try and break it as quickly as possible.
So Koro knows that Fnatic is going to send that bottom lane down here, so that's why he can't stay for very long. What some top laners like to do is just push as many minions as possible right here, knowing he's going to get zoned away now anyway, because what Fnatic can do now is they can threaten a tower dive on Koro. Once this massive wave hits the bot lane tower, Huni can teleport down and 4v1 dive him, give another tower over to Huni and give him massive gold.
Both sides can do that, though.
The problem is Huni is so far back.
Right
yeah,
now.
but Huni is ready for this one. Look how far back he's on the map.
Koro is actually
now is running.
Taking his time getting out.
Fnatic had a small opening to commit instantly, but then Koro already started running away. So both top laners are reading the situation. They don't want to risk getting killed under their own turret and don't want to be greedy for these massive minion waves here.
Managing to stay alive. Huni's grabbed himself an early Avarice Blade. You can see Mako pushing up in the top lane, and the big stack for Fnatic pushing down bottom.
So this right here is actually why I prefer the top laner to stay in lane a little bit longer before he recalls at first. So he can push a few minions and then go back to base because he's gonna get zoned anyway. He's doing nothing right now other than try and get some experience from these minions, so he's gonna be forced away. Had he stayed when the tower died, pushed in the wave, or at least looked at where Fnatic was sending Huni, once he knew he was gonna be on top side, push in the wave, then recall, you get more gold, you get more experience.
Yeah, exactly.
Now he's kind of denied himself a little bit, but Huni is obviously the same situation.
Yeah, and it does mean a lot to lane swap and deny Gangplank, because Gangplank's gold income is very snowbally because of the Q and because of the extra gold that you accumulate. Enables you to earn gold quicker, keeping him off that Trinity Force for as long as possible is definitely very important for EDG. So they've stunted his growth a bit. Trying to keep up, though, with the early Avarice buy.
Yeah, and a difference here from the teams. EDG didn't manage to bounce the top wave after they killed tower, so that is slowly, very, very slowly pushing down towards Huni, and he can stay in the lane and get experience. Bottom side is very heavily pushing towards Reckless on his side, so the Mordekaiser now needs to
up
overextend.
top they're actually making a move on Huni, as you mentioned it. There are wards only for EDG here.
Huni's in so much trouble. He does not manage to flash away. He's going to get the movement speed buff. They get a little bit more burst from his passive. And here is Yellow Star. The Unbreakable is not going to be used just yet, and Yellow Star's in trouble. He's now in full retreat. They'll find the support to Feathervin, and First Blood really easily picked up by EDG.
Yeah, if you're going to commit that far out into a long lane, you have to first get your defensive vision, and Fnatic fairly slow in setting that up. Great punish there by EDG, going deep on the red side.
Great move and a mistake from Fnatic not having backup for Huni, but he can go bottom lane now and pick up this big wave anyway and get more experience and farm. Fnatic keeps sending Reckless to the lane where Koro is and saying, we don't want the one-on-one right now because Huni has fallen behind in experience. We want to keep bullying you and force your way, so you can see Koro is now farming the Grump on his own to get something, and Huni is here getting the bump, and this time Fnatic realizes we need to have backup. Rainova shows up and then body slams randomly a minute.
Well, Death Sentence does get connected by Mako into a flake, and Deft and Mako are going to back themselves out. A lot of HP already secured there for Deft, and Reckless has farmed up to the Cutlass. Still pushing out that top wave, but it'll get risky if they continue to stick around. And Dragon #1. Let's see what EDG can do with their very first healer.
So here's mid, where we might see a problem with the Kassadin when it comes to pushing in these towers, but a lot of damage.
That mid turret is going to die when the Dragon Ghost comes over then.
Here comes.
If they force Vivin back, I mean, he does have teleport.
They need to do it very, very quickly if they want to hold it, but I don't know if they can.
Very, very good trades though in the mid lane. It's what the Kassadin can do, especially after level 6. He can out-sustain you and keep trading. Dragon has no minions though. Just be able to deal a little bit of damage for now.
Look at the top lane, Reckless and Yellow Star. They're going to be dancing with Koro. Teleport comes out for Feathervin. In actual fact, Reckless and Yellow, they play it safe. Yep. They back themselves out. TP, I think the threat was enough to thwart at least Deft's presence. And they're going to sacrifice the Ghost of Dragon Pass.
You get the last hit, though.
Let's take a look.
Run away! Oh! That should give a dragon buff, just to balance out Mordecai.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
What? Interesting concept, Fisher.
Hey, you killed the dragon.
Yeah. Should get a dragon's reward.
Well, it is an undead dragon, so maybe the buff is only secured from its life essence, not death essence. EDG
And they group themselves up in this middle lane. Orna's moved down to the bottom. Makings of that Rod of Ages. Does have teleport available, as does Koro, as does Huni. So the only TP down is Febevin from his previous defense.
Huni is still behind in experience because he died up there. Fnatic tried to leave him in lane to get as much farm before recalling with him and catch that big wave on bot side. He just lost a little bit more for it, and Koro got a kill as well, which of course is huge in the early game.
Yeah, and again, the ramping nature of Gameplank's income here, they've really been able to set him behind. Only 81 gold off of the parlay, 131 off the Avarice, so even the Avarice doing actually more work. There have been so few minion kills by Huni, and the passive tick doing work.
And now the key thing for Fnatic is always try and get the wave pushing in the mid lane where you have Febevin sitting. You can go for the Nashos, of course, as the first item on his Azir, and he needs to defend this tower, because once that breaks, that opens up for EDG to start getting into the jungle of Fnatic very easily. They can do it already now, but at least Fnatic will spot them with some defensive wards. It just makes it a bit easier for EDG. Once the tower drops, next dragon might be the go-to signal, because again, the siege without a dragon for EDG is horrible. It's all melee champions. I mean, they have to walk straight into the tower and start hitting it. That's not going to work.
Wow, all the siege being horrible hasn't stopped other Mordekaiser teams from picking up victories.
As long as you get the dragon.
It's the key, the crux of it.
Another key is that Huni now finally has gotten level 6. That experience soaking at the bottom turret that you're talking about definitely rewards them. You know, cross-map wave clear there every once in a while for the Gangplank ultimate. Since he's under-leveled, it's not going to do home lunch in the team fights, but definitely going to help out with wave control.
And we talked earlier about how Vayne as well needs to get a solo lane, get some experience going for yourself, get that Blade of the Ruined King. So because Fnatic had him sitting on top side, reckless that is, with no teleport, honestly, EDG could have pressured this mid tower a lot more. More deep vision coming in, you have double teleport, and Def was sitting mid. Get down this tower.
Yeah, the ward placement pretty much tells everything of where they want to work off of here. Double pink wards up on top for Deft. EDG going to clear one out right now, though. We are going to see the first instance of Reckless versus Deft. Vayne into Mordekaiser right now. Braum Vayne definitely can chase him down, but it's going to be about global pressure as well.
And what's so exciting, oh, a little bit of the taunt there from Koro. What's so exciting about this Deft v Reckless matchup that is setting up is now second game in a row, two completely different AD carries for both players. And we need to see whether or not Reckless can still pull off Vayne. He was known for Vayne 2 years ago when he was progressing through the amateur scene, but has not been relied on to play that in at least the recent years.
He was the big carry in Fnatic 1 year ago. Yeah. Almost everything they did was go and build comms around Reckless, let him carry these fights. Then he joins Alliance, he tried to do the same, didn't really work out for him. Returned to Fnatic and now have Huni in the top lane, and the whole game plan is different.
Yeah, EDG really playing their game plan very well here, though. They've kept up the pressure on all the side lanes. They're trying to close the noose here now on mid lane. It's up to Fnatic to put down defensive wards, because a lot of the movement is going to be between Fnatic jungle, between the lanes here, and EDG are passing through wards ever so slightly here, so Fnatic can see and make the proper adjustments to defend.
Only thing I would have liked to see from EDG was just put more pressure on this mid tower and threaten a dive against Febvin. Force him to always take a very fast step back so he can't start instant clearing the waves, because that's what stops EDG from getting damage on the tower. Whenever Vayne is sitting in the side lane, she's not doing anything. She's stuck there. She's going to sit there forever and do nothing else than farm, so you have a numbers advantage in the mid lane. Go and put all that pressure on Febvin, force him away, take that mid tower.
You have to, while Mordekaiser is good at pulling off tower dives, you have to be so careful thinking about the displacement that Fnatic have. The Azir ultimate, the Gragas ultimate, and Gangplank global. That is really, really difficult to pull off.
They have good vision though.
And that vision may allow EDG the pressure. Ooh, that's a Fisher you've been talking about. Putting some threat on this tower with 30 seconds until the dragon spawns.
And look at the difference here, how far back Febvin has to stand before he can start clearing the wave, just by EDG sending 3 guys into the mid lane. He runs all the way back behind his tower, they get a little bit of damage, a little bit of poke onto him, and they keep the pressure going, because you can see everything with these deep wards. EDG is a team, once they get the map control, they can take over the entire map and then keep it, because they have so much deep vision.
Wants to, and I'd even go further and say they have to, because remember how hard they've committed to this style. 7 seconds left on the dragon coming up. I think that they've done enough to secure this one. That vision you're talking about should enable them to take it fairly freely. And the turret in middle being so low, this might be the last thing to knock it over.
It's all they were waiting for. Chip away in mid tower, keep a bit of pressure on it, take that dragon, go and secure the tower, push Fnatic even further back. Reckless does not have a Blade of the Ruined King yet, even though he's been sitting and trying to farm these side lanes so often. And EDG really showing why Mordekaiser with his early pressure can be so deadly. Once the tower goes down, Fnatic is here to try and defend it though with 4 members.
Well, Unbreakable will block those dragon auto attacks, and the dragon is getting chunked. Death Sentence finds Reckless, but there's no follow-up, and the dragon should drop shortly. Hold up there as Koro is challenging Huni to a duel. Flash away from Huni, flash forward for Koro. The cannon barrage comes down, and Huni does stay alive. They trade ultimates and flashes, but that's a big loss for Huni.
So Koro not able to finish, trade flashes though, and Huni can still stay back. But the way Deft uses the dragon here, I really disagree. Once there's no minions, don't just rush the dragon into the tower because you're just gonna get it killed. It has enough time, you can wait for another wave, use it then to get some damage on tower while they have to clear the waves, not just suicide with 4 dragons.
Inhumane, and it's wasteful.
We don't like it.
You're not meant to smile after that statement, Kobe.
We protect our dragons here.
Well, unfortunately, EDG do not at this stage. At this stage, rather. Deft has got himself that Rylai's Crystal Scepter. A couple of key items have been picked up. 600 gold in Reckless's back pocket, getting closer to that Blade of the Ruined King. Huni as well. GP asks the one question, do I have Trinity Force?
I'm so excited for the first team fight, by the way, between these two. I want to see if Deft is going to be able to pull off a flash third bonk charge of his Q to actually be effective, because it looks fairly difficult. Let's go over the zone control. I talked about that being the #1 thing against Mordekaiser. It's ridiculous. Gangplank, 2 forms. Gragas, 2 forms. Azir, 2 forms. Braum, 2 forms as well. So it's going to be so hard for Deft to navigate, and we'll see if he actually can separate himself from a run-of-the-mill Mordekaiser, or if he is an expert.
The last time we saw this exact matchup was Wild Turtle against Imp. And Imp walked into the third bonk, disrespecting the melee range. So Reckless needs to be a lot more wary, knowing how Reckless has played team fights recently.
Yeah.
The theory should be the theory.
I say, I'm looking for Mordekaiser to differentiate himself. However, it is a lot due to the team. The team's got to set him up. Mako on the Thresh.
Sure.
We keep highlighting Thresh, how important it is for playmaking for these guys. Mako, a lot of weight on his shoulders to come up big.
And he's not been doing a whole lot in this game, even though he's had full control of the Fnatic jungle for such a long time. We haven't really seen him commit to anything. Showed up mid once, and that was about it. But also with this Mordekaiser, it's not like his damage late game is terrible. He can still really destroy you. It's just getting to these targets that's so difficult. EDG will have, instead, though, so many members with a lot of mobility, like the Kassadin, like Fiora, that can get onto the backline of Fnatic. But the Vayne can kite and peel a lot for herself. So it's going to be so difficult for EDG in these big team fights, unless they can get a big tower advantage. And they're not doing it, because February is just sitting here wave playing, and they're doing nothing to pressure him away.
And that slower pace of game is so different from the previous match. By about this point last game, there was 11 kills on the board, and EDG had secured 8 of them. Admittedly, EDG have got 2 dragons already, which by this point last game there had been 1. So definitely prioritizing that aspect buff and using the cool that Mordekaiser can provide.
Yeah, and it's funny, this time around it's Fnatic who need to have a lot more precision in their execution to be able to pull this one off. Yes, they have a lot of tools to make this happen, but if you miss one of those very important ultimate abilities...
Miss a barrel in a big team fight.
And you get a bonk in the face.
Cannot happen for Fnatic, but for now, they have been able to just keep it somewhat close in gold due to the fact that EDG are always waiting for dragons to respawn. They want to play that 5-dragon game as well at the same time.
Not quite sure if people think that's annoying to call it bonk, but that's Mace of Spades. I'll stop that from now on. You'll know why when you hear the noise, though.
Minute and a half till the next dragon. Yellowstar was very brave and cleared out that pink ward near the mid lane river a minute or 2 ago. And there is a ward just behind that dragon pit for Fnatic with teleports available. So let's see if Fnatic decide dragon number 3 is the one they want to contest. Not give away that movement speed buff. But another half-hearted attempt
to push that middle tower.
That is feeding him farm.
Well, yeah. Another reason why we are seeing so much trepidation here is because these teams are not used to getting these champions. I mean, you don't play very many games where you actually do have Mordekaiser and Gangplank both in there. And EDG actually, the slower pace here is working fairly heavily against them.
I want to see where Mooney upgrades his cannon barrage. I think he's got enough serpents for at least level 1. And also whether or not he's learned to play around those barrel mechanics slightly more effectively. It is fire at will at level 1. Something that was not what he did last time. Death's Daughter was the preferred 515 upgrade.
So it depends on what you want to do with the Gangplank. Death's Daughter is better for the one-on-one, the instant damage on one target. Fight Will is better for the big team fight instead, where you can hit multiple times and use it as a zone.
Yeah, exactly. And since the name of the game here for Fnatic is to control the battlefield and the zones in it, definitely worthy upgrade there for Funi. Dragon number 3
could be your fight.
I'm so ready for this, Trevor.
Tell me what's going to happen based on where Fnatic is and their limited deep vision.
Well, I expect the fight actually to break out over wards rather than to break out over the Dragon, because vision is so important for these teams. And for it to really spark with a hook landing. I mean, Pawn and Deft to go all in on somebody. You want to focus whoever one target as quickly as possible. It doesn't even really matter who it is. If you can burn one person down and get the ghost, you actually get the 6 versus 4 that people often complain about. That's where everything turns for EDG, trying to burst that person down, grab the ghost.
And look here what Fnatic is doing around the Dragon. Look at their defensive pink wards, because they know there's a double teleport with 2 assassins basically that can flank and instantly kill your AD carry or your Azir in the back. So they have very, very defensive pinks to stop that flank from happening. And now the trick for Fnatic is just keep pushing mid lane. Honestly, if you keep pushing mid down to this tower, the melee champion will be spotted sitting under that tower, and you can have full vision of where EDG is going on the map, and they cannot flank due to these defensive pink wards.
I also must say an important thing for Fnatic is not to all blow their ultimates at the same time. As soon as EDG initiate, they have to be careful. Because Fnatic have so many tools, they have to be careful not to overlap all of them.
But it is a good setup for now for Fnatic. EDG obviously is going to look to try and challenge it, get in there, see if they can get some deep wards behind Fnatic, so you have that flanking option with double teleport. And it's always a fun little pre-fight over vision and control of the map before the Dragon starts.
Honestly, the reason that we put so much pressure on the early game and the snowballing and the team comp that EDG have put together here, the slow pace of the game into 21 minutes here is actually fairly good for Fnatic. Huni's been even able to farm up in the top side, sort of freezing there to the Trinity Force, and does have the high impact barrels now. So that's another reason why vision around Dragon is going to be so important. If you can set up barrels in the brush, then you get the chain reactions that really turn a team fight. And you mentioned, Trevor, you know, this EDG being very melee heavy, one barrel can take out the whole squad.
Yeah, we'll see whether or not Huni can make that land. I've heard from production that there is a keyboard-related issue with Rainover, the Q key, actually, specifically. So we're getting that resolved.
Very important.
Getting that resolved right now. And then, of course, we will get back into this. So we've mentioned the zone control excessively. The setup is in place. You can see the goal difference between the respective lanes, or really lack thereof. This is a very even, very static game that could be broken wide open by this very next team fight.
Yeah, and because Fnatic has been able to defend that mid tower, even though there's been 2 dragons for EDG already.
Yeah.
And just Fibberman sitting and wave playing for most of the time, except for that second dragon where the rest of the team came in. EDG, again, has just been farming. They do have a team, though, that does really well with 1 or 2 items, like the Kassadin. Often the big spike frame is get 2 items, get the fully stacked Rod of Ages, and you start having enough power to really assassinate someone. Mordekaiser as well, once that Rylai is coming in. So it's not all terrible for EDG getting these big items, but they cannot now afford to lose a fight, because then the game simply just runs away from them.
Now, game running away, EDG have got great scaling in their Kassadin and Fiora, questionable in Mordekaiser because it's so dependent on finding that third Mace of Spades. I quite like the tools that Fnatic have going forward, but it then relies entirely on the communication
execution
and not messing up, right?
Yeah.
I've just heard from our stats guy that Reckless has currently dealt, I think, 374 damage to champions. So, Fisher, you talked about him farming those side lanes. 153 CS, Blade of the Rune King picked up, and sitting on 1,200 gold. So he's making his way towards his second item. At what point does he become powerful enough to actually deal with Deft, who's got the Hextech Revolver and Rylai's?
Well, we hopefully should never see a Reckless alone versus Deft situation. Fnatic is going to do this as a team, but when it comes to his damage, I mean, we know the scaling of a Vayne. Blade of the Ruined King is the first important one, where he can start handling himself. And if a big team fight happens now, he can do decent damage if he gets to sit an auto attack.
Also, I have to say, the thing you need to keep track of is levels. Don't forget about the passive here from Mordekaiser. He's got 2 levels up on Reckless. Yes, the items are going to be fairly similar with the amount of gold he's been able to collect as he goes back to purchase next, but the extra levels there for Deft definitely adding a lot of stats.
And we can also see EDG later on in the game start using the fact you have Cassidy and Fiora, both of them with teleport. They are in the side lanes. You can even set them in the same lane and go 2v1 against Huni. Like, jump in, you have the mobility to do it. Because Febivan is the wave play with the teleport. He's the guy sitting mid lane for Fnatic all the time. So he cannot respond to the side lane pressure of double TP. There's a lot of ways EDG can play that out, either split push the whole thing or jump up to each other.
Just to explain to the guys in-house, the players did unpause the game to test whether or not Reignover could cast Q. For obvious reasons, the test did fail, I'm afraid. So the guys are busy triaging the problem. We need to get that spell once again resolved. We will continue to troubleshoot that. We've broken down some of the mechanics here, individual plays, the team fights. Where do these teams now sit in terms of communication, right? Because this Dragon fight is impending. Fnatic actually backed away just before the pause came in. They set up, they siege middle, they peeled back. Deficio, you've touched on the defensive wards, and Fnatic are now on their line of defensive wards.
They've had a good 10 minutes to set up how they want to execute this next team fight. So both teams should be very ready. It looks like, EDG have moved in. They have to clear out some Fnatic vision before they set themselves up, though.
And that is the key thing for EDG and why they're moving back in. February needs to keep pushing mid over and over and over. But you also have to be careful when it comes to recalling close to a dragon. If you do sit on 1,1600 gold, you really, really want to go back to base. You want to spend it all, but you can't because instant dragon is going to be started then, and that's what's going to cost it. Fnatic, if they give up another dragon to EDG, not only is it going to be 3 dragons for 0, that dragon should matter when it comes to taking down that mid tower.
So let's talk dragon mechanics. 1 and 2 were not good. We've seen Mordekaiser 4 other times at the tournament.
Right.
Martin, you are the dragon aficionado.
Freak.
No, you were real excited about it the last time.
So I used to hate that dragon. But now I'm starting to loving it a little bit more. Just a little bit. But I think the way Deft is playing with it is really wrong. Because what he's doing all the time is he's going in, he sends it straight into the tower with no minions. And Fnatic just sits there and hits it and just kills it. And because it's 3 melee champions, or even 5 maybe, 4 of them, sorry, Thresh can hit from range. EDG can't follow. The dragon is not enough for them to go in and hit the tower. So they just send in and kill it. They don't use the minion waves at all, and that's a big mistake.
My question is, are they going to let him retake this test? Is it graded on a curve? Come on. They need some help. Looks like we're going to have to send it over to the analyst desk, though.
That we are. Unfortunately, guys, we will head to the analyst desk. I will keep you entertained and informed while we resolve the problem.
That we will. Thank you very much, Quick Shot. There is seemingly an issue with Reignover's Q on Gragas. Now, there is the proposed situation in which there's a known bug with Gragas where you can't use your Q until you die. Yeah. So right now, we have officials discussing what will happen, whether or not it is an issue with the keyboard or the game itself. In the meantime, gives us some time to discuss. Drastically different strategy here by EDG with abandoning the triple TP. They still have the Fiora on the top lane, but a Kassadin, a Mordekaiser, and a very interesting, and that was all initiated by Fnatic, leaving Mordekaiser and GP up in the picks and bans phase.
And that's really brave, because one thing that we learned about EDG in the finals, actually, is that Pawn's Pirate is, like, really good. Like, his Gangplank is really feared in the LPL, and he was playing at mid lane a lot and was getting really good success rates with it, like farming up an absolute monster. And because Clearlove is more of a go into the enemy jungle, Pawn would like clear mid wave, go to Wolves, clear mid wave, go to Wraith. Here we're getting like 70 CS.
An homage to the French crowd with the wave. Nice to see the audience taking it all with a grain of salt and keeping a good attitude. as we are in the pause. Continue your point, though.
Yeah, so I was really surprised they went with Mordekaiser, and what surprised me even further is how slowly they've played this game. Like, they are slow playing, and all melee comp against Azir. This is very dangerous.
Yeah, for sure. They have a lot of scaling, though, right? You have Mordekaiser, who does a lot of damage, but you have Kassadin, who will be a large backline threat to the Azir and the Vayne later on. And these are all squishies, right? Everybody that you go after on the side of Fnatic is going to be a prime target for Kassadin. They don't have a lot of wave clear here. You're kind of relying on the Mordekaiser. It might turn out to be a problem for them, but they can just stall out for 5 dragons. That's really the win condition here from EDG, is get skirmishes when you're hitting power spikes and get your dragons, and then at that point, Fnatic won't have a response.
It's like the first thought that comes to mind is obviously you pick 4 melee champions into this composition that just loves situations when you run into them. You have Vayne, Azir, Gangplank. Obviously, on paper it looks bad, but what we need to highlight is the fact that EDG have stronger matchups everywhere, on bottom, on mid, on top, and of course the Drake situation that we spoke about, but I feel they need to pick up the pace. They're playing way too slow, and I feel like Fnatic eventually is going to be in a position where they are stronger than them in a team fight.
And there's one strategy that was really popular in the LPL that I feel we have to talk about just because of the Mordekaiser, and like you used to see it in like Season 1, and that is Kassadin has, with Athenes, has a mana reset on his W and Athenes. So he sits in a brush and just spams his ultimate, right? Until he like has all these stacks. Def flash ults the Vayne. Pawn just runs out of the brush and one-shots the Vayne, and then they win the team fight off that. It's very, very cheesy, and you used to see it a lot with DFG Mordekaisers. I know you're a big fan of it. But if you're able to get that AD carry, things like Baron, things like turrets actually become really easy to take. So we'll see if they're able to execute on a team fight, because I feel like unless they get like the dream play, the kite back is so good on Fnatic's lineup right now.
Yeah, that's the thing, is as soon as a Rylai's Crystal Scepter comes out for Febivin, you're not really going to be able to get to him as a Mordekaiser. If he's playing it perfectly, you're never going to even get close. You're going to blow your flash. Still, Febivin has ways to disengage you. So it's just that one key moment that Deft is looking for where he gets to bop a primary target. And like I said before, nobody's really tanky here. Like, even if you hit the Gangplank, you might just one-shot him. You might one-shot the Azir or the Vayne. So all of these people are very easy to take down if the Mordekaiser closes the gap. That's just the question that we had to bring up, though. Can he do it?
Yeah. Well, so the theme here seems to be time, right? It's about how much time does EDG have to close out this game, or rather to get to that 5-dragon mark without Fnatic getting to a point where they can wave clear efficiently, or even then turn the tides and siege themselves onto EDG.
And I feel like there's actually a really cool strat that EDG can use here. It's now like 23 minutes into the game. Like, it's time for the Dragon versus Baron showdown. Just go get the next Dragon, march it through mid lane, like completely show your hand, right? Make it the most obvious Baron in the world. Tank Baron up with a Dragon and just make Fnatic come to you, because if they don't make a move within like the next 5 minutes, we will get to that point of the game.
It's just like, with this play in mind, I feel it's like the composition that Fnatic has drafted. It's also like with the GP ult and the Azir going over the wall. I can imagine it's very hard for EDG to do the Baron, because they don't have like the quickest.
Oh, they shouldn't commit to it. Like, after Fnatic come to you, get the heck out of the
forcing the fight. I like it too. I like that. Forcing the fight, that's something they need to do. Because something that I want to talk about as well is like the Kassadin, because I've been hyping Kassadin all the time. We saw it yesterday as well, but Faker kind of died a lot of times in lane, sure, but I don't think that's relevant to my Kassadin point. I really like the confidence.
I love that you called yourself out on it, so that's great.
But then he deflected it for himself. It's not relevant.
Come on. Kassadin, of course. I like the fact that Pawn is brave enough to blind pick it against a player like Febivin, because Febivin has been criticized for a small champion pool. In this tournament, it hasn't been noticed because how the bans are structured. Nobody's targeting the Victor bans, the other bans. But Kassadin is really good against all those champions, like against the Victor, against the Azir. And the buff on Kassadin was immense. So he can start doing exactly as you said, just charging up in the bush and just one-shotting people.
And Pawn's 15-0 LPL.
Yeah, the funny thing, too, is you can also do that in the fountain with Home Guard and TP. And then you have full mana for the fight.
We are so cheesy. We are the cheesiest.
That's the thing, is Pawn strikes me as a cheeser.
Rank fives, here we come. We're going to play Mordekaiser with a Home Guard TP Kassadin, one-shot the enemy ADC.
You'll be flying, man.
Oh, my God. I do want to talk, though, because we had a rather lively discussion about how exactly Kassadin fits into this composition. Because EDG has locked themselves into a 5 melee comp, it is making it very hard for them to siege. Would it not have been beneficial for them to, say, for example, pick up the Azir, which was the discussion we're having, in place of the Kassadin, if only to enable a little bit more siege?
it would have allowed them to take turrets. It would have been a different direction to kind of take the composition, because otherwise this is more, we can have these spread out skirmishes instead of team fights, right? Like they have the split push going for them, right? Koro has priority in the top lane over Huni at the moment, and he's continuing to just get little chunks off of turrets, and it's hard to get some pressure there. But then if you start a skirmish on the other side of the map, you're in a good spot. So Azir would have been a completely different take, and there's more counter picks to it that you can run into it, because it would have been blind.
Yeah, and as I was going to say in the pregame, there's kind of this arrogance about LPL teams, and that is the fact that if they're even or ahead, they feel they're a better team, and then they shrug off victories like defeats like it's nothing. It's really weird when you watch them play, and EDG would have been like, we have a one-shot comp. We're not going to diversify. We're not going to do anything. They're very tunnel-minded on how they want to play the game, and you know, it's good because it makes these bloody games and they like run at each other a lot, but it also does have very significant weaknesses like LGD's stubbornness of not banning Mod. I would say that's, once again, they would be like, we've played it in scrims, we're better than Mordekaiser, we're just going to leave it up. And they got completely crushed by it 2 games in a row. Like, EDG, to me, have kind of done a similar thing here, where they're just like confident in their own gameplay, and it's probably going to bite them if the game goes for another 10 minutes.
Yeah, for sure. I want to like speak a bit more about the Azir in particular, because sure, it might not fit into EDG's idea. It's just the fact that it's just so hard for them to play their composition against Azir.
Yep.
We see them struggle, sieging in the mid simply because Azir can stand there and just relax, kill the mini wave, and also PU for the Vayne.
I just want to throw out an update. We're still troubleshooting the issue on stage. No ETA as of yet, but we'll keep you informed as it comes. Again, gentlemen, so to your point about, basically it would have created 2 different style of compositions. It kind of ties in with what you were saying in the pregame, which is that EDG is a team that is going to force you into decisions. Yeah. We're going to force you to make a decision about how we're dealing with dragons, because we're going to get to 5 unless you proactively stop us.
And the crazy thing is that Fnatic's game 1 comp was a very like all-in, like 5 people stack on top of each other comp, which EDG are normally comfortable playing in, and they didn't pick that kind of comp. So this time, EDG went, well, we're going to pick an all-in, like, stand on top of each other 5-man comp. And Fnatic's done the opposite and said, we're going to play the disengaged kind of pokey comp. So, like, they've actually completely swapped roles in this series so far. Shows the diversity of both teams. And the fact that they can both execute it up to a 23-minute mark is, once again, just fantastic League of Legends.
It's completely different than their tendencies as well throughout this entire tournament. Like I said previously, EDG has the most assists per kill, which is indicative of a team fight team. They're running skirmishes. And then the exact opposite is Fnatic. Their second least assists per kill out of all teams in the tournament. The only one that's ahead of them is AHQ, right? So this is Fnatic, who usually runs skirmishes, running team fight. And this is just showing that they have those different hats. They have that versatility, which you need to have as a team. We've seen all throughout Worlds, people, NA, RIP, having one strategy that does not work out because people learn it. And this is great because when you throw out different strategies and you have these different things, you throw pick bans off. And in the state the pick ban is right now, you can only get to throw off one strategy.
I want to take us back to the beginning of the game. We're hammering a lot on the compositions, but now I want to look at the way it was played out a little bit, because we had some criticisms about the Chinese team's ability to deal with the lane swaps. This time around, they seem to be a lot more comfortable with the way that the lane swaps are working out.
I think that it was, like, in terms of European lane swap, that what people like to call it, I don't like to call it that.
It didn't start in Europe.
Yeah, I know, exactly. You know, like, lane swaps to me is like chemistry, right? It's the same everywhere, but it's just a thing about reactions to what people do. Just like chemistry, when you mix
we got
things.
It.
Yeah, you got it.
This is beautiful.
You guys are looking like question marks and tell you.
Tell me the story.
Keep going, man. Talk to me.
In that case, it was played like perfectly. You know, like the top lane is coming into the wave that is coming in, and the bot lane is going to the wave that is coming out. That is lane swaps. I like it.
I think actually Fnatic was a team that made the first error in the lane swap, because what happened is Koro burnt Huni's ultimate and summoner spell, and then they felt like they couldn't control dragons, so they actually sent their bottom lane back top lane, and they kind of started the situation we're in. Whereas if they had have sent the Vayne down, it was only a 1-level difference at that point for some reason. Normally you're 4.5 to 6, and that's when you get the dragon as Mordekaiser. Reckless had reached level 5. I honestly felt they could nearly have contested Dragon 1. And if they had have got the first Dragon by a stroke of luck with the GP ultimate and then the Vayne being able to kite out very well, this game would have been like, EDG would have nearly had to roll over from that point. You drop a Dragon with this composition, you are in very big trouble.
I feel like in that particular scenario, like Mordekaiser kind of causes this very strange scenario. Like in this case, like in lane swap, usually you send your bottom lane top lane because that is the way that it's coming out, as I just explained. But with the Mordekaiser in the mix, it kind of changes your priorities in a way. Yeah, I think you have to give up those creeps, as you said, for the gangplank to just make sure your bottom lane goes down bottom to just contest that dragon, because I completely agree with you.
I also feel Gangplank ult is just so important in this matchup.
Hugely impactful spell.
Gangplank just as a champion, right? He's farming, he's getting extra gold
Also
for
that,
farming,
hugely impactful champion.
And while he's farming, he's getting assists across the map. But we haven't seen a lot of fighting in this game just yet. It's all of that just stalling out. And like we said before, it's time. And also another thing, like, because I'm a jungler and I was watching Rainover during the lane swap, he's taking some CS there. Like, he's 18 CS after. I'm sitting there, I'm like, those aren't jungle creeps.
Right. We were looking at the difference between Reckless and Deft was pretty large for being, you know,
it was 20
4
to 28,
or 5 minutes into the game.
Percentage-wise is huge.
Yeah. I do want to look at the junglers, though, because it was another thing that we brought up. We brought up earlier in the day and before this game, the Rainover and Clearlove matchup. Game 1, Clearlove got the better of him 100%, was running him around. You know, this time, given the lane swap, they haven't had a ton of interaction with each other, but how do we feel Rainover is stepping up or not in this game?
It's kind of funny because the lane swap, in a way, hid Rainover and Huni from Clearlove and Koro, because in the last game at 16 minutes, there were 8 deaths for Fnatic. 7 of them were Huni and Rainover. They were getting smashed in the top lane, and Rainover just, he seemed a little off. He wasn't watching his tremor sense in the previous game. This game, you know, aside from the bug happening, which is not his fault at all, he has been kind of just playing around the map, not to the best of the degree, because EDG is actually controlling vision. EDG is actually, I think, they are the second best warding team out of the teams here. KT is the one that's above them currently, but EDG is just having immense vision control, which they can't really seem to keep up with on Fnatic here, and I feel like Koro's also contributing to that, which is another thing, is that everybody on EDG is stepping up with
The thing is, like with Rainover in this particular case, there's not much he can do, because we've highlighted the fact that EDG has the stronger matchups, both in the split push, in the 1-3-1, which EDG is trying to pressure to gain access. The fact that Rainover is farming and keeping up with levels, that is the important thing, because I feel in the current state, I feel like Fnatic is winning simply because EDG is not pushing their advantages enough. I want to see the 1-3-1 go into the enemy jungle and deny Rainover's farm completely.
I completely agree. And the other thing you have to take into consideration is the lane to gank is a duo lane right now, because it's very hard to gank Fiora and it's almost impossible to gank a pushing mid laner, in the fact that Forbidden is pushing into pawn a lot of the time. And you do not want to Gragas gank Mordekaiser. It's very easy to prep the Q with Mordekaiser, and as he flies into you, just completely destroy the Gragas. I actually give credit to Rainover here, because I thought he would tunnel vision on Rek'Sai to the point that they would prioritize it over Gragas. And I feel that EDG wanted Gragas in this composition, because with the mid lane turret still up, it is so easy as Gragas to sneak around the side, chuck your ultimate out and give an alley-oop to the Kassadin and Mordekaiser. And Rainover had enough courage, I guess, in this matchup to not prioritize his better champion and take the Gragas for the team.
And here's the thing as well, when you look at that, between that, Rek'Sai versus Gragas, Gragas brings way more disengage to the fight. And if you want to set up a 1-3-1, Fiora split push, Kassadin split push, you need a disengager in the 3-person, and they don't have that currently. So that might throw off the 1-3-1, because right now, who's going to contest Kassadin in the split push lane? Right? There's nobody on this team who can do it. You don't send
Still
Azir
waiting
to go deal with it. So.
Who's going to contest a Fiora?
Yeah.
Gameplay, she's going to get done.
You have 2 major threats.
Many things left unanswered. Now, as we continue to investigate the issue on stage, let's hear what Forbidden thinks of his lane opponent, Pawn.
He was extremely good, but I think I was pretty bad back then, and I improved so much. And what he's good at is playing for his team. He can basically play whatever. His laning phase is really solid. He plays most of the champions. He plays really good for his team. He roams a lot. He sacrifices himself for the team. And that's what he's good at.
We have some statistics here, just so we can continue to facilitate conversation. Forbidden was up 30 CS at 10 and 39 CS at 20 minutes in Game 1 as Victor versus Twisted Fate, and was 36% of the team's damage, going 5-1 and 10.
Yeah, I think Febibin's been having an amazing tournament and showing that this rookie does have a ton to show. He's had so much potential since he first got on the Rift and we saw him in Challenger, and now making it to the place where he could go from quarters to semifinals and top 4 team in the world. just a big leap, and you can show that he's living up to his potential.
Yeah, I want to talk about another rookie, the guy that he completely crushed in lane when they played Invictus Gaming, right? And this is a person that is heralded as the next Faker when he was coming out of Korea, and one of the better laners in the LPL, which has some good mid laners. And Forbiven did an absolutely marvelous job. As soon as he did that, because I saw a lot of Forbiven, but you always question regional performances, just like people will now question the Chinese regional performance, because of the MSI performance he had. But I completely agree with him. He is night and day, so much better after MSI. Probably the steepest increase in a player that I have nearly ever seen on the world stage.
I'm happy also that he recognizes the fact, because there was so much hype around Forbiven simply because he killed Faker at MSI, but in my opinion, his performance at MSI was okay, it was decent, it was good, but comparing that to now, there's such a big difference. That hype he had around him back then when he killed Faker should be around him now, because I remember the particular matchup, EDG versus Fnatic. Yeah. Pawn was destroying Forbiven with a bad matchup. He was playing LeBlanc into Zed, and Zed is considered a stronger part in this matchup, and he was getting smacked.
Yeah, and I think a big thing about watching these two guys is also sorry, my brain just farted. What just happened?
That's all right. We'll talk about something else, because I got...
Anyway, sorry. So when you watch Forbiven in the mid lane, and he said that he's gotten better over time, it's not just domestic performances that you have to watch, it's also international performances. Because we see people have great domestic performances, but they can't transition to the international stage. Their nerves get to them. But Forbiven has been rock solid there in the mid lane. His CS has been going up, his differentials have been amazing, and his ability to kill you in lane is something that you can never underestimate against this guy. He is always very present in his games.
And another thing that you have to really give credit to, because of how much pressure gets put on top lane for Fnatic, and then because of the fact that Yellowstar and Reckless, at the moment at least, because of the cannon, are playing very much in tandem for the first part of the game, how hard it is to get these CS differentials in mid lane against other teams that like to play mid lane centric comps, and EDG can flex and do that. So being able to have these dominant performances in mid lane is just, once again, it's really impressive because of the way Fnatic play the game.
He's like a god version of Pobelter. Doesn't get the resources, but still wins mid lane. I think
100% agree.
Marvelous play.
However, in this tournament, he has actually gotten the second highest gold share on his team. Traditionally, coming into the tournament, we were looking at EU mid laners as having the lowest percentage of their team's gold, so that is indicative of the region generally starving their mid laners. Somehow he has scraped together a little bit more gold in this tournament.
He's continued to play Azir Victor. In that case, I will actually say that stat is lying a little bit, because we've seen a lot of Kassadin and champions like this that don't necessarily get that. The wave clear mid laners that Forbiven has continued to play and play well do generally get a higher share of gold than, say, the Fizzes, the Dianas, and the Kassadins that we've been seeing a lot.
And it also speaks to what the European meta kind of evolved into. Like, all mid laners were complaining with the fact that mid lane was just an island that nothing happened on, where you just farmed, and everything was impacted by the bot lane and mid lane, where you transitioned the vision in that area into mids. And I feel like that speaks a lot to how Forbiven plays and his playstyle.
I want to get back to the game state that we saw when we left, which was that Dragon up. We're looking at the next Dragon fight. I want to figure out how Fnatic defends or takes a Baron for themselves. Because to me, it seems, with a Gangplank and Azir, you want to be the team that gets there first in this scenario and be entirely set up. But while Fiora is pushing a Gangplank into a second-tier turret, it seems nearly impossible for them to actually properly set up for the team fight that they will win at Dragon.
Yeah, currently, the lines that they have for wards are actually in their own jungle, going across blue and red in a diagonal. They have a ton of pink wards on Fnatic's own side. So what they need to do is push their ward lines forward, get there first, of course. You might have to sack a dragon for it, because you see EDG really want to go for dragons here. That's the thing, is you could trade dragon for Baron. You have Azir, you have Vayne, you have Gangplank, you have so much damage that you can deal to this. You're going to take it rather quickly. You would have to get proper vision of the area, though. That's just the big thing, is the EDG will not let you do that so easily.
So the thing that EDG did really well, if you go back and watch this game, is they actually transitioned their wards to the top red side of the jungle very well. They had red buff warded in one end, the ward going up to the turret as well. And what that meant is that Huni was really hesitant to go slow push the wave, and he actually got beaten there. And they actually lost this dragon fight, in my opinion, the way it is going to play out, a minute and a half ago, because they didn't get Scuttle Crab. Like, Scuttle Crab is so important for Mordekaiser teams. As soon as you secure Scuttle Crab with Mordekaiser, he hides around the corner, he takes one step onto the crab, flashes, and he's got this big movement speed bonus with his shield. So if they had have been able to get there early, this is a fight they should have been able to contest, because they have the first upgrade from Gangplank, but it just didn't work out that way because they weren't there quick enough.
I feel like Fnatic is actually in a dominating position. I feel like EDG are playing slow enough.
Yep.
Kassadin was freezing the bot lane for some time, and I feel like Fnatic can just wait for the 4th dragon and do the fight right there.
All right, well, while we work out the issues on stage, we're going to take the opportunity to check out a few of your answers to our question of the day. To remind everyone, earlier we asked which player or lane will have the biggest impact today and why. Jack Adams says Yellow Star is going to have the most impact. His calls and plays are unstoppable.
Can't milk those. His Alistar were really good game 1.
Well, yeah, I mean, we talked about how to deal with the triple and the triple TPs, and it was the decisive calls to make those aggressive team fights that put you in a global comp in a tough decision.
It's like how we describe Yellowstar back in Europe is that the good supports like Mithy, Vander, and Casting, they take 98% of the chances they get, but Yellowstar is a person that creates his own opportunities. He kind of finds the engages that nobody kind of sees. And in this particular game, the first of the set, we saw that Yellowstar was kind of a genius in that way.
And next up, Even Horn says the bot lane for both teams, neither Reckless nor Deft will give the other any room to play. #friendship goals.
No room to play.
Is that friendship goals or?
No, I mean, you're actually making each other better players if you're actually just keeping each other honest. So that was one of the things too. When I saw the Jace AD carry come out, I was like, Reckless is sitting there in this game going, he never said that in the Skype group. It just feels betrayed. Yeah. Where are the secret strats?
This is one thing that I'm really interested in, just because of like the diversity between the AD carries. Like you look at Reckless and he plays very utility focused, which is why I'm super happy that he's on Vayne, because I don't think that's how he has to play. I think that he can play other styles. He just likes to play that way for his team because of Huni. Whereas you see Def's like even damage in game 1. Like this guy is just like, he will eke every single piece of damage out of his champion. And it's just completely different. Like one wants to be that big damage threat in team fights and one just wants his team to win. Like they're both going for the same goals, but they do it in very different favors. And that's why I actually give a lot of respect to both AD carries. I think that they're almost getting to the point where you don't necessarily compare them as like EU Deft versus Deft anymore, because they have diversified a lot.
Yeah, for sure.
Now I want to talk then, since we're on the topic of AD carries and we have Mordekaiser versus Vayne here, a lot of people don't have too much information on if this was a 2v2 matchup, how specifically those AD carries interact. So when you have a Mordekaiser on one side, is Vayne the proper pick, or they chose the lane swap, so I'm assuming isn't the best 2v2 anyway?
I think the first thought that comes to mind is Vayne has issues in the early game against things that push hard. Mm-hmm. And I think Vayne in this particular matchup would just sit under her tower and Mordekaiser would have priority on almost any objective in the area. So in that regard, I feel it is kind of a dangerous pick. But then again, in the mid game into late game, she is very mobile, doesn't need to itemize the crit. She just itemizes the attack speed and movement speed, and I think in that regard, it kind of works out.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I also think it's very support-centric, right? If you're able to get something that can trim the wave, you don't necessarily have to play a lane swap situation. However, they didn't go with that. I think that we're going to see a lot. If Mordekaiser keeps getting through, we'll see a lot of Kalista or a lot of Vayne. Same reason, very good kite back at AD carries. Both do a lot of damage to the person in front of them. The Hurricane build seems to be popular because of the wave clear in the matchup, but I would like to see people adapt Bang's build where he goes very single target focus with something like a Static Shiv in there, because if you put a lot of spears into the Mordekaiser, all of a sudden he is very scared to try and continue this fight. And I think that is something that they can definitely take advantage of.
Yeah, I definitely think, echoing both of your sentiments here, very support-centric in the matchups, but you don't want to run a low-mobility AD carry into Mordekaiser, because as soon as he gets a Rylai's Crystal Scepter, you're never getting away from him, and he's just going to bonk you 3 times and kill you. So definitely think about the support you want to take, and you also have to consider the Mordekaiser support. Does he have a Zillion? Does he even have a Lulu or a Blitzcrank, right? Something that's going to enable him to get to you or bring you to him.
Now, we have mentioned that EDG's primary win condition is the 5 dragons, but I want to return to the topic of engage, because as it stands, they have very little, if any, engage. Their most reliable source of engage is either a Rek'Sai tunnel or a Thresh hook.
Home guard Kassadin.
It's like,
and or home guard Kassadin.
While their win condition is very obvious, as we stated, 5 dragons, I feel like their hidden win condition to kind of get the pressure to get those dragons is you making use of the Kassadin with teleport, the 1-3-1, keep applying pressure on the sideways, because that forces the enemy team to split up. They don't need to group up.
All right, well, because of the game-altering bug that prevented Reignover from casting Gragas' Q, the game will undergo a full remake with new picks and bans. Now, to allow the teams time to strategize and regroup. We'll be taking a short break, but don't go anywhere. The World's Quarterfinals will continue right after this. Welcome back to the 2015 World's Quarterfinals, where Fnatic currently leads the series 1-0. Because of a game-altering bug, the teams have accepted a full remake with new picks and bans. And while the teams load up on the stage, let's look at the draft from the last game and see how things could change in just a few moments. We did a great job talking about everything that could have happened with those team comps. There's going to be new ones coming through, gentlemen. So here we go. With all of this information in mind, the teams obviously stay on the same sides. What do we expect to see change?
Azir.
Azir?
Azir on EDG side, maybe. But then again, like Spawn, the thing you've been talking about, like the LPL's cockiness, I can still see that come into play.
I think the real question is which of these teams felt like they were in the winning position when the game was left, right? Because if I'm EDG and I say, look, we were on track to make the 5 Dragons, no problem, and win this game, and Fnatic is going to leave it open again, maybe they just go for the same comp.
I'd be a little scared if I was Fnatic saying if we do exactly the same thing, they might do something else besides the Kassadin and kind of round out the wave clear of the composition. But they were shoving up waves, and it showed that when they first picked the Mordekaiser and you first picked Gangplank, they're just going to play Fiora into it, and they're going to have an okay time. So if I'm Fnatic, I might throw things off there and ban those 2 champions again.
That is a matchup that if I'm Fnatic, I look at and I'm like, how did we actually plan to deal with this late game? Because we kind of need Gangplank in the comp to help the kite back, and Fiora is never going to join. And one thing that we didn't really hit on is the kite back out of EDG with Rylai's Crystal Scepter wasn't actually that horrible. It's really hard to catch Gangplank Mordekaiser when they start running, Kassadin and Mordekaiser when they start running away. And Fiora is just going to split push. And we saw yesterday, even without armor items, this champion turret dives the absolute heck out of everyone.
You know, something that we did discuss coming out of Champion Select of the last game, or the remade game, was the fact that Fnatic curiously still banned Tahm Kench and Lulu while leaving the Mordekaiser GP up. If you're red side and you're going to get 2 picks following the first, why not leave a second large priority pickup with the knowledge that you're going to get 2? You're either going to get like GP Lulu or Mord Lulu, which are both great.
Would be crazy. You run into something that enables him to get in. You get so much movement speed from the Whimsy and all that, so that help picks and all that, and just giving him so much more and enabling the Mordekaiser. That would just be, if they didn't first pick Mord, you'd have a really good core on your hands.
So there's a comp that the EDG ran a lot, which is Korra actually plays top Lulu. Jinx was undefeated. Def was undefeated on Jinx apart from 1 game against QG, and Azir is really good at shutting that comp down. So if you do that, I actually think they nearly first pick Lulu and run the Jinx Lulu comp that we've seen so much success with right now, because
you run Jinx Lulu into GP Mord though?
Into GP Mord, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Heck yeah, how the heck do they get on top of it with an Azir?
I feel
I would do that.
Like there's so many like question marks, because like I was thinking about Lulu, would that put Spawn on Azir? And there's so many questions. Like if they ban Fiora, maybe the other side will first pick Gangplank. If they Tahm Kench, like Fnatic has been banning it a lot. I remember that Fnatic played it in the finals against Origen, so we know that Yosa can play it. Surprising that they still ban it. But there are so many question marks that get raised if you change up the bans.
Yeah,
like
100%.
Like first thought that came to mind, do you ban Fiora? But no, they will just first pick GP. It's so difficult.
I think in my head that Tahm Kench would be the most reasonable one to leave up, and you take, because you're happy to eat up your vein as soon as Mord goes on him, keep whatever carry is the Mord is looking to go for safe. That to me seems the most reasonable. A quick note, just for everybody at home, Gragas will remain enabled. There was a discussion about whether or not he should be disabled. Will remain enabled. So I expect that he'll remain in the, regardless of the bug, he'll remain in that kind of power trinity of junglers.
Special circumstance to create what happened and make sure that the players are informed and it doesn't happen again.
Yeah,
Avoid
extraordinarily rare.
Like if it was disabled, it would create a hilarious situation, because we're back in the old meta where Gragas and Rek'Sai is like on both sides, top tier, of course.
Because Elise has always been.
But then if Gragas would be out of it, then Rek'Sai would be permabanned, and we would see all these fun junglers, Rengar, Lee Sin, yay!
Evelyn, Olaf.
Well, we have, that is something I actually want to come back to, because we talked about the possibility of pinching junglers with Reignover. Because there are so many champions that seem to be priority bans as of right now. He is getting a lot of leeway in the junglers he's allowed to play. But EDG on blue side, we always talk about blue side having more leniency with their bans. Is this not another approach they can take?
I actually think this was like a really cool game for Rainova as an individual player because he got to show that his Gragas isn't like horrible, and now all of a sudden that strategy becomes harder to execute on because like in a 1v1 jungle matchup, right, Clearlove is very, very well known for being able to take the Rek'Sai Gragas matchup on both ends of it and out-teamfight the other jungler. That is like what he made a name for. So, and we saw it at MSI a lot. He was a very good team-fighting jungler, but he also has a Lee Sin.
Do you disagree?
I love how you said he showed this Gragas wasn't horrible because he got to do nothing that game. 0-0-0.
Yeah.
He didn't show that it was good.
Just right, because if he was
horrible.
good, he'd be 10-0, Irene.
Then again,
Come on.
It's like Fnatic's
But he controlled Vision well and he didn't get invaded. Like that's really all you need to do at the start of the game.
It's like surviving is doing something good for Fnatic side. If they survive with this team composition, they're doing good.
Yeah.
They should be applauded for that. You know?
I want to say, yeah, that is a team comp thing. I'm not making the generalization that that is how every Gragas game should be played, but in what should be an accelerated game for EDG, Gragas being able to keep up wards, keep the lane safe, and not give up the mid lane turret is 100% doing Gragas' job in that game.
Yeah, I think so much of this game is going to be dictated in that first 10 seconds of pick ban where we see the bans, which is that is Fnatic going to roll the dice again and say you can have your pick of the GP Mord, and that'll shape the entirety of the pick ban phase. Let's pretend that those are both banned out this time as opposed to left open, and we see what is considered more of a traditional pick ban as of yet in the meta for this tournament. Then where do the teams go?
It depends on what isn't banned out of Lulu, Kalista, Tahm Kench. Because if Lulu's left up, you snatch that up for EDG and you run it with a centric comp around Deft. 100% I think that's what you do. If Kalista's up, you can probably take that rather early as well. See how you fare with it. I know that there are different things that Deft likes to play, but giving him a self-sufficient AD carry like that could be a way to go. And then Tahm Kench just is Tahm Kench, man. Like that guy, as soon as he's unbenched, I want to see him.
Deficio says he's the most OP champion in the game.
I honestly think he is as well. I agree with Deficio.
I think you have a good point. Yeah. Like with that in mind, with what you just said, I really doubt that Fnatic is going to change the red side strategy. I think this trade is very beneficial for them simply because they're so afraid of the Tahm Kench, the Kalista, as you said.
I also think that this matchup, because we've seen two very different games, is coming down a lot to coaching and how much Aaron and Daylor have prepared, because Aaron is like, once again, the MSI strategy game 5, but Daylor is also a fantastic coach, and his pick ban phase so far has been like incredibly sound. So I want to know if they change it up. I also want to know whether Pawn is willing to pick Veigar into these control majors, because if he is and they are able to run the Veigar Jinx, like I know that it was exposed, but I think that is once again another curveball that you can throw at this team. How do you deal with Siege? You've like done with the poke, and now we've run this all melee. Now we'll go to Siege and just continue to throw game plans out there.
I definitely agree. I think that Tahm Kench right up here, and then Veigar's like right under him, just barely under him in terms of best champions in the game at the moment. But yeah, one of the reasons we are having so much time here on the desk before the game is because we're giving the coaches that prep time, and they're definitely using it right now because we haven't gone into game, right? They're
it's not just because we want to talk.
Like,
we promise.
They are strategizing right now, thinking about it, because it is a huge conundrum here. You're sitting here thinking, do we leave it the same? What if they switch it up on us? And both teams are doing that, right? You're not having an agreement of what's happening over again, because if you think, because nobody got a big feel for if the other person was really confident in their comp or if they're going to change it up. So it's a huge mind game going on.
It was a really tentative game in general. I want to return to something that we brought up at the beginning of the day, which is that Fnatic is a relatively top lane focused team. We usually see a lot of resources pumped into Huni and his lane. EDG generally favoring more of the bottom side of the map. But if we recall game 1, the numerous dives over onto Huni and the inability, and we see him on the screen now, for Rainover to get up there and help him until about 17 minutes into the game when they made the realization that they could. That matchup specifically here when he was playing GP as well against the Fiora, getting pushed in consistently, all of a sudden this top lane matchup seems more tilted in EDG's favor.
Well, one thing I want to point out, and we spoke about it a lot, in our opinion, Fiora is like S-tier top lane right now. And kind of like Elise, if you bring any other jungler to Fiora's lane and you get the 2v2, that is a one skirmish just because of Fiora's skirmishing potential. She gets to choose, unlike a lot of champions, every 3 seconds whether she wants to go in or out. Like, I just cannot stress how important that is to decision-making process. And to Reino's of his credit, he was there every single time they wanted to start the gank in game one. He was just like that half a second, kind of like yesterday, that half a second too late. And the Fiora just wins out in the 1v1 matchup.
4 minutes to champion select. Just want to throw that in there. That's the ETA as of right now. Back into the matter.
It's also like the fact that I feel like Clearlove and Koro are actually working together. Like with Amazing J, there was very like low amount of teamwork. Clearlove, it felt almost in the way like, oh shit, I cannot gank top. I just gank bottom, level 2 gank, do some crazy stuff. It feels like in the early game they had a plan. There was cohesion and they worked together.
Yeah, and just looking at the statistics that they had, everybody on EDG's team had 77% or higher in kill participation, except for Amazing J, who had 50%. So they were basically leaving Amazing J out to dry. And if you look at it on the flip side, everybody on the side of Fnatic has less than 70%, so they're very skirmish focused, but we're seeing more team fight out of them.
Yeah, one thing I do want to point out is that Amazing J is a split pusher and Koro is the captain. So when you have the shot caller and captain in jungle and top lane, and like it's such an important map, you can nearly guarantee that he's going to be like, you need to help me against Huni because Huni's still a class act and like one bad performance isn't going to keep the guy down. And you even saw that one bad 10 minutes of the game didn't keep him down for the next 20 minutes of the game even. But yeah, once again, that's just credit to being able to swap things up on the fly, going from a split pushing top laner to a top laner that needs help and being able to pivot on that.
Yeah, and one complaint that EDG was having was that they were not communicating during the group stages. And when they threw Koro back in, their comms cleaned up. Their captain was back. He was facilitating the conversation. And as a jungler myself, that's what you need. You need information, even if it's just he used his Q, he used his E, he used his dash. What is my window of timing? Where are the wards? Communicate with me. And when somebody's giving me a ton of communication and information, I'm going to go to that lane because I know the opportunities that are being presented there. And I feel like that's what's going on between Koro and Clearlove.
Yeah, we had some questions about, you know, how Koro would mix back into the team after being away for some time. But also, too, statistically, interestingly enough, in the group stages, Fiora wasn't banned a single time against EDG and yet wasn't picked a single time against Amazing J. So that's just another thing that Koro has brought to the team here in the bracket stages, is just the ability to pick Fiora and play it pretty well.
Well, it's actually funny because you have Darius to blame for that, because rumor has it that EDG was scrimming TSM and Amazing J picked Fiora and Darius picked Darius and like trash can the guy, like to the point that he will never pick Fiora in a competitive game. And Amazing J actually credited him in one of his interviews when he picked the Darius into the Fiora matchup, because he was like, I used to think it was a losing matchup, and then Darius made me a believer with how badly that lane turned against me. So that's probably why he wasn't prioritizing it, because he didn't want it to happen again.
I think it's strange throughout the tournament that we have seen so little Fiora.
Fiora, what the heck?
Because for us, every time we've seen a Fiora, we're like, oh my goodness, this is so broken. She's jumping around, healing, hitting vitals, doing stuff. And finally, a team is putting focus on it because, as you said, in these skirmishes is so strong. What is a bad matchup for Fiora? Nothing. There's nothing that Fiora is bad against, I can imagine.
You definitely have to put in a lot of time on Fiora, though. Her mechanics are very similar to Riven's in terms of auto-canceling, using your Hydra at the right time, and having those windows, because you can do things like Q, input buffer, and auto-attack, get your E auto-attack, reset Ravenous Hydra, and then another E. There's all these different things, and then using riposte at the right time and just having that reaction time as well as prediction and seeing what's coming out. So you have to put in the games.
I also feel there was a tiny bit of confusion about build path on Fiora, because I saw an awful lot of Hydra Essence Reaver Fioras like rushing, and I was like, I don't know what the heck is going on here. Whereas like from what I've known, the Koreans definitely have been going Hydra into Black Cleaver into defensive MR items to be able to boost that healing. And that seems to be much more successful, even against armor opponents.
Yeah, you need CDR for those breakpoints on your Q so you can continually use it to reposition on people for vital hits.
It's like we're saying that Fiora is a hard champion to master, but we have pro players playing at the World Championship. This is the time to show up with these champions. We cannot make excuses for the pro players. They need to figure out the builds.
And this is where we're seeing it become a benefit to the people that have picked it up. So this, only serves your point, which is that the people who have managed to pick her up, we're seeing the power of it, because every time we watch it, we go, what the heck is happening? This champion is so strong.
As soon as MaRin ran over that 4v5 in the SKT game, I was just like, what the heck is this champion? And like, it's so great, because if you run it with Gragas Fiora, it's pretty much a Janna in the team fight without having to give up like the fact that you have to run a disengaged support. All of a sudden you can run Alistar or Braum with it, grab great engage from your support and still have that disengaged heal in the team fight phase.
Now, the final set of players that we've talked about briefly, but not very much actually in this matchup, Mako versus Yellowstar. We've talked about the calls of Yellowstar, the fact that he creates advantages for his team and opportunities for his team beyond just taking the ones that are presented to him. I want to look at Mako on the other side of things, playing Thresh again this last game. A player that I feel gets overlooked pretty often on that team, but creates a lot for them.
He's my MVP on the team. It's funny because when I look at like Niels and he's a rookie, then I look at Forbidden and he's a rookie, and I hear a lot of this term thrown out. Mako was a rookie. He wasn't even the starting support for their team. He was brought in by Deft's request because Deft loved playing with him. He was actually a substitute. And this guy just does so much around the map. Like his Thresh plays in game 1, he was saving people left, right, and center, the turret dive, the top lane play. He's just, honestly, he's a playmaker, and he's got like a calm, quiet demeanor, which people overlook and that we value very highly.
Very modest.
Yeah, if you were going to make a rookie team out of the World Championship, you'd throw Niels and Mako in the bottom lane for me, like 100%.
I also think that Mako being the playmaker is a big thing for this team because he's a large part of how they start fights and how they disengage them. And like you look at Yellowstar, he's a great skirmishing player, right? He can start fights, but Mako is very versatile in the disengage portion of it as well. Mako has a really good sense of what fight they can take and which ones they can't take. And I really love that about him. And people are like, oh, he's at the right place at the right time. No. He sees this coming and he realizes that his players need help. And I feel that's a great instinct to have as a support.
I feel like whenever we're talking about good supports, we're talking about the high.
I got to interrupt because we've been talking for far too long. It's time to send it over to the casters to get us back onto the Rift.
Thank you very much, Dash, and the rest of the analyst desk. As we do get into picks and bans, I do want to take a moment to clarify the situation and where we find ourselves. The issue that appeared in-game prevented Reignover from casting the Gragas Q spell, and the refereeing team, they did investigate and exhaust every single option to resolve the issue in-game, including allowing Gragas to die and attempt to resolve the matter. After the issue remained, Fnatic was then offered the opportunity to remake, which they accepted. That is, as per the rules, the remake will now include new picks and bans because team strategies were revealed, including playstyle. Gragas will remain enabled because of the popularity of the champion on the current patch, but we will state right now, if the bug does reappear, the champion will be disabled for the remainder of the tournament. So that is something just to keep in mind. We can only apologize.
It's a very rare bug.
It is, and we can only apologize to the teams, to everybody watching. The remake will be starting shortly with picks and bans. So let's shake this off and talk about Mordekaiser and, in my opinion, GP. Do we think teams are going to allow both of these champions to once again go through picks and bans?
Well, I mean, we saw from Fnatic, their bans were Lulu, Kalista, Tahm, Kench. If they want to do that again, I want to see Tahm, Kench, and Kalista being banned first and have that Lulu as the potential bait against EDG. But also I think for EDG, they saw the Gangplank, they saw the kite composition being built by Fnatic, so they knew, or now they know, Fnatic has an answer to the Mordekaiser.
Yeah, and I think that if they did leave the Lulu up, then EDG would have changed their first pick and actually would have first picked the GP instead and not taken the Mordekaiser. You know, Mordekaiser into GP and Lulu is kind of ridiculous.
So, Fnatic...
But there she finds herself on the ban list already.
Yeah, Kennen as well for EDG. They banned Elise and then they banned Sivir last time around. Obviously, that is what left Mordekaiser and GP open, and for now, it is exactly the same. Fnatic now do not want to ban one of the two OPs. Oh, now they will, because Mordekaiser got banned. So now GP is what you want to ban away if you are Fnatic. And say, we don't want to risk it. But that does leave Tahm Kench open.
For Fnatic to potentially pick?
Well, for you. I'm not expecting a Tahm Kench first pick.
Last game was Rek'Sai, first pick, when Elise was off the table.
I mean, Fnatic got to make the decision now. Do we have a composition we want to run against the Gangplank? Then we banned the Tahm Kench now. We gave them first pick.
I don't think you can. Yeah, I don't think you can give away Gangplank without getting one back.
Been super risky, at least. But again, this is a team that is not afraid of taking chances. Rek'Sai would be the obvious first pick. Tahm Kench, yes, he's fantastic. But it does require a composition where it makes sense to pick him into.
Sound like a bit of a fanboy there, Deficio, of that champion. Fnatic now have the option to pick in two of their preferred. Hyper carries are still up and available, the likes of Jinx. Go over the tower pushing power of Tristana. Cannon away. Sivir's available. Fnatic could go Sivir and support.
So are Jinx and Caitlyn, which was also mentioned as being practiced by Deft fairly recently.
If you're a Fnatic now, you might say we want to take some safe picks. We don't want to show too much. Then you go for Gragas here for Reno and say we want to see more of your picks before we start building a composition. Or you take some of the safer top lanes we have seen being blind picked, Darius and Fiora and so on, for Huni up there. But he's shown he wants to play different kinds of top lanes.
And I would like to combo that Gragas with the Thresh if you are trying to try and keep your first round without giving much away. There is the Kenshi. All right, we got the Kench into Flame Chompers combo.
You get your Tom
I'm
Kench.
so happy. The only problem is it's like 3 weeks too late. And if I go on one of my Kobe rants on Tom Kench, then people just
The thing
get annoyed.
is, I stole your notes anyway, and I already said everything you had prepared.
But everybody wants to hear the Kobe rant, so we'll see how practiced Yellow Star is on this champion, because we've seen him.
He played it before it was cool.
But it
played
wasn't
it before
good.
it was buffed.
But it wasn't good.
Okay,
It
that's
really
fair.
was not good.
But
they lost that game.
He now had 4 more weeks or 5 weeks to practice even more. I think Jinx Tom Kench is one of the best combos you can pick, because it gives Jinx that extra mobility in the late game that she needs to survive these team fights, and also in the laning phase, it's very hard to all in on a Jinx when Tom Kench is next to her. He basically just makes almost every lane a farm lane because he stops that all in from happening. Could be there.
There's the, well, I was looking at the Caitlyn already for the other side here. Picked up by Def. Like we said, he's been practicing it fairly recently. We'll see if they actually end up in that 2 versus 2, because Caitlyn can try and bully them off. Jinx can switch to Rockets, though, and actually trade. So it definitely will be determined by the support pick.
Well, what do we have seen so far from teams when they play against Tom Kench, because it's so fairly new? They pick some all-in comps, like, oh, we're gonna play like an Annie Kalista lane, and we're gonna try and all-in the AD carry. Tom Kench eats it and says, no, that's not gonna happen. Caitlyn, on the other hand, is a lane where you're going to push and push and push all the time. I think that's way better against Tom Kench, because he doesn't offer any sustain for his AD carry outside of Relic Shield. So poke them down, poke them, don't all in. That's what Caitlyn offers.
And we're going to see the Riven for Huni. Fembevin will secure Gragas once more for Rainover.
Interesting with the top lane carry here into the Fiora. This is going to be such an interesting skill match between Riven and Fiora. Once again, though, I think there may be a lane swap brewing.
I think there's a good chance we see Morgana as well, and us instantly just locked in here.
This is what we were also talking about. When you have Caitlyn going for that siege, you want to combo it with something in the mid lane that really supplements the siege. And Veigar, we've already seen it many times by specifically the North American teams putting in a lot of time on that. But Pawn has been practicing it heavily in solo queue, and EDG will try, group up early, knock down the outer turrets, but also, while they're knocking down the outer turrets, fish for that binding, fish for that cage to try and get that pick. And yes, Tom Kench can eat somebody out of a binding, but the cage blocks off a huge zone.
Still, Tom Kench, to me, is a very good Veigar counter, due to the fact he can remove that one-shot potential from happening.
Burst.
However, EDG are not looking necessarily to one-shot someone. They're looking to zone you off your tower and take your tower.
It's about the area
and
that you can control.
You cannot eat the tower. That doesn't work. That doesn't work.
Have you tried?
That was in your notes, Kobe, so I trust you now.
Well, Febevin's got a couple seconds left to lock in his counter. He's had great performances on LeBlanc, and we'll see whether or not he can get some early pressure against Veigar.
Here's the one thing. While I'm a huge Tom Kench fan, he is not the all-in-one tank. He is not a hard engage tank. So it's actually fairly risky for you to try and engage with Tom Kench and use the Abyssal Voyage. It's much better at cutting people off and sort of corralling people into a direction to control with the rest of your team.
This is a very mixed composition for Fnatic.
Yeah.
You got the Riven split push coming in. You want to assassinate someone with LeBlanc, and you want to have these big kiting team fights with the Jinx Tom Kench. So it's a bit of everything for them. The problem is if they want a 1-3-1, Jinx wave play in the mid lane. Again, she needs to get in there with the rockets. She can't clear really far away from.
Yeah, the thing is, I want to reiterate this one more time. It's a bit of everything except for really hard engage. They would have to have Flash with Riven or some crazy Gragas ultimate, because if Tom Kench Abyssal Voyage into the back line, he gets stunned with whoever he brings.
And he wants to be in the back with his AD carry.
Exactly. If you put up the cage, you can stun them both. He can't save anyone if he's stunned as well. He has to get his own Merc Treads. He has to get some sort of QSS or McHale's or something to pull that off.
Luckily on the side of Fnatic, they have shown a penchant for engaging at the right time in the right place, and they'll need to keep that up. Guys, this is the remade game 2 of this best of 5.
hashtag EDG win with that Vigar mid, or hashtag FNC win. The Yellow Star will get his hands on the Tahm Kench. Vision and flanking going to be so important for Fnatic. They've done it in the past when Huni has played Riven. They've shown they have an ability to get him to TP into the jungle and hop over walls. And they may need to do that again to get behind that baby cage that Vigar can put down.
Yeah, the early game is so key in this matchup. When you have a siege composition, if they do well in the laning phase and get to rotate the AD carry into mid and start this siege on your tower, there's often very few answers other than like a TP flank happening. If that fails, you fall so far behind. But the same can be said for EDG here with their comp. If they start losing lanes to Riven and LeBlanc, the crazy pick potential for Fnatic can just run over them.
And this is the thing, Jinx can take a turret very quickly, so Fnatic can trade objectives fairly efficiently as well. Face checking here.
This is risky.
Deep wards they've been seeing coming in.
And Fnatic did a similar thing in the previous game. EDG have adapted.
They're gonna get Reckless and Yellow Star.
Oh, it's gotta pay off.
Tremor Sense is showing two members of Fnatic nearby. EDG very patient.
They saw the ping on two guys with the Rek'Sai, so they know it's not 5 members running from Fnatic, but EDG is still...
A brush with death there.
Not gonna pull the trigger.
And they escape.
Fnatic get
Maybe they
deep wards down. They know the wards are in place, so EDG...
I want to shout out to my boy Freak.
Are they gonna look for the lane swap, or will they use the warning information to dance around?
Okay, so basically, yeah, as you just said here, they want to dance around where the wards are being placed. It's often the same ward placement you see when these invades happen. 3 of them down to block every entrance towards the lane, so Fnatic didn't spot them. Sneak up there, but so it's going to be a 2v2 top. Huni gets his one-on-one down the bottom lane as well, so we have these insanely snowballing matchups between a Fiora and a Riven, where the first gank can basically decide the entire early to mid game between these two guys.
Meanwhile, look at this huge advantage here. Tahm Kench absolutely annihilates Krugs there with the giant AoE, and they're going to be a camp up. Caitlyn likes to start shoving the wave though, so Def tried to get there as soon as possible, auto-attacking the wave. You charge up your headshot every time, obviously your headshot is charged up. Look for your harass trade. Mako lands the first binding, but Yellow Star says nope.
We're going to see that a lot, I feel.
Yes. Def and Mako are more looking just to poke with the double range against them than all-inning. What you normally could do with Caitlyn Morgana is you land the binding, follow up with a trap, and someone is stuck for such a long time. Another small thing, notice here Reignover, he started on the top side of the map, so he's going to path down towards the bottom side. That's going to apply pressure on Koro if he's going to push his lane.
Yep, it's all about that minion wave control up top. When you have control as a Caitlyn lane, especially with Morgana at your back, you can be extremely aggressive, just like Huni.
Really bad trade by Koro right here. He walks in into stun range of Huni, then uses his block basically for nothing. It's an instant ability, obviously, for Huni with the stun. You have to be super quick on a Fiora.
Exactly.
Close to impossible for him to pull off here, and he really failed it big time.
Koro's backed, picked up some wards, and a pot is now under CS from Huni, but the wave is pushing towards Koro, so Huni gonna be needing to overextend, but luckily Clearlove is on the complete opposite end of the map.
Yeah, even though that trade evens up teleports, Huni's got such an experience advantage here working with it. He will also probably be able to go up and clear out that pink ward that Koro placed in the tri-bush. So that, while the giant wave is there, so that would be some extra value added. Pretty deep ward here on the Wraith camp as well. Clearlove was able to get a little bit of deep vision over on Reignover's side, and that will be the next camp that Reignover goes to. So EDG will have information on Reignover's whereabouts fairly shortly.
Well, we get a good start for Huni in the bottom lane. Top, again, is what we mentioned, how you can keep pushing it in. If you are the Caitlyn Morgana lane, just keep trading. 2v1 against both Tahm Kench and then the Jinx, and it's hard then to reply if you are Fnatic. And really also with this Morgana pick, it's funny because a lot of these champions for EDG that haven't shown before in this tournament, they have been spamming them in solo queue. Morgana was there for Mako, Caitlyn for Def, Veigar as well in the mid lane, and this is gonna happen over and over. And Rek is a little bit confused.
Small miss. Aim small, miss small. We'll see if Reckless can find his aim later on. Reignover spotting Clearlove in the jungle will give some information. Huni actually gets caught up by that riposte.
Another matchup I want to touch on is that mid lane because Veigar is such a game changer. If you allow him to stack up early, And the only way to disallow him from stacking up early is to force him to trade in lane and go for those aggressive moves here. Fabibin on LeBlanc, on the Assassin, has the ability to do that and try and go aggressive, but you can see already, Pawn even expends his early teleport in mid lane defensively just to pick up more magic resistance so that he can try and use more of his mana for stacking up the ability power.
Rekkles is playing Let's Catch the Dark Binding game. Almost every time we peek our eyes up here, Rekkles is being saved by Yellow Star. That mana pool slowly burning away. And of course, Rekkles losing out on CS. Huni is now once again going aggressive. Trying to use those broken wings to his advantage. And Koro sidesteps the second proc, does not sidestep the third. The shield comes up from Huni, and the key strike will at least delay the rest of that trade.
Fnatic needs to do something about the top lane, though. Even though they're not dying, they're down in CS, and their tower is already taking about 40% damage up there, because, again, EDG keep pushing it down. Huni's trying his best on the bottom side, but Clearlove is showing now.
Yeah, you say that, though, but as a jungler, it's really difficult to gank a heavy poking lane that's got your lane under turret because of the minion advantage and because of the distance that you have to gain. Meanwhile, when solo laners trade like this, there's blood in the water. Junglers are like sharks. Sure. You're attracted very heavily by melee champions in long solo lanes trading like this.
And I don't think Fnatic necessarily had to go top to make a play. I think they need to make a play elsewhere on the map to force EDG's hand and say, we are now winning on the other side, so if you keep this 2v2 lane going for too long, our top laner will snowball ahead of yours, and that can force EDG then to make a trade and swap it around and stop this push from going on.
Clearlove's Tremor Sense just caught some footsteps from Rainover as he approached that tri-bush. So information is available. You can see Febiven's also left his lane. If Koro sticks around, they're going for a dive.
And this is what I like. Now Fnatic are saying, we're going to snowball Huni even further. So EDG, you cannot just sit in 2v2 top because your top lane will fall behind. Clearlove has spotted it. We have a roam from Vega as well. 3 guys on bottom side soon.
Koro, he does have his grand challenge. He's used it on a level 4 Rainover. Flash away from Koro keeps him alive. And Huni will take a turret shot for his troubles. Clearlove able to thwart the gank at the cost of Ignite for Flash and time in the mid lane from Febiven.
Yeah, and now Hunia here is actually going to have to back off. He's got 3 people there. Even though that was an unsuccessful gank as far as coming up with a kill, Koro's going to have to expend his teleport once again. So you talk about, doing something about this top side. There's a deep ward here in the brush. Huni may have teleport advantage if Koro feels pressured enough to use it to get back to lane again. And the way the Fnatic, made their stamp, made their name with big Huni teleport plays, there could be an opportunity. The ward is expired.
Just died.
I took too long talking about it, and Koro took too long teleporting back to
the point is still valid.
Really key, though,
if they could get another ward.
For EDG, that Rek'Sai was sitting in that bush, or in the jungle of Fnatic, spotted, of course, Rainover moving down, so they knew, okay, the dive is about to happen, LeBlanco's missing in the mid lane, and that's why they could react and defend Koro. Otherwise, it would have been a 3v1, and he would have died super quick.
I have to say, though, this top lane CS of the duo lanes is just outstanding. Deft is destroying Rekkles and Yellow Star up in the top side, really punishing.
And this was why EDG was sitting in the bush, hiding at level 1. Didn't want to risk going for an all lane and try and get it first, but they wanted to dodge around the wards to try and force a 2v2 lane with Caitlyn. She's one of these champions, if she doesn't get the 2v2, gets to be bullied. She becomes so useless in the mid game and just have very low impact before she hits the late game items. So this was exactly what EDG wanted for that lane.
And EDG seem quite happy to play for the long game. Pawn's first pickup is Mercury Treads at 9 minutes. He's held onto his TP, but Rainover, he's found Mako. Mako, this is brave. Abyssal Voyage will allow Yellow Star to get in range of Mako. Will they flash over? No. Happy to get the flash out of Morgana.
Okay, so while EDG are winning the duo lane, Fnatic are destroying the solo lane on the other side of the map, the long lane with Huni here. And that is extremely volatile because Riven has so much kill pressure. I would expect, again, more jungler attention down there because if you can free up that solo laner, then you free up a teleport gank. A jungler ganking is one thing, but if that solo laner ganking with a teleport can completely turn around and destroy a 2 versus 2 lane.
It's basically been the reason their aggressive 2v2 lanes have kind of died out, because if you do go all in, enemy top laner comes in from behind and kills you, and it suddenly backfires completely because of all the teleports in the game. There's a lot of the very aggressive AD carries that are a little bit unhappy with that state because they want to be able to kill that lane 2v2, but that's not happening very often in this meta.
Fnatic right now setting up towards this bottom lane. Again, Febiven and Rainover showing face.
Huni's got a minion wave to play with, and I think they're going to turn their attention onto Koro. He's going to be in a little bit of trouble. Grand Challenge comes down, Body Slam connects. Koro will get dropped, and it's first blood to Fnatic. But Born will teleport in and get himself one back. Huni's on the way out. Will have that broken wing slash to get more. Huni does get dropped by Clearlove. It's a messy fight so far, 2 for 2. And it's jungler on mid lane action. Gets a triple kill. Gets out.
Again, Fnatic, they return to the point of power, try and make the proactive play there. And again, Huni's teleports up. Look, a deep ward in the side crush. Huni revives in 10 seconds. He could teleport right up there and try and turn that around. There's no flash on Morgana because they caught her out in the jungle.
And again, this is exactly what Fnatic wants to do when you have a losing lane one side of the map. You gotta make plays on the other side. You can't gank the one. They go for Koro. 3 guys moving down. EDG once again, they read the situation, but they're reacting a lot later because they didn't see Fnatic as early as they did before with the first dive. Featherman plays one really well. He knows he can take down Clearlove in the end, so stays very close and almost baits him to just stay and fight him.
Man,
so
only
the last auto.
jungler, that's not fair.
Managed to make it work. Featherman completes his Sorcerer Shoes and Morellonomicon. 30 CS advantage for Huni and a level advantage, but no teleport top just yet.
With the deep wards here as well by Fabivin. This one on the red. It's one of the great things about Tahm Kench as well. My first experience with them was meeting one in solo queue and double counter jungling the enemy. Tahm Kench can devour something while activating his Q. Oh, here we go for another move.
Maybe just a farm and defend tower.
Do they have a Huni teleport? There's so many wards for Huni to teleport on. And he shoved him in. Looks like they're going to dive first.
Seems to me like Huni doesn't want to waste time.
They're going to dive bottom. The dive bottom again first.
He's going for Koro. He's in trouble. The chain. Wow.
Okay, now he's free to go up top.
Okay, 3 times now. When is he going top, Kobe?
I don't know. My stories have all fallen flat until today. I'm not kidding.
To be fair, if you are Huni and Fnatic, do you want to go and try and save a losing lane already?
Yeah,
or do you want to just keep killing
Look at them.
your lane opponent?
They're going to get dove right now.
Well, they can just back away, give up this tower. Obviously, EDG is looking to swap Def now down to the bottom side and push another one. But that's where Fnatic are looking out to create picks with the Rivet, with the LeBlanc. We see how much they're roaming between the lanes. And every time EDG is stuck pushing a wave with both Morgana and Caitlyn, someone else on the map is dying. So far, it's been Coral.
Yeah. Little misstep from Born as he misses 2 of the 4.
So in the end, the real difference there is just the kills that our Fnatic are picking up here, because they were able to get that turret on top for EDG. It's just that, Huni's actually going to get the one down bottom and continue to push here. They also have such deep wards in the red side jungle to support Huni's split push.
That could be key, Kobe, because Huni, once he goes top side now, can TP down, because we know Deft is going to push this wave. He's already pinged the tower.
So when you say it, it's going to happen.
I say it this time. So many wards
always has to be right. Featherman's looking to clear this pink ward out, and Clearlove is just like, peace, nope, do not want none of that. Huni grabs a Scuttle Crab, a little bit of vision, and Reckless Yellow Star. Uncontested, this is a free tower, in fact, as EDG have sent their resources down bottom.
Not exactly what EDG were looking for here. They wanted to have Koro on his top side already, but obviously him alone wouldn't have done a whole lot.
Yeah, it's another trade they're just opting for. Bottom side should be taken at the same time as well here for EDG.
But when you play that Caitlyn, you are supposed to get the tower advantage by you being able to push faster than they, or pushing the enemy AD carry and slowly take down the tower. Obviously, Jinx will take down the tower super quick once she gets to it.
Yeah, but they're not done pushing. EDG continue to pressure the inner turret. There are recalls from Fnatic.
Yellowstar can ult it down, remember.
And Huni's got teleport with a lot of wards to jump in. But they're opting not to pull that trigger yet. The range in Abyssal is still relatively low, and I think Yellowstar's peeling towards the middle top quadrant, so no more pressure on the bottom half lane.
EDG did get the 2 side lane turrets down. That's what you want to do with these siege comps here, especially when you play the Veigar. You want him to hit level 11, you group together with him in the mid lane, and you start sieging on that tower, because even if there is some sort of wave cliff for Fnatic, that massive zone that Veigar is going to offer is going to force you back, and that's going to always give some damage to this tower. So Feather needs to be careful now. He knows a lot of people are coming, and he's the only wave in his mid lane. He has to dash into them. That's super risky.
Yeah, that's why we'll be looking for the flank, because again, this Fnatic squad has to be very careful with how they go about engaging. Huni needs to work with the fog of war. Ribbon is all about the flashy plays, you know, coming in very quickly with the dash. So once Huni's flash comes back up, then maybe they'll look for one of those plays.
At least you need to have teleport ready, and when you know the siege is going to start happening, you need to have put wards in advance. So you have wards on the side of the mid lane. You can see the two here near the mid lane tower of EDG. That's something Fnatic could use to stop a potential siege from happening. And Huni, all in again, he's 2 levels above.
Yeah, big difference. That Bee of Sword helping out. I think got a pretty good riposte there, but it doesn't matter. Huni's got such a strong advantage. Just hit a 3-level lead for the time being, and as my math is completely horrible, it's 50, 60 CS advantage for Huni. And Reckless is even caught up in the bottom lane.
All right, well, let's see if he plays a bit more safe here. Definitely into his third. He should be fine. The other important factor in controlling vision, Deficio, that you point out, these mid laners, either one could one-shot the other if you're in the fog of war. So either one has the ability to 100% if you get that vision advantage. So there's going to be such a fight over the true sight, especially around these mid lanes.
And a fight in top again.
Cora's going low. Huni, that's a good fast trading. And Huni follows up. But they support clear 11 pawn, want to chase him down, and they will not.
A little bit hyped about the flash. In the end, it didn't do anything, and it died anyway. Look good though.
Deficio, you sucked all the energy out. Yellowstar and Featherman get caught by the Event Horizon, and Pawn gets knocked into the waiting hands. The Super Mega Death Rocket signs his death warrant, and EDG are on the retreat. They've lost 2. They're mid-tower, and Fnatic are sieging the inner turret. It's not over yet. Teleport's coming in. Koro wants to play. The exhaust onto Featherman will keep his damage down and keep Deft alive, and keep their tower alive for Boots.
So what's been happening in this mid lane here for Fnatic is that Featherman had full control of the lane. He keeps pushing it down, making it very easy for Fnatic to keep deep vision in the jungle and set up a dive like this and prevent EDG from ever grouping.
Honestly, what's happening is Huni wrecking Koro.
That's also happening. That's also happening. But look at the dive they can set up because they have all the control of this jungle onto. Beautiful setup, honestly, from Rain over.
Yeah.
What do you do as a Veigar right here? Either you flash instantly, but it's a flash body slam happening. It's so hard to react to in time.
Yeah.
Exhausted, and I don't think that Primordial Burst hit anybody either. So
Make it a
Fnatic,
body slam flash.
3,000 gold in the lead. They've got all outer turrets down. Dragon's going to be up in 30 seconds. And look at that ring of deep vision behind the Dragon.
Yeah, again, that's the problem now for EDG. They know these wards are going to be there because they've been pushed down in this mid lane for such a long time. Huni can now TP in behind them if Fnatic wants to fight for this one. He's TPing in now.
And he's TPing north.
Finally!
EDG are trying to retreat. Huni wants to cut them off.
Be careful.
He's not very tanky. He does not want to be here. Grand challenge is onto Huni, and Deft actually gets knocked towards him. Huni's going to use those broken wings to get away, and he gets eaten. Yellowstar saves him. Another kill for Featherman before Huni gets dropped by Koro. Reinova's trying to get out, but he's trapped in the baby cage, and Pawn sends him back to base. Well, Featherman is dominating with another kill on Koro.
Yellowstar saved Huni, but then kept chasing Koro and spit Huni back out with like 50 life. So he died. But that'll be a two for two right there. All said and done, though, Fnatic still have control of the map. So even though it's a 2 for 2, even on kills, they get the objective afterwards. They shove the lane. Oh, actually, Reckless actually not going to start the Dragon there. Red Steel instead. Bit more risky.
Or
and
not.
now the Dragon's going to be very late, and Pawn does have teleport. Pawn's actually in lane already.
Deft actually manages to secure that one. Fnatic now a little maybe late to the Dragon. Ultimate's not available for everybody, but EDG are not in range to contest.
There's double ping wards for Fnatic, so it's hard for EDG to walk in and face check a fairly fit LeBlanc at this point. I mean, 6 kills in 19 minutes. It's very standard for me, at least in solo queue. What we do see from
Fnatic special.
Oh, stay hungry, stay humble, my friend. Yellowstar is going to prevent the ace in the hole by just devouring Featherman.
Why block it when you can eat it?
And Deft will knock over the tower using that range of Caitlyn.
Yeah, and this time around, no TP for Fnatic to stop the siege, but this is how you play against these siege compositions when you know it's going to happen. You need those wards beforehand, like Fnatic here. Huni goes in a little bit early, and because there's no hard engage for Fnatic, it's very difficult for him, and he just gets saved at first.
Let's watch what actually. He spits him back out with a 50 HP. Yellow's knocked out. Thanks for the save.
They didn't even have time to shield right.
Shame.
Whoa, LeBlanc killed Caitlyn. Talking about Fabibin, he's got 7 now.
So, ouch. Deft 0.
Now it's bad.
Tell us, Deficio, what exactly happened there. Give us the QW.
I think there was some QW, maybe some R in there.
Wow, Reno was gonna find clear love. Defensive flash. Huni actually popped that ultimate. Didn't manage to follow through because Maiko found the Dark Binding. And Fnatic are now just playing really free and loose. They've got the freedom, they're far enough ahead, and there's not a lot of resistance that can come up yet.
And I think with the momentum they have, with the amount of control that they've just gotten, this huge lead that Fnatic are building, they need to fortify that. They need to start getting up that vision now, because if they close the loop on the vision and they black out the map here for EDG, then there's just almost no move for EDG. They have to just... he burns to death. They have to just group up. EDG, this is a team that has to group up and try and use the poking, try and use the bindings and cage to land.
And it's supposed to be fairly safe to get the outer turrets down. You know, you can have pink wards in the river yourself to try and avoid some of these deep wards that can flank you. Going for the tier 2 turrets becomes even harder now for EDG because they don't have the map control, because they are pretty far behind in gold. So they might rely more on Fnatic, misplaying a pick here, like Fibin goes too aggressive and dives on the tower and dies, and then EDG starts moving up towards the tier 2 towers.
Well, it's about 1 minute and 10 seconds before Huni's teleport is available, and the deep wards will need to be reset before Fnatic can look for a similar play.
This is often where we see teams lose their big leads, when you have a team comp similar to this. What Fnatic needs to do, all they have to do is keep EDG bottled up for long enough. They already have dragon stacking. They have 2 dragons already. Control the neutral objectives, and you continue to draw EDG out. Continue to make these picks. Continue to get the LeBlanc 100% to 0. Continue to get Huni isolated with Koro.
4-level difference between Koro and Huni right now. And nearly 100 CS. I believe that's called the Flame Horizon, if memory serves?
Yes, sir. Now, one of the things amazing Jay, the poor guy, was criticized for a lot, was dying like this against the enemy top laner. But funny enough, it's the same kind of setup, where the other team is sending 2, 3, 4 guys to dive him and kill him and shut him down, because top lane gets out of control very, very easily. We see here, EDG tried to defend Koro, but they were always a step behind, and therefore it's the same result. Top laner falls super far behind.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a which one came first, because he is also the reason Fnatic are sending people to dive him, is because he's losing trades to Huni in lane, and Huni's pushing him under turret and prepping him to get destroyed.
What Fnatic also wants to do now, though, is prepping that Baron, because as a poke comp, if you have to face check in towards the Baron, you really hate it. Yellowstar, he's eating clear love.
He is, but his Grey health is being burned through. The barrel pulls Maiko backwards, and a big AoE. Maiko's been tagged, and a quiet taste will not even be needed. Get excited with Reckless, and Febivin cleans up. Fnatic find 3, and in a turret, and they can even go for Baron.
Fnatic just stayed around the Baron, then walked into the jungle, and EDG is trying to get control back. But when there's so many things that can just kill you so easily, and so much mobility on the side of Fnatic with Riven, LeBlanc, and even the top Kendrick can just walk in and eat you and spit you back. It is so difficult to regain that control. You were a siege comp. You were supposed to get a big tower advantage, and you got nothing.
All right, we'll take another look at it. You catch the catch. He's got 2 health bars here. So Grey health goes up, and teleports come down. Fawn actually uses everything on the outside here. Fabibin just walks around, and all of Fnatic teleport in. They continue the pain train and crush EDG under the turret and take it afterwards as well. All right, now we have a minute.
What a game from Fnatic. They've got Baron now. Every single one of their lanes is winning, despite the trouble that Reckless and Yellowstar had early. They were able to put pressure on the side lanes, and they've got him relevant.
Well, if you have a losing 2v2 lane, Morgana Caitlyn, pretty hard to gank. Why not just go down and kill the Fiora over and over? You have Riven.
Well, when you put it that way.
I mean, come on, that's how the game is, right? You just go kill someone.
Split pushing with MaRin buff taking effect here. Huge 10,000 almost gold lead here for Fnatic.
So, we have seen 3 new picks from Deft today. And I just have to say, the Jace, I didn't see anything I liked. He did nothing in that game. The Mordekaiser, his dragon control was terrible. I'll give him 1 out of 10 for that one as well.
Harsh.
So far, the Caitlyn, he did his job on the Caitlyn. To be fair, he pushed in the wave over and over. He got the tower.
So the champion you were the most excited about in terms of his solo queue prep this week is the one you're giving the highest ratings? Out of 10, what do we think?
I mean, he couldn't really do much else, right? But he gets a 5 out of 10 for that one.
Okay, 5 out of 10 for
He gets
Caitlyn.
5 out of 10?
He took
Now,
2 towers down. His team is losing.
Huni has still got that 4-level advantage and pushing the bottom lane, gentlemen, while the rest of Fnatic are pushing the middle lane. I'd like to get the scoreboard here for Huni in a moment as Koro's got some help from ClearLab, but Febiven's joined the fight. He's taken down the tower and is looking to kill Koro once more. The rest of Fnatic are going to focus down the inhibitor as Rainover gets caught up by a Dark Binding. Not going to be enough as the Wind Slash hits pretty high health targets. Not going to secure the kill. Reckless has got the tower in the mid lane. Inhibitor falls bottom. The base is breaking and there's nothing EDG can do. One hit forces Deft to retreat. The Event Horizon comes down and the Christmas presents look to be Fnatic's as they are going to take a second inhibitor and get themselves out unscathed.
It's all due to the Tom Kench. Isn't that right, Coco?
Actually, it's all due to Riven. I said every time we see Riven's in the game.
So,
if that champion is in the game, go gank her.
Hey.
She's going to snowball one way or the other.
Huni had an okay start to the game, sure. But Febiven, to me, really is the standout guy. First game as well, he had such a good performance. This one, he's roaming from the mid lane, he's pushing it down 24/7, walks down bottom lane, he's part of every single kill basically Fnatic. He's getting except for 2 kills, I just noticed, but he's been part of almost everything else. And this guy is on fire this tournament. I would even say he's been the best performing mid laner in this tournament alone. Not saying he's the best in the world, but in this tournament he's been looking fantastic.
Don't step on my territory there, Deficio.
Do you want to say
work at the moment? And as you mentioned, allowing Fnatic to continue pressing their advantage. MaRin has worn off, and Fnatic are just grouping in the top lane. It is just a matter of time before they get to their 3rd and final inhibitor. There's been no reservation, no hesitation, no signs of weakness for Fnatic this game.
Double ping.
There's a sign of weakness.
Yep, there we go, little mistake. Just wanted to test the strength of that baby cage. Febiven's gonna eat the Primordial Burst and lose a major chunk of his hit points. But he does stay alive. Huni's gonna pull enough threat to buy some time. The rest of Fnatic to at least look to take this tower down in what is still a 4 versus 5.
Yeah, I mean, Febiven's not running teleport on LeBlanc, so Fnatic going to take it fairly slow and easy here. 4 versus 5.
Oh wow, Yellowstar even pulls him out of the stun.
Just look at how Yellowstar's standing here. Whenever Reckless goes in to hit the tower, Yellowstar's just slightly behind him. So when the stun lands, it's only on Reckless, and then he eats him, spits him out.
And what did I even say? He's got a Quicksilver Sash on Tom Kench as well. So even if you land the double cage, Yellowstar can still get himself out and save whoever's next to him.
Well, we'll find out if Tom Kench manages to make it through the rest of picks and bans. Deft gets caught out. The Event Horizon will not be enough to kill Rainover, and Deft is running away. A 3-man stun. Huni's not able to push EDG back. The tower falls, so does Koro. Inhibitor number 3 is down. Fnatic have super minions looking towards the Nexus turrets, and they will drop the Nexus turrets. Fnatic rebound after a difficult start, and they will crush Edward Gaming. Nexus turret is a matter of time as Fnatic take the lead 2-0 and are 1 game away from a semi-final and a top 4 minimum at Worlds.
So EDG showed a new strategy trying to run a siege composition. I would like to hear the analyst desk talk, especially Spawn, about this one, because I remember when EDG came into MSI, we were watching some of their games, and when they tried to run like siege comps, it often didn't work for them at all. they never really had enough control on the map and would just get killed and get into big team fights. They tried to do it now. Obviously, we're talking 4 or 5 months later. Same result, though, mainly due to the fact that Fnatic would snowball that bottom lane so effectively, setting up Huni to jump in and flank, and then Fabian to just kill everyone. Everyone.
Telling you, go for the lane with the ribbon in it.
Kobe, you are so heartbroken.
I've had a lot of times in my life where I've had solo queue games be determined by a ribbon. Even me and you in Korean solo queue, but
I died 5 times.
But also, Fnatic, I mean, just the statement here, after that long sort of slow pause game, to come out and absolutely take game 2 in such a commanding manner. Going into game 3, they have such a mental edge over EDG right now. EDG have to come up with something else.
Yeah.
They've struck out twice with 2 different strategies, maybe even 3 if you count the
I think we should
remake,
pause.
yeah.
It looked to me like EDG did not want to play that same comp as they did in the game 2, basically, that didn't happen because they banned Mordekaiser.
Yeah, exactly.
They're like, we don't want to make
They're
the
like,
same trade.
whoa.
They're like, let's just ban it this time and get rid of these super strong champions and then run a more standard composition.
And it looked way worse. Fnatic, they go back to a little bit more of maybe a spring, a la early summer style, early ganks, early pressure, and just basically solo carry by finding kills in different places.
It's what they've been doing here at Worlds. They play so much around Huni's lane, and it worked in this game.
Early game strengths of Fnatic shining through. We're about to find out what Dash and the analyst desk have to say about that dominant Fnatic victory.
Thank you very much. Quick shot. Deficio there wanted to hear your thoughts, Spawn. So I'm going to come to you first. After what we saw in the remade game in terms of picked bans, entirely new stuff came out. And EDG going for this Siege comp.
Yeah, and you know, historically is 100% correct that they struggled with this, and then they had one composition that they could make work, and this is why I actually thought it would work, and that was their Azir Jinx composition. And this is a very similar feeling, right? You've got a Viger and you've got a Caitlyn, and this is why I actually really like this game out of Fnatic, because when you look at this on paper, if you were going to take 2 teams that had no names and put the team comps side by side on paper, you say EDG outpicked the heck out of this guy, because what they did is they made them tunnel and Tahm Kench, which says that there is no engage coming in, and then they know that Huni plays non-engaged top laners like the Riven. Honestly, Fnatic had one win condition, and that was snowball their top laner. The credit that you have to give to Fnatic is that this team is that damn good at the game that they had one win condition, and they completely blew EDG out of the water. That was a very one-sided affair.
I think the question...
Hold on, just EDG on your screen. Looking, you know, a little down in the dumps here. Down 0-2 is not the way they wanted to start this series. Back to you, Yamada.
I think the question that comes to mind when you think of the win conditions, I was saying before that I cannot see what is good against Fiora, but with the Riven pick coming in, how good is it actually against Fiora? We see that Huni has experience with the Riven, he has experience with the Fiora, and is playing this matchup up like really well. So the question is, in the future, will Riven bans come in if Koro still wants to play this Fiora? That is the question to me. Because if Riven is really good against Fiora, that is a proper win condition to play by.
And interestingly, just a statistic on Huni's picks, this is the first time at Worlds that he's played a champion. He has played Yasuo, Darius, Hecarim, Gnar, Echo, J4, Riven, and now Riven again. So a very diverse champion pool there.
His Riven, he gets to make flashy plays on it. Both times he's come up really huge on it. I think that's a really great champion to put him on. And you get this split push and skirmish style that we've been seeing from Fnatic and has been prevalent in their statistics. But also, not only did they get Huni massively far ahead and he hit break points like level 2 ultimate, level 3 ultimate way before Koro did. I don't think Koro even got rank 3 ultimate in this game. You also had Febivin. He came down. He was a big beneficiary of this fight. He ends up getting a triple kill off of roaming to help the Riven. So even though you're getting this Huni ahead, you're getting him levels, you're getting him a CS advantage because he's manipulating the wave after this point with pressure, Febivin is hitting item breakpoints where now Veigar and Caitlyn have to watch out for themselves immensely. And the retaliation, this is where I disagree with you, Spawn, about losing in pick ban, because you still have a win condition that you can play to, even though, like that, in my opinion, that is not losing pick ban. That is still having a strategy that you can play towards, and I completely disagree, because Tahm Kench shuts down what they wanted to do with the pick.
Well, let me let Spawn. Hold up, everyone. Let me direct Spawn first.
How does Tahm Kench stop a turret siege?
Tahm Kench stops the engage and somebody getting blown up. This is a one-trick blow-up.
No, it's not a one-trick blow-up comp. This comp is drop the Veigar ultimate on top of the turret, and they cannot wave clear
and you
successfully.
throw out Jinx traps, and you go ahead and you zone with the Jinx as well. You have this range.
Hold up. They have no wave clear. They have no wave clear. So the way Veigar ultimate works is if you actually put it on your backline minion wave, no one can clear that wave because the only way LeBlanc can do it is throw herself into the cage, and Jinx can't actually get close enough because of the zoning tools of the Veigar and of the Morgana. This was 100% a siege comp against a comp that ran absolutely zero wave clear. There is no way that you can actually say in an even matchup up until like 40 points in the game, they had a win condition apart from split push with the Riven. And that is where they got ahead.
Now, hold up, please. I want to go to Yamato now to get another person's take on this.
It's like, in reality, what it is, I think it's a reverse of what we saw in the game that was, of course, remade. It is just a question of, I agree with Spawn, and I also agree with you, because the early game is in favor of Fnatic simply because of the LeBlanc and the Riven, but the top lane matchup, which was the bot lane matchup, is weaker. But if they cannot play on this pressure that they gain from these strong matchups, of course they're going to end up in a situation where EDG can siege, and that is a situation where Fnatic can't respond. But in reality, Fnatic also have a clear win condition with two stronger lanes. So I agree with both of you.
Okay, now I want to come back to you, Zyrene.
But if you agree with both of us, it means it wasn't a losing champion select for either team.
Yeah, I think it was a good draft.
Yeah, no, I think it is a very good draft. What I'm trying to say is one team comp is much harder to execute on. So when you go into a pick ban phase, right, you do not say that unless this lane gets significantly ahead by 15 minutes in the game, we lose this game. That, to me, is a horrible way to bet. As a coach, I would shudder to think that Daylor went into this game and said, if we do not snowball a lane that has lost 2 games in a row by 15 minutes, we will lose this game. That, to me, is just a bizarre curveball to throw, but they threw it and it ended up winning. What I'm trying to say is at equal time, these teams are always in the favor of the zone control.
The argument is that the win condition can't come from we need to be ahead by X amount of gold.
By
the win
X
condition is in an even state, right?
Yeah.
Which of these teams is going to perform better against the other?
But that's a stylistic difference when you're looking at it, because as a coach, I could say, I want to pick a matchup that we're going to give a lot of resources to, try to snowball it, and that's a win condition there. If your win condition is to make it so that you have one person who's ahead and you're like, I can't bet on that, then can I bet on anything in the game at all? I feel like that's something because it's never going to be at an even state 100% of the time.
I see as well, like, when you think of a pick and ban, it has to work in theory. And the question comes into mind is consistency. I understand that there's a certain risk coming into the draft with the Riven, but in reality, the real question is how good is Riven against Fiora? Because if this matchup is very, like, one-sided, as we saw, this is the first time I see this matchup being played in a tournament, then the strategy makes sense because you just play on the fact that Riven's going to win on that matchup.
I want to bring it full circle now, back to the teams at hand and how this can affect the series moving forward. We have seen an example of Riven getting extraordinarily far ahead of Fiora. However, we've made the claim that if that doesn't happen, EDG would have been in an advantageous position. Yeah. So what needs to then change on EDG's side in order to not allow that lead to be created by Fnatic and put themselves in a position 5-10 minutes later in the game where they can set up that siege?
So one thing EDG did really well game one, which they didn't do this game, was maintaining double pink wards on top lane. I actually feel like this, if you go back and watch a replay, and teams will do this, with carry top laners like that they're going to either run into Smeb and they'll run into MaRin at some point if they're able to get through some of these or someday. That double pink ward in top lane actually made Huni play the lane very differently to how Huni normally plays. So I think if they can go back to that, cheat towards bottom side of the map and maintain the double pink wards, it will actually help them out.
No, I was just going to say I agree. Go ahead, Yamato.
I feel like the thing is what allowed them to get these pink wards was the fact that Fiora was in a stronger matchup in this particular game. He was being against this Jarvan, and in the case of Riven, she's very strong. I feel the solution is put her in a lane swap, make sure she's behind in the game. Then she's not going to impact the game as much, only the lane phase, because she's always strong.
I was talking about Huni in general, not the Riven matchup. I just think Huni in general needs to be affected mentally because his skills on Summoner's Rift are way too good.
Well, compelling stuff. Fnatic is just one win away from advancing to next week's semifinals in Brussels. We'll take a look at match point right after this.
It is game 2 of Fnatic versus EDG. It's a messy fight so far. 2 for 2, and it's jungler on mid lane action. That's a triple kill. Huni's going to use those broken wings to get away, and he gets eaten. Yellow Star saves him. Another kill for Febiven. Big AoE. Mako's been tagged, and a quiet taste will not even be needed. Get excited with Reckless is running away. A 3-man stun. Huni's not able